18 years ago, a tower and gates suddenly appeared, monsters flowed out from there. And a few people have awakened superpowers. Players, they become the hope of humanity and form a new class in society. Player economy, players have now become symbols of wealth, as well as revered superheroes. As for the male lead himself, a naive young man, realizing that he is not one of them, he is currently just a food delivery shipper. Seeing him delivering food to the lobby of the utility building, a man in a black suit said warmly, "Oh, you're here, leave the food on the table over there." The male lead smiled wryly and walked in. "I'm sorry I'm late, I wish you a delicious meal." After delivering the goods, he took his scooter back. While waiting at the red light, a large billboard caught his attention. The male lead adjusted his helmet and looked intently at the advertising board. On the board was a young man labeled as a new hero from Korea, 18 years old, a mutant wanderer. Reading the words written on it made the male protagonist a bit thoughtful. In his mind, he kept thinking about the words mutant. They are players with overbearing abilities, superheroes among superheroes, in other words, they are monster players. While he was immersed in his thoughts, suddenly a scream rang out from behind, startling the male lead. "The light is green, go fuck yourself," the male lead confusedly faltered. "Oh me, I'm sorry." After a long day at work. It was late at night when the male protagonist returned home. Seeing a box full of mail in front of his house, he was a bit surprised. As if waiting for something, he quickly ran back to the private box to look. Holding the letter in his hand, he read it loudly. He owed hospital fees, and this was from the school. "Hey, what was I waiting for?" Entering the house, the male lead said softly, "I'm home." Hearing his voice, the younger sister quickly ran out and chirped to ask, "Oppa, you're home, you've worked hard." The male lead wondered, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" The younger sister laughed and explained, she was doing her homework. The male lead walked to the mother's door and asked if she was sleeping yet. His sister replied, his mother had just fallen asleep, today she slept better than usual. Hearing his sister say that, he also breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately. "By the way, have you massaged your mother yet?" His sister brought a birthday cake closer to him and whispered, "Happy birthday." The male lead's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you get the money to buy the cake? Don't tell me you bought the cake with the money I gave you to buy new clothes." The girl clarified, "What are you talking about? I'm rich, if you don't eat, I'll eat it all." "I know you like chocolate cake, right? It's from a super famous shop." The male lead thought thoughtfully. Her clothes were torn, however. The younger sister was about to explain that she wanted to buy this, but suddenly the male lead interrupted her and spoke loudly, startling the younger sister. He patted his sister's head affectionately and said, "Thank you, I'm very happy to eat the birthday cake my sister bought." Dudong smiled happily, then read the letter before eating the cake. Receiving the letter from his sister's hand, the male lead happily replied, "Okay, let me read the letter you wrote." He carefully opened the letter. The content inside made the male lead's eyes widen in surprise. He suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" Seeing his brother's expression, Dudong smiled happily. Inside was an invitation to the player. Holding the invitation in his hand, the male lead's hand suddenly trembled. He stuttered and stuttered, I'm a player." Dudong had tears in her eyes but still forced a smile. "I wanted to surprise you, so I took this letter out of the mailbox." She ran back and hugged her brother, congratulating him. "Oppa." The male lead at that time could not control his emotions. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was happy for himself. He did it. He really did it. Now our lives can change. After sharing his joy with his sister, he gently opened the door to look at his sleeping mother and promised himself, "As long as I achieve that." Early the next morning, the male protagonist arrived at the headquarters of the Korean Players Management Association. Looking at the magnificent skyscraper headquarters in front of him, the male lead couldn't help but admire. "Wow, I'm finally there." He calmed himself down. No, now is not the time to be emotional, this is just the beginning." At that moment, the manager hurriedly ran out and happily told him, "Congratulations, Kim Gi-do player." Gi-do smiled innocently and replied, "Aha, yes." The manager continued, "As long as you shout, your player information status window will appear, try it." Gi-do immediately did as the manager shouted, and in the status window, his information was displayed right before his eyes. Gi-do marveled, "Goa, huh? What does that mean?" In the special abilities section there is a question mark. The manager also seemed surprised by this information. She happily shouted, "Congratulations, you are a mutant, The question mark is because your ability has not yet awakened. Hearing that, Didu stood still for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, this is true, am I a mutant? My body was shaking non-stop. The female manager raised her hands and jumped up and down, congratulating you for being a mutant. Relax, the coach will explain the details to you soon. Suddenly another voice rang out, apologizing. The female manager turned around in surprise. The coach was here. Here, the nomad player. Hearing this familiar name, Didu thought to himself, what kind of player is he? Dudugu said in a low voice, if it's okay, can I be his guide? Didu pointed at himself and asked in bewilderment, me? Dudugu nodded and confessed, I had accidentally heard the two people's conversation. About you being a mutant. Didu continued to tremble uncontrollably. The manager told Dudugu that this would not normally be allowed. But I will agree just this once, with my authority, anything is possible, so you don't have to worry about being a jerk. I'm not just an ordinary manager, I'm a professional manager, with 10 years of experience. Dudugu happily thanked me upon hearing that. When the manager left, Dudu opened the teleportation area. Didu bewilderedly asked, this is the teleportation gate to enter the tower. Dudugu glanced at him inquiringly, let's go. Didu nodded and replied, yes. The two of you just walked straight into the teleportation gate, no need to worry. As soon as he stepped into another space, what caught his eye was a group of goblins. He shyly asked the trainer, this bad boy. Normally, the first floor already has many monsters like this. Dudugu replied, it seems that sometimes the egg-laying time overlaps, leading to a sudden increase in the number of monsters, but this is also the first time I have witnessed this scene. Dudu heard this and said loudly, huh, isn't this a very serious problem? Dudugu continued, in misfortune there is luck, I will explain it to you faster like this. Do you know about the test of 100 goblins? Didu hesitated, oh yes, I heard that although it was effective, it was banned because it was too dangerous. Dudugu admitted, yes, this test was made to measure the potential ability of players lower than 10. Their potential power is measured by the time it takes them to kill 100 goblins without using any skill. If completed within 4 to 5 hours, one has the potential to become a high-level player. In 2 to 3 hours, there is the potential to become a warrior. Completed in less than an hour, one has the potential to become a high-level warrior. Hearing that, I could only say 2 words, wonderful. Dudugu while holding a dagger rushed towards the group of goblins, fighting and talking. Finally, the completion time of a mutant is, saying this, he stopped, spread his hand wide and grabbed the goblin's head. Once he had frozen it, he continued, 10 minutes. Dudu widened her eyes and thought to herself, so this is the ability of a mutant, so awesome. Dudugu looked at his watch and said the detailed time was 47 seconds. The male protagonist ran back to Dudugu and wondered, wait, why is it an hour for a high-level warrior, but a mutant only has 10 minutes? Dudugu answered, the amount of strength that would take a normal player would take many years to accumulate, then mutants can be achieved in just a few months. The potential and speed of progress of mutants is beyond your imagination. Dudu, have you ever heard of the Manhua Guild? Didu nodded and replied, yes, I heard that the guild's president is a very young warrior. Dudugu continued, yes, most of the members in that guild are very good, all the people who completed the goblin test in less than 3 hours. I want to create the strongest guild, one that can surpass in the face of the whole Manhua society. That's why I really need talented players, especially mutants like you. I hope you will soon overcome your limits, so we can meet again at the tower. It seems I've said too much, let's start the first hunting session. After finishing speaking, he immediately unsealed the last goblin he left behind. Dudugu enthusiastically instructs you to move and concentrate your strength on your hips and legs, pay close attention to the goblin's acts. Didu's eyes were determined and he promised himself that he would change his life. In an instant, after 5 years of arduous training, still in that forest, the clanging sound of killing goblins still echoed constantly. His skills have improved quite a bit compared to 5 years ago. The blonde guy stood there waiting to see that and exclaimed, wow. Behind him, black hair walked closer and said, hey, sorry I'm late. Blonde hair sighed, Hada, I'm here, I'm watching this very interesting thing. What he talked about well was the fight between the monsters and the goblins. He was swinging his sword to deliver the decisive blow to eliminate that goblin. Then wearily stuck the sword into the ground and panted. The black-haired witness showed an incredulous expression. Damn, he was breathing like he was dying. Was he doing the rumored test of 100 goblins? Killing 100 goblins isn't easy. Where? The blonde continued, at first I thought so too. Didu shouted angrily at the window, looking at the information board. He clenched his fists and trembled. I was invited to the tower when I was 18, damn it. Hearing that, the two guys shrugged their shoulders and looked at each other bewilderedly. At that time, Didu held his head and bowed his head to the ground, blaming himself. I even had superpowers, something only special people have, but 5 years had passed, and it still took me an hour to kill someone. Goblin. Who would have thought that this type of player also existed? Because I'm still alone. Not only the male protagonist, many people are also participating in hunting and killing goblins. The blue shirt following the group was also one of those people. He swung sharp slashes at the goblin, quickly eliminating it. Looking at what he had just achieved, he breathed a sigh of relief. Didu led the group and praised everyone. They did a great job. The other group responded, you too, tour guide, you have worked hard. Didu asked further, have they all been promoted? The black shirt replied, yes. The orange shirt guy continued, now the goblins are just mosquitoes. We haven't killed many yet but have already leveled up. Didu nodded, that's because at the first levels it's very easy to level up. Then tomorrow we'll go to the second floor, see you tomorrow morning at the entrance. Looking at her back as he left, the crowd began to discuss, is that guy famous? He's very famous. Ah, I've heard of that guy. What is he famous for? Blue shirt replied, let's see, there are some rumors. First, he is a mutant. Hearing that, the black shirt was startled and confirmed, wait, really? The blue shirt shrugged, the rumors were just rumors. If it's true, do you think he will still do this job? The other guys heard that and nodded, yes, that makes sense. Blue shirt added, as far as I heard, he is the lowest ranked player. The black shirt heard that and exclaimed, huh, there's even a ranking for the lowest people. The blue shirt shook his head, no, only warriors were ranked. Everyone tried to ignore it, but no one could deny the truth. That tour guide's name is given by the players, give it a nickname, that player cannot level up. The male lead, after guiding the group of people, walked absent-mindedly alone, with a heavy thought on his heart. This is the place I often go to every day after completing my job as a tour guide. It is a remote corner with nowhere to go. Some players flock to the first floor, which I found after wandering the first floor more than anyone else, my private secret place. He hid behind a bush and observed carefully. This is where only one goblin is born every day. If flanked and attack its weak point, it will be easier to win. Thinking so, he secretly approached the goblin, walking around trying not to make any noise. His eyes moved cautiously, getting closer and closer to the goal. But there was already a warning in the goblin's eyes. The goblin seemed to open its pupils wide, its eyes were so sharp that they glowed. It turned to face Didu, swinging its long spear at him. Fortunately, Didu quickly blocked one of the goblin's attacks. The two sides continued to fight back and forth for a long time, no one giving up. The angry male protagonist wildly swung his sword at the goblin. His mouth couldn't help but curse, damn it, today was another hard battle. After the battle, he returned to the Player Management Association, still upset about what had just happened, taking an hour to kill a goblin. Sell the crystal that fell from the demon for 20,001, if you deduct the money for the magic potion. Hey, I lost capital again. While walking sadly, a door suddenly opened, startling the male lead. Huh? Hey follow, with a sad face say hello. Hello Didu. Didu asked, did you get off work? Theo answered lightly, yes. Seeing that, Didu continued to ask, working late was hard. Theo just glanced at him without responding, he frowned as if he had something on his mind. Then turned around and walked away, saying sorry to the male lead, looking at Theo's back, it was a bit confusing. Stepping inside the door, he immediately asked, what was wrong with him? Tazish raised his head to look at the male lead, oh he's back. In response to his aunt's question, he was a little confused, holding his head and mumbling, well, that, you know, starting tomorrow, I will be in charge of the kids you are guiding today. Didu widened her eyes and asked, what, why? Tazish explained, at first it seemed fine. But it seemed like they had heard the rumor, so they just let out a loud noise. His expression clearly showed deep sadness. He said to Tazish, hey, what does that have to do with instruction? I held my head helplessly, I couldn't bear it, the rumors were true. Suddenly the sound from the TV caught the male lead's attention, I heard that the Ian Healy group was preparing to conquer the 75th floor. Yes, that's right, they announced that they would conquer the 75th floor, a floor that no one had dared to go to for a long time. They said they would hold a departure ceremony at the gate in Shaewon tomorrow morning. It's sure to be great, I'm looking forward to it. Korea is the birthplace of many classy heroes. I wish the Angela Society's conquest of the 75th floor a great success. During the discussion, everyone talked about the players all day long, while they themselves were just civilians who had never been to the tower. Titch continued, it's because the players are just like idols. A portal can appear anywhere, and anyone has the potential to become a player, so this is something that is quite familiar to everyone. Didu's eyes widened. He said something quite familiar. The sound from the bulletin board still echoed in his ears. What is the next news? The next news is about a new sneaky gate appearing in America. What? Currently the US government is asking for aid from the Korean Association, and they promise to pay a very generous reward if we take action. Help. I guess this will cause a stir among players because it happens at the same time as the statement of the INGERA Association. Yes, me too. That's why the US government has heard this. My ears suddenly started ringing. He questioned himself. But I am a player after all, to me, that's far-fetched. Thinking so, he picked up the TV remote and turned it off. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked, Huh? Why did it turn it off? I was just watching, she replied coldly. If you like, just turn it off. Daichi gave him a white envelope and said, You did well today, here is today's salary, please accept the letter, thank you very much. Titch continued, as for the follower, that guy looks cold but actually feels sorry for you. So don't hate him too much. Didu smiled, it wasn't Theo's fault, besides it was nothing to feel sorry for me. Taizai nodded slightly and advised him, so remember to come early tomorrow to hand over the work to him, although it's not enough to make up for it, someone specifically requested it from you. Didu's eyes widened in surprise, what, asking me? The next day, as usual, when you entered the teleportation gate, a young man approached to say hello, my name is Kim Seo-on-bai. I hope you can help me. Didu happily shook the junior's hand. Yes, nice to meet you, I'm Kim Didu, your tour guide. Seo-on-bai continued, I've been told a lot about you by the Gugu. Hearing that, Didu showed surprise and disgust. May I ask what your relationship is with him? Seo-on-bai replied frankly, I'm his cousin. Didu nodded slightly in understanding. Oh so. In my heart, I silently thank you, Gu. He asked Seo-on-bai, you are the leader right, can you introduce the other members to me? Seo-on-bai nodded, of course, from left to right, it was Dun Ji-eun, Dun Sung-gu, Kim Ha-eun, those people took turns greeting the male lead, nice to meet you, looking forward to your help, Didu replied, yes, nice to meet you all. Since you requested it, you probably already know, from today on, you will quickly complete the tutorial within 5 days. Everyone's probably already prepared, so I'll explain as I go. After a long day of introducing everyone, he told them, that's it for today, let's start setting up camp. Kim Ha-eun ran back to the male lead and asked, do you need help? Didu shook his head, it's okay, if you finish setting up the tent then go rest. Looking at the hot pot of soup that Didu cooked, everyone competed to admire each other. Wow, the smell is so attractive, do you recognize him as a chef? So fragrant, Didu told them, it's almost done, everyone sit down go. Dungoat blurted out and asked, oh right, tour guide, is it true that your rank won't increase forever? Hearing that, he quickly reminded, hey Dungoat. Didu smiled wryly and replied, it's true, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Realizing my rudeness, Dungoat hastily apologized, and will warn his friend to take care of himself. As he ladled soup to share with the members of the group, while traveling, he enthusiastically asked how he felt today's hunting trip was. Kim Ha-eun replied, it's not as difficult as I thought. Dun Sung-gu followed along, I was a little injured. Dun Ji-eun heard that and retorted, but you cured it with magic medicine, Didu told everyone. Goblin Layer 1 only has rudimentary weapons and their movements are easy to grasp. Just think of this as getting used to killing, just don't let your guard down, just plow hard and you'll progress quickly. As long as we don't bump into a guard, one person in the group wondered, guard. Didu explained that although they rarely appeared, every floor had a guardian, they could at least take on a large group alone. In comparison, they were monsters as strong as the gatekeepers. Although they bring a lot of experience and rare items, except for the low-level ones, the rest are very dangerous, even warriors do not dare to hunt them alone. Looking at the tense faces of the group, Didu laughed reassuringly, "But don't worry, everyone, we keep track of their regeneration time. And there are guilds that specialize in hunting them, so there aren't many low-level guardians. In fact, it can be said that it is very difficult to encounter one again." At the same time, on the fourth floor of the tower, on the border between the forest and the desert, an elf was running away with a wary look on his face. But unfortunately, just after running a short distance, he tripped over a stone and fell face down on the ground. A guardian loomed over it. The goblin squeaked in fear. The whole body shivered and trembled. Next was a series of painful roars that echoed through the sky. Returning to the group led by the male lead, Seonbai meticulously recorded everything he had experienced in his diary. On the second day of the orientation session, on the second floor of the tower, monsters greeted them. Their size is scary, but they are slower than goblins, so they are not that difficult to defeat. The third day on the third floor, we encountered a group of monsters and goblins, but they were too stupid to join our guild. The tour guide cleverly lured them into fighting with a stone. The reason why everyone can level up so quickly is because the tour guide always shows everyone the easiest routes. No wonder he advises you to choose him. At that time, Didu also paid attention to Seonbai. He curiously asked Seonbai, "What are you doing?" Seonbai replied, "Writing a diary. I started writing a diary from the day I received the invitation. Who knows, maybe I'll publish my autobiography if I become a warrior." I laughed and praised it. "That's a good idea." Seon confided to his teammates, "As long as I pass tomorrow, the next round will be the 5th floor's inspection round. I'm so excited to be ranked." Kim Hanan wondered, "What rank would I get?" Dun Sung-gu followed suit while brushing his teeth. "Me too," everyone reminded him, "brush your teeth and then talk." Everyone was laughing and chatting happily. "Only traveling makes me calm down." He raised his head and looked up at the sky. "There are some indescribable emotions in my heart thinking about the 5th floor." The next day, everyone quickly departed for the 4th floor, and told everyone, "On the 4th floor there will also be many herds of monsters and goblins. They are a bit stronger and faster, but basically they are still the same, just like yesterday." Everyone quickly took an offensive stance. Everyone hopes to kill as many goblins and monsters as possible, and go to the 5th floor of the tower as soon as possible. Duty stood and observed thoughtfully. He opened his eyes as if he discovered something. "Use your hands to block the sunlight and look into the distance." After a while of meticulous monitoring, I thought to myself, "What a cloud of dust, but today there shouldn't have been any guardians born. Whatever it is, it's definitely not a good omen." Thinking so, he said to everyone, "Everyone pay attention, we need to go now, and the battle quickly." There is one thing he learned over many years as a tour guide, it's the practice of real-world instruction, completely different game. While packing her things, an unexpected incident happened that made her extremely panicked. Yet Joan was beaten and injured by the goblins. Seeing his teammates in danger, Seonbai glared loudly and shouted loudly. Despite their efforts, Go-Tuan and Hanan were both seriously injured. As expected, even a split second of inattention could lead to casualties for the entire team. Didu hissed, "Damn it." Looking at the cloud of smoke gradually approaching, he felt a bad premonition coming. It's true that in the midst of misfortune, there is also misfortune. You mumble helplessly, "Are you joking?" Behind the smoke, a guardian angel with fierce eyes appeared. The goblins and monsters accordingly seemed to be empowered and became more and more rebellious. At that time, Didu also realized that the monster standing in front of him was a guardian. He clicked his tongue and waved his hand, preparing to spit out something, then say it loudly, "Everyone, prepare to run fast." Having finished speaking, he threw the smoke bomb towards the guardian. While the goblins and guardians were distracted, the remaining people guided each other and fled. The guardian and the disoriented goblin stood there looking at each other in bewilderment, foolishly. Didu urged everyone to hurry up and run now. Seonbai was confused and asked, "Where are we going?" Didu immediately replied, "Just follow me, I know a place to hide." Everyone followed the male lead's instructions and ran to a rather discreet cave. Once inside, everyone was breathing heavily. Dun Sung-gu asked suspiciously, "What was that just now? It looked like a giant monster." Didu affirmed, "It is definitely the guardian of the 4th floor, I don't know why it appeared here, but let's just observe the situation. Luckily we brought enough food, so we just need to be patient here and wait for rescue." Sung-gu quickly announced, "Tour guide, Hanun's condition seems very bad, he's been hit by the goblin's poison." Didu reassured her, "There's nothing to worry about, just let her take some painkillers and she'll feel better immediately. When he opened the medicine bag, he was startled and confused. He wondered where it was. Recalling the memory of running away, he discovered that the important medicine he needed had fallen out of his pocket. Dido blamed herself, although it was because she was in a hurry. How could she have made such a basic mistake? Calm down. Can't panic at this time. Thinking so, he immediately told everyone, I will go out and call for help. Everyone quickly stopped him. What? It's not possible, it's very dangerous. Dido confidently said, don't worry, I've gone through the tutorial more times than I can count. I only went out to shoot flares from the top of the hill. It's too low here so I can't. It may look like that, but I am the most experienced person in the world at that level. Having finished speaking, he went out on his own, looked at the goblins, and thought to himself, although the crow's neck is loud, but the Guardian will change the monsters so you can no longer predict their behavior. Should I give up and find another way? If the worst case scenario happens, I still have a smoke bomb. At this rate, we'll be there in 3 minutes. We'll quickly fire off the flares and return to the cave. Just avoid running into the Guardian. Just avoid it. As soon as he thought of this, the Guardian loomed next to him. By the time he discovered it, it was too late. The Guardian got mad and swung his fist at the male lead, sending him flying away. Not only that, the person was also hit hard against the cliff, seriously injured to the point of vomiting blood. Having run out of options, Dido threw out the last smoke bomb. He forced himself to stand up and glanced at the guard. If you don't see one, you will encounter this one. We have to get away quickly. It won't be fooled by the same trick twice. Thinking so, he raised his signal gun and fired it into the sky, reminding himself. First, stretch the distance as far as possible. Calm down, no one knows this place better than me, there must be a way out. Looking at the 5th floor inspection ring door, he thought, I thought I would die anyway, so why not just take the risk and try to rush in? But I can't because I have a family. For a level 1 person like me, death is certain if I go there. His feet suddenly walked towards the 5th floor door. He questioned himself, why did I come here? Even a level 4 person had to struggle with the 5th level inspection. I was shooting myself into death. While in a chaotic mood, the guard once again rushed to attack him. The male protagonist gritted his teeth at this decisive moment. To fix a certain death and an uncertain death, you still have the right to choose. Then I'll find out what's behind it. This impassable door. Just open the door on the 5th floor, a notification appears. You have entered the first round of verification, verifying player information. You have passed the requirements. You have entered the first round of verification, verifying player information. First test, kill the goat. Dido was still confused and didn't understand what was going on. Then suddenly a beeping sound rang out, waking him up. The male lead blurted out, what the hell? Then he took the sword and stabbed it into the goat's neck. The system immediately displays a notification. You have completed the first test. You have been ranked. Your hidden ability has been revealed. You will be rewarded. For successful completion your reward is increased. Dido stupidly thought to herself, I thought I would die if I came here. Why is there only one goat? Is this really the only one? As soon as he thought about this, he immediately realized that something was wrong behind him. An invasive black aura swirled around his body, taking him to a dark space. He screamed loudly, what the hell is this? What are you? Where are you? The strange voice replied, are you my master? As soon as he heard it, he realized it was a boy's voice. He asked the other person, master. The other guy reprimanded, damn it, my master is a guy who can't even answer such a simple question. Dido raised his voice in anger, what are you saying? The mysterious person sighed, I've been waiting, it's been so long, but why don't you give me a name quickly? Dido confusedly asked again, name? The mysterious person replied, yes, name. I'm asking you to connect with me. At the same time the system announced, an ego has requested to bond with you. Do you agree to bond with this ego? Please name the ego. After completing the connection, the male lead fainted and did not know anything else. When he drowsily opened his eyes, he saw Numbness and his sister standing there looking at him worriedly. They quickly ran over to ask, Oppa, Dido, are you awake? Nurse, I pressed the nurse call button. 2 weeks have passed since the male protagonist was discovered unconscious on the 5th floor. He was so nervous that he told his aunt what had happened. A group of players saw the flare and discovered the Guardian. They surrounded it right in front of the 5th floor gate, but it still escaped, although I'm worried about the fact that they haven't caught the Guardian yet. but the male lead was relieved to know that Seonbai and the whole group had been rescued safely. Seeing them come to visit me, I felt happy. He called to inform his mother about his health situation. Yes mom, yes, they said to do a few more tests and I'll be discharged from the hospital. Come on, why do you have to apologize? You're not a child, mom, rest assured and rest. Insurance has paid all the hospital fees, so mom doesn't have to worry. Of course you know you have to prioritize your health. Mom is on speakerphone for everyone to hear, right? Hey Dudung, there's no need to come visit me anymore, stay home and take care of mom. When I know the discharge date from the hospital, I'll let you know. After completing the 5th floor, not as the male lead imagined, he is still at level 1. But at this moment, a snake-shaped ring suddenly appeared on the index finger, it emitted a strange red light, and the phone in his hand suddenly disappeared. Although his rank has not increased, he is now completely different from before, entering space with confidence. While everyone was fighting the goblins, the male protagonist entered. His steps were leisurely but made a sound. The radiance emanating from the traveler caught everyone's attention. They all focused their eyes on him. They whispered and discussed, "Is that guy so famous? I'm serious, Blue Hair curiously asked, "What makes him so famous?" The guy next to him smirked and replied, "Do you know about that rumor? A tour guide cannot be promoted." The white-haired guy behind him interrupted, "Hey guys, that's old news. Don't you know that guy is famous by another title now?" Everyone was wondering, what's the name? White-haired continued, "Bloodthirsty Guide. Every time you enter space, you will find a group with as many goblins as possible." He used the snake ring to summon the precious sword, his face full of confidence. Looking at the group of goblins rushing in, moving without a trace of fear appeared. He held the sword and faced them head-on, although around him, all sides were surrounded by goblins. They ferociously rushed forward to attack Didu, but they were knocked back by his sharp swords, and one by one they gradually fell under his hands. From an excited state, the goblins gradually turned to fear, but it was all too late. Just one slash of Didu was enough to kill a series of goblins. While we were fighting hard, the ego urged me to name it. Didu asked it again, "Name?" The ego replied, "Yes, quickly give me a name." The male lead pondered for a while before deciding, saying goodbye. The ego asked again, "What?" Didu emphasized clearly and clearly, "Your name will be Rui." Ego excitedly praises, "Sounds good." The two of them continued to fight together, earning great fame. The male protagonist's strength is constantly being updated. Name Kim Didi, level 1. Ego's partner class, linking ability that can connect with ego. Synchronization skill, can become one with the ego once connected, allow the use of the ego's powers. Ru, level 7, strength 18, agility 18, stamina 7, magic 7, skill turned into accessory. After a few matches, Dudai's rank remained the same, but Rui's rank increased from 7 to 8. Kim Gi-do looked at the pile of crystals in his backpack and exclaimed, "It's only been a while since I was afraid to cower in front of a brain. But now that you've leisurely picked up a bunch of crystals like this, you look at the ring in your hand, right, Rua?" 1 month ago, on the status window displayed, the character's name, Ego, rank, Ego's partner, link ability, can link with Ego, synchronization ability, can merge into one after linking, allowing the use of the ego's powers. Kim Gi-do wondered, "My ego's partner, I was happy, so it really wasn't a dream. I'm so glad I came to the tower right after being discharged from the hospital." He imagined the scenario of his angry sister looking at him lovingly. What, he just got out of the hospital and where did he go? Kim Do thought, when he got home he would scold him anyway. He was determined to clench his fist, but he couldn't just sit still when his status window changed after 5 years. "There's a problem that's giving me a headache, so how can I connect with this thing called ego?" Kim Gi-do rested her chin in quiet thought, his eyes widened, if ever. The male protagonist started his arms and made a series of stretching and contracting movements, his feet moved to expand, and the male protagonist definitely had the power to shout loudly and connect. Time and space seemed to stand still for a long time when nothing happened around. The male lead also remained in the same position for a long time. The parrot on the tree looked at him like he was mentally retarded. The male lead bent down to heal the countryside. "Oh my, I forgot to tie my shoelaces." He sat in a corner holding his head in humiliation, looking like a man with delusions of power. Luckily there was no one here. His brain was aching. "How do I use this thing?" I even gave that insolent voice a name. A red light flashed. The spherical thing appeared in midair. The ephemeral ego was summoned. The gold Gidu was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? The other ball is so bright that it can even project the male protagonist's inverted image on the surface." Rua still does not have a fixed essence. If the player is not qualified enough, the Rua's essence will be randomly selected. I'm happy like a fool, I did it. The ball explained that in order to form a physical body, it would arbitrarily absorb matter from the surrounding environment. Kim Gi-do stupidly asked again, "What does matter, absorb, mean?" The gravitational force around the male lead's body becomes stronger, everyone flies towards that ball in the air, the golden voice screams loudly, "Oh!" He caught the backpack because the suction was so strong that the strap broke. No, these things were worth 5,001 at the very least. Surprisingly, beyond his imagination, the clothes on his body also began to be sucked away. The sound of fabric being torn rang out in the male lead's hand. Wait, his small, weak resistance wasn't very effective. No, Kim Gi-do desperately tried to keep the only pair of briefs left on him. "Please, leave me these," I scream in despair, begging. The male lead successfully kept his briefs. Done, then what? The original ball turned into a black ball containing colors inside. A dark red light shot straight into the sky. The parrots within that range flapped their wings in panic. Kim Gi-do used one hand to block that blinding light. Suddenly his narrowed eyes opened wide, a black sword with an eye attached to its body floated in the air. Kim Gi-do put on the torn piece of blanket he found, one hand resting on his cheek. That's it. He looked at the black sword. "Are you saying you're stupid?" The sword had an unpleasant tone. "That's right, don't make me repeat it again," he scolded. "Are you stupid?" Kim Do was all over his face, gritting my teeth. I thought, hold on. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, what is an ego? Something like a soul. Arrogant. Huh? Not a soul. The male lead is holding a sword in his hand. What is that? The eye on the sword looked at him judgmentally. How could I know? By the way, stop touching my body, he scolded. Pervert. Kim Gi-do tried to suppress his anger towards the mixed beak sword. He stuck it in front of him. Rua, can you move on your own? Black Sword replied, not yet, but maybe later. Kim Gi-do rubbed his chin. Aha, so can you cancel the connection and change the owner? Rua is very honest, that depends on the owner. Ego cannot do that. Kim Gi-do's eyes lit up. Oh so, then, next question. When you can move on your own, will you attack me? Rua replied, attacking you is possible. However, if the master dies, then the linked ego also disappears, so realistically speaking is quite impossible. A sinister smile appeared on Kim Gi-do's face. Is that so? So this is my last question. Can you feel the pain? Rua didn't pay any attention to the change on the male lead's face. Of course. It's proud. I'm a great ego, not just an emotion. As long as you set it up, then every sense is possible. It noticed the strangeness of that human. Huh? What's wrong? The status window appears. Do you want to turn on Rua's pain feeling? The stone in the male protagonist's hand is raised high. Fairy. The silent scream echoed throughout the forest. The huge goblin was cut across the body. Black energy hovered around the blade. Rua had absorbed brain blood. Rua had gained more experience. Rua had leveled up. Rua's stats had increased. Kim Gi-do let out a long breath. Phew, now that I think about it, I was really rude back then, wasn't I? He looked at Rua, which had turned back into a ring on his hand. You still remember, right? Rua smiled flatteringly. Hee hee, master, I'm so ashamed of that past. Every time I remember it my blood boils. The male lead looked at it gloomily. What to say? Quickly drove the steering wheel. His blood boiled with happiness. I was so happy to have such a wonderful owner. The male lead will forgive him for now. That's fine. Well, my bag is full. Let's get here today. Rua in a pleading tone. Master, I can't wait to go out. It's been a long time. The male lead is indifferent. Is that so? So next time instead of entering the tower, I will enter a gate. Don't enter any gates for now. Kim Do looked confusedly at the person next to him. Huh? Why? Tich-chi explained that 4 high-ranking agents recently died in a gate in America. Recently, many unusual gate scenes have appeared. He looked at the male lead, like a tight gate that was actually a loose gate, or like a gate with a strange structure. This hasn't happened in 23 years, but it appears frequently in the past. Last month. Kim Gi-do calculated the time and thought, a month ago was when I met Rua, but right after that he denied. It was probably just a coincidence. Tich advised, I'm not saying to never enter the gate again. I just want you to be safe in these chaotic times. I know you're excited to finally be able to use your powers, but please be patient. The male lead accepted his good intentions. Understood, thank you, I feel relieved. Good, you've worked hard, go home safely. He teased. The bloodthirsty tour guide, Kim Gi-do, ruffles his feathers. He told me not to call him that name. Pure crystals, rare items, quest completion bonuses, but the gate is clearly more profitable than the tower. The male lead took out his phone and put it in his pocket. Although he advised me not to go, I had no other choice. I still had to struggle to make money just to pay the interest on that debt. He looked at a series of notices recruiting members to enter the portal on the screen. After all, unusual portals are rare, so it should be okay. Kim pressed down on a series of phone numbers in the notification. On the screen, the phone shows an active call. There was a reply from the other side. Hello. At the cafe, nice to meet you, I'm Song Soo-ha, and I'm the leader for this expedition. The male lead shook his hand. I'm Kim Gi-do, the one who contacted you. Song Soo-ha started the story. He said this was the first time hunting for gates, right? The male lead nodded, yes. He added, I'm still familiar with past strategies and the like, but Soo-ha nodded as if he had grasped the situation. He took out the paper. This is the contract, but things like the division of benefits and contract breach fees are pretty standard. You'll see when you read it. We decided to divide the items using dice. We'll meet at Gaguri at 2 o'clock 2 days from now. Oh, and don't be late. Gates are often divided into two groups, one-time gates, which disappear after being swept, and permanent gates, which do not disappear, allowing re-entry. Although the rewards from fixed gates cannot be compared to one-time gates that provide many special rewards, many people sweep these gates because the sweep strategy is widely publicized so the risk is lower. The group leader reminded everyone, okay, if you've checked your equipment, let's go. The group entered the gate. Kim Gi-do observed everyone. They all looked strange. They all came here through job referrals like me. He looked behind. The other two must know each other. Song Soo-ha discovered something. He raised his voice to warn, remained in position. Everyone stopped and turned to look at him. At the end of the tunnel comes the sound. Song Soo-ha withdraw the name. They are coming. The zombies rushed out from the end of the tunnel with hungry growls, but they signaled loudly. The guy holding the shield immediately bravely rushed towards the zombies. Yes sir, the zombies were pushed down by his shield. In close combat, Kim Gi-do and the other sword-wielding young man charged forward, excitedly, killing them all. Song Soo-ha's arrow is coated with magic at the tip of the arrow. The arrow was aimed precisely at the head of a zombie. The sharp blade accurately cut into the body of the approaching zombie. The young man kicked the zombie near him and flew away. He doesn't seem to be very patient. These guys are way too hard, especially when they're rotting like this. A black shadow flashed past him. Kim Gi-do rushed into the middle of the zombies. He brutally dealt with each one. Tan-H and Melee looked at the male lead in shock. Even Song Soo-ha and the girl walking next to him were quite surprised. In no time, they finished taking care of the corpses, and everyone praised, "Wow, it looks like they'll be able to get rid of them quickly thanks to you, Gi-do." The young man in close combat also followed suit. "Didn't you say you were level 7? I feel like I'm starting to get tired." The male lead is humble, just lucky, trying to flatter. "No, you're humble, yes. You also contributed the most when you took down that little bitch." I opened my mouth to say, "After the sweep is over, let me join your group." The male lead laughed and didn't answer him. He secretly observed the two people in the corner. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be bothered, but, behaving like this in front of the captain was not polite at all. "Still flattering, we benefited a lot from you today." Next close combat. That's what I was about to say. The male lead smiled wryly. It's nothing, he thought, even though what they said wasn't wrong. The group leader called out, "Okay everyone, let's move on." Kim Gi-do stood up. "Rua, are you ready?" Rua complained, "Zombie blood is of no use, master." The male protagonist said in his head, "We will soon reach the prison room, just bear with it, the sneaky guy is approaching in close combat." He whispered something to the melee. They revealed an evil smile. 5 people walked up to the tall iron bars. "Wow, so this is a prison room," the male lead thought. "These bars are to keep the monsters locked inside." Song Soo-ha is common. "Now, I will explain the method to destroy the gatekeeper. First, I'm a giant vampire," a voice interrupted. "Ah, really?" The guy with a frowning expression scratched his ear. "You think we didn't do any research and just arrived at a fixed gate? Hurry up, we're wasting time." Song Soo-ha reminds him, "Listen, even if you already know, One person's mistake can put the whole group in danger inside the gate. It's annoying, DSK, it's so slow. The magician looked at him gloomily, but Suha frowned and looked at her like a warning. The two people silently looked at each other and exchanged glances. Song Suha continued, then I will continue to explain. Kim-do is difficult to understand, just now was very strange. Their battle plan is assigned to each person. As soon as we melt the iron bars with acid and enter the prison room, the boss will sit with his back to us, startling the three people on the front line. He's bigger than I thought. Song Suha pulled the bow and arrow. First, I will hit him with an exploding arrow, Song Suha said, here I come. The arrow tore through the wind, rushed out, hit the boy's body and exploded loudly. That will make him angry and swing his fists around. Our strength, Byung-hun must block those attacks. Bat's fist crashed down on Dan-H Company's shield. When he was sent flying back, two melee fighters immediately rushed forward. The most important part was when he crouched to change his attack characteristics. Two people, one on each side, slashed the leg. The Bat's eyes are bloodshot, showing it is extremely angry. His defense will triple, blocking most of the effects of attacks. I see the opportunity has come, but Suha ho ho, Gi-do, it's your chance. Something that's 3 times more defensive, holding your body down in a defensive position, just like, right now. But Gi-do's attack could at least damage him a little. The male protagonist jumped up high, he raised the black sword high, taking advantage of gravity to strike down a powerful blow, optimizing damage. The system sound rang in Kim Gi-do's ears. The synchronization rate with Rua has increased. You can now use Rua's abilities more effectively than before. The male protagonist suddenly let out a loud hum. The energy from the black sword pulsed strongly as he performed a downward slashing action. The children gasped again. My old gatekeeper was defeated. Get more experience points. You killed the gatekeeper with one attack. Get bonus experience points. Even Kim-do doesn't understand what just happened. Your stats increased slightly thanks to my blood. You have received the skill Cannibalism. Cannibalism, healing by eating corpses. Some people can't help but swear, damn, that's crazy. 10H excitedly pounced on him. Gi-do, can you give me your contact information? Melee ran back. Me too. The male lead was confused. That's for later. Song Suha spoke up. Everyone pay attention to whether you can go in here or not. There are paralyzing daggers falling from this bat. Melee wielding a knife. Wow, not only does it kill you, but it also drops items. But Suha tells everyone, as stated in the contract, we will roll the dice to decide who will receive it. 10H Company put his arm around the male lead's shoulder. Hey Gi-do. Kim Gi-do looked at him in confusion. Try and bewitching, don't you see that knife should belong to you? Kim Gi-do felt uncomfortable. He stopped using honorifics with him from before. If you keep trying to seduce him, it's all your work. Me and the Dyke will put pressure on him. You just have to go along with it. He thought, if we do that, we will share a share, both sides will benefit. Thanks to being a tour guide for 5 years, I'm quite good at looking at people. Main damage Choi Dio and Dan-H Ko-song Byung-hun. From the beginning I was suspicious, I just didn't expect them to have a plot. Here it is. On the other hand, the other side includes group leader Ha Song-soo and the mysterious woman. Ha Song-soo spoke up, if everything is ready then let me begin. I can't know what those two are thinking, they are definitely hiding something. Ha Song-soo looked in his shirt, let me take out the dice. Choi Do and Song Byung-hun silently exchanged signals. Song Byung-hun grabbed the dagger and charged fiercely, his target was Ha Song-soo. Kim Gi-do can horizontally grab Dan-H Company's knife hand, surprising him. The guy was abused by the male lead, he hit the ground and cried out in pain, coughing. When he was locked on the ground by the male lead, he still couldn't believe it. Gi-do, I thought you were on our side. The male lead, he thought, just one wrong step and he could die. So, he shouted, hey, do something. Choi Deo trembling and not daring to do anything, huh? Knowing that he couldn't do anything, he just pretended to laugh. It was just a joke, I was just trying to play a prank. The male lead was still nervous, almost. His eyes looked to one side, the one who had to die was not the group leader, but this greedy bastard. The woman didn't know when she pulled out the dagger, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. I didn't even see when she pulled out the knife. His throat was dry. Isn't she a magician? It's really dangerous, so is Ha Song-soo. Having a dagger pointed at his throat without even blinking, he just looked straight at the knife. Kim Gi-do asked, Who are you two? Ha Sung-soo tilted his head. I was about to ask you the same question. The male lead changed the question. How do you plan to deal with this guy? Choi Tae-oh wiped the relationship off. I only did what he said because he promised to give me money. I didn't know he was planning to stab you, I swear. Ha Sung-soo was curious. Why did you ask me? Kim Gi-do replied, because you were the person he was targeting. Ha Sung-soo stroked his chin thoughtfully. He looked at the girl next to him. Harem. Harem's body emitted a dark aura. The male lead was so surprised that he was stunned. Because Harem used lightning-fast speed to pass him and come to the Choi Tae-oh side. She hit him hard on the back of his head. His eyes turned white. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kim Gi-do was scared. What a dangerous woman. The male lead seemed to have some idea. He gave him a blow to the back of his neck, causing him to spit out and lose consciousness. The male lead stood up from above him. He looked at his hand. Huh, really? Kim Gi-do is not polite. Then I will take this knife, Ha Sung-soo asked. Why is that? The male lead said firmly. Because I saved your life, I deserve it, Ha Sung-soo replied. But isn't that still a bit much? Kim Gi-do said frankly, an item of this size is not worth anything to a skilled person like you. Ha Sung-soo stiffened. He asked, do you know who I am? The male lead hesitated. Well, having a bodyguard like her, you're certainly not mediocre. However, I'm not interested in you two, nor do I intend to learn more about you two. In return, these guys will be left to you two to handle. I still want to hunt a little more before leaving. The other two were made speechless by the male lead's ignorance. Rua spoke up. The woman named Harem is extremely dangerous. Nma replied to it. I know, so I just talked to them. Should I have run away, that would be even more suspicious. Rua scorned. Talking, but that's talking, huh? Even though I knew they were dangerous, I still left the cleaning up to them, and even took their items. Kim Gi-do was not satisfied. I got that because I saved his life. Thanks to that, we can now stay and continue hunting. The system informs you that you have absorbed the blood of a zombie. The male protagonist asks the Black Sword, how are you? Do you feel full of energy? Rua screams, Master, I am an ego. I told you, zombie blood tastes disgusting. Kim Gi-do turned it back into a ring. I understand, then let's go. There are no more zombies left. Besides, I think you drank enough blood. Rua absorbed blood to increase your ability index. Just agility from goblins, strength from brains, physical strength from zombies, so compared to leprechauns, its stats are very high. The male protagonist decided, let's stop by the reward room before leaving. Reward room is a gray area where you can teleport to using the gatekeeper's body. As its name suggests, that's where the reward is given, and the hand that was about to touch the living corpse of the golden giraffe stopped. He hesitated. Oh, this Rua is confused. What's going on? The male lead looked at the glowing wall next to him. Did this place have something like that before? Rua confirmed, no. The metal clock knocked on the wall to check, so yes, the inside seemed empty. He took out the black sword. Should he break it? Rua replied, yes, master. The male protagonist put all his strength into swinging the sword, causing the skin to explode. The sound of the wall collapsing was accompanied by the shouts of Rua. Wait, gray dust filled the room. Kim Gi-do covered his mouth with one hand and waved the other hand. Ugh, there's too much dust. Hooray, what were you trying to say just now? Ego. The male lead didn't understand, so he asked back. Rua repeated, it seemed like I sensed another self, something suspicious, a self in a place like this, the light sparkling in the thick layer of dust. The male lead doubted, how is it possible, to have so much ego? Then why have I been struggling for the past 5 years? Rua not politely said, it's because the owner is stupid. Why, I can't hear clearly, what should I say? Rua licked, nothing, master, find that ego, it's just around here. The male lead was choked by the thick layer of dust and kept coughing and coughing. He rejected the idea of the black sword. This gate has been exploited by the city for a long time, there is no way it still has any secrets. Rua firmly, I told you, I sense another self, but... After the dust dissipated quite a bit, a sparkling white sword appeared. Kim Gi-do approached it, looking like a holy sword. He asked, it's okay to just take it, right? He retracted the black sword and used both hands to grasp the holy sword. The gem on the sword's body glows, a dazzling halo flared up. In the darkness, a voice came out, are you my master? Kim Gi-do slowly opened her eyes. An all-white space, just like when I met Rua, but the feeling is different. He spoke up, are you the ego inside that holy sword? The other voice replied, yes, I have been here waiting for the master for a long time, can you please answer my question? The male protagonist replied to it, I am not your master yet, but I want to become your master. The melodious voice said, if so, give me a name. Kim Gi-do steadfastly, E, from now on your name will be E. The sword was withdrawn from the stone pedestal. The male lead looked at its bright colors. I was quite used to this, maybe this was the second time. Suddenly a tremor appeared, cracks appeared on the ceiling, and sand and dust also fell everywhere. The aftershocks did not stop, the brick blocks collapsed loudly. The Rua screamed, owner, quickly run away. I'm gentle, please run away, master. Kim Gi-do bowed and held her head, I know. Rua heard the strange voice and immediately asked in shock, who are you? I asked in return, what about you? Proud Rua, I am a great ego. The male lead scolded, you too, please calm down. I tried to run as fast as I could to avoid collapsing, my body was too big, I had to quickly teleport to the reward room. Inert whining cracks on the ground, metal straining eyes, floor. After a stomp from the male lead, the floor weakly collapsed. Kim Gi-do jumped up and reached out to my son's body, damn it. The system announced, do you want to teleport to the reward room? The male protagonist shouted loudly, hurry up, the light under his body flared up. The teleportation gate appeared. Before leaving, he saw a giant eye with vertical pupils collapse inside. A permanent gate has collapsed. This has never happened before, no one knows the reason why. This incident, combined with this, plus the recent sudden appearance of many new gates, has caused a stir in public opinion, but fortunately for me, the gate only collapsed after I left for a while, so I was not suspected. The reward for that day was 30 purple crystals and also an amulet, which helps prevent common diseases, normal and vitality boosting. This is a treasure that even ordinary people can use. Although it couldn't cure my mother's illness, it did help her get better. With the money I got from selling the brew, I was able to have her hospitalized, reducing the burden on myself. After that, I continued to plow in the tower. On the 5th floor, Kim Gi-do was surprised, wow, I heard that the 5th floor has no monsters so they built a lot of bases here, but this is already a city. I went to the 5th floor where I was unconscious, the 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor, and finally, the 9th floor. The male protagonist said to his two egos, not long ago, I wouldn't have dared to dream of setting foot here. Someone told me, actually, pretending is not the most important thing. As long as he doesn't give up, his hidden ability will one day be activated. The corners of his lips curled up in a faint curve. Gugu was right, 2 ego rings flashed on his fingers. Look at them, you've gained quite a bit. My leveling is slower due to sharing experience, but I've definitely gotten stronger thanks to synchronizing with you guys. Because it said it was sealing a demon, I thought it was very strong, but I'm afraid to be honest, because I had to seal a demon for so long, I lost all my strength. As for the demon, sorry, I don't remember much about it. Kim Gi-do remembered the eye he saw before. Could it be that the demon was that giant eye? The male protagonist looked at his status window. Now that I know I can become stronger by having more egos, I have to find more egos. Rua asked, does the owner know where to look? Kim Gi-do smiled, I know a place. At the auction house, the auctioneer shouted, yes, 170,000, sold for 170,000 won. Kim Gi-do silently asked, do you feel anything? Rua replied, no. I also replied, I still don't feel anything. The male lead didn't have much expectations. That's right, there's no way he could have that much ego, the auctioneer announced, the last item for today. Also the focus of this auction, the healing necklace. The people below were seething, wow, isn't that the item that greatly increases the speed of recovery? Rua and Waste in unison, is an ego, male protagonist unexpectedly, what? The sky gradually turns orange-red. The auction has also ended. The male lead was bored, he didn't expect the auction to be so difficult, but why was the price so eye-catching? I said, it's fine, because it's the main item, sir. Rua Sieka, owner, you are so poor. Kim Gi-do revealed a perverted smile, at least he sold a paralyzing dagger for 100,000 won, Rua reminded, master, your face is terrible. The male lead is so sweet, Rua and I love you two to death. Rua shivers, what are you having a fit? I don't know what to say so I have to call, master. Friendly staff, thank you. Kim came out of the store, hello, yes, I'm on my way home, is there a problem? Not really. Wait, yes. I can't find any guilds. I recently went hunting at a gate, and dealing with teammates is more tiring than fighting monsters. The person on the other side roared, "What, you're hunting at a gate? I told you to be careful." The male lead put the phone away from his ear. "It's a gate, it's a trap. I know that if I remove all my equipment, I'm just a lonely person. I can't climb, so I can't hunt alone. I don't have any other choice, right? Yeah, see you later." "That's right, don't forget that I promised to treat you for your promotion." Kim Gi-doo turned off the phone. "It's not that I don't like climbing the tower, but climbing the tower takes time to absorb blood, which slows me down a lot." He walked up the stairs, and that gate really brought in a lot of profit. The male protagonist let out a long breath. "Hey, there's a way, at least I've solved the problems at hand." He happily looked at the bag in his hand. "Now, I can also buy beef for dinner," I exclaimed. "Even though I earn a lot of money, people are really thrifty." Rua corrected me. "You mean the owner is that stuck?" Kim Gi-doo reminded him. "Rua, when was the last time I taught you to be polite?" Rua immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I need to earn as much money as quickly as possible to move house. I want to gank and live in a safer place." Kim Gi-doo's eyes widened slightly. "Huh?" He looked at the turbulent space ahead. There it was. The light became increasingly larger. Its energy waves spread out all around. The black hole at the center of the light opened wide, a portal. What to do in case a portal appears? 1. Do not panic. A portal that has just been formed is not dangerous. Call a 1-9 or the competent authority and immediately leave the area there. 2. Don't get close. Entering an unclassified gate is very dangerous. Even if you are a player, entering a gate without the association's permission can result in a fine of up to 5 years in prison or an administrative fine of up to 10,000 won. 3. Always save evidence. Having another person discover the gate before the association confirms it may cause conflicts. If you are the first person to discover the gate, please save the evidence. The discoverer will be given the right to conquer first. This right can be sold or exchanged, according to the instructions of the Player Management Association. The Gate Management Board. The Gate Management, the head of the cell department, tapped on the computer. "Well, let's see." The mouse in his hand stopped. "Huh?" Titch picked up a glass of water. "This one is close to home. The name of the announcer is..." The coffee in his mouth spurted out. A loud scream came from the head's office, attracting the staff's attention. "If you don't enter the gate within the next 5 days," the person from the gate management explained, "you will lose the priority to conquer the gate first, and it will be auction. Please follow the instructions I issued before. Once again, thank you for your quick report." He looked at the person behind him, the village chief, and slowly moved forward. "Oh, it's done, well done." He looked at the male lead, saying, "I want to tell you something." He nodded. "Yes, yes." Two people went into a cafe. Kim Gi-doo asked, "Is that too sweet?" Stitch stirred his glass of water. "It's not too sweet. Good coffee is thanks to the syrup." After stirring, he brought it to his mouth and took a big sip. He placed the iced coffee cup firmly on the table. He got straight to the point. "Because it's a forced gate, so you plan to go in there alone, right? Are you that confident?" Kim Gi-doo smiled. "Yes, I really understand you. I told you, you're strong than you think." Titch propped one side of his head. "I'm not sure about that, but I know for sure you're very stubborn." Kim Gi-doo smiled shyly. "Ha ha, Titch cares. What floor have you climbed to?" Kim Gi-doo honestly, 11th floor. "Today I just finished the 10th floor test." Tazish asked, "What about your pretense?" The male lead didn't hide it either. "You already know the answer." The headless and tailless Tazish said, 4 days. He repeated, "Prepare within 4 days, then come to me." Kim Gi-doo asked, "Why?" He replied, "I need to check if you are qualified enough to go in there alone. If you are half prepared, I won't let you in." 4 days later, the male protagonist wondered, "Does the association's basement even have a place like this?" Tech replied, "This is a combat training facility, but now no one uses it anymore." The male protagonist looked around, and when he went inside, he saw that it was much larger. The wall was also reinforced by a barrier. "I had underestimated the association." Tazish asked, "What do you mean?" Kim Gi-doo doesn't understand. "What?" Tazish said, "About my invitation to join the association." He unbuttoned his shirt. "I think now you can become an official employee or work in another position." Kim Gi-doo replied, "Thank you, but I have to refuse." He scratched his head. "I still don't want to settle down in one place, and it's not too forced." "Okay, you'll always be welcome, So if you change your mind, let me know. Kim Gi-do remembers something. So what about it? When you were promoted, the guidance committee was disbanded, right? Oh, Tazish replied, it seems to be the group. I heard that he joined that group. That autistic guy looks brighter, as if he has turned into a different person. Kim Gi-do is happy, so I'm so happy. I have to go meet him when I have free time, even though this is the first time I know about that association. I'm curious, but hey, where's my weapon? Didn't you say you were going to duel? Oh, Tazish rolled up his sleeves for the last time. What? He scratched his chin. Unbelievable. It seems like you're underestimating me because I'm a civil servant, but still. Mr. Tich comfortably threw a punch into the air. Kim Gi-do was startled. The air current rushed in, causing him to cover his face with his hand. Oh, Tazish arrogantly told him, a diamond in the mud is still a diamond, don't underestimate a former high-ranking agent. His body emitted an invisible oppressive aura. Now, stop being so arrogant and rush in. Kim Gi-do seriously, looking forward to his advice, he thought in his head, I know I can't beat him, but I can't just stand there and eat. Suddenly Kim Gi-do's pupils opened wide, the black shoe soles became larger and larger before his eyes. Kim Gi-do received the full kick of Mr. Deck. The black sword and holy sword were taken out to block the power of the kick. Huh? His steps were pushed back on the floor. His whole body was pushed back. Oh, Tazish tilted his head in confusion. Are you prepared? Kim Gi-do affirmed. He is truly a high-level spy, he reminds me of him so much. Oh, Tazish was grumpy. Focus your attention on the game. If you lose your guard inside the gate, you will surely die. Kim Gi-do regained his composure. He was right, he was too complacent. His teeth were clenched, but that didn't mean he hadn't prepared anything. 4 days ago, East Dike, player item trading market. Rua did not understand and complained. In the end, what do you need more items for? There is no better equipment than us, Master. Kim Gi-do pretended to be calling to avoid the eyes and ears of people around. Not so, our defense equipment is too poor. We can't go on like this forever, maybe we'll come across another ego. EO spoke up, I promise to tell you when I discover another ego, the owner. Kim Gi-do decided, okay, let's go for a walk. He looked at a set of armor, the rough metal armor of an apprentice blacksmith, the normal type, effectively increasing defense by 9. Then turned his head to look at the lavish armor in the opposite store. His eyes almost fell out when he saw the price of those clothes increase to 3 billion won. An apprentice blacksmith's rough leather armor, normal type, effective in increasing defense by 7, costing 1,300,000 won. Kim Gi-do sat silently in a public chair, her two egos were equally silent. Cheap things are like candy, good things are eye-wateringly expensive, life is so unfair. Rua and Waste shouted at the same time, Master, Master. Kim Gi-do noticed a loud argument on the street corner. The boy snapped that eloquently, no, my grandfather was a great craftsman. The other guy scoffed, how great he created some items that couldn't even equal that status. The kid insisted, that's not true, my grandfather is very good at making that item, that guy doesn't care, what's the point of wasting his time advertising for a store that won't sell the item, even if I go there, we'll be kicked out again. The kid showed all his face, damn. Kim Gi-do came closer, hey, kid. Teacher boy, if someone calls you, turn around, can you show me the way? Kim Gi-do suggested, go to his grandfather's store. The boy's eyes lit up and he enthusiastically replied, yes. The two of them went down to the depths. Kim Gi-do couldn't help but doubt, Rua, EO, are you sure? EO replied, sure, Master. Rua also confirmed, I'm sure. All the clothes on that kid's body are ego. I corrected myself, even though they were artificial, they still had some ego power, scolding me, don't take my word for it. The boy opened the door and called out, Grandpa, I'm bringing a customer. A slightly older voice came from inside, Min-soo, didn't you tell me not to bring guests here anymore? The kid didn't listen, but I want everyone to know how great you are, Grandpa reminded, and with so many beautiful clothes you don't wear, why are you wearing the clothes I made? If your father sees it, he will be angry. Min-soo acts like a babe, but this set smells so good. Kim Gi-do was startled when she entered the room. The two egos were also surprised. Everything in this, is ego. I'm surprised, I can't believe it. How can a human being have a series of stats appear? Anonymous armor pretending to be 3 years, anonymous armor pretending to be 2-3, anonymous boots pretending to be 64, Rua on second look, no, they're just selling ego. are unconscious egos. Nameless helmet la pretend 3-2, nameless gloves la pretend 35, nameless sword la pretend 4-7. Kim do think, not the word ego in Latin meaning is it consciousness. All items in this store are for sale. The old man chased you away. Go away, there's nothing to sell you here. I have no intention of selling my items to someone who can't even recognize their value. I'm fed up with people who have blind eyes. The boss of this place is a blacksmith with a strange name. Kim Gi-do spoke up. I will buy them. The wild man raised his head from the pages of the book. He waved his hand. I told you, I won't sell it, and besides, you like me can't use these things. Kim Gi-do said, what if? If I can use them, will you sell them? Mr. Huang replied, stop talking nonsense. After looking at it, go away. Just as he was about to ignore it, he was startled by the male lead's words. The name, nameless sword, pretending to be 79, the index was. He stood up in shock. He could see the state of that sword. The male lead looked at the sword. Of course, I was also curious if he could see it. The wild man burst out laughing. Ha ha, unbelievable. His voice was friendlier than before, so try using it. A blacksmith's biggest wish is for someone to recognize the value of their item and take advantage of it. Kim Gi-do looked at the sharp sword in his hand. I started the naming process. From now on, your name will be Sharp. The wild man had a surprised expression. The kid who lost a tooth also grinned. Because the sword in the male protagonist's hand had absolutely no reaction at all. Wow consoled him. He probably didn't like that name, so he put the sword back on the shelf. That's probably it. Kim Gi-do and Otazish stand at a distance from each other. The male lead's eyes flashed slightly. He took the momentum forward. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. The two swords in his hand moved back. The male lead put strength into his arms. The two swords slashed forward one after another, but both were easily blocked by the umbrella. Otazish scolded, I can feel the hesitation in your sword. Use all your strength to aim at the fatal point. You want to scratch my itch like this. Kim Gi-do constantly reminded himself that his opponent was a former high-ranking scammer. Let's focus. The black sword in his hand swung forward. Otazish tilted his head to avoid it. The holy sword slashed downward. Otazish turned around and avoided it. Kim Gi-do didn't know how many sword moves he made, but all of them were easily avoided by Otich, not even being able to touch a strand of his hair. While being careless, Kim Gi-do was caught by the shoulder blade. The male lead's eyes seemed to be frozen. Seriousness and uncompromising appeared in Mr. Tech's gaze. His fist exerted force. Kim Gi-do depressed. Why can't I connect with any of them? Are they the ego? Rua told him, they are semi-egos, but they are very picky. EO and I have no other choice, but for them it is not like that. EO comforts, I like the person the owner is. Kim Gi-do muttered, just one more time, really, just one more time. Rua raised his voice, TSK, give up, mortal. Kim Gi-do almost cursed him, who taught you to talk like that? He placed his hand on a suit of armor. Your name would be, the Lullaby Shore. Bright light emitted from the armor. Notification interface, you have linked with the ego of Ru Sang. Kim Gi-do is happy, it's done, because the player's stats are not enough, you will not be able to use the full capacity of the Ru. The ruined shore has lost most of its power. Umbrella's punch landed straight on Kim Gi-do's body. The shore Lu Sang La pretend 7, strength 15 agility 3, stamina 40 magic 6, skills, turned into accessories, anti-damage, defense defend 12, lullaby will reflect damage received. Otazish was startled and suspicious. Contact creates strong shock. Kim Gi-do was thrown back. He hit the wall. The blood in the male lead's mouth flew out and coughed. He fell to the ground, revealing a wall with peeling bricks, leaving only the steel core above. Something is thrown to the needle. The orange bottles rolled towards him. Otazish said, drink it, it's magic medicine to treat internal injuries. Kim Gi-do sat against the wall. Oh my god, why did you put such expensive medicine in a broken brass bottle? My hands were shaking so much that I couldn't even unscrew the bottle cap. Otazish said softly, you passed. The male lead raised his head. Huh? He raised his fist with scratches on his fingers. I said, you passed. I didn't expect you could actually do damage to me. That's not a coincidence, but he did it on purpose. I remember Kim Gi-do's triumphant smile before receiving my punch. I was the one who underestimated him. Tech asked, what did you do so well just now? Kim Gi-do chuckled softly, it was just carefully equipped. Before entering the gate management committee staff told the male protagonist, if a week later the gate still hasn't been conquered, people from the association will step in. Good luck conquering the gate. Oh, Tazish seriously warned you, give you 5 days, not a week. If you still haven't come out by the time of the quiz, then you are not from the association, but I will personally come in and drag you out. The male lead smiled wryly and affirmed, you don't need to do that, the boss won't listen, it'll be more convenient for me to go in myself and deploy the association's forces. Before entering, Oh Tazish continuously checked to see if he had brought magic medicine and food. Kim Gi-do seriously replied, yes, what about smoke bombs and magic medicine? Of course yes, Oh Tazish, be careful, don't see it as a forceful gate but be subjective. Kim Gi-do obedient, yes. Rua couldn't help but wonder, isn't this place just like a place with zombies? What does he have to worry about? Is the owner digging his own grave? Kim Gi-do smiled and thought, he is like my father, taking care of me every little thing. Seeing that the time has come, the male lead says hello, I'm going. Oh Tazish waved his hand, yes. Kim Gi-do steadfastly entered the gate. The announcement sound rang out, you have entered the gate, the male protagonist said, hoping this is a permanent gate. Rua asked, if that's true, if Kim moves forward step by step, we will get a lot of money. Rua continued to ask, how do we know if it is permanent or not? Master, the golden girth looks in one direction, we have to conquer it to know. Because it's a pressure gate, as long as it's not a tower, underground, or maze-like gate, we can handle it quickly. The black sword is taken out, then, let's deploy. A wolf he stabbed through the throat. The atmosphere around the male lead changed, and this was the end of the conversation. Countless pairs of ferocious red eyes turned towards him, a group of wolves came out from the darkness. Kim Gi-do curled her mouth in excitement, now, it's time to level up. A wolf with its body split in half, Rua has absorbed the blood of a sweet potato. A man with 2 swords continued to attack and kill one after another. EO has leveled up. A green wolf came out of nowhere and pounced, intending to take the male lead into his soul. Oddly enough, he smiled excitedly. The announcement sounded, the lullaby would reflect the damage received, so the chicken-stealing wolf could not lose the rice and self-harmed. All the teeth in its mouth were broken. The notification sounds constantly increase over time, the numbers of Rua and Bon lullaby. After dealing with the green wolves, Kim Gi-do sat down on the ground, resting for a moment. Rua scoffed, the human was tired after just moving, scolded it, are you showing your attitude to the owner? Kim looked at the clock, about 5 hours had passed. Maybe it's because I'm cunning that I see them as no different from brains, in fact maybe even easier to eat. The crystals representing the number of wolf berries he killed are lying everywhere. He used his teeth to tear open the fast food he brought with him. Even so, conquering a gate alone is not easy. This time I was lucky, I guess I have to go rank the players. Player rankings are measured without any equipment. If you are separated from your ego, your status is just a sham, and you will certainly not be evaluated for your true strength. Even Mr. Zish couldn't help this case. Why wouldn't a high position abuse his power? EO told me, if your stats increase, no matter the distance you can still connect with us. Kim Gi-do takes a sip of water, that's great, but I don't know how to increase my stats. Rua spoke up, hey, the puppet ego. Kim Gi-do mercilessly flicked it a few times, making it cry out, oh. The male lead warned, do you like to be beaten? You're arguing, the master has already beaten me. Kim Gi-do put the water bottle in his backpack, besides not knowing how to get stronger, I also don't understand this thing very much. Status panel displays, Rule of Feint 17, Strength 40 Agility 5-4, Stamina 50 Magic 3-4, Skill 5, Turn into Accessory, Cannibal. Kim Gi-do repeat, eat meat fellow. He wondered, what does that mean, cannibalism, when does it happen? Rua panicked, you human, are you crazy? Kim Gi-do reassured him, it's just a joke. Don't get up, rest enough, continue on your way. I collected the crystals, and the bag was already full, maybe I should buy a bag that can expand its capacity. He thought of something and exclaimed, that's right. A few bottles of magical potions to increase strength, dealing with these will free up quite a bit of space. He looked at the light ahead, he needed to increase his strength anyway, he warned, this place emitted the strongest murderous aura in the gate, there was probably a monster there. Kim Gi-do said as he put the magic potion into his mouth, got it, the message kept popping up, +5 stamina, +5 strength, +5 agility, +5 stamina, +5 agility, so I just drank these bottles. Kim Gi-do wondered, how far have I come? I don't think it's very good. At this rate, the magic potions that increase my strength will no longer be effective. I'll tell you, I can sense a presence nearby. Rua also agrees with it, it's definitely coming soon. You go forward, I see a light. You're right, it's almost there, it's majestic, that's what I said. Kim Gi-do put his hand to his mouth to make a sign. Shush, calm down, Rua reminded, only you can hear our voices. The male lead suddenly remembered, oh right. Io's voice was not happy. Rua, don't be so insolent to the owner. Rua scolded him, shut up, just act like a good boy. A presence so strong that it seemed to possess at least half the power of this entire gate. Unlike me, the monster had been defeated countless times. This was something that had never been defeated. The beast's eyes opened, the fur on its body is shiny and bouncy. The gatekeeper is awake. Rua excitedly, wow, that looks quite formidable. I'm concerned, please be careful, master. Kim Gi-do held the two swords tightly. It looked much tougher than me. This was a real bat. The grass has subsided, and a few pieces of soil have been dug up. The gatekeeper rushed towards the bold person who dared to violate its territory. Kim Gi-do clenched her teeth. He used his two swords to block the gatekeeper's sharp teeth that had opened wide. He used the black sword to block it, holding the holy sword in his hand and brought it back. The gems on the holy sword's body reflected brightly from the sun. Kim Gi-do swung the sword hard and stabbed the gatekeeper's mouth. The wound only bled a little, the puncture was too shallow. The guard's eyes glowed red and ferocious. It suddenly lowered its head. A turn from the gatekeeper left Kim Gi-do unable to react in time. He was hit by it. Kim Gi-do's whole body shot away and slid to the ground. Kim Gi-do used her two swords to thrust down his resistance to stop herself. Its defense is much stronger than mine. My only choice is to fight it until it dies. The corner of his mouth curled up. He looked at the cruel gatekeeper. It wasn't that bad. Take on battles with tough opponents. The backpack on his back was thrown down. Kim Gi-do jumping high from the air swinging a sword is my specialty. The sword slashed at the position next to the gatekeeper's feet. Kim Gi-do couldn't help but watch it avoid his attack. The skin on the bridge of his nose wrinkled viciously. It opened its mouth wide and pounced on the male protagonist. The blade collided with the fangs, creating a screeching sound and sparks of fire. The black sword successfully stabbed into Tan Lang's left eye. The needle gathered force and stabbed down hard, then other sword slashes came out. Kim Gi-do was pushed back by the crazy wolf. The crazy gatekeeper drooled profusely with his mouth wide open, the sound of heavy breathing. The gatekeeper was unwilling to lie flat on the ground, his eyes full of resentment looking at the man in front of him. Kim Gi-do sat cross-legged nearby, breathing heavily, as if he had decided to return to visit his grandparents. I almost exceeded the validity period of the magic potions. If it weren't for the lullaby, I would definitely have been ruined. I'm nothing compared to this guy, even though I can still defeat him. Kim Gi-do lifted the black sword. Thank you for dying by my hands. The sword stabbed down hard, blood spurting out everywhere. You have defeated Kim Lang, you have gained more experience. Rua has absorbed Kim Lang's blood. Rua has increased his agility index by absorbing Tan Lang's blood. Rua has received new skills thanks to absorbs the blood of the green wolf. Indomitable will. When you receive more damage than you can withstand, you will recover your vitality at a faster rate. The notification sounds, activating cannibalism. Kim Gi-do looked blankly at a series of notifications on the status window. Is triggering cannibalism. Strong wins her eyes. The black energy from the golden wolf's body surged out. Kim Gi-do was terrified. He could feel strange energy rising from the janitor's body. Rua has absorbed Kim Lang. KM Lang has been successfully egoified. A blue crystal appeared. What just happened? Rua gave up. Who knows? I've never heard of an ego transforming a monster. The crystal fell into the male lead's hand. Oh well, if I ask you, it's faster to find out for yourself. He looked at the holy sword. What about you, Io? Io replied, me too. I'm sorry that I can't help you, master. Kim Gi-do wiped the sweat under his chin. Is that so? Rua was not convinced. Why did the owner only curse me? The male lead looked at it. Ego, Rua, are you keeping the golden wolf's ego? Rua was angry. No, I didn't hold anything back. Did you hear me? Kim Gi-do thought, so what's the matter? I don't have any such ability. He called out his status window, his name, his ego's attributes, his partner, his powers, his connection, his skills, his synchronization, his ego's possession, his abilities. Seeing the golden wolf appear in the ego that possesses you is surprising. Huh. I have this, how should I use it? Should I cough up its name? In her mind, she suddenly remembered the embarrassing scene when she summoned Rua for the first time. His eyes rotated. In the end he decided, ahem, later, then he would know. The Black Sword and the Holy Sword did not understand what he meant at all. Kim Gi-doo dusted his butt and stood up. I already know how cannibalism works. You can also get green crystals, one level higher than purple crystals. This size will probably sell quite a bit. Now let's go to the reward room. Kim Gi-doo's steps stopped. Huh? He panicked and looked around. Where was it? Rua wondered. What was gone? I don't care. What's wrong, master? To teleport to the reward room, you must touch the body of the gatekeeper. He screamed, but Rua had already eaten Kim Lang's body and was gone. Rua shouted loudly, don't blame me. The sun couldn't shine inside the gate, so from the second day, I tried my best to search, but I was bored and had to search. What if it's just a waste of time? I agree with it, or we can go out of the gate and ask for aid. Kim Gi-doo is constantly searching. We can't do that. If an unusual phenomenon happens again like in Giri City, we will be suspected. Do you know what will happen if a gate appears and is not conquered? A gate break will occur, leading to countless casualties. If you rush, you have to follow the rush, because we know the cause. We must find every way to solve this problem. I admire, the master's sense of responsibility is admirable. Rua pouted, just flattering is good, aren't you simply dealing with the consequences you caused yourself? Kim Gi-doo scolded him, shut up, in 4 days he will be here. So at least we can avoid the worst scenario. Rua rarely praises someone. That human is really impressive. The male lead doesn't object. Of course, it's better to resolve the matter this before then. On the third day, I searched the entire valley, but still couldn't find anything. Kim Gi-doo stuffs food into his mouth, or just kill all the remaining monsters. I'm interested. Sounds good, master. Rua agrees, a simple plan, but it might be effective. I went back to all the paths I hadn't taken before, and finished off all the remaining dragons. On the 5th day, the sword slashed across the body of a blue wolf. Kim Gi-doo looked at its body falling at her feet. This was probably the last one. Praise me, good job, master. The male lead looked at the empty cave. What now? He scratched his neck. He was so numb he was about to come find me. Is it necessary to destroy this cave? Io and Rua called at the same time, master. All the energy of the gate was gathering in one place. The metal was startled. What? He shouted loudly, where is that place? Is the gatekeeper's place, in the valley, at the Gate Management Association. Oh, Tazish raised his voice, if you had come out just an hour later, I would have come in. Outside the room, there is a machine to set up a soundproof barrier, super expensive. Kim Gi-doo burst out laughing, ha ha, almost check it out. Warm steam rose from the faucet. What took you so long? With your ability you could complete it in 2 days. Kim Gi-doo, to be honest, I actually took down the gatekeeper from the first day, but there was a small problem. The monkey's body disappeared so I couldn't teleport to the reward room. Oh my god, what a surprise. He was curious, so what did you do? The male lead replied, well, I killed all the remaining monsters. Oh, Tazish remembered Kim Gi-doo's appearance when leaving the gate. No wonder he had so many crystals and had to use a hat to store them. Kim Gi-doo remembered, after killing the last monster, all the energy of the gate gathered in the place of the monster, constantly urging, hurry up, master. Kim Gi-doo uses all his strength. No regrets, I'm running. The male protagonist is getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. He rushed towards the converging energy. How to describe it now? It was as if the whole world had broken apart, and then everything was sucked into one point, aerial condensation photosphere. Kim Gi-doo reached out her arms to catch it. His eyes were in a daze. The status window displays, you have obtained the ego fragment. Do you want to teleport to the reward room? The water from the shower stopped flowing. I don't understand, what do you mean? Kim Gi-doo remained silent and did not respond. Later he said, I think it seems like the gates are those egos. In the room, only the sound of gurgling water remained. In conclusion, I will transfer the money from selling the crystals and the reward for completing the conquest of the gate to you. The total will be about 50,000 won, Kim Gi-doo replied, thank you. Oh, Tazish comfortably, why be polite, you're going to the hospital now, right? Kim Gi-doo nodded, yes, I called my mother but she's still very worried. so I'll come visit. The driver presses the lock to open the car. You're generous, get in, let me take you. Kim Gi-doo refused, I don't want to get in that car. Oh, Tae-sish laughed, come on, what's the matter with my tiger, it's a man. Play pink. Kim was finally pulled into the car. I'm confident, this car is every man's dream. He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. From the car came laughter that sounded like a male, ha ha ha. The male lead's mother is lying in the room where 5 or 7 people are drunk. Luckily, I'm happy that you're okay. Oh, Tae-sish said, go buy some water for your sister to drink to wake herself up. Kim Gi, take your sister out, we'll be right back, you two just take your time and talk. Lee Soo-jin sincerely, thank you for taking care of my family. My uncle scratched his head, ha ha, it's nothing, actually I'm the one he helped a lot. 2 brothers walking down the hospital hallway. Do-gyang yawned loudly. The male lead looked at her, don't you have a test coming up? Do-gyang didn't look at me, so you took a nap to gain energy to study. Kim Gi-doo told his sister, don't try too hard, be careful it's harmful to your health. Do-gyang joked, Oppa, you should buy me an amulet, pamper the male lead, then I'll buy it. Someone came, this young man is Do-gyang's brother. Do-gyang was surprised, huh, ma'am? I'm concerned, she's not sleeping yet, the old lady replied kindly, I went out for a walk and heard your voice so I came here. She looked over at the male lead. The old lady held his hand and praised him, no wonder Do-gyang was so polite, it was all thanks to you teaching him, right? Kim Gi-doo felt shy, ha ha, he didn't do much. Gentle old lady, you seem like a kind person, young man. Obedient male lead, thank you for your compliment. After a few words, she said goodbye to the 2 brothers, sorry for bothering them. The male lead bowed his head, no, we're happy to talk to you, good night, polite, see you tomorrow see you. Suddenly the old lady's footsteps stopped. She turned her head, this guy. The male lead replied vaguely, yes, the old lady reminded him, he exuded many conflicting energies. You must always be careful, don't lose yourself. Hope you can overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Kim Gi-doo looked at the old lady's figure, what did she mean? I looked at the 2 rings on my hand, what does she know? Tomorrow. Kim Gi-doo stretched, oh, I slept like the dead, compared to the cave, this place is like a 5-star hotel. He looked suspiciously at the person entering. The doctor asked, are you the guardian of the Lee Soo-jin patient? Kim Gi-doo confusing, yes, what's going on? The doctor coughed lightly, can we talk for a bit, at the Gate Management Association. Players gathered in front of the tower entrance. The players talked to each other, heck, I finally got to go home after 3 days. After showering, do you want to go out drinking? The other person replied, oh shit, let's go have a beer, but leave early and leave early. His eyes noticed one person, huh? His friend asked, what, do you want to change your mind about drinking soup? The fat man pointed out to his friend, isn't that the bloodthirsty tour guide? The blonde hair quickly looked after him, alas, where is he? His face lit up, wow, I admire him so much, should I come and talk to him? The big guy supports me, so why not be afraid to go? Suddenly, the blonde's eyes glared. His companions were skeptical, what's wrong? He was confused, just, his expression. The day before, the doctor came to discuss with the male protagonist about his mother's medical condition. The patient was in critical condition, although she tried to hide it, her muscles were seriously damaged. Kim Gi-doo's footsteps were as heavy as stones. The complications were quite serious, I know you took good care of her as best you could, but it was too late. Kim Gi-doo stood in front of the monsters in the tower without moving his mind, there is another problem that we cannot diagnose. Kim Gi-doo let out a difficult sound, problem, what is it? The doctor shook his head, sorry, I can only tell you now. At best she had another year to live, at worst she had only 3 more months. Kim Gi-doo frantically rushed to kill monsters, he constantly blamed himself that it was all his fault. I shouldn't have used my family as an excuse, I shouldn't have been so cowardly. Blood constantly splattered everywhere the male protagonist walked, I should have become stronger sooner. Heavy rain fell, Kim Gi-doo's whole body was soaked. Rua scolded loudly, are you crazy, are you planning on crashing to your death or something? In times like these you have to keep a cool head, I remind him, speak carefully, Rua. The owner's mother is in critical condition, it's understandable that she's depressed. Kim Gi-doo lowered his head, rainwater slid down his wet hair, 19th floor of the tower. The players of this floor couldn't help but gasp. piles of miscellaneous bags tied together to form a small mountain. Everyone whispered, "Wow, so many bags, who is that? Every bag is full of crystals, how many years did it take him to accumulate that much?" "It's him, right, the guy who has been hunting like crazy for 2 weeks, he kept asking questions all over the tower, it seemed like he climbed from the 11th floor to the 19th floor in just 2 weeks. There are people who don't know whether to live or die, playing the role of a villain. Hey, you dirty guy, he looks heavy, you need our help, hee hee." The remaining people seemed hesitant. Why are those guys here? The villains are the gang members who specialize in parasitizing other people's efforts, the thieves and trash gangs. "Bossy leader, how about we take some of the stuff for you?" Kim Gi-doo moved her lips slightly, the other man's eyes widened. A menacing black sword is placed next to his neck, the dog. He was scared as he looked at the sword around his neck. "Do you know who I am?" His voice was cold. "Shut the fuck up." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "And get the hell out of here, stop looking at other people's stories." The other guy's legs were shaking, this guy, full of killing intent. A man in a suit ran over. "Hey, what's the matter over there?" The robbers cursed. "Damn, they're from the association." They called each other. "Hurry up." Before leaving, they didn't forget to threaten me. "Remember my face, consider yourself lucky today." "That guy is coming, what's going on?" The male lead turned his head to look at him. The guy held up his business card. "I'm a pig, belonging to the security force on the 19th floor of the Player Management Association, can you cooperate with me?" Kim Gi-doo waved his hand. "Those guys were looking at my things." The pig happily looked at the small mountain behind him and smiled bitterly. "Well, it's because he brought too many things." The guy asked, "If I'm not mistaken, it seems like he is the Kim Gi-doo player, right?" The male lead was a bit surprised because this person recognized him. Kim Gi-doo was speechless. "Why did you offer a reward for finding me?" Umbrella leaned comfortably against the back of the chair. "It was Sung-hun. He had to double his bonus at the end of this month." "Why wait so long?" he asked. "So, what's wrong?" Oh, Tazish frowned. "What's going on? Isn't it natural for me to look for a missing person 2 weeks after entering the tower?" "Why don't you look down at the table, that's all," he answered numbly. "Of course not." He informed the male lead that "We have found a way to cure your mother." The male lead's eyes immediately stared at him. His voice was serious. "There is only one way to cure these incurable diseases, you know what I'm talking about, right? Miracle medicine, a miracle medicine that can cure all diseases, but miracle medicine." Numbness nodded. "That's right. Up to now, only 3 bottles of magic medicine have been discovered. One is a reward in the Tower 1 Mark Company. Aloso was the first person in history to conquer the 50th floor." The male protagonist continued. 2 times the other time was the reward for conquering the gates." "I was surprised, I know so much," Gi-doo replied, "because I learned about it." Tazish said to the male lead, "So you don't need to say it, you know, the 2 gates have one thing in common, of course you know, they are both maze-like gates, right? Labyrinth Gate, in addition to the variety of monsters in every corner, it is said to be super difficult due to all kinds of traps and extremely powerful gatekeepers. However, this diverse gate it's unclassified, so as long as your identity is verified, anyone can enter." Mr. Titch told him some information. 2 days ago, a maze-like gate appeared in America. "See, wash up first, if you see him like this, you'll probably faint." He looked at their pile of big and small bags. "Just rest assured to leave your things here, I'll send them to you for free." No comments. "Oh, thank you." After seeing the male lead off, Tazish fell back on the chair. "I'm tired, and at times like this I really want to smoke. Kim, I've helped as much as I can." A few days later at the Gate Management Association, it happened. The male lead greeted, "You are a pig Sung-hun, right?" Sung-hun is friendly. "Yes, that's right." Sung-hun was shy. The department head said that if he wanted to receive the reward, I had to take care of him until the end, so I would be the one to lead him to the gate. The department head has already prepared the paperwork, including the necessary supplies. "Guide guy, we just need to leave the country, please follow me." "Why don't you call him back?" "Wait a minute." 20th floor of the association, notification status window, "You have completed the test, synchronization skill has upgraded to synchronization level E, Kim Gi-doo name, Lip Pretend 1, belonging to Dings, Ego Partner, Superpower, Link, can link with Ego, Skill, Synchronization, can use up to 35% of Ego's capacity." Kim Gi-do rubs his chin and analyzes. Having classification skills is quite rare, although I have only used 35%, I already feel that I am stronger than before taking the test. The Sung-hun guy spoke up, this Kim Gi-do player, the male lead looked at him, yes. Sung-hun said, it usually takes about a day to complete the test of the 20th floor, but I don't understand, yeah, so what, why did you suddenly say that? Sung-hun was a bit hard to believe, it wasn't like I was suddenly wondering, he had just set foot there for less than 20 minutes, the guy coughed softly a few times. Never mind, let's leave the country, why ask, when will the flight take off, it seems like I've wasted a lot of time, the guy laughed when he heard that, we don't fly. Kim's head is full of questions, Pig Sung-hun instructions, I will go to the 5th floor. Immeasurable tower, because it is divided into subdivisions, it is very rare to meet players from other countries, but the fact that the tower is connected all over the world is an undeniable fact, 5th floor of the Korean Players Management Association building. Please guide me to this place. Gi-do was surprised, inside the building where electricity was scarce there was also an elevator, what does this thing run on? Sung-hun explained, this is a human-seated structure that runs on crystal energy. This entire building is artificial architecture, this place is very valuable, just think in your head, how rich is the association, Sung-hun reminded, we've arrived. The elevator door opened with the male lead's round, surprised eyes, this is it, International Transfer Portal Management Center. He was interested, he didn't expect that one day I would be able to use the International Teleportation Gate, I heard that the association that manages the gate is very strict, Sung-hun replied, not everyone can get in here, the head of the cell office is the person who has a bigger influence than you think. The guy stopped, this is the place, the two stopped in front of the teleportation gate to America. After confirming with the gatekeeper he happily said, okay, now then. Let's experience the fastest mode of transportation in the world, Gi-do laughed, ha, you look so excited, the male lead thought, experience, just step through and you're here, disguised as Angelit, my. Two people sat in the car, happily driving. Need to open each information page independently, 3 high-ranking concubines announced that they would conquer this gate. Who is Seo from America, the Na comes from Europe, and Damon Keen comes from Korea. Kim Gi-do thought, will I be inferior to these people? The car's wheels stopped, it was there. This is where hell on earth appears. The third labyrinth-like gate, the Labyrinth of Hawk, someone calls, hey Bao. That person looked in the direction of Kim Gi-do, who is that person, he looks like a Korean. Dad pushes his glasses, I don't know, this is the first time I've seen him, it seems like he's with someone from the association. Dad's pupils turned yellow, it was obvious he was using his powers. Dad was surprised, that person noticed, what's wrong? Dad answered, he pretended to be alone and all the indicators were 0, he had a special ability, but I couldn't see what it was, the other person was surprised, with his ability he couldn't see either. Dad nodded, yes, this is the first time this happened, what a surprise, the other person was interested, is that so? The woman's glasses were taken off, his face also suits my taste, it's really interesting. On a street corner, the wall suddenly cracked violently, the sound of a strong howling wind accompanied by a rushing sandstorm. It turned out that it was due to the impact of Kim Gi-do, he was holding the sword and swinging powerful blows, tension clearly visible on Kim Gi-do's face. In front of him is a spider of giant size, it is rushing to attack Kim Gi-do. It seems that this is the plan that Kim Gi-do came up with to deal with the spider monster, luring it, come closer and wait for the right moment to strike down. When the spider was about to aim at him, Kim Gi-do signaled to Sung-hun, Sung-hun, the meeting was coming, Sung-hun immediately seized the opportunity with a long and sharp spear in his hand. Sung-hun turned with all his might and pointed his spear straight at the spider's side. After that, he aimed accurately and just threw the spear in the spider's direction. Sure enough, the powerful Sung-hun stabbed the spear straight into the spider's head, causing it to roar in pain. Still not finished, he continued to hold the spear and swung another powerful stroke to completely destroy this monster. A moment later it disappeared, Kim Gi-do was very pleased to praise Sung-hun, good job. After finishing, he asked Sung-hun, it's time for me to go, right? Sung-hun shortened his spear and replied Gi-do, yes, it's been 5 hours, because walking back will take quite a while, so I should probably go soon. Gi-do kicked and walked over to shake the senior's hand and said, thank you very much, thanks to your guidance, I have become more proficient at this place, Sung-hun compliments Gi-do, the speed of improvement of Kim Gi-do players is truly remarkable. Surprised, if you feel grateful, then next time it's okay to treat me to dinner, Sung-hun said humorously. Seeing that, I immediately accepted. I promise to treat you to a great meal. Go home carefully, okay? You two say goodbye, and before leaving, don't forget to send a message to your family. Please take care of your health so we can meet again in Korea. Sung-hun shortened his spear and replied, Gi-do, yes, it's been 5 hours, because walking back will take quite a while, so I should probably go soon. Gi-do kicked Tien walked over to shake the senior's hand and said, thank you very much, thanks to your guidance, I have become more proficient at this place. Sung-hun compliments Gi-do, the speed of improvement of Kim Gi-do players is truly remarkable. Surprised, if you feel grateful, then next time it's okay to treat me to dinner, Sung-hun said humorously. Seeing that, I immediately accepted. I promise to treat you to a great meal. Go home carefully, okay? You two say goodbye, and before leaving, don't forget to say goodbye to Gi-do. Please take care of your health so we can meet again in Korea. Gi-do then marked the location where the giant spider was killed with a knife. Unlimited paint spray cans used to mark paths within the gate. Gi-do gratefully walked over to shake the senior's hand and said, thank you very much, thanks to your guidance, I have become more proficient at this place. Sung-hun complimented Gi-do, the speed of progress of the metal player want to is amazing. If you feel grateful, then next time you can treat me to dinner, Sung-hun said humorously. Seeing that, Gi-do immediately accepted. I promise to treat you to a great meal. Be careful on your way home. The two of you said goodbye to each other, and before leaving, don't forget to send a message to Gi-do. Please take care of your health. See you again in Korea. You then mark the spot where the giant spider was killed with the infinite spray paint used to mark the path in the gate. A week has passed since Sung-hun's return. Kim Gi-do was able to handle 3 giant spiders well on his own. However, always encountering the same type proves that he still hasn't progressed any further. Come on. And the closer you get, the stronger the monsters will be. As I walked and thought, I suddenly saw a big roll of something white. He held it up and wondered what this was. After admiring it for a while, she suddenly realized that it was the silk of a Rachani. A Rachani was a talented female weaver in Greek mythology, but because of her audacity, she dared to ask for her number, so he was turned into a spider so that he could only spin silk for the rest of his life. His silk would wait for him to help him return to the entrance of the gate once. Sung-hun also said that this was a gift from the head of the Ote-sik department. He asked me to convey to him, if you encounter a monster that is too strong, run away. Don't try to punch and eat sticky rice. No, nothing is more precious than your life. I suddenly thought, even if I have to risk my life, I will not use this until I have the magic medicine in my hand. While I was still planning in my head, from the beginning a loud laugh tore through the space where Gi-do was standing. Gi-do became panicked. The rings on the index and middle fingers suddenly emitted some kind of energy. When I looked up, the sky was crisscrossed with streaks of pink and yellow light. What do? Asked Io and Rui. You heard it too, right? It was the scream of a little girl. Io and Rui replied it seemed very suspicious. You better not go, master. Very suspicious, it's better not to go, master, but he said that if it was a trap, it would be better to go check it out now, to avoid future disasters. Hearing that, I think it makes sense, so I told you to do as your master wishes. Sure enough, it was a little girl. She was tied to a tree and was screaming for help. Help me, please save me. While hiding behind a nearby tree, he poked his head out to see this scene and thought to himself, this is too obvious. How could a little girl suddenly pop out from inside the gate? What's more, it just so happened to be Korean. Looking at it, it also looked like a wild girl. Is this an illusion or a mic? Not only that, looking at this scene makes me remember the lanternfish. After thinking about it, I decided and said, let's just pretend like we didn't see anything. There are too many suspicious points. When he was about to leave, he heard a strange noise. That's the call from Mom. The call became clearer and clearer. The content was sorry, I can't make money to treat my mother's illness. These words made it impossible for Gi-do to ignore. He gritted his teeth and chewed his gums. It was really awkward. Ru continuously advised the owner not to say that you were planning to play foolishly. It was obvious that a trap had been set up. The little girl continued to cry loudly and called for Mom, while the ring kept advising the owner not to be fooled. Not even a kindergarten child would be fooled by it. Where is this trick? But they could not stop their master. Gi-do still decided to do as he wished. He activated the sword while Waste and Rui could only sigh and curse Gi-do for being stupid. Gi-do rushed forward and used his power to rush towards the scale that was holding the girl captive. With just a few cuts, he cut off all the ropes surrounding the little girl. Then he took the girl to sit against a wall to calm her down. He asked, "So you accidentally lost your group?" The little girl replied, "Yes, I just didn't pay attention, that's all." "Yes." Speaking of this, the girl burst into tears again. Her name is Dan Sudong. It seems her ability is to increase her strength. As long as she is awakened, even a 10-year-old child can become a player, but letting a kid like this join the guild is a bunch of irresponsible people. However, mutants with the ability to increase their strength are quite rare, so it was worth taking the risk, which is why they brought her into such a dangerous place. So-do took a box out of his pocket and gave it to him to use. He told the girl, "This is a safety zone setup kit, it's mediocre so it'll only last for a day, but during that time someone might come to save her." Suddenly the girl stood up and said, "Oh my god, I was so startled that I didn't know what to do." She used her sparkling eyes to look straight into Gi-do's eyes and cooed, asking if he could take her with her. Gi-do immediately replied, "No. I'm sure you already know this, but each player is responsible for their own lives. I'm only helping you get here, and don't call me uncle, it's probably going to hurt your self-esteem a lot, looking at such a young face, yet being called uncle." But this suave girl insisted on asking for something. She insisted on pulling my hand and saying, "Please, I'm a great supporter, I'm sure it will help you too. I just became a player, so I pretended that I was still young, I told people that I had special abilities, lol. So people promised to give me money if I followed." A burst of content made me dumbfounded. But then he regained his composure and looked away and said, "His goal is to conquer the gate, he has no intention of returning anywhere. Surely you know how dangerous it is, we will share the reward. But if it's a miracle drug, I can give it to you." Sudong heard that and immediately shouted happily, "So I'll take you with me, that's all for now, but if you can't be of any help, then I'll hand you over to another guild." "I won't, not my babysitter." The little girl was so happy and shouted, "Thank you very much, thank you very much, I thought it would be easier because there were more people to support me, but certainly not because her mother was sick, or does it look like Dudong?" Suddenly Eo and Rui appeared and seemed surprised by Gi-do's kind behavior. "Oh, wow, you really are kind." And so the two young men and nephews continued their journey in a nearby vacant lot. This time a giant poisonous ant appeared. It had black red eyes and terrifyingly large teeth. Gi-do in front uses the following. Gi-do gives orders, uses, increases strength. Sudong is very agile and immediately follows what he says. With support, sit down and gain momentum, then jump with great speed and attack directly towards the black ant. Gi-do rushed like lightning straight towards the ant with a sword emitting thousands of rays of light in his hand. Boom! The ant quickly fell under the Gi-do's foot, informs that Ru has absorbed the blood of poisonous ants. Ru's poison resistance index has increased. It's been 2 weeks since we started traveling together, hunting has definitely become easier. The two were sitting and resting. Gi-do shared food with Sudong and the little girl showed off to her oppa. "She's promoted again." Gi-do gave a warm smile and said, "Okay, congratulations." Then she humorously told me that at this rate, I might soon catch up to my father's paw. Gi-do looked away and said, "That can't be the case." The two brothers were sitting happily eating when suddenly they heard a strange sound coming. He quickly whispered to Sudong, "Shush," he felt like someone was coming. Then she walked closer to the wall and looked around. She sat behind her and thought she was playing hide and seek. Sure enough, there were people coming. These people shocked me to the core. That's it. The company was commanded by a high-ranking American military officer. As their name suggests, they are a huge company, everyone wearing armor and state-of-the-art weapons. Gi-do quickly hid behind the wall and thought, if he was a high-ranking spy, there was no way he hadn't discovered him yet. If I'm suspected of being a scout, I might be attacked, so I have to run away quickly. Who knew that before he could do anything, boom, those people approached and destroyed the wall where he was hiding. Then he sat down on the ground with a frightened face, his eyes looking up in panic. In front of Gi-do right now is a sword. When Luoseo seemed to have something in the palm of his hand, there was nothing in front of him and the whole company was just an empty lot. The group of people accompanying me wondered, "What is it, Captain? Why are you taking Tansiela on?" Then he said, "It's nothing, it's probably just my imagination." "What kind of unexpected situation is this? What do you think and where is the little girl used to?" In a nearby mountain hole, the sound of people panting continuously came out. Unexpectedly, Gi-do and Sudong escaped unharmed. Sudong asked while breathing. Why did we have to run? We didn't do anything wrong. Gi-do replied, there is a bottom. If we encounter them like normal then it's okay, but it turns out that we are following them, which is a taboo among players because everyone is afraid of being ambushed. Although that's the case, not many people suddenly attack like that, probably because the bigger the guild, the more enemies there are. After that, I took out a water bottle and told Sudong to bend. Sudong brave, thank you sir. After a while she asked, so what should we do now? Do we need to run far away? If the answer is no, we will keep our distance and follow them. He added, if considered on the positive side, this is a great opportunity. The fact that our path coincides with such a large association means that there is a high possibility that we are on the right path, raised a voice. After that, the two hybrid brothers continued their journey. On the way, they saw a red circle mark. They immediately told Sudong to look again. Look, there is also a mark here. Do you think this is the right decision, or not? Thanks to the Steel Guild, all the monsters have been wiped out, all the traps have been neutralized, now I just need to find the place before them, and when I turn around, I will be surprised because of what happened. Now I'm talking alone. The little girl is no longer there. Gi-do stood there dumbfounded, glancing sideways and looking up and down, wondering where she had gone. He stood there for a few seconds. Suddenly I realized something unusual. Huh? There was something. It immediately shouted to the owner, run away, you retard, please run now, owner. It's too late. Someone growled out of nowhere and suddenly appeared from behind, making a scary sound. I found you, you sneaky bastard. At this moment, I was startled to realize, but it was too late. A giant hand appeared behind him, grabbed Gi-do's head and then mercilessly slammed it against the wall. Gi-do cried out in pain. He felt that his consciousness was no longer possible. At this point Gi-do couldn't think of anything else, he only saw a black space covering Gi-do's mind. A moment later, loud calls that pierced his eardrum rang in his ears, accompanied by strong impacts from rocks thrown at him, causing him to wake up. Whoever saw that he woke up immediately said in a thuggish voice, finally awake. Before Gi-do even had time to look up at this guy's face, he directly grabbed Gi-do's head and said bad words insulting Gi-do. Who do you work for, you spy dog? But it's in English, so I just listen and don't understand anything. Gi-do looked at the cop with wide eyes and thought, damn, I don't know English, a spy, does he think I'm spying on him? The guy named Sayo continued to question you, who are you, how did you deceive my senses? If you tell the truth, I will give you a peaceful death. Even though I couldn't hear it very clearly, looking at this guy's attitude, I could see that I was about to die. I screamed loudly like I had never screamed before, kill ting ting, kill ting ting. Gi-do's resistance made I growl and the others feel dumb. Oh, he can't speak English, he must be pretending, Captain. Sayo's evil face glanced at Gi-do and said, well, he'll have to confess anyway. He reminded the guards, do you hear me clearly? The soldiers immediately obeyed. The white-haired guy in this team is a famous player who has appeared on TV because of his participation in Steelbox, Korean American. Now that he knows the identity of this Korean guy, he is worried about whether he will realize that he is a Korean. I didn't expect this guy to sit down at that moment and talk in Korean to someone. Hey, you know who I am, right? I'm very popular in Korea, I bid on the whole show, did you know that? So I will skip the good precepts part. Saying that, he took out a bag of internal medicine and said, oh, besides, we found out you're Korean after finding this in your bag. Damn, these things are very expensive, right? What was more surprising was that right after that this guy said to Gi-do, sorry for the rude greeting, the captain has been a bit difficult lately. At this moment Gi-do suddenly felt like it's all so easy to be approachable, there's also an interpreter, which means they just want to talk quietly, right? Rodahan continued to pry information from Gi-do. Then, why are you following us, which side are you from, and how did you deceive the team's intuition? Gi-do hastily explained, I don't follow you guys, it's just a misunderstanding, I just came here to hunt, I'm a normal player who doesn't belong to any faction. I never intentionally deceived his senses, I thought he recognized me, and tacitly allowed me to be here. Rodahan saw such an answer and said oh, is that so? However, his hand was holding a knife stuck in his pants. Suddenly, this guy pulled out a sharp knife, he held it out in front of the robot, pointing straight at his thigh, but still didn't understand what was going on. Seconds later, Rodahan stabbed Gi-do straight in the thigh with a knife, the pain was so piercing that he screamed miserably, ah ah. Roghan saw that and looked surprised. "Oh, why is this dog man so soft?" The sharp pain made him sweat all over his face, even with saliva all over his collar, but that dirty guy still had no intention of forgiving him. He continued to insult him, although he didn't know why. "A sissy like you dares to barge in here, but do you think you can fool us that easily?" The guy's face turned evil. He showed no signs of stopping, interrogated him to the end. "Went hunting, the meaning was to search for magic medicine, am I right?" On the other side, a white-bearded middle-aged man was talking to someone. He said that these swords were very strange. "I couldn't see their status window, they looked classy, but they were so blunt that can't cut through even rosy skin anymore." Who was deep in thought, then he ordered him to bring it to the blacksmith workshop to check and store it carefully when he returned. The silver-haired guy immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." Also, the silver-haired old man added, "Compared to your sword, they are just scrap metal." Returning to the cruel guy Roduhan and Gidu, he didn't interrogate enough and took out everyone's magic medicine to treat internal injuries and used it indiscriminately. He held a bottle of magic medicine in his hand, shook it well and said that the genuine magic medicine was worth the money. It was very effective. "Stabbing a few times won't kill you." That bastard slowly dripped the magic potion onto the stab wound on Gidu's thigh. "Even though it's painful, you have to grit your teeth and endure it," Rogohan continued, "so don't look at me with those eyes. I'm helping you spend less to make your pocket less crowded, okay?" This guy grabbed my hair and pressed my face against his, continuing to ask in an evil voice, "Now tell me, whose henchman are you?" Gidu's face darkened. He reaffirmed, "I told you, coming here to hunt was a lie, but I really only went alone." Poof poof, Roduhan punched Gidu so painfully in the face, causing Gidu's face to move completely to one side. This guy's mission is to force her to reveal information at all costs, so when she got angry like that, he got angry and threatened, "Don't bother. We used probe magic to check your stats while you were unconscious. The rope tying you up is just a normal rope, not a special rope used for players." He shouted loudly, as if we would believe that a sissy guy who couldn't even escape from a normal rope could come here alone. "Do you think we're stupid?" His hand was holding a knife as if he wanted to cut his body, just like that and always. Suddenly someone's name called Roduhan. "Rodu, come here, you can continue after eating." Before leaving, this bastard gave me another strong kick in the stomach that was painful. He turned around and reminded her to think carefully about what would be the wisest course of action. Now he was the only one left sitting there alone. He told himself not to be complacent. He promised himself that, because he realized how much he was liking after dueling with him, he was numb. "I have a 0% chance of successfully conquering this labyrinth gate, even though I know it's impossible. I still can't give up hope. For so long I've only relied on borrowed strength, and was simply stripped of my weapons. I have become useless like this." The darkness covers everything like the deadlock that now clings to his mind. However, in this forest, there is not only Irung's company but also a group of other soldiers. This group of people is watching from afar. The girl with short silver hair announced to the whole team, "About 2 kilometers away, I think they will now search around the barracks." She then turned around and asked a masked woman who wanted to fight. It seemed that this woman was very mysterious and powerful. She had black skin and wore a golden mask on her face. The scene flashed through Gidu's mind. His condition was too terrible. 27 fingers were cut, 63 bones were broken, 121 stab wounds. Gidu stopped counting gentle love slaps after exceeding 200. All the magic medicine to treat internal injuries was destroyed by the gang. 4 days have passed since Gidu was captured by the Steel Guild. The next morning, they gathered around and said, "This guy is tough. If he had a little more ability, I could have let him join the group." His face was covered in wounds, blood was still flowing down in small streams. It seemed like he heard it but didn't say a word. "Suddenly I asked me to give me the sword," asked I. "Both of them," I said. "Just one would be fine." At first I planned to melt them down and recycle them, but I changed my mind. "This real man deserves to be treated better. I will finish you off with your own sword." "Who is cruel? Speak." "Being buried in a gate will go down in history with your sword as a tombstone. For a player, this is considered an honorable death." Who suddenly grabbed the sword. He came closer to me and whispered, "I will do it quickly." This guy then put the sword into Gidu's stomach. One hand holds the girth tightly and the other hand is ready to stab hard. No matter what happens, the sword is stabbed directly into the stomach of Gidu. Blood splashed out. But that mysterious guy could not have imagined in his wildest dreams that when the sword was inserted into Gidu's body, His connection with the village had been re-established. Gidu's strength seemed to have multiplied. The first thing Gidu did was to rip off the rope that had tied him up for the past few days. He let out an earth-shattering scream and pulled the sword out of his belly. On the contrary, without hesitation, he rushed forward, intending to stab someone in the chest. This scene made the Steel team quite surprised. Each of them took a defensive stance. Gidu was still determined to rush forward, not expecting the harsh truth that the guy was so strong. When the blade was close to him, he was not afraid or surprised but fixed it with his own hand. His eyes glanced at the sword, then said, "So you're hiding your profession." I clearly vaguely sensed the murderous aura of the anvil, and I wouldn't be surprised if she kept an eye on you. Unfortunately, it seems like she's just using you to kill time. His whole body started to tremble. He was shocked when someone shouted that he didn't move at all. Arung Seo continued to speak, "But how did you fool our exploration technique? You couldn't even threaten the capital." "I want to hear your explanation. The situation is hanging by a thread. Just think, having come to this point, do I have no other choice but to use that thing?" On the other side, we saw that Arung Seo and Gidu were in a state of confrontation. The masked woman ordered, deploying the attack. Immediately an arrow was shot aiming straight at the target, who was Grove and Seo. He immediately ate an arrow through the palm of his hand. This growling guy was truly unusual. No matter how surprised he was, his expression did not change at all. He observed and realized that it was a jackfruit arrow. A scream echoed throughout the forest. Athena, the masked woman and the girl with short white hair appeared like a god. Athena said hello to the Steel team. "Long time no see," who groaned. When someone saw that, he clenched his fist, causing the arrow to break in half. Blood flowed from the wound, but he felt no pain. Even so, he raised his hand as if nothing had happened and said, "I will consider this as a declaration of war on anyone." Athena burst out laughing. "Ho ho ho, your sense of humor has improved, Wo Seo." Having finished speaking, she got into a combat stance and challenged anyone. "Was there ever a time when we were at peace?" Bang! A powerful arrow was released just like that, causing the ground to rotate. The aura was too strong. The arrow swirled like a giant horizontal water cannon rushing towards the edge of the body and Steel team. As said, from the leader to the subordinates, no one had any feeling before all the attacks of the opponent, whose face was as cold as ice. He pulled out the sword from behind his back. "Then hold it." And thrust the tip of the sword firmly into the ground. Rumble. Rumble. When the tip of the sword stabbed down in the air, a power appeared with the blue symbol as if he were the representative of the water element. The opposite of water is of course fire. In the sky at this time, water and fire, both sides were incredibly strong. The sky seemed like the end of the world. A moment later, a loud explosion rang out, shocking the entire forest. The afterimage of the battle was a sandstorm that could not see the way, but in fear, she covered her face with her hands. The guy who ordered Rogo to arrest the spy, but don't kill him, Rogo didn't have time to respond. Arung Seo has prepared another powerful attack. He is like a water god who can create waves at any time. His cold and calm face looked straight at Athena and declared, "Today I will finish you." Athena's side also did not flinch. Everyone was in a ready position. If someone is cold, then Athena is extremely sharp and calculating. On the Steel team's side, everyone shouted orders, everyone prepared to fight. The Steel army was full of spirit. The cliffs surrounding the forest seemed to shatter at any moment, rays of light flashing throughout the forest. Then there was the collapse of a series of rocks, and the whole forest echoed with terrifying noises. The dirty guy is now being assigned the responsibility of controlling the world. The noises behind him make him happy to talk. Just hearing the sound gives me goosebumps. They really are monsters. Sometimes I feel like it's a battle between the gods. "Don't you think so?" Rogo asked. But at this moment, he was extremely angry and wanted to escape the imprisonment of the Steel men. He turned his head and tightly grasped the sword in his hand, panting because his strength had been greatly depleted after each brutal torture. Man. Roger looked disdainful and said, "You can't even stand. The captain told me to arrest you." "But it would make sense if I said, he died because he was dying, right, and then he jumped out of my sight. Then suddenly appeared behind the scenes with evil words because you had seen my true face, so you had to die." Rog held the sword in his hand and aimed it straight at Gidu's neck, just waiting for the opportunity to kill him. When he was close to the blade, his eyes lit up and he realized the opportunity was now. Jio shouted loudly to counter damage, making the dirty guy's eyes widen. Notification system, the command line has reflected the amount of damage received. Ro was stunned, His face now showing fear, he shouted in confusion, "What the hell, what is that?" But it was too late. Boom, boom, the robot was engulfed in the explosion. A moment later, in a landscape of desolate mountains and forests, the dirty tiger lay barely alive on the ground, groaning in pain. His body no longer had any strength, his whole body was shaking. What he still stood firm was just that he was exhausted after long nights of torture and a final decision to send the cruel man back to the King of Hell. At the same time, the announcement rang out, the amount of damage the Tremble Bank had to endure had exceeded the limit, the Tremble Bank would wither away. Guido held his sword in hand and slowly walked forward. He walked slowly step by step closer to Roghan, who was lying motionless. Guy melodiously raised his sword, his face expressionless. Roghan tried to say, "Wait, please forgive me, despite my weak pleas, I was ready to put my sword down." Her eyes were now cold and scary. The sword stabbed straight down without hesitation. Roghan screamed in pain, the scream echoed throughout the arena. Guido slowly stood up, Guido collapsed to the side, lying exhausted. Guido thought to herself, when someone Rung Seo stabbed me, I immediately reconnected with Russo. The wound wasn't too serious, the trauma from the counter damage was too strong, the blood kept flowing, so this is my outcome. While he was lying there, he heard a loud call, "Oppa, are you okay?" The silhouette of a girl stepped forward and called, "Oppa." Guido answered, Dudung. Sudung said, "What are you talking about? It's me, Sudung." Guido exclaimed, "Oh." Suddenly, Guido's eyes became scared. Sudung flashed a sinister smile. Sudung sat close to me and started talking, "Oppa, if you save my life, and give me the magic medicine, then what will you do for me, Oppa? Can you give me your life, or can you become my slave for life? Can you do it?" Guido tremblingly raised his hand and said, "One." Guido tremblingly raised his hand and said, One more thing," Sudung noticed in bewilderment. Guido clenched his fist and said, "Let me kill someone with my own hands." And Guido clenched his fist, he continued, destroying someone with a sigh of relief. Sudung continued to tease, "That's two already, I didn't just say one thing, whatever, it's a deal." Guido spoke again, "And, my sword, the old man with the white beard is holding." Guido lowered his arms because he was exhausted. Sudung asked again, "How many more conditions are you planning on setting?" At this time, a man with burning hair came out and said, "What an interesting person." He replied leisurely, "That's right, it's even more interesting to meet him. At first glance, he seems like a good person, but he is actually cruel, someone who always hides his true nature." Sudung pointed at the sword and said, "Did you see the way he stabbed that guy? A person simply controlled by anger would not do that." He aimed his crotch at the fatal point. It was clearly his first time killing someone, but his face was as cold as ice. "Act decisively." The white-haired man lifted his glasses to show his interest. The white-haired man pointed at Roghan and said, "How should we deal with that guy? Even though the wound was fatal, his level was high. If you leave it alone, he will recover. Roghan is still coughing from choking on blood." Sudung coldly said, "Leave him alone, if he lives it will be because of his luck. Besides, he would prefer that we let him live. It's nice to take revenge when the time is right." Purple light begins to appear around the succubus. Sudung's eyes suddenly stopped. Said the white-haired man, "A descendant of DM Keen." "That's right," Sudung replied, "Stop it, that's just a nickname that people who don't know what the hell gave me." At the same time, her hair gradually turned purple, her body also became taller, not like a crybaby girl calling for her mother like when she met someone in the forest. She smiled confidently and said, "I am the one who will kill the king." Returning to the world, the space was now completely black. In the middle appeared a jade-green cube. "I'm confused and don't know where this is." Suddenly he remembered. Remembered. "This is inside my dream." He glanced sideways to observe and he remembered the nightmare that had haunted him for 5 years. "Since I met Rue, I no longer dream of her." On the sides of the cube now appear lines of text, a needle pretending to have a supernatural ability, 3 dots. Guido took his hands out of the cube. Then he picked up a rope outside, wondering, is this a dipper? When he closed his eyes, a stream of memories ran through his mind. So that's it, even though I climbed over a wall, I'm still inside a well. The rope hung up all the way to the mouth of the well, but he still stood at the bottom of the well holding the other end of the rope. He thought to himself that even his dream was waking him up. It's true that I was lucky to grab the rope, but what pulls me up is not my own strength, it's just... Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. He had said enough. You idiot, how long are you going to make yourself angry just because we were disconnected once? Borrowed power, what's the difference? Whether you achieved it yourself or just luck, as long as you possess it, it is your power, you fool. It was a black humanoid figure with no face and no senses. Just as he was about to say something, another voice appeared, a gentle, warm female voice advising him. He's right, Master, my strength is your strength, Master, please don't give up. Each word seemed to have a strong impact on Gidu's will. His eyes suddenly opened wide. At this moment, Gidu woke up and he sat up. In front of him was the white-haired man from before. When he saw something, he woke up and exclaimed, "Oh, he's awake." Feeling confused and not knowing who was who, he wondered, who is this? No. He thought little by little about his expression from before and suspected that Sudong was De Moon Keen's subordinate. The white-haired man with pink glasses turned around and spoke. I took it back and left the sword next to you. The two swords were very happy to return to their owners. Why do you ask? Are you awake? This man also told me that you should lie down and rest a little longer. Even though your wound has been treated with magic medicine, you still shouldn't exercise much. In many ways, it's quite dangerous right now. Suddenly the ground seemed to rotate. I didn't understand what happened. When Gidu raised his eyes to look, he was shocked to the core. Before his eyes was Sudong. She was controlling the entire space and time, making it covered in purple. The entire ground seemed to rotate, rocks and soil were lifted up as light as a feather. Gidu looked at each broken piece and couldn't believe his eyes. His voice trembled and asked, "What the hell is that?" The white-haired man looked up and gave an amused smile. He answered the question, "It's the commander, you've probably never seen it before." I'm still in shock and don't understand what the hell is going on while everything in front of me is becoming more and more horrifying. A giant machine with the shape of a fighting robot appeared. It was introduced by Whitehair as the owner of this maze. Its name is Hoaran. Making the girl look up with frightened eyes, he asked, "Is that the gatekeeper?" The white-haired man said, "Yes, you're not wrong in calling it that, although it's actually a bit complicated, dragging his painful body to get up." He thought, "I'm planning on fighting something like this." The scene changes to Sudong and shouts. She is standing facing it. Lightning flashes across the sky as if tearing apart space and time. Sudong's eyes look very scary, her hair blowing in the wind and her crooked smile looks so wicked. Sudong is truly not ordinary. Suddenly one of the monkey's eyes lit up. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion, creating a large hole that sucked deep inside right behind Horan's back. I was so scared that I was scared to death. He stared at Horan and asked, "A gate, what is going on?" The white hair immediately said, "Please come through here, otherwise the buffaloes and cows will fight each other, flies and mosquitoes will die now." Standing behind me, the girl also quickly obeyed, standing and hiding behind her silver hair. He began to injure his hand, blood dripping drop by drop. When the blood drips into a small puddle on the ground, the miracle happens. That blood pool radiated outwards, forming a circle with 4 spokes. After that, the whole sky was dyed bright red. Seemingly surprised, he hesitated. "This is a barrier," the silver hair replied. "Yes, you know a lot, right?" The battle officially began, and Orin stood in the middle of the red-tinged space, standing like a giant monument. Next, strange sounds and a strange light appeared. Then a series of monsters appeared. They roared and howled terrifyingly. A chaotic scene with bats, dinosaur dragons evolving to fly. They proudly fly across the gray sky, and roar sounds terrifying. The most surprising thing was that she was floating alone in space, but her expression was still calm, confident and very cunning. She curled her lips and looked forward. At the same time, all the monsters rushed towards Sudong. They roared terrifyingly, revealing sharp teeth like blades of knives. Sudong's body radiates a strange source of energy. It is a colorful halo like butterfly wings. The monsters kept rushing towards Sudong as if fighting for the same prey. And then boom! A supernatural power appears. It is fire quartz. It is shaped like black tentacle ropes overlapping each other. Seeing that, the beasts became even more excited. Their eyes turned red with lust. Everyone rushed towards that dark light at the same time. Unbelievable! When the beasts flew in, all of them were simultaneously crushed to pieces. The black smoke began to fade to reveal something bright and shiny. That was a giant blade piercing from bottom to top. And its owner is none other than Dudong. Her triumphant and delighted expression makes everyone's hair stand on end. Witnessing everything that happened, he couldn't breathe, his eyes were wide open and he looked up to admire it, unable to take his eyes off it. This scene is so horrifying, the bright red of blood, the black of the falling clouds, the dark color of the two warring sides, and the color of death. I remember the name Han once told me, sometimes I feel like it's a battle between the gods. This is not the end. The sword-carrying death suddenly rushes forward, aiming straight towards Ho-Oh-Ran. Ho-Oh-Ran uses all his strength to fight back. On one side, he controlled his sword as gently as a feather, pointing the tip of the sword straight and scratching at the Ran. Boom, everything was destroyed, everything was in ruins. A terrible night passed. The next morning the area was only a pile of ruins, large holes were left by aftershocks. Scene transition to the reward room. Go ahead and open a jade green chest. When I opened the chest, inside was a sparkling purple bottle. 1 appeared to congratulate you. I said I finally got it and I was excited for you, my master. I held the chest in my hand and felt proud of myself. I did it, I really did it, because everything happened so quickly that it felt like I was dreaming. I felt confused, then happy. Sudong was also there, and had gray hair. Sudong said, so I kept my promise. She glanced at Gi-do and said, well, there's still revenge, but you want to handle that case yourself, right? After listening, Gi-do nodded. He asked, is Sudong her real name? Sudong smiled and replied, yes, it's Dan Sudong, I'm also Korean. Continue, then, mine is also a magic medicine. What about you, Dad? That's the real name of Silverhair. Silverhair held up the bottle of magic medicine and said, mine is the same. Suddenly, Sudong gave the bottle of magic medicine to Gi-do and said, here, take it. Gi-do seemed extremely surprised. Huh, why are you? Sudong winked and said, helping me take revenge on someone. That's part of the deal, right? Let's just say this is also to help me. Currently his body is seriously injured. There are places that even the magic potion can't heal. This will help his body regenerate from scratch. Our target is not the miracle drug but just the commander, and we have one more thing to do. Just consider this an investment. Just look at the bottle of magic medicine and think about what you're ready for. She could exchange her life for it, but she could collect it so easily. After thinking about it, I suddenly felt guilty and told myself, no, I can't compare myself to others anymore. I have to be stronger in a way that suits me. If I continue to be depressed, Ruth will scold me again. Ruth immediately appeared and said, prepare the rice that Mom cooked. Then Webtoon told Sudong, even so, I still don't believe she would give it for free like this, so what are the conditions? Do you want me to be your slave for life? Sudong smiled and gestured with her hand and said, not really. You will have to become my disciple. After hearing what he was very surprised, he asked again, what? What do you mean? Sudong said, right now you are too weak, too useless. When you reach the 50th floor, come to me. At that time, I will personally train you. While talking calmly, I reached up and hugged Gi-do's cheek, making Gi-do blush. But a second later, she did something that impacted Gi-do's head. It was a purple electric ray. It was a bit numb with emotion. Sudong said that it was proof of our agreement, as well as a method of communication. Currently it doesn't have any function, but the world is a place where the more you understand, the more things you can see. My advice to you is that you should study hard to learn more things. While talking, she remembered something to say. Oh yes, she almost forgot. I took a look at it a while ago. Your swords are really special. There's still some time before this gate closes. I'll show you how to upgrade one of the swords. It'll be amazing. Surprise. Sudong enthusiastically instructed, first, drink the magic potion I gave you. This is a quite dangerous method, so you must be in your healthiest state. This will be the first lesson for you, who is about to become my disciple. The scene then moves to the forest where a battle broke out between the Iron Army and Athena's men. Returning to Gi-do, when he heard what she said, Ru appeared and advised Gi-do, Master, that woman is very dangerous, you should not trust her. I was also upset, cursing Gi-do, you are really crazy, because right now Gi-do is holding his sword with me with trembling hands. Who is he in front of his eyes? He is single-handedly controlling the short white hair of Athena's team, while he is struggling with his thoughts. He doesn't even know what the hell he is doing with the blade, just point at someone's face. In the cloud of smoke, I was confronting someone head-on with the instigation of Su content. Someone said in a low voice, it's so shocking that it's really you who's playing tricks, damn it. "How dare you pick up a bunch of dogs while we're distracted?" She replied harshly, "Huh?" saying it as if it belonged to him, "Whoever is quick will get it." She seemed extremely excited and kept urging me from behind, showing off, doing exactly what I taught her. Her waist appeared angrily cursing that she was evil like a devil. I admit it, it's a real menace. Someone on his side groaned. He suddenly heard a voice calling him. When he turned around, in front of him, the girl was standing there, her mouth calling out in English that smelled like chicken, "Who's so cute, what a jerk." Guido's excitement made his body itch. His eyes were like red-hot coals, with an evil face and clenched teeth looking straight towards Guido. The sword was still pointed in the opponent's direction, but why did he look so miserable, thinking to himself, "I can do it." Before he could be prouder, a gust of wind blew straight into his face. Then came the lightning-fast appearance of someone running straight towards the sky. His face darkened and only two white pupils could be seen. He said angrily as if growling in Guido's face, "You have changed. Have you become the Devil King's backhand, or have you always been the Devil's hand, her mistake from the start? Either way, your life will come to an end. What happened just now was all just your imagination. Back to reality, you are drinking Sudong's magic potion. Drink it deliciously until there's not a drop left. Notification system is replatforming you." Her whole body glowed brightly. "After drinking the entire bottle of magical medicine, I didn't feel much different, I just seemed to feel a little better." Sudong laughed and said, "It's understandable, it changes his abilities and hidden abilities. So your physical body won't change much. But just that small change is the deciding factor in life and death in battles between players. The most notable difference right now is, observe and react, such as being able to observe changes in numbers in a split second and even react to any unexpected situations. The simplest explanation is that his senses have become more acute. Even though I'm slowly feeling it, I can avoid it. The movement was so fast that I couldn't catch it before, even though I couldn't see it clearly, I could see it a little bit." Sudong stood with her arms crossed observing Guido's progress. She said, "Congratulations, you've just taken your first steps on the path to becoming a high-level agent. Exactly like what the scriptures told me, this doesn't mean you're qualified enough to play solo with anyone. Who knows, it's normal for a beginner not to be able to compete with an experienced player. From now on, I will call Sudong Damn Man Keen because the name Sudong was just a lie to fool people." Damn Keen raised his hand to scratch his chin and said, At most he will probably only be able to dodge one attack. Let's just attack, but we have you. You don't need to use a buffalo knife to kill chickens. It's not that he's subjective, he's simply really strong so he doesn't bother anyone." Isao in my imagination is standing still there. But his face is extremely scary. Jade Green Eyes glanced and suddenly said, "I see, that's it. Just a moment of stepping out and dodging the attack, he will immediately grasp the situation, your progress, our meeting, and the miracle drug, all the clues and clarity." At this time, Guido was still standing there with his sword pointed at someone, and he was observing everything carefully. After understanding the situation, he will act more seriously. The sword in his hand groaned in horror, emitting a pale blue gas. Turns out that was activating the power of the sword Caolon. Isao he slowly brought the sword back, his face gradually became scary with flashing eyes. Suddenly, he ran quickly and rushed straight to Guido's place. Then he gave Guido a strong blow. This blow was really too strong. Knowing this, the king's words echoed in Guido's ears, "Don't hide, just block the attack with his sword." His words seemed to give him more strength, his eyes became more determined, his teeth clenched tightly together. Then he held his sword tightly and resisted someone's attack. It was also at this time that the Lord of the Waste Swords had awakened his ability, absorbing the ability of the sword Caolon. Sure enough, the guy was surprised by that ability, his face was a little worried, wondering, what the heck is going on? The system continued to notify, because the user is too weak, only a small part of the ability is absorbed. The Waste Sword was able to completely block Hirung Sao, so the absorption was completed. This immediately crossed his mind, the shock of having his unstoppable attack blocked, and feeling the power of his sword being drained would make him step back, take that moment, stretch the distance as far as possible. And finally, I remembered what Seung-hun said before leaving. He gave her a useful item, saying that this would help her immediately escape from the portal. That's the silk of the Eurasian tree. At this moment, everyone seemed to be surprised by something. What caught his eye was something with silk threads spread like a spiderweb. With his eager nature to win and consider himself the best, He groaned in horror. He could not let his opponent be any better than him, so rage overtook him. He groaned like a madman holding a sword in his hand, rushed forward while screaming, "I won't let you escape." While everyone is extremely angry and terrified, they are filled with immense satisfaction. The silk threads gradually covered Gidu's entire body. He also arrogantly gave someone a rotten finger, making this guy even more crazy. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward with all his strength. Who would have thought that when he swung the sword in his hand, it was like cutting through the air, and the person was no longer left with only a lingering feeling. "Who did you play?" It was very painful. He failed miserably, so angry this guy's scream echoed throughout the forest. Damn it. Suddenly, my menstruation suddenly appeared behind me and someone groaned. She asked this guy, "Are you ready to talk to me now?" Everyone suddenly turned around to see the wise face of the Mandarin. She stood with her arms crossed, a sleazy smile appeared on her lips, as if she were laughing at someone who was appalled after a failure with her girlfriend. Isao looked at me in horror and silently cursed, "Damn it." The scene changes to a training ground where there are thousands of tanks. At this time, the sky was also dark. Outside the territory, the guards saw a strange car appear. When the car door opened, the person coming out from inside was Seung-hun. As soon as he stepped out, Seung-hun's face showed joy. So in front of him right now is his younger brother. When he saw Seung-hun, he immediately smiled brightly. After that, the two of them went back to their grandmother's house together. When I got home, Gidu immediately received a call from Tae-sik. Gidu informed Tae-sik that Seung-hun helped bring my mother home, because we couldn't give her the magic medicine in the hospital. "Please remember to call me when you return to Korea, see you soon." Then hang up the phone, then turn around and thank Seung-hun. "Thank you for your help, Seung-hun." Seung-hun laughed and said it was nothing, "so I'll go home, then I'll send Seung-hun out the door and don't forget to tell him to be careful on the road." Go back inside. Gidu's mother is lying on the hospital bed. She looks haggard, her eyes are dark and deep, her lips look very pale. She saw a familiar figure and immediately called out in a weak voice, "Gu, is that you?" Gidu came over and held my mother's hand and said, "Yes, it's me." I asked my mother, "Are you okay?" My mother now had tears in her eyes. She said that, "My son, I miss you very much. Before I close my eyes, I want to see you one last time. Thank you, dear son." Tears keep rolling down my cheeks. But she held her mother's hand tightly and comforted her, "Don't worry, she will get better soon." Suddenly she remembered something, "There is something I want to tell you, no matter what happens." Gu, actually, talking about this, my mother suddenly had a seizure. Feeling scared, he quickly took out a bottle of magic medicine from his pocket. He opened the lid and encouraged her, "Mom, please try a little longer, and everything will be okay. Immediately tell your mother to drink the magic medicine." The medicine had seeped into his mother's body. He worriedly looked at her without taking a step away. Suddenly her face emitted a magical purple light. When he saw that, he was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "Ah, everything is okay," but his breathing gradually weakened. He no longer had the strength and fell to the ground with a thud. When he saw that, he was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "Ah, everything is okay," but his breathing gradually weakened. He no longer had the strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Io worriedly called out to the owner, then Ru interrupted and said, "I knew right away, he had gone through too much in just one day." I immediately asked if it was okay. I had a feeling that continuing to get involved with her would only bring danger. Ru said, "Even if we worry, there's nothing we can do, so for now, let's just let him rest." And so I fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, while Gidu was still sleeping, his mother continued to emit a beam of light, then her eyes opened slightly. Also that evening, Gidu's sister, Du-dung, was calling continuously but the other end of the line didn't pick up. "The subscriber you just called is temporarily unreachable." Du-dung gritted his teeth, very uncomfortable. She took the text message in her hand and felt so angry that she was shaking and mumbling, "After being gone for a whole month, he only sent me one text message, not even that. I want to hear your calls all the time. Enough is enough. Decide to curse when I get home, just wait." After that, she went straight home. As soon as she got home, Du-dung opened the door with a bang, then rushed in and with a voice like a lion from the east called out to Du, "Oppa, are you kidding me? Told me to go home, and then didn't even answer the phone. What's wrong with you? You had to skip extra classes." Did you know that my mother was worried? As she spoke, her voice cracked. "It's you, Du-dung." "Shush, my brother was sleeping in the room. Du-dung suddenly walked quickly inside. When she arrived, she saw her mother standing in front of her. She asked her, "You must be very hungry, how was school today?" Seeing Du-dung's mother, she couldn't control the tears that began to flow. She emotionally called out to her mother, "Mom," but a question appeared in Du-dung's mind and she asked the person standing in front of her, "Who are you?" However, just a moment later, pots of food were being cooked hotly, and the sweet aroma spread throughout the house. There was also the happy giggles of Du-dung and her mother. Du-dung was telling her mother something about what Du was, and her mother was happily listening to her daughter Du tell the story. The two of them were very happy outside. Even though they were sleeping, they were woken up. He not only heard the sound of talking but also smelled the scent of his mother's soybean soup. It's been a long time since I last experienced this feeling. I was so moved that my whole body trembled. He secretly suspected that behind the door was the scene he had been dreaming of for so long, the scene he was willing to trade with his life for. I can't show my mother this face, I have to smile and greet her. After that, he calmed himself down and then walked out and opened the door. He had a big smile on his lips when he came forward and asked, "Did you sleep well, Mom?" The next second I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so startled I asked, "Oh, who are you?" A woman with an extremely youthful and beautiful face with a very confident apron. She smiled warmly and asked, "What, are you awake?" It turned out that what surprised both Gi-do and Du-dung's younger sister was her mother's appearance. She woke up with a youthful appearance like a girl in her 20s. Looking at his mother like that, Du still couldn't get over the shock. He stood there stunned, unable to move. Du-dung saw that and immediately said, "He was even more surprised than me." The woman brought a pot of hot soup to the table, said, "Dinner is over, please come and sit down." So all three people gathered together to eat and drink happily. After eating, Du-dung and Gi-do sat down to watch TV together. Du-dung asked, "So he entered the gate on the news talking about defeating all those classy people and get the magic medicine, then give it to your mother to recover?" Gi-do smiled a little embarrassedly and replied, "Yeah, I didn't expect this to happen." Mom also sat down to celebrate, but the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Du-dung covered her face and whispered to Gi-do. She didn't know if she should be surprised, happy, or scared, although she had already cried a while ago. Gi-do listened and could only laugh. Then Du-dung immediately came up with a good idea and said that she also wanted the magic medicine, but Du said that was too much to ask. Suddenly my mother reached out to touch Gi-do's hand and called his name. Then she felt sorry and said, "You worked so hard for me, right? I'm sorry, son." Gi-do was a little embarrassed but quickly replied to her mother, "It's nothing, Mom, it's not that hard." He even humorously told Mom that her son is very good. "Don't you know?" Mom let out a loud scream. You three have a very cozy evening together. Early the next morning, the tourist's house had a visitor. That was Num. He seemed to be preparing to leave. The hospitable mother said, "Ah, it's been a while since you last came to visit. Why don't you stay and have dinner with my family?" His face was red and he kept stammering, "It's okay, I need to talk to you in private, but thank you for inviting me." My mother immediately said, "Remember to come by soon. I'm very grateful to you for taking care of my son." I smiled and replied, "Haha, it's nothing, see you next time." Gi-do stood behind him, staring at him, wondering why this guy is so shy with his mother. After that, the two brothers took each other out for a barbecue. EC eloquently ordered 4 servings of pork belly and a bottle of soju. Tae-sik immediately took a bottle of water from the table and poured it out to drink a sip to quench his thirst. When he saw him ordering wine, he asked. It was still during the day and he was already drinking. Tae-sik naturally replied, "Why didn't he drink it?" "Okay, we have a very good reason to celebrate." He raised his eyes to look at Gi-do and told Gi-do, "Tell me, how did you get the magic medicine?" "I had to restrain myself from asking you over the phone." Gi hummed for a few seconds, then he asked curiously, "First, are you interested in my mother?" "I just had a sip of water when something made me spit out." His face was red at this moment and he was stuttering, speechless. What did you say?" His face was red. "Why did you pull out the napkin while doing so?" "I was already suspicious. I know you often take care of my mother when I'm not around, and I know it's not entirely because she's getting younger, although today you're a little more obvious than usual. But anyway, I support you." 2 people. If my mother had come with someone like me, my father wouldn't have been upset. Even if he saw someone bringing the things out but still spoke, he would feel so embarrassed that he quickly covered his face and looked away. He would probably be scared right now. "I want to find a hole to crawl into." I couldn't stand it anymore, so I interrupted what I said and said, anyway, let's get back to what I was talking about. It's a miracle drug. Putting that aside, he said, about that, do you have a sound barrier generator with you? It was a bit surprising. I did bring it in the car, but what's the use? I just saw that it was a long and complicated story. And so the two brothers ate and talked. Suddenly, he became angry. His face was angry. He slammed his hand on the table, then stood up and shouted loudly, "What, those damn dogs dare to do that? Give me the address so I can let them see the naked cock. Please calm down, calm down. What are you doing with the bottle of soap?" Gi-do sighed and said, "Thank you for feeling upset with me, but there's no need to be so angry. I'll defeat it myself." Those miserable people clenched their hands tightly as if to show their determination to the end. His eyes were like electric sparks and he said loudly, "Hey, revenge must come from the heart." After that, he stood up, picked up a large piece of meat for Gi-do, put it in front of him, and said, "When it comes to the heart, only the truth can restore morality. Eat the meat." Gi-do was confused and didn't understand what was wrong with his brother. Suddenly I remembered something. He told me, talking about revenge, "You still have another debt to pay." "How is the guardian of the fourth floor?" I asked. The numbness was quite surprising. But then he replied that a raiding team had just been dispatched yesterday. A total of 37 people, 70% of whom were rogue players. That kind of manpower was enough to take down even a 30-level guardian, so they were probably about to report success. He felt sorry when he heard that, so he said he was planning to relieve his stress and get some exercise. The scene changes to a dark and gloomy forest, where the sound of someone breathing heavily is heard. Even the sound of a man's running footsteps. This man was in a hurry, muttering, "I have to tell the association." Unbelievable that this man had one arm severed but tried his best just because of an intelligence report that the entire Tame army was mischievous. All have been destroyed. In the dark night, the roar of wild animals rang out fiercely. Another morning begins. Se-young-hun is sitting in the car with Gi-do. He tells Gi-do that our first priority now is to check the health status of him and his mother later, when taking magic medicine. This cannot be done in a regular hospital. But don't worry, Mr. Tae-sik will take care of this for you. Next, about the golden crystal you received in the section commonly used with the elixir, I have transferred half of the proceeds to the cell manager at your request. When I found out about him, I fainted, but I told him that this was my brother's wish to no longer owe him anything, so he reluctantly accepted. Se-young-hun held a stack of papers in his hand, then he slowly opened it and said, "Let's see, after deducting taxes there is still about 20 million left. And about the new house that his family wants to move to, I researched a few places in the area north of the Han River." Se-young-hun was very thoughtful and prepared all the pictures for ease of viewing. He said that I had selected according to his family's requests, he just needed to decide which one to choose. "Do you have any more questions?" Since then, Se-young-hun has been talking like a machine, making me go crazy. Then Se-young-hun immediately took away the expensive phone that was in Gi-do's hand while Gi-do wondered, "No, I understand, but why did you choose a new house for me now?" Se-young-hun, Dong-hun calmly asked. "Why, are you asking this now?" Se-young-hun held Gi-do's phone in his hand. He pressed for something, pressed and said, "According to the instructions of the head of the department, from today I will be your personal assistant." It turned out that Young-hun immediately saved his number on his phone, then held out his phone and happily said, "I look forward to working with you." I was both confused and confused, wondering if he was always like this. That evening, the two of them went to Dongnai together. Both of them were pulling a large suitcase from the trunk of the car. Se-young-hun asked in confusion, "I have prepared as you said, but what are you going to do with all this?" Gi-do replied, "Here is $8 million in cash. There's a set of armor I bought in installments that's broken, so I'll pay the rest, and by the way, buy new equipment." Suddenly I'll have a headache. He asked me again, "How much does that cost?" "So much. $3.5 million. Gi-do's answer was like a thunderbolt. If I remember that time, I borrowed $3.5 million without any hesitation. That old man was really crazy, but who can I say? I immediately accepted without thinking. Looking back, I don't know what I was thinking at that time, although I finally earned enough money. In the old man's office, he lends money. Inside, it looks like a normal office, but underneath, he is working very hard on metal and iron. While working enthusiastically, his grandson called out, "Grandpa, there's a guest coming." He asked the customer again and then paused his work. Outside the reception room, After helping me carry a total of 5 suitcases inside, Seung-hun said, "I'll wait upstairs." Gi-do thanked Seung-hun and asked him to wait a moment. I was the only one left behind. A voice called out from behind, "Ah, is it you?" The old man and his nephew came out looking like tiny giants. He exclaimed, "It's only been a few months but you look completely different. Why are you politely greeting me?" He also asked about his health. He replied, "Of course, I have also received your money sent through the association. Even though it's still lacking a bit, I feel like I'm scratching my head in embarrassment and then smile and say I'm sorry." Actually, he was just joking, he said. "If you read the accompanying letter, everyone would know that it was just a prepayment. To be honest, I don't think you will come back alive. I thought you would repay me in the next life, so it's even. If you're determined to pay, I'll gladly accept it." When he said that, he burst out laughing and said, "I'm not here to pay the rest of the money." Suddenly the atmosphere became quiet. He turned his somewhat serious eyes towards Gi-do. At the same time Gi-do lowered his head looking gloomy. It turns out they understood each other. When they asked him why he was so scared that he was already dead, he replied, "Yes, he saved my life." Then he fell apart. He suddenly closed his eyes to think about something, perhaps regretting the self-disappearance of his shivering shore. When he opened his eyes, he said, "Well, that's why it was created. There's no need to feel sorry for this, but the life cycle of a suit of armor is really sad." He asked her if he could tell me about her last moments, and the two of them confided late into the night. The next day, when I returned home, I immediately had to take my mother somewhere. Dudong just woke up and asked, "Mom, brother, where are you two going?" "What do you say? I told you yesterday, you and Mom are going to the doctor today." Dudong rubbed his snoring eyes and said, "Oh, that's it." Suddenly Dudong opened her eyes wide, looked at her brother carefully and asked, "Have you grown taller?" After hearing that, I was startled and asked, "What?" Scene changed to the dressing room. Seung-hun seemed quite excited when he saw something worth seeing. He exclaimed, "Wow, Kim Gi-do, I thought you were a model, why don't you join in?" When I was complimented, I felt shy and my face turned red and told me to stop it. Seung-hun then wondered, how could he grow 3 centimeters taller in one night? He also gained a lot of muscle. The miracle drug is truly miraculous, isn't it? I remember my mischievous younger sister Dudong. This morning when she saw that he was taller, she lay down on the floor and then screamed loudly, whining, "Could she give me a bottle?" Oh no, I wanted to. Well, then I told Seung-hun that my sister said the same thing as you. Actually, this also makes me think, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but this is a big change. No matter how crazy I practice, to a certain extent, the speed will increase, your muscle gain will also slow down. Right after that, the system announced that Gi-do's limits had been adjusted. Gi-do thought, I guess I'm adjusting my limits, is this the idea? Rua appeared and said, admitting that the previous owner was really effeminate, but if he saw that, he would immediately end it and shut up. A moment later Seung-hun announced that his test results had just been sent here, based on his physical test results, if it was 20 or 5 years ago. Well, you've broken the world record in every category of spades. I wonder why you're talking about 25 years ago, when I wasn't even born yet. So what about compared to today's standards? Gi-do mumbled, I don't even look at diamond spades. Seung-hun humorously replied, yes, well. You're in your mid-teens, but you look at Seung-hun with smoky eyes and say you're trying to offend me. Why didn't you say that from the start? Seung-hun didn't say anything, just smiled triumphantly. Then Seung-hun continued, but this Kim Gi-do player, don't be surprised, your magic power and ability to control mana is Dickhead. You have the potential to become a high-level agent. Seung-hun is very excited and has a strong presence. But in response to that, I asked a bit absent-mindedly, oh, is that so? I took all my effort to look angry and asked, why are you so calm? I replied, you told me not to, surprised that. Already angry and even more angry, Seung-hun seemed extremely disappointed with Gi-do's indifferent attitude. He said angrily, I said he was a high-ranking agent, he should be a little surprised, but still thinking, this is not new news. After a long while, Mr. Tae-sik opened the door and walked in and asked what you were doing. Were you done? Gi-do said and asked immediately, what about your mother? She reported that not only was she in perfect health, but she was also stronger than a normal man. But the most amazing thing is that, even though she's a normal person, she can now use items, so she seemed extremely surprised when she heard this. A feeling of great joy, he exclaimed, so great. Tae-si has something else to tell you. He will tell you the details later. He came to see you today because of something else. Then he asked, "You haven't been hunting lately, have you?" He immediately replied, "No, I'm taking a break." But in fact, Gi-do is still absorbing the energy of the singer, so suddenly he appeared and said, "I'm sorry master, please comfort me." "It's okay, EO." Then he asked again, "When were you planning to come back?" He hummed and said it would probably be this week. Hearing that, I looked at the phone thoughtfully. I thought about it and then told Gi-do, "If that's the case, you should arrange a time to go next week." Gi-do then asked, "What for? Is there a problem?" At this time, Takshi told us that we had just lost contact with a rogue team. "We're convening a team of rogues to send out next week. I'm sure you'll be surprised at what I heard." Takshi continued, "We still haven't captured the guardian of the fourth floor." Gi-do's face was quite surprised. He didn't say anything to let Tae-sik continue. "But that's not the important issue. Apparently, that bastard can hunt players to become stronger." When I heard that, my face was as tense as a guitar string. And Seung-hun standing in the middle just looked at his mouth and wanted to participate in this conversation. Gi-do fell into deep contemplation. The team tamed the bee. The members of this team had at least 30 members, of which over 60% were bee. But I, the Kim Gi-do player, my dick after drinking the magic elixir is no dick. Just thinking about this makes me feel a bit ashamed. After that, he immediately went to the general manager's office. Tae-sik told him to take the official dick assessment. Now he won't have to worry about not being able to use the equipment anymore. Although his physical attributes could only be classified as borderline, if his potential was taken into account, he could easily reach that level. He slumped down on the table dejectedly and sighed. "But being a dick means you have to be above level 100, unfortunately, you're only at level 1, is it okay for the criteria for ranking a dick to be general like this? Isn't it too vague to calculate potential?" Tae-sik continued, "We might call it potential, but mana reserves and how to use them are directly related to actual combat skills. Just look at mutants, their rank doesn't matter, right? The general opinion is that rank is not really important, the important thing is that the stats increase each time you level up, and nowadays we don't even know other people's ranks because of security issues." Gi-do asked further, "If you do the assessment, you will attract attention, right?" Tae-sik nodded slightly, "Yes. A bloodthirsty tour guide who can't be promoted suddenly becomes a genius. Of course he will, already stands out," the male lead said sulkily when he heard that. He even mocked it further, "I told him not to call me that nickname." Tae-sik continued to say, "No matter what, you will cause a bit of controversy. I can't stop the press from calling you a player with the potential to become a high-level warrior. Why don't you like that?" Gi-do shook her head in denial. It's not that she hates being famous, but whoever is stalking her is definitely still watching her, so she doesn't want to attract attention. Tae-sik sighed, I think you're being too careful, but I respect your decision." However, I couldn't give him dick myself. Only then did I raise my head and see him calmly telling me to arrange his free time, making me think he already had a way. Tae-sik replied, "I didn't expect you to refuse like this. I thought you would definitely take the assessment. In a world where only high standards are needed you will be treated completely differently. Who would have thought you refused again?" Gi-do scratched his head and complained, "It really hurt." Suddenly, Ditch brought a notebook in front of him, startling Gi-do, but it was not impossible. Gi-do bewilderedly asked, "What is this?" Tae-sik enthusiastically answered, "A list of associations participating in this conquest. If you temporarily join a guild, you will be able to participate in the conquest. At least I can act as an intermediary to introduce you to the guilds. Even if you are skeptical, no one will accept you, a complete stranger. Besides, if you say goodbye to the guild right after the conquest ends, it will increase the number of people leaving the guild and you will decrease their reputation." Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped when he saw the list of participants clearly. The next day at the appraisal conference, a man in blue spoke up, "I have been assigned to be the captain of the taming team for the conquest. This time I am Dong-hee Kim of the Gui branch. We will depart immediately after a complete roll call. We look forward to cooperating with everyone." Hearing that, everyone replied in unison, "We also look forward to cooperating with you." They are just a small team among countless teams participating in this conquest. At the same time, Gi-do also soon joined Kim Seon-bai's team. He humbly said to Seon-bai, "Thank you for accepting me. I know this request is a bit too demanding." Seon-bai shrugged and replied, "It's nothing, we all owe you our lives. I feel bad that I can't help you more, we're just a bunch of guys, we're here to help." Gi-do continued, "You've helped me a lot, as long as I don't have to be a porter, I'm happy. If I have the chance, I will definitely join the war. Seonbai burst out laughing, ha ha, I'm not sure if it will be my turn, there are a lot of bad guys here, the male lead asked suspiciously, bad guys? Seonbai nodded and replied, for example, team leader Dong-hee Kim, there are rumors that he is about to be promoted to team leader. Rana means he will become a warrior, just getting close to that level would be great. When Didu heard that, he could only exclaim, aha. He thought to himself, is there anything so special about that? I mean, if you compare it to Daimon Mensch or someone's Lyseo, that woman is an exception. Rui knew what he was thinking and immediately objected, what's the point of having such high standards? Kim Han-un suddenly ran closer and said to Didu, but this tour guide, he looks like he is transformed, right? Faced with this question, Didu was startled and exclaimed, what? Dun Joan followed suit, that's right, you had plastic surgery or something. Dun Sunggu heard that and reminded his friend, hey, it's very impolite to ask like that. Didu glanced at Rui and asked Rui through voice transmission, have I changed that much? Rui replied, your demeanor has changed completely, you finally look like you have something that can be left behind, impressed by others. After consulting with Rui's opinion, he turned to tell everyone, it's not plastic surgery, it's probably because I acquired a specialized skill on the 5th floor, I've grown a little taller. Hearing that, Rui cursed under her breath and made excuses like shit. Seon was admiring, wow, so jealous, I didn't know there was even that kind of skill, I wish I could get that skill too. Rui mumbled, wow, do these guys really believe it? Go-Do quickly put his mouth on the specimen, shut up and lull. The male leads group kept talking and laughing throughout the long journey. A group of tall, muscular men standing nearby noticed them. The 4th floor of the tower was now crowded with people. Dong-hee Kim told everyone, the search team, let's start hunting for the Guardian, and everyone else should go rest. Everyone obeyed the order, shouted in unison. Clearly, the team spread out and discussed plans. The male leads team, led by Seonbai, is also in deep discussion. Didu looked at everyone thoughtfully for a long time. He analyzed, Seonbai is an archer, Han-un is a magician. Sunggu is a swordsman, Goat is always fishy, right? So why is the group's name called Moaning Dao? There's no one in the team who uses a spiked mace. After hearing this, everyone was helpless in front of the male lead's senseless question. Han-un couldn't help but laugh until he was shaking, but Seonbai angrily shouted, hey, stop laughing. Sunggu stood up to explain, Seonbai chose this name because of you, the tour guide. When he emerged from the cave to call for help, it said he saw a sparkling halo. Looking like a morning star, she blushed shyly and reminded everyone. I told you not to laugh anymore. Didu spoke up, anyway, just talk to me normally, I'm not everyone's tour guide anymore. Seonbai then suddenly realized, oh yeah. You're the same age as Seogu, right? Can you call me Hyung? Didu nodded slightly, of course. Seonbai continued, I hope you also talk more comfortably with us. Didu immediately agreed, okay. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out, wow, this world has changed. I thought you guys came here for a picnic. Everyone who heard that turned to look towards the voice. Didu turned to look at Seonbai and asked softly, who is that? Seonbai told him, the guy who plays Bigot on Seonam. He belongs to the Dirty Shore Association. He is the representative of that association in the conquest, this penalty. Didu asked further, what are they planning to do? Seonbai told him, well, you can say they are quite famous. They pursue strength with the slogan that those who adapt are survivors. They also value traditional values and the class division system, but above all they always value loyalty. Listening for such a long time, Didu became more and more bewildered, so in short, Seonbai concluded with a firm sentence, they are some backward guys. Didu heard that and nodded slightly to show that he understood. The name Godon Seomale is ironic, really useless, I guess all the bad guys can only do this. Jaeun was angry and vicious, he just said something. Han-un next to him quickly stopped him, never mind Jaeun. Godon Seomale is gaining momentum. I ask you guys are here to have a picnic, you guys are probably arrogant because you are participating in a team of skilled B guys, right? You guys should be the most vigilant, but instead you're being lazy and sitting here gossiping, at least you're more useful than the scammers. When Seonbai's team heard that, everyone was angry but tried to suppress it. The Godon Seomale sneered and scorned him, he was bored to death. He turned around and left, calling after his teammates, let's go. Seonbai looks at you full of guilt, Sorry Hyung, it's because of us. Seeing that the male lead was silent and said nothing, Seon-bai felt even more worried. He exclaimed, hopefully. This also attracted the attention of Dong Hee-kim. The male lead was then filled with murderous aura that even Ru was scared. Master, please calm down. Are you planning on killing someone or something? Regulate your emotions, Didu questioned herself. Why is this happening? This is truly very infuriating, but I'm not so angry that this is an anaphylactic reaction from torture. Suddenly Dong Hee-kim's voice rang out, startling him. What was going on? There must have been some disturbance. Well, I'm not going to tell you what you're doing wrong. But as team leader I need to know what's going on. Didu told the crowd, that's right. There was a bit of a conflict, and because of that, I wanted to make a request from you. Everyone was surprised and asked, huh, a request? Didu forced himself to stand up and replied, yes, I want to rub shoulders with the GOAT player on Seomail. Anyway, it's best to resolve all conflicts before fighting. When the GOAT on Seomail heard that, he was a little surprised and exclaimed, what? Everyone around was also discussing, what's going on, is there a fight? Dong Hee-kim asked the male lead again, are you sure the difference between C grade and B grade is not small? Didu nodded, I know, so I want to add a condition. As you also know, our C-rank members of the Major Chui group are just a reserve force. While the B-rank team is the main offensive force, in the end, actual combat strength is still more important than rank, right? So if I win, I want to switch places between the two teams. Seon-bai hesitantly called, hoping Didu told him, I'm sorry for not discussing it with you before, just trust me this time. Goat on Seomail smiled cunningly, wait, why are you so confident in deciding everything? Don't be silly, we don't want anything. Before he could finish his sentence, Didu offered a price, 500 million. If you win, I'll give you 500 million. That's a pretty good condition. The other guys heard that and said nothing more. They discussed with each other. One guy looked skeptical and asked, is he serious? What if he says something but doesn't do it? The other guy replied, no way, this many people witnessed it. After the discussion, Godon Seonam made a decision, then we hit the jackpot, there is no way we will lose. Dong Hee-kim observed both sides and thought to himself, as the captain of a team preparing for a match, war, we should prevent all unnecessary conflicts but if what I felt just now wasn't just a coincidence, I should verify it right away. Thinking so, he immediately declared, okay, as captain, I testify about this. Additional weapons and forces are prohibited, the match is over if either side violates the rules. Seon-bai looked at the male lead worriedly and kept calling his name. Didu looked at everyone and nodded slightly as if to reassure them. He glanced at Rui to consult, this distance is fine, right? Rui replied, no problem. The more you develop, the minimum distance to keep a connection with us will also increase, but be careful owner. Godon Seonam looked down on the enemy and said, I will let you fight first, ending too early will be boring. Next, he waved his hand to challenge the male lead, come here. Travel to observe the opponent carefully and analyze, the opponent is B rank. But there are many holes in his defense, did he trap me? Based on that physique, he could be a melee type or a warrior. Since he's a B rank, he'll obviously have some tricks up his sleeve, but now I'll shorten the distance and take the first step rather than keep searching for useless information, that way I'll have confidence in my agility, increase. Thinking so, he put all his strength into his fist and rushed forward. Looking at the other person's confident appearance, Didu fell into contemplation. He didn't even move at all, he was confident in that defense, so, maybe he has a close combat skill that can be activated instantly, damn it. It's too late to step back now, as soon as he attacks I'll step back as fast as possible and prepare to counterattack. Thinking about it, her small body kept rushing towards that big guy. His fist went straight into the goat's stomach. Unexpectedly, just one fist was effective. It was difficult for him to even understand, he came up with 49 hypotheses, but he couldn't have imagined that it would be so easy. After the punch, Godon Seonam fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, face turning purple. His dirty team also expressed surprise at this result, Dong Hee was no exception, he was wide-eyed and speechless. After calming down, the Dong Hee announced the winner, the player Didu Kim. The spiked helmet team was happy and proud of the male lead. They came closer and admired him, wow, when did you get stronger, what level are you? From the brother team, they ran to ask about the captain, brother, are you okay? Dong-hee felt a bit embarrassed, even I had a hard time keeping up with that movement. Player D-do Kim, it seems like he's the biggest variable in this match. Suddenly, a guy from nowhere ran up to tell the news, Captain. The detective team has returned. The reconnaissance team appeared in front of everyone with a very miserable appearance. Both of them were breathing heavily as if they had just run a marathon. Everyone there was stunned when they witnessed this scene. At the same time at the Player Management Association, in the Guildmaster's room on the 43rd floor, the cheetah was telling him about the status of the conquest. Thus, the B-rank conquest team was formed and set off on Friday morning. Scrolling through the list, the president stopped at the position of the male protagonist. He inquired, "The captain, Mr. Taechok?" replied, "Yes sir." The president continued, "The association's underground training room, the international teleportation portal. And most recently, the association's private hospital, as well as Sung Hun-hyo's assistant job. It seems like I'm providing special luxury support to an outside player, you'll need to explain." Returning to the main male side, after the competition, he and his teammates officially entered the conquest of the Guardians. In its hand, the Guardian was holding a player tightly. The occupation ranked number 1 on the ranking of the most life-threatening occupations is the player. Whether you like it or not, you will still have to get used to death. However, that animal's appearance compared to that of a prey, it's not easy to get used to. As the team leader, Dong-hee risked his life to take the sword and rush forward to set an example. He used all his strength to gain momentum to attack the guard. This slash is full of energy and is called a hydraulic slash. It is also very difficult for Dong-hee to approach the Guardian. While it was being temporarily locked by his move, he gave orders to all teams, "Start fighting." Everyone wearing spiked helmets was full of enthusiasm and determined to fight. The strategy to defeat it is very simple. The captain will strike first as a signal. While team members will cast their strongest spells together, we will also see its structure. After that, the rear row of men will advance to Thomas Tuong. Next is the Iron Shield. The Guardian God was now confused, attacking wildly. By simultaneously using defensive skills they will block the guard's attacks. Then the B-rank players and porters will throw pre-prepared explosive items over the defense line. In addition, players who deal ranged damage will participate with their ranged attacks. The Guardian was attacked from all sides, lost the ability to fight, and could only stand and watch. Explosions rang out continuously, shaking the area on the 4th floor. A simple but effective strategy. However, the male lead noticed something unusual. He reminded his team leader, "Seon-bai, don't rush to the front, just stay here and consider the situation first." Seon-bai bewildered, "What's wrong? I finally got to the main line C." As soon as the words fell, a great stream of power passed through the barrier and exploded. The fortified barrier was broken in a moment. Everyone quickly changed their posture to a defensive position. Didu realized, the biggest problem with this strategy. If it fails, we will have to fight hard, and the truth is that the strategy failed completely. The Guardian rose up, knocking away every barrier. Next, he gets angry and attacks the player. Seeing his teammates in danger, screams ring out and scream. In the moment of life and death, Jeong-gi asked for help from his teammates. "Please shield me." The teammate rushed forward and replied, "Okay." Jeong-gu opened the bottle of medicine and asked his teammate, "How long has it been?" 30 minutes. The white-haired teammate shook his head and replied, "No, it's only 5 years old." Jeong-gu couldn't help but say, "Damn it. Captain Dong-hee Kim is amazing, facing a monster like that." Before the words could finish, Dong-hee Kim was faced with a dangerous situation. He observed the monster carefully. His eyes were filled with aura, and his sword grazed the guard's body. Next, he glanced at the situation. Dong-hee thought to himself, "It recovers so fast. That recovery mechanism is no different from that of high-level guards." After thinking about it, Dong-hee gave the order. The first and second attack teams switched places, and the backup team prepared to fight. Seon stammeringly calls the male lead, "Hi, Young, we should prepare soon." Didu nodded slightly, "Okay, I understand." Seon-bai exclaimed in bewilderment, "Huh? The male protagonist alone is slowly approaching the Guardian." Dun Sung-gu worriedly shouted, "Hey, it's dangerous." The traveler's expression then darkened, and a strong aura emitted around him. He slowly approached the Guardian at a distance that could not be closer. Didu silently pondered, Just like I thought, I was right. All those who graduated from the tutorial class too quickly won't know. This guy's attack pattern is no different from a normal monster. It's just different in terms of physical strength and regeneration, and if that's the case. Remembering the conversation with Mr. Black before, he asked you, "What do you plan to use this place for?" "That's $8 in cash," you answered. "Well, I'll pay off my debt and buy some more equipment, and now is the opportunity to utilize the capabilities of the equipment you just acquired." He quickly got into position to prepare to attack. Decided this was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his newly linked ego. As fast as lightning, he rushed towards the Guardian, causing it to just stand and stare in bewilderment. Next, a series of slashes were skillfully applied to the Guardian's body. At the same time, the system board displayed information about the shoes that you were wearing on your feet. Ho, level 4-5, strength 30, dexterity 8-9, endurance 12, magic ability 4-10, increase movement speed 15%, increase dexterity 8%, accessory skills, urge. Urging quickly increase speed within 5 minutes, can reach top speed after 3 minutes. The Guardian's son, after being slashed many times, emitted a strange black aura. Everyone there widened their eyes at his actions. The captain had to say, "What? Do? Its regeneration ability is extremely high, we need one deep attack, not many shallow attacks. Looks like this will be a battle of attrition, so you should conserve your strength." As soon as the words ended, the captain immediately felt something was wrong. Post its regeneration of the forest then. This is thanks to Rain, Information Display System, level 51, strength 19, dexterity 25, endurance 67, magic ability 25, mana regeneration accessory skill, heart wound, mana regeneration rate increased, heart wound, deceleration and recovery reduced. The Guardian God still has the power to attack. It rose again, waving its arms wildly. Everyone was confused and asked each other, what happened to it? Its attack rules have changed. Only the male protagonist secretly understood in his heart, there was no change in the attack rules, just a few haphazard resistance attacks of a low-level monster when cornered. He smiled crookedly and mumbled in his head, I predicted this whole thing. Thinking so, Didu jumped up again to attack the guard. Continuing horizontal and vertical slashes around its body left it unable to fight back. Players around him could only stare at him as he acted on his own. As soon as he landed, he continued to slash and burn. Didu continued to aim at the Guardian, delivering a decisive blow. The players were so nervous that they were frozen to the spot. Di traveled alone to face a giant Guardian, but his momentum soon overwhelmed the enemy. Both sides attacked the other directly. As he rushed forward, the male lead thought to himself, the attack is easy to see, having created a small disadvantage, no matter how many levels it can level up, it is still just a monster, it's not worth scaring me. The last slash was easily successful, much to everyone's surprise. That big monster also had to lower its head before the small but not ordinary person. After calming down, everyone was talking about it, he had already taken it down, with his own strength. The notification sound comes from the system, you have defeated the low-level devil. Didu and Gu wondered, oh hell, the system continued to send more notifications, the demonic skill had been activated. At the same time, the Guardian's body exploded in front of everyone's bewildered surprise. Its blood splashed everywhere. Next, notices were sent to everyone, making them arrogant, Euphoria's self-aggrandizement has failed. Fragments from the Euphoria's egotistical failure are being absorbed into the Euphoria. Just as the system said, white smoke appeared from the body of the Guardian, which was gradually absorbed. Team leader Dong-hee experienced one surprise after another, his eyes widened and he didn't know what to say, he hesitated, everything. All injured members should focus on recovery, non-combatant members, start collecting the remaining luggage of the attacking line. Don't let your guard down, stay focused, all replied in unison, yes, sir. After completing the assignment, the group approached the main male player, Kim Didu player, can I talk to you privately? Didu quietly followed the captain. Looking at Dong-hee's back, he wondered if he intended to interrogate him about the body's disappearance, even though the body of the guard was very expensive. Now that all the spirit stones and items are gone, he probably intends to blame himself. But no, he doesn't have any evidence, after all, everything is quite unusual, so he can't rush to make conclusions. If so then. Dong-hee spoke up, interrupting Didu's thoughts. "Let me say it straight, do you want to join Archie group?" Didu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, so he's planning to recruit me. He gently told him, "I know who likes it." Contrary to Rui's thoughts, Didi quickly refused. "I was very grateful, but I don't plan to join any association now. Even the group I'm joining is just a temporary measure to be able to participate in this conquest." Dong-hee nodded slightly. "I understand, what a pity. Anyway, I still want to maintain a good relationship with you." He held out a card and continued, "If you change your mind or need help, just contact me. I'm sorry it's a bit wrinkled due to fighting." After the conquest, everyone returned to the management office. Cheers of encouragement rang out. "Well done, everyone, thank you for your cooperation." Didu glanced at Seonbai. "Can I ask something?" Seonbai nodded and replied, "Yes." Didu continued, "He didn't ask before because he was afraid you would be sad, but why don't you join the Animal Goose Club? You have more than enough ability to get in, there's plenty of potential, there's no shortage of connections, you can absolutely be incredibly successful if you join." Seonbai laughed. "Haha, well, it's nothing special. It's just that I don't want to be called an umbrella, but I also want to achieve everything with my own strength." "What about you?" "I'm startled, brother." Seonbai continued, "Even when I was a tour guide or now, I feel that you will still send recruiting requests to someone with abilities like you." Didu sighed and thought for a while before replying, "Well, nothing special." Hanan saw the two of them talking and laughing and curiously asked, "What are you two talking about so seriously? Please contribute your voice, let's go eat, I know this place is delicious." Didu quickly refused, "Sorry, next time, I have business to attend to. I need to go home and pack my things." Seonbai bewilderedly blurted out, "Ah, that's bad." "See you later," Hanan said. "Thank you very much." Didu waved goodbye to everyone. "Sure, I'll call you guys after we're done, see you later." As I left, I mumbled, "Okay, I was told to call my husband's car after I finished work. The content of the message is to call me after the conquest." Didu quickly moved to Taichi's office. Seeing him, Taichi spoke up, "Sorry for calling you late, Didu, that old guy, I mean." The association president wanted to have dinner with him. Didu scratched his head in confusion. "Association president, quite surprised, I should have gone to get a haircut first, or something, I'm so sloppy right now." Taichi reassured him, "It's okay, cut the monkey's hair." President of the Korean Players Association, other than that name, he is a self-made man. Information about this giant of the Korean player industry is still a mystery. Didu thought to himself, "Why would someone like him want to meet me?" Didu wondered, "But this is my place to live." Taichi nodded slightly, "Yes, he said he wanted to personally cook for you, he likes to cook." Didu continued, "Sure, but what I mean is, why are you at my house?" The guy didn't respond. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside. "We're here, old man." The president's voice replied, "You're finally back, Tae 11-0. Taichi glanced at the chairman suspiciously and asked, "When are you planning to quote that movie? It's been a few generations since it came out." The chairman angrily interrupted and shut up. "But when I got home at that time," Taichi heard that and immediately asked, "What's there?" "I don't think there's enough food at home to cook." The president replied, "I bought the ingredients, let's set the table." Looking at the man wearing an apron in front of him, Didu silently affirmed in his mind that it was the president of the Korean Players Association. The president reminded him, "Clean up the house too, it's like a pigsty." He held out his hand, looked at the male lead and asked, "So are you the Didu Kim player?" "Nice to meet you." Didu shyly raised his hands and replied, "Yes, me too. I am Didu Kim." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The chairman's spirit seemed to be swallowing him up at this moment. He introduced himself, "I am Tae-guo, the president of the Korean Players Alliance." Didu's face changed as he thought to himself, under such heavy pressure, it must not be natural for one person to be the leader of a group of people with superpowers. Tae-chain told the president, gently, "What are you doing?" Hearing this sentence, Didu's head was full of questions and exclaimed, Sir. Mr. Dingu urged, "Let's eat, it's not bad." Traveled the response, "Thank you for the meal." He naturally enjoyed the delicious food the president himself made. At the dinner table, Tae-gu did not forget to spy on the male lead. "I had heard a lot about him from Tae-chi. It seems like it helped you a lot with the authority of the department general manager. Too much is the other way around." Tae-chi stood up and said to help her travel, "Okay, This old man, he's having dinner, let the child eat. Taegu protested, he should just eat it, I'm just saying. Tekka immediately argued back, how could it swallow? Taegu said in a low voice, well, anyway, I want to introduce you to a job, do you want to hear it? Didu tried to swallow the piece of rice that was stuck in her throat. He stammered, work, you mean? Mr. Taegu got straight to the point, the association wanted to hire you, you quickly refused, I already told Mr. Tae-chan but I have no intention of joining any organization. Before he could finish his sentence, Taegu interrupted, that's not it. Do you want to become a mercenary of the association? At the end of the meal, he absent-mindedly walked down the street with mixed thoughts about the conversation with Tae-chi in front of the door. Although the old man was a bit harsh, he did not intend to pressure or force him into anything. It's just that he wants to give you a name so that you can comfortably receive help from the association, so that you can help when needed and receive what you deserve. This business isn't bad. Associating with a certain party will also bring many benefits, even though it's not full-time. Thinking back, I also admit, it's probably not bad, if Mr. Tae-chi says so. Think of two linking words. Didu remembered the question at the end of Seonbai's conquest, what about you? He thought about the Kini guild that so many people invited him to join. While I was hanging around with this first-level person, Daegu became the president of one of the 10 strongest guilds in Korea. Ever since I met him, I've been in debt to him. I can't burden him anymore. I want to stand on equal footing with him. See you later in the tower, Gull. At the same time, a fierce battle was taking place in the tower. The guy in the witch outfit said to the armored man, damn it, I missed. The armored man reassured, don't worry, I'll finish it off. Looking at the bright light source before his eyes, the armor told his teammates, it's coming. Before their eyes was a ferocious tiger, it bared its teeth and jumped up, rushing towards the two people. The armored man risked his life, holding his sword and slashing hard at the tiger. In the end, victory was in the player's favor. The red-shirted witch asked her teammates if she should continue. After all, it was dark outside. The guy in armor suggested that we hunt 2 more animals first. Maybe I'm about to be promoted, but you're probably cold because it's not like that, the red shirt replied, it's probably because it's nighttime, isn't that strange? Usually the 26th floor has a hot climate. Armor continued, I think we're at the bottom of the hill. Suddenly the guy in the red shirt opened his eyes and shouted. What is that? At the foot of the hill everything is frozen, emitting a bone-chilling cold air. The tiger sitting among the tigers was frozen, his face bowed down in silence. A person ran up and said to him, President, it seems it's not here. The tiger replied, I understand. He stood up, turned and said to his teammates, then let's continue. Outside the tower, the weekly Player Association program is playing on TV. M11 hosted the program. Last weekend, the Anger Society announced that they would clear the 80th floor, which caused a stir around the world. President Angela, candidate for the global first-place player Seon-Hol Lee, as well as player Do Bin-sin, who just appeared on the rankings last March, they have partly proven for Korea seems to be a country with strong players. That's also the reason that we have prepared a special event where the first high-ranking players will be, the appearance of the living legend Asura. Even among the original 5 high-ranked players, the 5 players known as the father of all other high-ranked players, we don't know much about Asura, we don't know anything about him, everything, including nationality, age or gender. In fact, it is said to be Asura. He is said to be the strongest man alive, even before Seo juts out to the shore. Didu was watching the show and wondering, is the president of the Korean Players Association also his grandfather? Tae-chi admitted, that's right. Didu admired, wow, he's truly the son of his father, but saying that is an understatement. Tae-chan told the male lead, don't tell anyone, it's confidential information. Anyway, here it is, take it. After finishing speaking, Tae-chi took out a ring box and gave it to Didu. Didu was startled and got goosebumps. What is it? You proposed to me, you must have the wrong person. Tae-chan helplessly explained, this idiot, it's an identification item provided to mercenaries, with it you can receive the same rights as the director. Didu asked confusedly, really? Tae-chi replied, Seung-hun will explain in more detail, from today he will be your secretary. You will receive high-level player incentives for things related to the tower or clearing the gates, and every time you complete a mission, you will receive a reward. The association can buy back crane items, earned while on duty without discounts. Furthermore, you have the right to refuse any quest, right? Didu shouted happily, It was so wonderful. In another place, at the Irung Association headquarters, Cherish the Beauty, the guild's president leaned forward through the glass window, looking into the distance. He said to the man behind his back, "So you want to see me, Dirty?" The dirty named man nodded slightly, "Yes, President." Suddenly coughed and choked. The young president's voice was low, showing concern. "What's wrong?" The dirty guy's eyes sparkled with red blood and shouted, "Korea, please, let me come to Korea, please, President, anything is fine, I can give you everything, so." Without letting him finish, the president immediately agreed, "Okay. I will open a branch in Korea and let you be the director, do whatever you want, even revenge is fine, and I will give you the number 9. Rock excitedly asked again, 9 stars, Holy Sword number 9, thank you, Mr. President, thank you very much. The president thought to himself, that's right, it's Dirty, be the stepping stone for my revenge. And the Demon Lord next time we meet. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, his right leg is actually a specimen. In the hands of the male protagonist, he now has the Lord title, level 89, Strength 130, Dexterity 132, Endurance 147, Magic Ability 122, Accessory Skills. The Lord of the Holy Sword can reflect 5% of the damage received from the Holy Sword, can absorb all lower-level Holy Swords, CA and can prevent death with full life and one effective attack once. In the car, I asked Eole, Holy Sword, it has become significantly stronger since absorbing potassium. But how can I get it, Eole, do you know? Eole replied, I'm sorry Master, even though I have awakened my power, my memories are still not intact. Didu sighed, what about you? He said he still doesn't know how to use the fragment of ego that I took from his ego, but you have already absorbed the ego of Fulan. How do you feel, has anything changed? Se Young Hun spoke up, interrupting the male lead's conversation with the models, did you redo your hair? Didu smiled shyly, yes, I realized it was a bit messy so I trimmed it a bit. Rui spoke up, as if he heard us talking. Didu denied, no way, what about the fragments? Rui replied bluntly, I don't know. She looked depressed and thought to herself, what do I expect from it? He turned to ask the person next to him, please excuse me, where are we going? Young Hun slowly replied, there is a unique gate in Jesus, the gate's gauge keeps fluctuating between F and C grades, you just need to clear it. Didu nodded slightly, this is my first mission as a mercenary, I'm a bit nervous. Se Young Hun reassured him, there's no need, because our first goal is just to gather information, I'll go in too. Suddenly I remembered, oh my god, my young potatoes, when will I reach the highway? I will continue to talk endlessly, oh that's right, you know. At the Mercenary Association, he will be given that nickname. Didu had tears in his eyes thinking about his pile of young potatoes, but still tried to continue saying Se Young Hun, nickname, you mean like a demon lord, or sir? I haven't heard about that. Se Young Hun continued, it was decided in the meeting this morning. Didu wondered why they decided that themselves. Se Young Hun told him, his nickname is Tui Tui. Hearing that, Didu was a bit confused because it was exactly the same as Seon Bai's team nickname, what a coincidence, those kids would love it. Turning to look at Se Young Hun, he saw that he was laughing until he was drooling. Didu angrily asked, why are you laughing like that? After a long journey, the two finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a teleportation waiting. Didu was having a snack when suddenly someone spoke to him, Mr. Hammer, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the director of the Players Association in Jesus. Didu waved his hand, I know, you raise your head. I shyly suggested, you can also call me by my name, I'll laugh when I hear that. Didu got angry and said loudly, stop laughing. The director talked through the situation with his wife, it appeared a few days ago, immediately thought to be a unique gate, no one had ever entered it. Se Young Hun stroked his chin and mumbled, so the first goal is still to explore what our current human resources are like as planned. The director replied, we can assemble a B-rank conquest team if you request, and that's enough. We have collected the necessary equipment in the management office, as long as you two are ready, we can leave immediately. When the male lead was about to enter the gate, the director panicked, sir. I mean Mr. Kim, the player who plays Kim Didu. Sir, it's the only gate. It's very dangerous for you to be so reckless. Ignoring everyone's objections, Didu continued to approach the gate. He asked the two egos, Lu, Eole, are you sure? The two egos affirmed, yes, I am sure, Master. Hearing that affirmation, he did not hesitate to touch the gate. He entered the inner space himself. The crowd outside was in an uproar. Damn it, it was a crack in the gate. Contact headquarters immediately, request support from nearby associations. Damn, why is that so? There should have been plenty of time. The male protagonist inside saw the information from the system board. It really was. Lu and Eoli said to the male lead, I told you, this gate. The ego, Master, is that ego? At the same time, you press the button to accept the link. The black aura constantly radiating from the gate made everyone even more scared and asked each other if there was any news from the turtle. They said they would come in 10 or 5 minutes. Seung-hun kept calling the male lead's name, the Needle Hunter. At this time, Didu is still in the process of accepting connection to the template. Didu wondered, is this gate also an ego? Even though I expected it, this is real. At that moment, Seung-hun's call echoed in Hunter Didu Kim's ears. Seung-hun ran back, dragging Didu away from the gate. He said to the male lead, it's dangerous. The player is hesitant. He blushed and faltered. The people around were also embarrassed by this situation. Oh my god, what's wrong? What happened? The gate was then carefully fenced and guards were strictly guarded. At the temporary office in a bow tie, Seung-hun sat opposite the male lead with his chin in his hands and said, how wonderful, player Didu Kim. Hearing that, Didu was speechless and didn't know what to say. Seung-hun continued to add, now you can even create a portal overflow. What will it be next time? Are you planning to control all the monsters? Didu scratched his head in confusion. Well, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Seung-hun breathed a sigh of relief. So what happened? At the gate, people were still chatting loudly. It had returned to its normal state, but was that really overflowing the gate? Inside the bow tie, the male lead confronts Seung-hun. Maybe I know a little about what happened, but for me this is also the first time. I can't tell in detail, but maybe it's because my unique skill. Seung-hun closed his eyes. If it was his unique skill, it would be a bit rude for me to ask more. Now take this. Seung-hun moved the mask and looked at it for a while, then asked, what is it? Seung-hun replied, traditional Korean mask. I put lipstick on it myself. Because there were signs of gate overflow, now the gate was surrounded by players who had been urgently summoned. The journalists will also arrive soon. The journalists will also arrive soon. You don't want to be in the news, right? So wear a mask in front of others. Didu's face was short and she whined, well, thank you, but your taste is right, she grumbled. Hey, it was hard for me to find it, Didu explained. I mean the lipstick. Seung-hun asked him, isn't it beautiful? After meeting for an hour, everyone decided that the handsome male lead would enter the gate alone. Although there were some objections, it seemed like the association had taken care of it. Mercenaries are best, associations are best. Before entering, Seung-hun carefully asked Didu, are you sure it will be okay to go alone? Didu nodded affirmatively, yes, because it is related to my unique ability. Just need everyone to be ready. It's okay to stay outside the gate just in case. Inside, D-Travel continues the process of connecting with the unfinished template. After pressing the link, he was slowly sucked inside. At the same time, the gate emitted a blinding light. It was already dark inside the gate. The space inside was strangely quiet. Her footsteps had attracted the attention of a number of animals. The system displays suggestions, checks your worthiness, listens to the loud voice, worthy. He said to the two templates, Lu and Eoli, we only need to name them, maybe the gates are different. Lu heard that and immediately spoke, you make us look so cheap. Didu put the mask in his pocket and continued, well, I'm not sure what's going on, but just clean it up. Lu continued, I don't know, but it's best to just kill everything, then see what happens. The traveler suddenly trembled, but after all, this place is too terrible, we better clean it up quickly. Eli then spoke up, I felt the presence of a damp and dull magic. Lu added, this place is fine. Didu told them, first hour just go to the place with the highest concentration of magical energy. Lu expressed his opinion, Master, I think there is no need. As soon as the words ended, the ground suddenly shook violently. An explosion rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The frequency of shaking is increasingly intense. From the ground rose countless skeleton soldiers. Diduan asked with careful eyes, Bone soldier? Unexpectedly, the sound of the horse's hooves attracted his attention. He immediately recognized that it was the Headless Horseman. It's the first time I've seen a real product at a real price, but come on, Isn't it a bit too much to just release a secondary product at first? He called out 2 close specimens, Eoli and Lu. Accelerating, the 2 specimens responded one after another, "Oh yes, sir." After just a few slashes, the skeleton soldiers were cut to pieces, usually in cases like this. People usually cut off the leader's head first. Thinking so, he rushed towards the headless knight, swung his sword and slashed, immediately splashing a bucket of cold water on the owner's face. But master, it didn't matter. Not letting the male protagonist gain the upper hand, the headless knight wielding a spear rose up to confront Didu head-on. The moon is getting higher and higher. The air was damp and dark and scary. After the battle with the skeleton soldiers and headless knights, the male protagonist went to a grave site. Lu told him that there was something very strange. Didu asked doubtfully, "What?" Lu said, "The bone vase is one thing." But even the headless knights were too weak compared to the magical power this gate exuded. Didu agreed, "Yes, they are weaker than what we heard, but so what?" Suddenly his eyes noticed the grave located in the middle of the path. "It seems like this is where the bitch will come out." Lu reminded the male protagonist to be careful, "Master. There must be a reason why that headless knight is so weak. For example, if all the magic dispersed through the gate was concentrated inside the monster." As soon as the words ended, the frog also appeared, its mouth emitting a terrifying wheezing sound. Didu thought to herself, could it be that it can only appear at high-level gates or from the 65th floor or above? Looking at this appearance, he can confirm that the monster is a necromancer. "The monster asked you, so you are the one who wants to become my master?" Before this question, Didu was a bit surprised. The monster growled and pointed straight at the male lead, "So I asked again, yes, people are people, do you want to become my master?" Didu frowned and wondered how the doorkeeper had a system voice. "The necromancer pointed his finger at you. I asked again, are you human, wish to become my master?" Kim Gi-do feels unusual. Why does this doorkeeper have a system voice? He raised his voice, "Yes, I came here to master this gate, so let me ask you again, are you the gate?" Doubtful necromancer, "Gate, even though it doesn't have a tongue, it still clicks, tsk." The necromancer replied, "Yes, the gate, I am the master of this abandoned ruin." "What makes you frown?" Its voice. He saw that its hand appeared to be in a state of interference. Kim Gi-do realized something. "I rushed towards the baby, Rua, waste, we have to act first, 2 egos follow." "Okay, yes master." The energy on the body of the necromancer radiates, "Prove yourself worthy of becoming my master." Dark magic unleashed from its staff, they are gathering before the ghost. The magic ball shot towards the oncoming demon. He gritted his teeth, "Damn it, it's too late to dodge." There was a loud explosion and bright flames. Kim was constantly coughing in the dust and smoke of the ruins. A few mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth as he coughed, "Damn it." Rua reminded, "Master, be alert, it's coming, just wipe away the dust and thin blood on your face." "I know." His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Countless arrows created from magic flew around the necromancer. "That was all, it's indifferent, we haven't started yet." The arrows shot towards the golden sky. The rocks were stabbed into pieces by countless arrows until they crumbled. Kim Gi-do promptly escaped the rain of arrows just now. But another rain of arrows is coming. Use needle to increase speed to avoid escaping. The necromancer doesn't keep these trivial things in mind. It's useless. Kim traveled successfully to avoid the third wave of arrows. "If I let my guard down, I'm dead. I choose the opportunity, thanks to you Rua." The black sword doesn't understand. "What?" The male lead put all his strength and leaned back. "Don't worry, last time I practiced throwing grenades very well." Rua panicked. "Wait, you mean, hey, don't tell me you're planning." Then there was Rua's shrill scream along with the sound of the wind blowing around him. "Ah!" The blade was firmly planted on the ground, the blade still vibrating with inertia. "Damn it, the owner was a bitch." Kim Gi-do stepped on the sword hard. "I'm sorry," Rua shouted, "can you still laugh?" Relying on the thrust of the sword's body, he jumped high, and at the same time retracted the blade and transformed it into a ring shape. After approaching the necromancer, he summoned the black sword's essence. Kim Gi-do slashed down hard. "Take it." The necromancer used his staff to block the attack. It leisurely sneered, "Oh, you who want to become my master, this is not enough." The words after the undead mage didn't have time to leave his mouth. Kim Gi-do made a twist. "This was my intention." The blade cut hard into the ghost's body. It roars, "Ah!" magical power overflowed. Kim Gi-doo jumped back to avoid its attack. The necromancer emitted low sounds from his throat. One hand touched the cut wound on his chest. It looked at the holy sword. This weapon is quite troublesome. Looks like I'll have to avoid pulling it out. Green lines of light appeared in her eyes. They appeared on the top of his head. Is the rain of bats magic arrows? This time the number of arrows has reached the formation level. Damned, Rue announced. We can't dodge this attack, Master. I suggest, swing me up, Master, I will lock it. Rain of arrows poured down. Their only goal is gold. He shouted, let's go, EO. The holy sword replied, yes. Rue shouted, what about me? The black sword was recovered. He swung the holy sword to slash away the pile of magic arrows that were stuck down. Your attributes are not suitable for this case. I'm not satisfied. What do you mean? Those dark blades are nothing compared to this, with me. Kim Gi-doo reassured him, sorry but, now is not the time to talk about uncertain things. Arrows flew close to his body. The male lead realizes the serious problem. It's getting faster. Can I resist? Gi-doo's teeth clenched tightly, making a squeaking sound. I can only choose to be reckless, Rua. Are you sure? Rua affirmed, firmly. Why summon the black sword? I believe you. He used his black sword to block an incoming arrow. The system sound rang out. Rua was absorbing dark energy. Rua had begun to realize the Lord of the Dark Sword. Gi-doo was startled. Huh? What lord? The system prompted. Please sacrifice something, so it can fully awaken. Energy gathered on the blood jade piece on the sword's body. Its eyes lit up. The energy released was so powerful that it formed a dome of blood light. The sky is covered with gloomy red. The undead mage was terrified. What a mortal. His eyes revealed a cold light. The necromancer looks back. It seems like you're not a talker, but I still don't accept you. It stretched out both hands to perform the summoning ritual. Let's begin the final test. Undead corpses emerged from dugout graves. One by one, they emerged one by one. Countless undead piled up at the feet of the undead mage, one on top of another to form a pillar of undead. Kim Gi-doo looked at the horror in front of him. I still have many things I want to ask you about the Lord or something, but, it seems I don't have that much time left now. Hurrah! The black sword hummed like a copper, love. Bright red eyes opened wide, a giant undead was formed, the necromancer standing on top of it as its ruler. Kim Gi-doo raised his head and looked up, a living grouse. The grouse raised its fist. The punch landed, creating a strong shock. If someone hides in a cloud of smoke and dust, if they are at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, then I will overwhelm them with this terrifying weight. In this case, the light from the thick layer of dust shines and intensifies. The necromancer was startled. Countless slashes were cut all over the giant's arms. Kim Gi-doo shot straight to the location of the spirit. The arm containing thousands of corpses disappeared. What about this? The gate. Kim Gi-doo arrogant. Is it worthy enough yet? The necromancer raised his head slightly. His eye sockets were dark. Ah. The black sword cuts through its body. I accept you, my master. The notification system. The gate scene has accepted your link. Name it. The battlefield-centered aura spreads across the map. Gray smoke slowly rises above the ghost. The gate has accepted your connection. Name the gate. What do mumbled? Name. The black aura behind him overflowed. The male protagonist sees a pile of black when gathering into the black sword. Rua, what else? The Rua made a suppressed sound as if receiving too much energy. Suddenly its tone changed. Ha ha ha, do you see, this is me, this is really me. Its voice was filled with resentment. Do you think I will stand by forever, watching that holy sword gradually become stronger than me? Rue let out a crazy laugh, calling out, hey, what's wrong with you? His response was still a strange, ha 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 laugh, calling loudly, Rua, ha ha ha, ha. Gi-doo knew it had regained its composure. Do you think you went a bit too far? What's wrong? Rua wondered, what did I just do? Eo replied, he was confused. Master, why are you confused? I was about to say something, he scolded me. Shut up, don't say unnecessary things. The ring transforms back into its ring form. I'll rest for a while, master. I probably have a bit of a headache, so I agree. It's fine, even though I have many things to ask you. Let's talk later. I'm tired. That's okay. The waist also returned to the male lead's finger. He held his chin and calculated. First, he needed to think of a name. The status window still looms with a prompt. Please give the gate a name. I fell into silence. He closed his eyes to concentrate and think. Fragments of memories appeared in his mind, the lullaby was gradually disappearing. The male lead's eyes opened. "Okay, here it is. Your name is Lullaby Shore." The announcement echoed throughout the city. This was really happening. They had indeed overflowed the gates. Follow the association agents and move to a suitable evacuation shelter. Again, this is not training. They have indeed overflowed the gate. The task force of the Gate Management Association was assembled. It had been a long time since they had flooded the gate. What did they say it was? The person next to them replied, they said it was fluctuating from pressure to high. Is this the only gate? It's so sad. He quickly got out of the car. What about the backup plan? Sung-hun replied, we have notified the nearby guilds, and the bottle team members are on their way. Mr. Titch asked, was the evacuation process completed? Sung-hun checked the data. Everything was still running smoothly without any problems. We believe it will be completed in the next 30 minutes. Seriously, turn that number into 10. Please obey, I will tell them. He was a bit worried, however, the biggest problem was the journalists don't seem to be very cooperative, although it's about freedom of speech or something. Some of them used to be players, so it's a bit annoying. Oh, Tazish gritted his teeth. Leave them alone. If you want to die, let them die, then accept it and understand. The expression on his face was extremely severe. This gate overflow was extremely serious. Our forces, including mine, were already redundant. He looked towards the gate. But if a gate overflow really occurs, it means something bad has happened. Everyone's eyes widened. Huh? The original blue gate has turned red. Space cracks have appeared. The gate is overflowing, preparing for battle. Oh, Tazish scolded loudly. Damn it, so it really happened. I took out my weapon, blaming myself. Kim, I'm sorry, it's all because of my incompetence. Oh, Tazish rushed forward, ignoring Sung-hun calling out to the director behind him. He was sorry, Gi-do, and what's worse, he roared, he would avenge you. With these very hands. Everyone gathered towards the gate and stars. He roared with all his anger and helplessness, Kim Gi-do. The blue and white shoes were placed on the ground with a doubtful response. Duh. Why do you look at someone flying past you? I'm calling you. I tilt my head suspiciously. Huh? Gi-do looked at him passing by her. Oh, Tazish seemed to twist her whole body to look at the male lead. You. Because you were so surprised, you couldn't break in time, you bastard. In front of a crowd of people with dozens of pairs of eyes watching, Oh, Tazish fell face down on the ground. Kim Gi-do didn't understand what was going on and could only scratch his cheek in doubt. He turned around and looked behind. What was this? The bright light of the flashlight shone so brightly that he couldn't help but cover it. The reporters were in chaos. Take pictures, show us your face, this is a special case. He closed the gate himself even when it was about to overflow. Kim Gi-do was surrounded by countless questions. Please give us an interview. Is that ring an item? Gi-do panicked. Wait, please excuse me. In some building, research and searching eyes, an ego, the association president clasped his hands and stared at the person opposite him. He asked, is that so? Is that why you got stronger? I was shaking all over. Can I hear this? A unique attribute isn't some random skill, right? Tech assured him, I brought you along because I trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have let you be my secretary in the first place. I looked over, so, connected to the gate, what happened to it? Please explain. To be honest, this is the first time so I'm not sure. He said he was balancing everything and didn't respond to me. I think something happened when the gate closed. He numbly pushed the food to one side of his cheek and asked, what about the ego named Ruah? You said it's also not responding, you said it's going beyond the limit. Gi-do replied, it's quiet but, you can still use its ability as usual so there's probably nothing wrong. The chairman said, well, that's good news. He exclaimed, oh my god, a player has the ability to possess gates. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy. He reassured, of course, don't worry about journalists leaking this story, the association has taken care of it well, the press won't know. Gi-do replied, okay, thank you. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Gi-do stood up from his chair. Excuse me, wait a moment, I have a phone call. The president reached out his hand to signal, feel free. Kim Gi-do went somewhere else to pick up the phone. I'm having an important conversation so we can. Seeing that the person on the other side didn't say anything, he was suspicious. Hello, the other person spoke up later. The person on TV was you, right? I don't understand why, huh? The other person continued, Looking at that ring and necklace, it was indeed you, and what was with that strange mask, ha ha ha. Mr. Oh Tazish saw that Sung-hun and the chairman's phone rang at the same time. Both of them received a call. It was from the association. The chairman huffed. The guy also took out his phone. The mysterious hero stopped a gate overflow. See, that looks cool. The person on the other side asked, can I show it off to you? No, but I'm sure many people will recognize it. Seeing what happened, the other person didn't say anything and called suspiciously, hey buddy. Somewhere, he turned his head and saw the other three people looking at him at the same time. His eyes were numb and heavy. Special news from the newspaper and some dingo knew. A hero single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a high-level player? I see. The image of the tourist wearing a mask appears clearly below the information. This news obviously spread quickly and at breakneck speed. Dad asked, what happened? She looked like she was in a good mood. An unstoppable smile appeared on his sullen face. No, nothing. She was excited, just felt that I had taught my students quite well. Journalist players, most of whom are retired players, and they get news about the tower, the gates, and the players. While washing the dishes together, he said, he couldn't control them. I'm sorry, uncle, it's not that I did it on purpose. His palms were numb and wrinkled. We weren't lucky at all. It seemed like a troublesome person had mixed in with the journalists. What is curious, a troublesome person, Tektich explains, he is quite famous because he used to be a thief before retiring. Go Hyung Chu, he ranks quite high, even among the clubs. I reminded him, but he shouldn't get involved with him, so just be careful if you accidentally meet him in the future. He nodded, okay. Dai Dongmon, the abandoned senior shop, Rua judged with a disdainful tone, so now you are interested in collecting items. What a bad habit, you selfish ego-hungry master. I thought that and then laughed. Rua would have said that if he was still awake. He exclaimed, it's quite empty when it's not here. Waste spoke up, sorry master, but I can't talk to you like that. He's sad, how dare I, just tell him, you shouldn't do that. The wild man propped his chin in doubt. What are you mumbling to yourself, scratching your head? Ha ha, how are you, senior, grandfather? Huang praised, I saw the newspaper, you are quite famous. I noticed your tears and sniffled. He joked, do I need to pay you advertising fees? Guido smiled bitterly, actually, this is the reason why I came here, Mr. Huang was surprised, you really want to ask for advertising fees? The male lead expressed, now that things are like that, I don't think I should stand out too much, so I need something to help hide my identity. Mr. Huang guessed, so you were looking for a mask, the one you wore in the newspaper looked really ugly, I have to admit. Why answer, it's not like that. The wild man didn't seem to hear this so he refused, sorry but I think my store doesn't have what you want. I smiled bitterly and repeated, I told you I wasn't looking for a mask. But I didn't buy that one. The wild man propped his chin, huh, what is that? Guido expressed, as you know, egos and masks are quite easy to identify, as for masks, I just need to stop wearing them. Fortunately, the drops haven't received much media attention yet, but the problem is the rings. But I can't do without, so I'm trying to hide them with me, Mr. Huang replied, oh, is that so? He pointed, there are gloves and gauntlets over there, just take a look. I've created a few, but not many, what? As I walked towards the gloves, I succeeded in creating a connection with the lullaby after my failed attempt, but it was easier to connect with the teardrop and dry it out. If I remember correctly, it was probably because my ability to own my ego increased. I replied in the affirmative, yes, master, before, your ability to own only me and Rua. But compared to then, he is much stronger now, as if he realized he was being rude and immediately admitted his mistake. Oh, I don't mean to say he was weak then or anything, maybe it was due to egos at that time, I liked the name you gave them, so I smiled bitterly, no need to comfort me, my dear. He looked intently at the items, they all looked good, but I shouldn't have chosen one with an outstanding design. His eyes were attracted, why do you reach out? Okay, I choose you. Mr. Huang silently praised, good choice. What do you start the steps, Link? Your name is, the umbrella and gloves lit up to accept the name the male lead gave him, notification system, you have successfully linked to the cell ego, you can now access the cell's information, try holding and stretching your arms to test the flexibility of your armrests. Wow, Mr. Huang asked, how are they? To be honest, it feels a bit strange, but I'll probably get used to them. You're at the information panel, box, level 27, strength 40, dexterity 3, 10, health 12, magic power 8, skill, makeup, force, Gi-Do amazement. It has perfect options for a gauntlet. Information window display, force increase immediate strength. What do you think? Can I summon Rua and Io when I'm wearing it? Normal gloves are damaged when I summon them, so I can't use normal gloves. Try calling, Rua, Io. The two rings under the iron gauntlet glowed, two swords appeared in Gi-Do's hand. The wild man suddenly straightened his back. Oh ho, that's a good weapon. But he saw that the gauntlet was still intact. Okay, the summoning was normal, but the most important part was whether he could hide the ring. Even though this gauntlet was just jewelry, he silently shouted, dressed up and recovered the two swords. Sword. The two rings do not protrude outside the glove at all. I'm satisfied, I think I can use them every day. Look at Mr. Huang. They are really great. Senior, what is the price? The wild man spoke up. Okay, you don't have to pay. No doubts, huh? He gave me a condition, but in return, if I need your help at any time. Can you help me once? Tomorrow, at the Union lobby on the first floor, the reporters have surrounded the entrance to this place. Is it true that they are secret agents of the Alliance? Please answer us. I wonder what this commotion is all about. Sung-hun explained that the journalists have been bothering me a lot lately. After the news about that day spread, they came here every day. They came for the mask. Insisted the guy, who had been quite aggressive on his first mission, but was told that he felt guilty. He thought about it. I think he should stop climbing the tower for a while. Maybe he should go check out the gates, but he refused. No, there's no need, because he didn't understand what he meant. Sung-hun laughed. The journalists thought that the Kim Gi-Do player was a high-class gambler, and they were waiting for him on the upper floors of the tower. Haha, but for me it's not a problem, because the journalists looking for masked agents are all on the upper floors. Why glare at the guy? Are you mocking me? Sung-hun replied, of course not, on the first floor of the tower. Black blood dripped from the glove. Just remember what Mr. Huang said, if I need your help at any time, can you help me just once? He pondered. His senior did not underestimate the value of the items he created, because he was very proud of his products. The request will probably be very difficult. A voice rang out, are you their owner? Gi-Do suddenly turned his head back. He asked, do you hear me? I'm confused. What are you talking about? About what, master? Gi-Do replied, I think I just heard someone talking about a certain master. The voice from before rang out again. The one claiming to be their master. Please call my name. What do you ask? Did you hear it this time? I speculated, perhaps it was Rua's awakening. Gi-Do shook his head. No, the voice was different, it was telling me to call its name. He suddenly remembered. Oh, could it be? He read a name. The shore sang a lullaby. A magical ball that reflects the male protagonist's image inside. It feels vaguely familiar. I feel quite familiar for some reason. The wind blew past his face. What else? The image of the pair of briefs that he could barely hold appeared in his mind. Gi-Do's eyes widened as if he was extremely stimulated. He cringed, clutching the clothes on his body. No. The scream echoed throughout the forest. Inside the sphere reflects the image of a psychologically haunted girl sitting huddled in a corner. After a long time without seeing any movement, he opened the window to observe. One person prayed and the other kept looking at each other silently. Notification system. The form of the Rusing Bank has not yet been determined. Please determine the form for the Rusing Bank. Why are you warily staring at that thing? I'm confused. Master, what's wrong? I can't say I'm psychologically haunted, so I have to answer, nothing. Repetition system. The morphology of the Rusing Bank has not been determined. Please determine the morphology for the Rusing Bank. Only after a while did the male lead stabilize his mind. It was a bit different from last time. Hey, do you know how we did it? As instructed, put your hand on the sphere, and imagine the shape you want. If you come closer, is that okay? He placed his hand on the orb. Imagine what you want. Her eyes closed slightly. The shore sang a lullaby. We had only been together for a short time. But you saved me over and over again until I died. I just hope you can continue to protect me like before. I want you by my side to protect me. The light emitted from the body of the ball. It kept shrinking and flying towards the male protagonist's chest. What's surprising, this is it. He placed his hand on the spot where the light had not yet disappeared. Ha, what is this? The Iron Man is grumbling. A gentle voice rang out. Master, Gidu was startled. Huh? The cheerful voice was full of vitality. Master, I'm so glad that I can accompany you again. Master. Even if you don't understand, you will be accompanied. I thought of something. Could it be? The shore sang a lullaby. The status window is opened. The shore sings, the ego inherits memories. No doubt, the ego has inherited memories. Is this really the lullaby that you know? The lullaby that resonates like a child? Yes, 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 I am the lullaby that you sing. No. It's attached. I'm so happy to meet you again. Master, Gidu replied to it. Yes, duh, I'm happy too. The shore sings a lullaby. He thought to himself, quite different from what I imagined about the lullaby. I always imagined him as a quiet knight protecting me. His voice seemed quite childish. Gidu commanded, united. The light of the lullaby surrounded him. He greeted, it's nice to meet you. I'm him. The lullaby replied excitedly, I miss this girl. I'm very happy too. Just looking at the information board, it's unified, not jewelry, so this is the result when I apply wishes to wishes. It inherits the consciousness from that name, and also has the reflection skill that the Lusing has. The information panel displays, the Lusing, Gate Ego, 30 Strength and 30 Agility, 30 Endurance, 30 Magic Power, Skill, Fusion, Reflection, Absorption, Domination, Opening, Closing Ego inherited memories. New skills are probably its abilities when it's a gate. Gidu prays, you are very impressive. The lullaby sings, he is proud, hee, I did well. What do you say to it? Okay then, let's try it a bit. Open, lullaby and sing to release your skills. Time passed like that. I climbed the tower for a week, while focusing on learning about the states of each ego, including the Lullaby Shore. First, new skills, opening and closing. They can ability to open and close a gate. Even though this is my skill, I still can't really enter it, and the monsters in it don't listen to my commands. The knight's spirit resonated with his sword, just cut off its head. I admit it, but this skill is really useful, because I have the ability to create a gate overflow if I want. If I can completely control this ability, you command, play, then the power I have will surpass the power a person possesses. Followed by absorption and domination, they are skills related to the development process of the lullaby, steam. Passive, the Lusing can grow by absorbing other gates. Dominate, the Lusing can absorb a lower ranked gate and dominate it. Reading this description, I can roughly understand it. It only works on gates you already own. Master, he explained, rubbing his chin, but it seems this ability has its limits. I want to try it now, but maybe it should be later. First. A wolf appears. We need to take care of this guy first. 28th floor guard, giant tiger sword. Look at it. I've only hunted a few weak monsters all week, so at least we have to test it once in a while, right? The great tiger raised its claws. It pounced straight on Gidu's body. He gave an order, increased his physical strength, and the gloves released its skills. A strong rumble echoed. The steamer also activates its skill. The great claw was blocked by something and could not be lowered further. Gidu curled his mouth. This was enough to warm him up. 2 lines of sword energy cut through the great tiger's flesh. Blood flowed from the wound. The giant tiger roared angrily, and the expression on the male lead's face was extremely excited. He jumped to avoid its attack. The great tiger did not stop and continued to attack. The enemy kept avoiding it, while the guard continued to chase frantically. Kim Gidu revealed a crooked smile. He put his body in front of the great tiger's claws, reflecting. The forest seemed to shake violently, in some places it even cracked. Blue color on crushed land. As I walked step by step towards the giant tiger, the guards were quite big, but once I got used to their size, they were easier to punch. He raised the sword high. This stronger reflection skill also had a great effect. The shore sang happily, hee, I did well. If you praise it, of course, I'll feed you soon. You sing a lullaby so happily you almost fly, goat. The sharp blade slashed down. Notification system, Rua is absorbing the giant tiger's blood slag sword. It's a bit disappointing, so it only drops a green crystal. It's a shame that it doesn't drop any equipment. But selling its body would probably get quite a bit of money. Could the association take care of this if we went back to the base to report it? He thought again. But I still need to keep my promise. Open. The gate opens. After throwing the crystal in, I learned something about the ability of the lullaby last week. Notification system, the gate received skills. The monsters in the gate were strengthened. that it can grow by absorbing crystals, closing the gate. I learned about the ability of the lullaby, and also became familiar with the combination of skills to increase stamina and his speed. Even though Rua hasn't woken up yet, its strength is still preserved, and WoW is still leveling up steadily. If I do, I should go straight to the 31st floor, if not, I'll decide after reaching the 29th floor, so let's go to the 29th floor, people. The leader of the brown-shirted team frowned. These red-colored players, don't you know who we are? No matter how overbearing the leader on the other side is, we are quite confident about our reputation. Brown shirt is very angry. The two sides cannot avoid fighting. Let's show these criminals what we have. Everyone, attack. I became suspicious when I heard noise in the distance. I heard fighting sounds, players fighting. He came out and suggested, you should go check. Master, wave your hand, don't suddenly go check on things like that. A light flashed to Gidu's location. The brown shirt captain held his injured arm. He scolded, you bastards, if you dare to attack us, join us. The black-shirted captain scratched his ear and interrupted, this and that club, it's so annoying, I'm not interested in kids like you, bring the president here, you guys are nothing but hostages. This guy is still very proud, I'll bring Seoguju here. Before he could finish his sentence, someone grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. His eyes were cold. What did you just say you were going to do? The heart beats at an exceedingly fast rate. Red blood cells increase the speed of movement inside blood vessels. Gidu grabbed the head of the guy in black and slammed it on the ground. The sound of bones cracking, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The memories running through his head, this is, exactly like that time. Why don't you grab the other guy's hair and lift his head up? Calm down, I've seen this face before. He looked at the guys in black. Why did the sneak attack group cause trouble with the singer? The guys in black looked at him like wild animals. Someone shouted, don't stand still like that, he only had one look. While trying to suppress the rage that was about to devour him, I had to stay calm. The black-shirted man did not sense the danger and surrounded him, killing him. When they had just taken a step forward, several swords swept past. Kim Gi-do couldn't stop the killing in my heart. The first time I killed someone, I didn't hesitate when swinging the sword. I felt the fresh cut through the blade, and my heart trembled continuously. What foot hits the ground, the shoe hits, revealing its skill. Kim Gi-do is like an unstoppable killing wind. In the vagueness there is a voice calling, Master. Fresh blood splashed onto the holy sword, Master. It was quiet for a moment. Wow calls out, Master. Why do you wake up, huh? A sincere voice said, I am the middle-ranking commander of the singing group in Cotton Gudu, thank you, once again. Bong Gudu was happy, I didn't expect you to be Kim Gi-do. I heard the president talk a lot about you. Gi-do asked, why are you from Seogu? Bong Gudu replied, yes, he said he wanted you to join our group, just for a moment. Bong Gudu evaluated him in his head, but he was very different from what he heard. He said that he had a weak heart, so he was very worried about him. But he can swing his sword without hesitation, and his strength can be compared to that of the president. Who cares, anyway, what's going on between you guys and the sneak attack group? It seems like they're aiming for Seogu. Bong Gudu replied, I'm not sure, the president is not someone who would make enemies. I guess we'll know after interrogating them. He looked towards the captured sneak attack group, the red player will be killed anyway, we'll consider whether to torture depending on the case. Even if the association allows it, this is something we are not very interested in. When we hear that, we think, torture. He stood at a distance and did not participate in the questioning process of the others, when I joined the guard subjugation team. He recalls, the way I couldn't control my emotions at that time was very strange. I thought I was recovering from the trauma from being tortured. He looked at his hand, because I also have problems with pressure, but when he talked about torture I didn't feel anything. Maybe it's because they're criminals. No, I didn't have any injuries in the first place, so that's it. Why couldn't I control myself then? He covered his face. No, that's not important. More than anything, then why did I think that killing people was fun? The sound of Io and Bo singing lullabies rang out at the same time. Master, Gi-do told them, sorry Io, Bo Lu sing, I made you all worry for nothing. I told them, you don't need to worry too much about this, I've already figured it out myself. A name appeared in his mind, Demon King. She must have done something to me. Dong Gudu saw the male lead coming and said, Kim Gi-do player, I'm home. He was confused, Oh my god, I'm sorry for making you see, just calm down, I understand, what's the situation, have you found out anything yet? Donggudu replied, not much, except that they work according to orders from their superiors. Gidu nodded, I understand. He speculated, it seemed like they were the lowest level members, because they didn't know anything and their skills were below average. Donggudu replied, it seems like that. He silently argued, maybe it's because you're too strong. Donggudu said goodbye, we will start going down from here, although it would probably be great if we contacted the president and he got to meet you too, but there are many things we have to take care of. Why call him back? Wait, Donggu is suspicious, huh? Whenever I look in one direction, I feel something. Inside the forest, there was noise. A group of people appeared, their shirts have the logo of a round head tied with a scarf printed on them. Some people from the Cian and Gidu were surrounded by the men attacked secretly. Why is it so crowded? Gidu frowned, it looked like there were more than 100 players, the whole gang came together, do they care that much about their teammates? Gidu looked at the person next to him, he was being rude, the male lead's mind was suspicious, very dangerous, but why me? Did you send someone to contact the association? Bongu replied, I did send someone to report the incident but, I didn't ask for help. Why me? If you suggest, I will create a path, prepare a messenger, fire two, make a noise. The expression on Gidu's face was pure excitement, excitement at the thought of about to fight. He moved like the wind in front of the group of sneak attackers. A group of people who had not yet had time to understand the situation were interrupted. Fresh blood spurted out massively, what the hell, oh, what's going on? They screamed, damn it, where is he? He flew down from the trunk of a coconut tree like lightning. Another group of people were killed. Kim Gidu killed frantically, the group of sneak attackers was mixed into a jumble, hey, he died, he was alone. On the other side, the singers couldn't help but be bewildered and admired, wow. Cotton Goo shouted, let's go too, support the player. Kim Gidu revealed an evil smile, no, actually. The blazing firelight obscured his face. The big fire spread quickly and rose high. The singer's man gasped, the metal escaped from the fire, he slid on the ground for a while. Some people regret it, oh, can you avoid it, this item is quite expensive, well, I stole it from someone else. Cotton Goo recognizes this guy, the guild leader sneaks in on the attack. Also known by the name, Fallen Villain, Murderer Choi Min-seo smirking, you, smell like us. He called, do you want a position, do you want to join the sneak attack group? The people who commit crimes every day in the tower are called red people. Basically, applying the rules inside the tower is impossible, the only thing the association can do is, control the gates, which are also the entrances to the tower, and prevent them from joining, increasing the number. A red-haired man who used to be a mischievous person, the president of the sneak attack group, Play Min-seo. As he frowned, the truth about him giving up all the luxuries of his status as a gangster, in exchange for the path of crime, willingly showed. He concluded, he was a psychopath addicted to murder. Choi Min-seo laughed sickly, why, interesting. I can guess, you're the same type of person as us, I guarantee that joining our side will be much more fun. I remember my out-of-control appearance, the kind of people like them. You raise your voice, shut up, criminal, don't treat me like scum like you. The big scar-faced guy saw him scolding him like that and got angry. He walked up aggressively, this arrogant brat, how dare you talk like that, in front of me. The fire burned brightly. Kim Gidu was so scared that her eyes widened. Choi Min-seo's eyes are red, how dare you butt in while I'm talking. The big guy's head was on fire, he wanted to die, right? Choi Min-seo clicked his tongue, several members trembled when they saw the big guy fall, Vice President. Choi Min-seo blow the fire on his knife, sorry, these guys are very rough because we weren't taught very well. The juniors dragged the fat man's body aside, Choi Min-seo didn't care much, anyway, let's continue, as you can see, we are currently lacking a deputy leader position. He pointed the knife forward, I'll give you that position, join my party. Kim Gidu was quiet, he spoke up, let me ask you something, why are you aiming at the singers club? Choi Min-seo used the handle of the knife to scratch his head, he didn't answer but asked, well, there's no reason not to answer. We're going to get out of this tower, we're tired of being stuck here, so we need to talk to the chief over there. Cotton Goo frowned, going outside the tower, what does it have to do with us? Are you planning on using us as hostages? Choi Min-seo curled her mouth. Kim Gi-doo was stunned, why, how did you know about that? The secret of SEO Goo is the second unique attribute. Choi Min-seo was surprised, huh, you also knew that? He's interested, you're interesting. Go ahead, shut up, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, answering me immediately. Choi Min-seo crazy, those eyes, those eyes. The knife in his hand burst into flames. He slashed a line, I told you you're the same type of person as us. A wound appeared on Kim Gi-doo's cheek, it was from the beginning it was a double knife. The situation suddenly changed to Choi Min-seo swinging the knife, Kim Gi-doo trying to dodge the attack. Play Min-seo like crazy, but it's still up and down. The fire and intense heat caused people around to cover their eyes, the members of the Sneak Attack Guild were scared to death. Gi-doo's feet were stuck on the ground, I had only had a little fight with him, not yet considered a fight. But I feel it's very different from the battles in the past, I've met dozens of high-ranking people like that, but hey, he's basically a master hunter. Choi Min-seo laughed hysterically, ha 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 ha. He continued to attack, you thought I would let you rest, but when I realized the problem, I was a little slower than him. Even though he's stronger than before because he used force, he's as strong as me, and when he's enhanced, he's on cooldown. Reminder waist, owner, left. Right after that, his left side was kicked hard. It hurts so much that my face wrinkles. He rolled to the side. The male protagonist uses dual swords to hold his body. He was suspicious, suddenly he became faster, skill, I denied, no, not, master. His movements haven't changed, that means. The knife in Choi Min-seo's hand spun around. He grabbed the handle of the knife, it looks like it worked, it seems like you were scared by my fire energy but, that's not the full power of this fire dagger, the guy steps towards you, it accumulates damage with the enemy you fight, that is, the winner has already been determined since the battle has been prolonged, you can't beat me, if you surrender, I'll at least let you join the team. Gi-doo interrupts him, accumulates, damages, you, he shouted, should have said it sooner. He shouted, intensifying, Choi Min-seo was excited, look, you're still hiding your trump card, then so am I. A 10-meter-high flame flares up, using all fire energy, without fire, Kim Gi-doo didn't care about the fire falling on her and rushed straight inside, the blade swung up to cut off the incoming fire, the heat was terrible, thanks to that, I was able to finish him off. I can reach you and play Min-seo. His vision and the man's sword collided. He remembered what the guy said, it accumulates damage that you compete with, Kim Gi-doo ordered and countered, blue light radiated from his body. Singing will reflect accumulated damage to the enemy, Choi Min-seo rolled her eyes, what? Outsiders are completely unaware of the war inside this fire of terror. Something was thrown violently out of the fire. The people in that area were shocked, what is that? That thing scraped hard on the ground, creating a long mark. Choi Min-seo has lost consciousness, every step forward, his face is also covered with ash, exposing his own weakness, what's wrong, new ghost? The sword net points directly at the Min-seo player. Activate the village, play Min-seo and disappear right before the male lead's eyes, has absorbed Min-seo players, the absorption process is successful. If it's unexpected, even humans are fine, but what conditions are needed to activate it? He was trembling, frustrated, sure his legs couldn't take it anymore, as expected from a guy, things could have been much worse. He tried to brace himself, but he couldn't let them see that he was weak, because there were still members of the sneak attack group here, but their leader was dead, so maybe they would surrender. A chill ran down his spine, the eyes like those of a wolf and tiger were all focused on him, the president was dead, that president was killed by him. The vice president died, and now the executive positions are all vacant, which means, the person who kills that bastard will become my boss. Kim Gi-doo entered alert position, all eyes are on Kim Gi-doo, if I can kill that bastard, but where is the leader's body? I'm also worried, master, the sneak attackers are still discussing, it's not because of us, maybe it's because of some skill, just gritting our teeth. That skill is to reflect attacks, but that doesn't mean you don't receive any damage, if you want to reflect damage. Then I have to take it, just like what happened at the He-Run maze, the damage I receive will be greater because of that counterattack. Cold sweat ran down his face, my whole body throbbed with pain, I had to rest for about 10 minutes, no, just a few minutes was more than enough. The sneak attackers still seemed to be cautious. Kim Gi-doo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The blind realized, I understand why the president likes him. A player who isn't a sharpshooter is so scary. Who is this brat? The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He showed a cruel expression. Yes, it doesn't matter, we are outnumbered. He rushed forward. It didn't matter how many people died, as long as he was the one to deliver the finishing blow. The group of sneak attackers rushed up. He was tired. Let's rush in and kill him, just like regular hunting. Kim Gi-doo clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles tensed. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, the corner of his mouth also curled up. It was too late. The snowstorm covered everywhere, and the sneak attackers were all frozen. Kim Gi-doo breathed a sigh of relief. Someone landed on the ice. He looked at that person and smiled. Here he comes. Seo-gu, hello, Gi-doo, long time no see. Bong-gu was happy. The guild leader, and the remaining sneak attackers panicked. Ju Seo-gu. Seo-gu looked at them. I also wanted to chat, but I had to prioritize what was necessary first. The wind is cold, the cold air is constantly spreading. This wind. Seo-gu slightly bounced his feet. Let's see. He pointed his fingers. 1, 2, 3, there are a few more. He waved the sword in his hand to create cold air, and at the same time told the girl, wait 3 minutes. Then he jumped up and said, we'll talk later. Seo-gu in the air stomped away like a rocket. A ray of blue light passed through the bodies of the sneak attackers. Each of them had fatal cuts on their bodies. Groans of pain echoed. Each sharp slash passed by, fresh blood rushed out. Gi-doo took out a bottle of magic medicine. As expected, he was still, even stronger than before. But now, the distance between us is not that far anymore, my friend. I wiped the water from my face. Expensive medicine is really the best. The fan's speed enhancement was turned on, and the male protagonist rushed away like lightning. 2 beams of light from the magical sword spirit passed through the bodies of the sneak attackers. They were in chaos. What the hell? Seo-gu on the one hand was a bit surprised to see. He smiled happily. I take it back, 1 minute is more than enough. Those who secretly attacked the living were captured, the dead had their bodies disposed of, and Seo-gu went to the destination. He started talking. You've changed a lot, you almost couldn't recognize it. But what's wrong with your eyes? I don't understand, what's wrong with my eyes? Seo-gu was surprised. Didn't you know, your left eye is purple? Why did you purse your lips and think, I feel a bit hot, but why did the color change? I remember Do-gyug's name, maybe. What's the excuse? This is, well, probably due to skill. Seo-gu sat down next to him. Is that so? The guy looked intently at the male lead. It seems like you didn't just change your appearance. I heard you got stronger, but I didn't expect it to be that much stronger. Even after hearing the story, I still couldn't believe it, but I didn't expect the masked man to be you. I wonder, did Seonbai say that? How did he know I was? Right, Seonbai is your cousin. Seo-gu laughed. I introduced him to him. He said he looked at it. I know right away, but it's really annoying. I sighed. At least I was wearing a mask so it felt better. I really admire you. I don't know how I can handle such popularity. Seo-gu laughed. Haha, our personalities are different, I guess. Gi-doo asked, but there are still journalists at the association. It should be better now. Seo-gu replied, no, they have moved on to another topic for a while. What do you pay attention to? The topic is different. Seo-gu teased him. How long have you been out? You should have gone to several checkpoints to watch the news. The guy said, the association's president has revealed his identity to the press. What a surprise, President. I thought, at this moment, is he doing that for me? Maybe I shouldn't take it as a favor. Seo-gu stood up. It's great to see you again. I also want to invite you out for a drink, but... The guy patted the dust on his butt and looked at the mess ahead. This is a bit difficult, Gi-doo exclaimed. This is a big deal. You'll be a bit busy. A ring is forming on Seo-gu's finger. Well, but a cup of coffee is fine. I don't want to say goodbye like this either. I held up the ring on my hand. We have a lot to talk about. Gi-doo realized his friend's ring was identical to his own. Seo-gu, he was also a mercenary, he didn't deny it. There were many people, I'm pretty sure everyone recognized him because of the ring. That's it. The ring on Seo-gu's hand gradually disappears. Be careful, just because we're mercenaries doesn't mean we'll protect each other. So whether by skill or item, people often hide their rings in their own way. just looking at their gloves. Duh, I'm also preventing that. Seogu, I have something to ask, the guy hummed. What is your nickname? Seogu opened and closed his mouth. After a while, the guy reluctantly said a name. Iraq, Gidu said, better than mine. Mine is a big mace. Seogu is speechless. The male lead coughed a few times. He stood up, talking about the reason why the sneak attack group attacked his group. How did that matter get exposed? The second unique ability of Seogu. He silently looked at his friend. Seogu also silently looked back at him. The two of them were both aware of what the second ability was talking about, creating portals. The ability to create portals, whether inside or outside the tower, was a unique ability that could shake the world. Kim Gi-do thought, so he tried his best to hide it. He spoke up, so how could the sneak attack group know? Even the members of the Kian group didn't seem to know. Seogu smacked his lips. It's a long story, it seems like they're done, let's go downstairs and talk. Kim Gi-do turned to ask, you're the president, don't you have to hand over the work to them first? Everyone is handling it fine. Kim Gi-do walked forward, turned around and said, how about that? Then I'll choose the place. I know a cafe. Seogu smiled from ear to ear, cheerfully said, whatever. At the director's office, Ngugot frowned and complained in annoyance, this place looks too much like a coffee shop. Kim Gi-do explained, only here can we talk privately for free. Seogu smiled gently, hello. The other guy replied coldly, long time no see. Seogu, hey, what do you mean it's free? If you think like that, your brother will charge you. The Godangi hummed a few times, sounding a bit upset, then asked, what is the color of your eyes? Guanworm raised his hand to his face and answered mechanically, it was just a skill. He suddenly thought to himself, when will it be like this? Then he glanced up and hummed at the other person. Ngugot laughed cheerfully, oh tree, then, I heard you guys just massacred the entire sneak attack group. And you guys coming straight here means, there's something to ask, right? Guan was a little startled but quickly regained his composure, huh, not really, you two really just came to avoid the noise, right? Ngugot laughed again, ha ha ha, so funny. The Sneak Guild already knows about your portal creation skills. Seogu recounted that a few months ago, he was forced to perform it in front of several guild members, but unfortunately one of them was secretly captured by the guild. Because they are extremely hungry for information about the outside world, they use every trick to pry their mouths. Ngugot picked up the cup of coffee, frowned and said uncomfortably, how annoying, so how are those members? Seogu also frowned, since none of the members of the sneak attack group we caught knew about them, so the probability was that they were still alive. Ngugot took a sip of coffee with difficulty. Seogu spoke up, will there be a team formed to destroy the remaining bunch? Godongu replied blandly, we will kill them as soon as they open their mouths. Seogu replied affirmatively, we, the Entry Association, will also participate. You must know whether the captured members are still alive or not, and you must ensure that no more information is leaked. After saying that, he intended to leave. I'll go first, I still have a lot of work to do, okay, good luck. Then Godongu and Kim Gi-do stood from afar watching Seogu's back coming down from the principal's office. That kid, just pretended to be fine. Even though it looks like that, it's probably all messed up, Kim Gi-do also agrees, helping. Because Seogu considers members as their family. Godongu turned to ask about Kim Gi-do's condition, are you okay? The mechanical guy replied, I used a few potions and was treated by someone else so I'm fine. No, mentally, this is your first time killing someone, right? Kim Gi-do also understands, that. Kim Gi-do glanced away, saying that the first time was quite complicated, because before that he was determined to kill Rogohan. My enemies all deserve to die and I have no reason to feel guilty, I feel very good now, he said while looking at his hands. The thing is, when I kill people, I feel pleasure. Ngugot looked at him deeply and said nothing. Then he used his hand to rub the tip of the needle, making him feel confused. Ngugot said, it doesn't really matter, more or less. This profession may look like that to many people, but inside it is also very dark. What really matters is whether you can control it or not. Kim Gi-do closed her eyes and slowly felt whether she could control it or not. He opened his eyes and looked up at the pink sunset sky. Hey, advice is so bad, hey, it sounds pretty cool. The next day, on the 29th floor, is there still fog? Kim Gi-do held up a leaf and exclaimed, "It's really Seo-gu, I don't know what level you graduated from." He thought to himself, thinking back, yesterday he killed countless people here, I still can't believe it. Actually, I'm not shocked anymore, but I'm even more surprised because I wasn't like that. He raised his hand to look at the eyes with two very strange colors, and these eyes also refused to change back to their normal color. Have I completely changed, or have I always been like this? He remembered the saying that Godungu reminded him, what really matters is whether you can control it or not. He stood in front of the huge black gate, making a decision. Let's go to the 30th floor. I went through the test 3 times and, the first test, successfully hunted a goat. From the 5th floor to the 10th floor, and the 20th floor, the second test, successfully hunted an ogre. The third test, I was given simple tasks with messages, the difficulty was worth it. Tell. Kim Gi-do raised her face with difficulty, it had always been the same. But his hands were shaking extremely. He was startled, his hands were shaking. Is my body warning me? Never ignore the player's intuition. Kim Gi-do looked at my hands, still silent for a long time. Yes, he can talk to me every time like this. But things are even worse because now my senses have been strengthened after drinking the magic medicine. Kim Gi-do let out a heavy sigh. Why hesitate? Let's go. I will go with you anywhere, master. Me too, you are the best. He peered inside the large iron gate. The last test only upgraded his skills, but who knows, this time, both the test and the reward might be different. Came a voice, you have entered the 4th testing room, you are qualified, you are worthy, to take a special test. He raised his hand to cover his face, frowning uncomfortably. It said it was special, so maybe it would be different, maybe I have to go into that castle. That voice echoed again. The owner, Kim Gi-do replied, yes, I know. Around him was a scene as bleak as a desert. Suddenly from that vast desert appeared many large black scorpions that looked extremely scary. Kim Gi-do took out a large sword with red and yellow lightning that looked extremely mysterious. He said in a very expectant voice, giant scorpion, well as expected. Increased, only to see a huge, powerful light piercing straight into the ground where the giant scorpion was. Kim Gi-do was startled to realize, he lost his balance due to the sand. He struggled to move forward. When the force technique is released, a powerful beam of light is released. Kim Gi-do trembled and used both hands to hold the giant scorpion's claws. The scorpion also resisted fiercely with its tail. Kim Gi-do swung his sword powerfully and slashed down. When the 2 slashing moves were released, the giant scorpion was slashed into 4 separate pieces. Kim Gi-do looked at the dusty scene in front of him and thought, this situation is not suitable for reinforcement, maybe it would be better to just walk on them to the castle. Suddenly a strong roar was uttered again. I could feel it, for a long time. Kim Gi-do quickly jumped onto the scorpion's body and moved skillfully on it. Kim Gi-do roared at his own sword, what's going on? How long have you been awake? The sword replied, as soon as you entered. No, that's not important, master. It stopped for a second and then continued, let's go to the castle. Kim Gi-do asked confusedly, what? There it is. My body, indeed, in the castle is a dark shadow sitting on the throne, his eyes radiate a flickering red light in the dark night, looking extremely dangerous and scary. A clear voice was spoken again. Long time ago, are you awake? Kim Gi-do asked, you said your body is in that castle, what are you saying? Right now I'm still standing on the scorpion's back, just got defeated by him. The soul of the long sword did not respond to him. Kim Gi-do saw that and didn't ask any more. Okay, I understand, you can talk. Details later. He then used the sword to fight giant, vicious scorpions in the vast desert to find his way to the castle. The sword's soul asked again, Master, what is that? Kim Gi-do smiled mischievously and asked again, what do you think? I'll use you as a pedestal, and when I get back, I'll worry about getting to work. He stood on it to fly towards the castle. Look at them, trying to take them down will only waste more energy, and I don't even know if there's still a place inside that castle, although it's a bit of a shame. Kim Gi-do screamed, I will go straight to the castle. The sword's soul also screamed, please help me. Kim Gi-do replied to the other soul, I'm sorry, lonely, I don't think I have time to collect crystals. The lonely soul also gently replied to you, I'm fine, master. For a long time, I was angry when I heard her reply so quickly and quickly asked again, what was that tone? Kim Gi-do ran like flying and screamed, the gate ego, Is the ego that received the memories of the old group, long-mouthed, now everything has an ego. I'm not shy at all to get acquainted with the soul of that old man. It's nice to meet you, my name is Lon Ham, you're my senior, so I'll treat you politely. Long was a bit dismissive and replied, Senior, ha ha, do whatever you like. The worm laughed when he heard that, it seemed like he also liked it. After a while, he suddenly frowned in discomfort, then he braked and stopped. Before his eyes was a huge black castle towering in front of him, looking extremely dangerous. Kim Gi-do was also a bit hesitant and didn't step in right away. Long reminded him, stop acting cool, come in quickly. Kim Gi-do looked back and saw a crowd of giant scorpions coming. He let out a cry of surprise. He hurriedly stepped inside the castle. In front of him was a vast, pitch-black space. He groped his way in the dark. Then we came to a gate with two huge statues of guards standing tall. Kim Gi-do exclaimed, the room is so tight that even the statues look huge. Then they moved along the burning torches on the wall. The long soul saw that he was overwhelmed and reminded him, over here, master, inside that door is my body. Kim Gi-do raised her face again to look at everything around her. Geez, now that we're close we can feel it. Or at least, I'm sure there's something behind that door. Suddenly there was a movement of a few small stones. This startled the wary Kim Gi-do. The huge sentry statue from earlier had moved in, it even swung its huge mace to attack him. When the huge mace was smashed onto the floor also shattered miserably. The ground also shook violently because of that. Kim Gi-do asked suspiciously, is it a golem? Looks like the guards are impressive too. Because of that, a deep well was created. Kim Gi-do ran strong and fast, his hands and feet still had characteristic colored lightning bolts. Kim Gi-do struggled to kneel and thought, they are also hard, can I come in too? He walked to the large iron door marked with star-shaped seals. No, I don't know what will be inside. I can't let an enemy like this exist behind, no matter how strong they are, has weaknesses. He used his strength to launch himself into the air. Try the first one first. Kim Gi-do flew and slashed hard at the head of the giant armored creature. From within its armor, faint smoke suddenly appeared. Kim Gi-do also calmly considered the situation. Then a shiny mace swung at an incredibly fast speed. The other two armored soldiers were unharmed and continued to attack Kim Gi-do. Kim Gi-do was attacked until her whole body was bruised and beaten a meter away. Kim Gi-do struggled to support his body to sit up. He thought to himself, that's quite strong. I tried to turn around to reduce the damage but still this much. Kim Gi-do then quickly regained her spirit and stood up. He gritted his teeth in anger. They were made of stone. The pain of moaning wouldn't work. The weight gap was too big. We had to find another way. Lone reminded Kim Gi-do, owner, to be careful. The owner, the castle just let out a hum as if to protest. Lao advised Kim Gi-do, use it, master, use their power. Kim Gi-do also flared up in anger. He gritted his teeth, strengthening. With a speed as fast as a rocket, the golden girdle flew under the feet of both sides of the giant armored soldiers. Deflect. All the scenery before his eyes seemed blurred according to his moves. Kim Gi-do held their feet firmly on the ground. Their attacks, a strong battle took place. Kim Gi-do just found herself gradually becoming a little unusual. Stones suddenly appeared from the bodies of the two giant armored soldiers. Kim Gi-do fell into a dark corner. The swords also followed and flew to the corner of the wall following their owner. This Kim Gi-do-sai was seriously injured, even worse than the previous attack. But surprisingly, the other two armored soldiers were also beaten until their heads were cut off. One was beaten until his ribs were broken into rocks, looking equally pathetic. Kim Gi-do burst out of strength and stood up. The long-haired soul praised him, that's impressive. Kim Gi-do struggled to raise his head and replied, it's nothing, but why do I feel like I have to roll around more than usual today? Kim Gi-do stood up, in his hands holding two swords carrying the souls of Lao and Loon. Kim Gi-do said, Lao, I will have to talk later today. What do you mean your essence is in there? The soul of the long man explained, inside that is my essence when I was alive. Kim Gi-do doubted and asked again, when you were still alive? Yes. I'll tell you first, when I was alive I was very strong, to the point that you couldn't even dream of defeating me. Kim Gi-do warned me in annoyance for a long time. I will temporarily ignore that condescending attitude. So, what do you mean now is impossible? The old man's soul replied unpleasantly, I told you, this is my essence. My soul is next to you. Inside is just an empty shell of my former self. A being that can only move using muscle memory, a faulty version of my old body. The large door with the 5-pointed star seal was opened. Kim Gi-do looked around. He thought to himself, I used medicine to heal wounds, and increased the strengthening spells to the maximum. With this much preparation, I will. The voice of the arrow's soul once again rang out, were you the one who woke me up? The figure sitting on the throne opened his eyes and looked at the gold. He gritted his teeth with difficulty. It's incredibly stressful from this far away. Is that a buggy version? Long past. What is it? Kim Gi-do asked. You really took a long time. The other soul spoke in response. Long. Interesting name. My name is not like that. I am a demon martial arts master and a demon sword master. Kim Gi-do seemed shocked after hearing that answer. That figure, after a few words, walked down to face Kim Gi-do. I am the king of all monsters. Now when the light shines, the other guy's face appears clearly. Half of his face is still intact, looking quite handsome, while the other half of his face has been deformed. Only his facial muscles and bones are exposed. Extremely hideous. He needs a deep voice with a bit of power, a bit of coldness. You can call me by name. Devil. The first time I met Eli, the devil will awaken from Eli's seal. He is the owner of that giant eye. But is Lao's true identity a demon king? You can call it Thang Thang. Kim Gi-do just now saw the face of that mysterious guy and couldn't say a word. His heart was so chaotic that he couldn't think of anything. Kim Gi-do is in an unprecedented difficult state. Something is preventing me from hearing its name. Kim Gi-do spoke after a while. It seems like our castle has many secrets, especially in battles. The soul of the castle also coughed as if to warn the owner. Ahem. Kim Gi-do asked, but, will you be okay? If I kill your body, the long-haired soul replied, I told you, it's just an ordinary shell. I don't know whose farce this is. Please destroy it, so they can't play with my body anymore. Kim Gi-do smiled, don't regret it. Accelerate. The move is launched. Kim traveled away like a tornado. His eyes suddenly became strangely dangerous. He spoke up and activated his next move, Flow. The flying needle came and stabbed hard into the body of the domineering man with a strange and hideous face from before. But the other guy easily dodged, his face still carrying a bit of enjoyment. Kim Gi-do drove away, then braked. He looked towards that hideous guy. He gave Kim Gi-do a sarcastic look with a very uncomfortable smirk. Kim Gi-do, in anger, swung his sword wildly. But these moves did not cause any harm to that hideous guy. He still stood very proudly looking towards Kim Gi-do. The soul of the old man called out a warning, be careful. Then, indeed, something serious happened. That hideous guy released many streams of power, causing Kim Gi-do to be pushed backwards. The dust also followed that and flew out in a blinding manner. The arrow's soul exhaled a slightly disdainful sound. Kim Gi-do silently assessed, it's strong, don't be complacent. In front of the hideous guy was a series of red swords stuck firmly into the floor. That guy spoke up, not bad, guessed. There were also many white swords floating in the air. The hideous man spoke again, but that was all he could do, a scratch wouldn't do it. Kim Gi-do and Soul talk again. Hey, Gip, are you always talking like that? Kim Gi-do was very upset at this point, his eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Even though he was angry, he was right. Endless walls of swords, at this rate, I won't be able to reach it. The hideous man raised his hand to stroke his chin and spoke in a contemptuous voice, is that all you attack? So this time, he snapped his fingers. I just saw the glowing swords floating in the air suddenly change direction towards the golden needle. It's my turn. When Kim Gi-do was forced into a difficult position, she could only grit her teeth and think of a plan to deal with it. When those swords were launched towards Kim Gi-do, a huge explosion occurred. Those swords were stuck straight into the ground, showing a bright red color that looked extremely gloomy and scary. That hideous guy saw the scene in front of him and said only one exclamation, oh my god. It was as if he had an eye behind his back that could observe Kim Gi-do's every move. He told him in a tone that was half contemptuous and half probing, really, are you just stupid? Kim Gi-do swung his sword again and slashed wildly behind him. But his resistance made Kim Gi-do startled in pain. Tears appeared on his face. When he flipped backwards, those glowing white sword tips also rushed forward as if they wanted to stab him hard. Kim Gi-do struggled to put his two swords on the ground and struggled to stand up. The lonely soul saw this and kept asking, Master, Master, are you okay? But the long-haired spirit just coldly reminded him, it's coming, get ready. Indeed, The swords were rushing at an incredible speed. Kim Gi-do crouched down to resist the attacks of that hideous man. His sword swings blocked many sharp sword tips, emitting chaotic streams of red and yellow light in the air. Kim Gi-do assessed with difficulty, this attack was much more troublesome than a strong one, it was as if he was facing dozens of swordsmen at the same time. He suddenly remembered what this guy said earlier, I am the master of the demon sword, and the king of all demons. Kim Gi-do asked urgently, Lao, they are demon swords, right? Lao also answered without any concealment, although they are low level, they are all demon swords. Kim Gi-do said while swinging his sword, just like the ellipse absorbing his kale, can you try to do something with this group? The long arrow soul said in a reluctant voice, if I could do it, I would have been doing it for a long time. I can't do much now, this place gives a lot of strength, more for that body than for me. Kim Gi-do fought until he lost all his strength, he cursed once, damn it. The soul of the old man commented again, but, since this place is special, perhaps I can lend you some strength. Kim Gi-do asked suspiciously, what is your strength? Please give me a little time. At this time, Kim Gi-do seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his feet on the ground were no longer steady but slowly slipped, time passed. He used all his strength to swing his sword and growled, you thought. Is it so easy? This sword swing seems to be extremely strong, able to block many of the rushing glowing swords. Kim Gi-do then used his speed to disappear very quickly in the large room, the places he moved through left behind a bright blue light. That hideous guy was also surprised, which was interesting. After that, Kim Gi-do once again used his strength to fly in the air, he shouted loudly at the sword that carried the soul of the arrow, how much longer do you need? Replied, just a little longer. He urged it, hurry up. That hideous guy was still calmly looking at him without changing his expression. He used his thoughts to move the flying swords towards the golden sky. Kim Gi-do used his strength to launch two swords. He gritted his teeth and reflected, on his body was an armor with six-pack abs and two lights on both sides of his chest muscles. Immediately those swords changed direction, no longer focusing strongly in his direction. Kim Gi-do is now clinging to the sword stuck on the wall, too, is it effective, too? But those swords only lost direction for a short time and then immediately turned their sharp tips towards him. Why is Kim traveling so confused, who's the damned one? Kim Gi-do exclaimed, it's been a long time, I don't think I can buy more time, are you almost done? Speak up for a long time, well done, the level of sensitivity to magic is increasing, the level of assimilation has reached level 1. Kim Gi-do laughed a bit sarcastically, come on, I'm about to die, the hideous guy looked up startled. Now you can use your ego abilities more effectively. That hideous guy was surprised, his face had changed a bit, well, how could that human use that power, you learned the death penalty a long time ago. From now on you can apply death magic to a certain extent, Kim Gi-do's eyes sparkle with unusual danger. The voice rang out again, you have learned death for a long time, from now on you can manipulate death to a certain extent. Those glowing white swords also lost direction. From the tip of the sword emitted strange red colors that looked extremely scary. The hideous guy with only half of his face intact looked up at the swords in shock. He wondered, how could a normal human being use that power? It was impossible. Kim Gi-do jumped down from the air. In his hand was a sword containing a long soul. His face shone with danger. The hideous guy was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stammered every word, no way. There. That's mine. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, revealing half his face with rage like a demon. The swords now seemed to have souls, rising up like a tsunami rolling into a bright red stream. It then transformed into a tornado filled with murderous sword fury. The swords followed that command and climbed to Kim Gi-do's place. Kim Gi-do calmly placed his sword in front of him. The swords now turned into colorful colors and moved like a large tornado ready to engulf everything. Everything after that at the castle was strangely quiet. The soul suddenly asked, have you defeated him? Kim Gi-do was startled and said, absent-mindedly. Why do you say that? Behind the gloomy colorful airflow, there is a dark shadow standing. When the gloomy smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouette of that hideous man was revealed. His hands were only bones, black and thin, he said with every word, you dare. He brandished a shining sword that radiated a dark aura, if a normal human like you dared. His face was further deformed after Kim Gi-do's previous attack. I only saw a dark red and black demon fire burning like 1,000 torches combined. He swung his sword down so hard that the sky and earth glowed. The power from that sword is immeasurable. Dongyan could only quickly run to a corner. Kim Gi-do calculated with difficulty, even though it had been hit by a direct death blow, an attack containing a great amount of magic, did it still have that much power? The soul named Lao explained, even though it's just my cover, its original form is still very strong. Kim Gi-do interrupted for a long time. I don't need to listen to my boasting, Lao, let's do the last thing again, once again. You think it's easy, even though we're inside a special place, I can only do it one more time and you'll reach your limit. If you use it too much, your body won't be able to handle it. Dunji, he growled, once, I think that's enough. After a long time of doubt, I asked again, why? Kim Gi-do once again used his momentum to fly up. The places he passes leave behind green light. The hideous man held a sword in his hand. He spoke up, I guess. You don't know what to learn, do you? He said, swinging his huge sword. That sword was pointed towards Kim Gi-do, looking at the sword that was bigger than his body, was also a bit surprised. Then the powerful sword was pushed down to where Kim Gi-do was standing. The ground also cracked a bit because of that attack. Kim Gi-do strongly used his strength to prevent the sword from crashing down on him. Kim Gi-do struggled to defend with his small sword. Above his head were radiating rays of power. The hideous guy looked at Kim Gi-do struggling in difficulty and said contemptuously, a bug is just a bug, no matter how high you jump, what are you going to do next? You intend to test your limits with me. Now when the light shines, his face is clearly visible. After the attack just now, his face has been truly deformed. One pupil has been lost, leaving a deep hole in the corner of his eye. On his forehead, on his head, a red line of blood dripped down. But after the scornful words, he stopped and discovered with surprise, that human name. Where is the sword in his right hand? Where is the sword in his right hand? When he turned his head, the long soul and the sword uttered two sounds, making him scared and peekaboo. Kim Gi-do then showed a sinister smile. But the hideous-faced man did not flinch and continued to attack. A lot of dark demonic aura emitted from the sky. But that wasn't enough to fight back. He let out screams of pain that tore through the sky. Then he followed suit and gradually disappeared like his own dark smoke. Kim Gi-do was also equally surprised at this time. That hideous-faced guy was still screaming in pain. How could this be possible? Me, I am, the king of monsters. His scream also weakened and disappeared in mid-air. Kim-do after this battle also gradually weakened, and the girl also called out to him, Master. Master, you can't die. At this moment, Kim Gi-do fell unconscious on the cold ground. Kim Gi-do smiled softly and said in a simple consolation, don't worry, I'm just a little exhausted. It took a long time to explain, because you manipulate that much power without holding back, so the consequences will not be gentle. Kim Gi-do quickly took out the magic medicine and drank it to restore his energy. On the ceiling suddenly appeared the words, you have passed the special test, you will receive a reward for passing the special test. Kim Gi-do sat up and sighed, Tuta, successfully completed, you will receive additional rewards. Kim Gi-do closed her eyes gently and then opened them immediately. The scene in front of him changed again. Kim saw that the stone table in front of him had two illuminated boxes. I was somewhere, maybe the reward room. When you receive that reward, you have a voice, you have received a new skill, you have received a combination skill, you have received an embodiment skill, you have doubts or questions, Asian skills, level your skill level assimilation has increased. Status window, Gigu Kim name, first level, ego companion job, link inheritance ability, skills, calf assimilation, death god, combination, incarnation, ego in possession, Chang Hyung, Minseo Choi, number of ego fragments in possession, 4. Calf assimilation, you have the ability to manipulate 60% of an ego's power, Shinigami, you have the ability to manipulate death, combine, you have the ability to combine egos. Kim Gi-do exclaimed, Go, I received so many new skills, I have the ability to combine and embody myself. He raised his hand to touch his chin thoughtfully, so that means if I combine with Ili for a long time, I will get Ili long, isn't that right? Lao said angrily, are you stupid, fighting too hard so is it crazy? Ili also said the same thing, Master, although I'm sorry, I agree with Long this time. Kim Gi-do while soothing his two egos, I'm just kidding, but, I'll need to use those skills to see how effective they really are. Kim Gi-do looked at his two rewards, smiled happily and said, but now I can't try it right away, So I'll open the reward box first, a gold box and a diamond, hee. It's been a while since I saw it, how fun is that? Kim Gi-doo scolded back in an affectionate voice, asking that as well. Although the gold box was good enough, the diamond box was equal to the previous miracle box. I opened the gold box first, the good stuff was left last. In the box were 3 extremely bright yellow gems. Kim Gi-doo asked, "What is this?" "I think I've seen it before. You have collected the piece of ego, multiplied by 3. Dun Ji-yeon was silent for 3 seconds. What is the cause of doubt? Is it a piece of ego? Is this what I get after clearing the Lamlang gate? Why do they even exist inside the tower? He let out a breath. Okay, whatever, sooner or later I'll know how to use them. Now when it comes to the diamond box, everyone also speaks up. I'm so excited, owner. Kim opened the diamond box. I wonder what it is this time, maybe a miracle drug. When he opened the box, his eyes were slightly startled. What is this, bones? The soul in Kim Gi-doo's hand was a little uneasy. Kim Gi-doo asked, Long, what's wrong? Long tremblingly replied, They had to do this. Long time, huh? It is a part of our real body. 30th floor station, a cafe under the direct control of the association. In the soundproof room, takeaway discounted Americano, coffee, slices of tea, mint choco, slices of tea. Kim Gi-doo sat in the shop. On the table was a sword. He put his arm around and asked the sword that had the soul, Now it's time for me to hear the whole story, Long. So now, why, wait, that's not something I should ask you. What are you? Long explanation, like my body said before, I am the king of the demons, huh? That ferocious guardian monster was only considered the lowest level demon, and the one unsealed was difficult to evaluate. Kim Gi-doo asked again, So why is the king of demons like them now just a sword? He exclaimed in admiration at his master's words, What a king, that sounds cool. After a while, do you know what is the most essential core thing to be able to exist in eternal space? Phone. Is it forgetfulness? Forgetfulness. The Americano cup on the table also gradually melts the ice cubes. That's right, forgetfulness. To be able to overcome such a long period of time, you need to go through a state of forgetfulness, otherwise, his existence would be buried deep in time. As I said, I am the king of demons, however, I lost my body due to betrayal, and ended up spending a long time in eternity. I have to protect my own existence. So I forgot everything, forgot all my feelings, goals, and even my name. In the end, I became like that. That was the only way I could overcome. But when I was awakened to become the king of demons, my memory returned for a moment. I don't remember everything, but it was enough to make me startled. I was in a situation where I couldn't decide my own goals. That's the reason I decided, forget everything again. In the end, I couldn't know much after talking for a long time. Because he decided to return to a state of oblivion, there were many questions he didn't know the answer to, and because I didn't want to torment him anymore, I didn't ask anything more. From now on, I decided to postpone exploring the fragments of its body's memories. Kim Gi-doo thought as she walked, no matter what the past was like, it was the first hope given to me, we just need to create many new memories together. He walked on the street in excitement, quickly go home and rest, tomorrow will probably be very busy. The pink sunset glows in the sky, at the director's office. A hand typing at an incredibly fast speed. An assistant walked in, the director. The director looked up at him, Oh, sir. Very well, you can go home first, the Hun stammered, No, that's not it. He stopped by and said to Go Donggu, I know you've been busy lately dealing with public affairs, aren't you planning on going home? You stayed up late last night? Donggu Goat is still typing very enthusiastically, I want to get everything done today. Wait, are you using magic to handle the work? I know you're in a hurry, but why do you have to go to this extent? After an enthusiastic performance, he pressed the N key. Cancer Goats happily sit and smoke cigarettes. He glanced at Soo-hun sinisterly, I'll see Soo-din tomorrow, meaning, I have to go to Kim's housewarming party tomorrow. The next morning, wow. Kim Gi-doo smiled gently, everyone, let's go inside. Everyone went into Kim Gi-doo's new house. Oh my god, Bo-hak also enthusiastically introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bo-hak, he reminded me, Lo-ho, only the owner can hear us. A girl asked Kim Gi-doo, Is it really your house? It's not strange that someone else lives in the basement of this house. Kim Gi-doo's house has a large campus with a very green lawn, meticulously majestic. Kim Gi-do shy, haha, there is no one like that, even though my house also has a basement. Another person looked up and exclaimed, but your house is really beautiful. Our guild's house seemed abandoned. A startled guy turned around in anger. What? Kim Gi-do could only turn back to look at them and laugh, ha ha ha. He slowly opened the door and told them, stop arguing, come in quickly. There were two girls in the house, both of them smiled gently at them. Hello guys. Hello, thank you for joining us. A guy came over to give the housewarming gift, smiled and introduced himself. I'm Kim Seon-pin from Bright Star Guild. An older woman came to receive it. I've heard Kim Gi-do mention a lot about you, thank you, for taking care of my poor son. Kim Se-ho-pin was startled, what, a boy? The girl asked again, what's wrong? The guests all opened their eyes, maybe because the woman in front of them was so young and beautiful. Oh, nothing, just. You look so young, we think you're his sister. The woman smiles like a flower, her face has a bright pink blush like she's in her 20s, ho ho, it's so embarrassing. Sit here and wait for us to prepare food, please excuse me, a girl came and said to Kim Gi-do, honey, are you sure what's coming? Kim Gi-do asked back, why, miss him, the girl twisted her mouth, pighead, my friend is his fan so she just wanted an autograph. Kim Gi-do raised his hand to explain, he's been a bit busy lately so he couldn't come, there's a lot of work that needs to be done right now, if you like I'll get your autograph. She smiled mischievously, instead, why don't you take off your mask and become famous, then I'll take your autograph and sell it, brat, I told you it was a secret. Kim Gi-do left with only a few sentences, stop talking nonsense and go help your mother, he will be right back. The girl asked again, where are you going? Kim Gi-do replied, going out to welcome guests. Another customer comes, hello, Kim Gi-do player, a guy in front offers his hand, you don't have to come out to greet him. Kim Gi-do coming, you guys are here, the guy in the gray suit said calmly, work ended earlier than expected, so we just got here. The black-vested guy smiled shyly and rubbed his head, sorry, Kim Gi-do, I didn't prepare the gift in time because I've been so busy lately. Kim Gi-do smiled, it's okay, I have to be grateful that you helped me find such a beautiful house like this. The gray guy asked again, you don't need a gift, right? Kim Gi-do replied, Gia, I also bought all new furniture for you, really, how generous. They went into the house together, even though the old things were still usable, he definitely didn't need them, it was mandatory to have a bottle of wine when a new ghost joined him, idiot, wasn't it, the opposite. Suddenly there was a scolding, you bastard. Kim Gi-do turned back and said sinisterly, he didn't buy it because he wanted to come here to live in the future, right? This sentence made the guy's face turn pale. The guy was so embarrassed that he blushed, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. What's wrong, director, you don't need to know. They all came to say hello to Kim Gi-do's mother, this is my housewarming gift, oh my god, there's no need, you already bought the furniture, wow, but you said you didn't have a gift for yourself, wow. After eating, guests thanked Kim Gi-do and thanked her for the meal. Honey, let me give you a hand, Kim Gi-do smiled and said, guests just need to sit and play, you are my assistant Kim Gi-do, that's right, actually I don't do much, today is really fun. The young Google guy called him back, Kim Gi-do. Come out here for a moment, we have something to discuss, now what, let me wash these things first. Google said carelessly, it won't take long. Kim Gi-do turned to tell her mother, Mother, I'll be back later, don't clean up but just rest, okay? The two guys went out to the front yard together, why did they have to go out? I think you need to know first. Because this news has been officially posted, AI-run association has decided to establish a branch office in Korea, Kim Gi-do surprised. Go Tong-gu closed his eyes and said, the association objected but the Angela Association intervened, it seemed that these two associations had negotiated with each other. They remember the past, you know, we can't ignore Angela, being famous as the #1 guild is no joke, we still have it. The goat leisurely stroked his hair, anyway, the reason that old man was fuzzy, the next president. He said while secretly glancing at Kim Gi-do. Then calmly walk away, I'll go in and help you clean up, when you're calm, come in. Don't show your family murderous intent. Kim Gi-do clenched his hands tightly, his hands were so tight that they bled, emitting a huge source of murderous aura. Ely worriedly called out, Master, long ago he only hummed. In the bustling city of Seoul, in the training room, 3 months. I can go to Korea in 3 months, The hero who single-handedly prevented the disaster from happening, the new wave of a high-class spy. A dagger was inserted directly into the photo of his face. It doesn't matter how strong that bastard is. The old man with long silver hair smiled sinisterly. Because that person gave me the magic sword, what are you waiting for? When the housewarming party ended, everyone left Kim Gi-doo's house. Thank you for the meal, goodbye, go home safely. Irung Association will open a branch in Korea. This will happen 3 months later, and the branch manager is Ro Go-han. These words are still ringing in Kim Doo's ears. My chance for revenge comes faster than I thought. Kim Gi-doo entered a large room. With a sigh, this place is always so pleasant, Kim Gi-doo explains, because the basement will always be used as the perfect training ground. I wondered for a long time, but isn't it a bit inconvenient that the entrance is outside? Well, no. I'll keep checking to see if the gate is open, because I want to make sure those monsters won't climb up if something happens. I didn't expect him to find such a perfect house for himself, but anyway, the opponent is a branch office of Irung Guild. Kim Gi-doo sat and thought, although it was just a branch office, its power was considered to be equal to that of the Vulture Guild, one of the 10 largest guilds in Korea. 3 months was not a long time. I need to get stronger. And if I want to do that, the first thing is to learn about my new skills. First of all, the synchronization and containment I received on the 20th floor, how to use them. Sync, screen appears, select your primary self. Kim Gi-doo doubt, the main ego. Maybe it means the ego will be the main part for synchronization. Kim Gi-doo thought for a moment, he replied only once, long. Now the main ego is long and the secondary ego is changing, so he will synchronize. Seeing the room turn pink, Kim Gi-doo screamed in fear. A large pink bear jumped out in front of Kim Gi-doo, startling him. The bear bared its extremely dangerous sharp teeth. Successful synchronization, the ego has long become a furry, a monkey. Kim Gi-doo smiled placatingly, sorry, I was just joking. I scolded the owner for a long time, why is it always me? Kim Gi-doo thought again. That's still a power I don't fully understand, I can't use it carelessly, he said. Hey, did you hear me? But Kim Gi-doo didn't seem to pay attention to Long, he was busy immersed in his own thoughts. Conscious egos like Long, Ellie, and Lottery will be at higher risk when using this skill, and Oberon, Moan, and Mo are all very important for their current fighting style, so it's also cannot use them. That means you have to use your ego, Choi Min Shok, Chang Kyeong or pieces of your ego as raw materials. Loon suddenly spoke up, Master, let me try, I want to become stronger like Long and Ellie, and be more useful to you. Kim Gi-doo asked, are you sure? I don't know what the outcome will be, the worst case scenario is that I won't be able to use my ego or it will change completely. I also replied, I was a little worried, but I still felt like it would be okay, hadn't I died and come back. Kim Gi-doo put her hand on the jade pendant in front of her chest. He smiled contentedly, thanking him half-heartedly. Kim Gi-doo continues his cultivation career, synchronization, choose your main self, single, choose your secondary self. Ego fragment, the system immediately responded, synchronization was in progress. Kim Gi-doo was overwhelmed by a power that lit up his whole body, he stood with his chest puffed out in confusion. I wonder if this light is a piece of my ego, has it been inside me all this time? A blinding light obscured everything. The girl called out Kim Gi-doo, owner. Kim Gi-doo also called her name. Owner, skim, wait, cancel sync. You will now be taken to a portal, Kim Gi-doo shows an incredulous expression. There was a stream of light in his practice room, everything became silent again. At night, the moon was full, crows flew to perch on the iron fence. Kim Gi-doo was taken to an abandoned cemetery, surrounded by graves. Kim Gi-doo stammered suspiciously, this is, He said, it seems to be the gate from last time. Long also continued, so we are inside that kid. The system voice rang out again. The ego fragment and the ego fragment had successfully synchronized, the ego fragment's gate might be affected by the ego fragment. Kim Gi-doo asked, what is the impact? What kind of impact? A long-time observant person has discovered, it seems the answer is over there. Kim Gi-doo opened her eyes wide and looked in disbelief. In a large coffin, intense light emitted. That was the coffin last time a corpse appeared, right? Long replied, Kim traveled too. He touched the coffin. The system says again, this gate does not exist. You can create a gatekeeper with the synced ego fragment, Please set up a gatekeeper. The thoughts in my heart are as tangled as threads, monsters are appearing in my head, I have to choose one of them. Undead golfers, skeleton knights, vampires, they all seem to be predators, perhaps it reflects the characteristics of this gate, more advanced monsters are. Kim Gi-do opened the coffin, where the light shone intensely, it was indeed a corpse. You have chosen a corpse to be the gatekeeper, the synchronized piece of self that has been consumed, the gate will now be managed by the corpse. The corpse bowed down respectfully to the golden Gi-do, it let out a savage groan, greeting the great master. Kim Gi-do thought, how strange it was for him to greet me like that after I beat him. He spoke, "You are the gatekeeper now, right?" The corpse responded with the same savage tone, "Yes, from now on I will manage this gate." "That means you can also control the monsters inside the gate, they will listen to your orders." "No." "Why, aren't you the gatekeeper?" "Wait a minute." After speaking, the corpse held out his hands full of colorful rings, the gold meaning was a bit confusing. The gate control level is low so the monsters cannot be controlled, the gate control level is 1%. From now on, if I or the Great Master deal with the monsters in the gate, the control level will increase, then I can summon and control them. Kim Gi-do so what do you mean? He looked into the distance, would they listen if he gave them a beating, like a long time ago, he angrily warned him, "Hey!" Kim Gi-do took out his swords ready to fight, after all, it was the gate he had conquered. Fighting back was as easy as pie, he reminded Kim Gi-do for a long time, but don't be careless, it has absorbed a pill crystal should be stronger. Kim Gi-do laughed, stronger. He used his blue lightning power to speed up his attacks, he growled, "Me too." At Kim Gi-do's house, his mother was worried when she didn't see her son so she asked Ungugot, why hasn't Gi-do contacted him for 4 days? "Yes, I know he sometimes stays in the tower for weeks, but he always sends a message before leaving. I hope nothing happens," the young Gugot replied, I'm sure he'll be fine." The assistant calmly observed, "This is the last place he came to, yes, don't worry, we will help you, so please calm down." The younger sister spoke again, "The older brother said I should never go in there, so he paused for a few hours, we will try it out first." The two of them entered together, it was a basement, truly a basement. Looks like there are no clues here. It also makes no sense for a person to disappear in this place, suddenly a bright circle appears, it's impossible for a gate to suddenly appear. The director was also surprised when that actually happened. A real gate, Ungugot was startled and afraid, what magic power was this? It's so dangerous, what's inside that gate? Suddenly a foot stepped out. Kim Gi-do walked out from there, his whole body as shabby as a hibernating bear, he exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so hungry." Kim Gi-do looked up, "Why are you here, why does it feel like you're working?" I looked at Taesik and then looked at Seung-hun and asked, "Why are you here?" and Seung-hun too. Those two people competed to ask the male protagonist, what is that magic power, what is that gate? Wait, first you stayed in that gate for 4 days, what the heck is that gate, you conquered it Seeing that Seung-hun kept stealing my words, I angrily held Seung-hun's head back, "Stop talking, you bastard." I had no choice but to stand up to help, one by one, I came at the right time, I was about to call you, I wanted to ask you a favor. The monkey turned to Pinch-di-Duzir and said in a loud voice, "Thanks to the monkey, please explain to this guy." The monkey turned to Pinch-di-Duzir and said in a loud voice, "Thanks to the monkey, please explain to this guy." Didu squinted his eyes in pain as he replied, "Gate, last time I linked to a gate remember, I just entered that gate, now I can control it." The monkey let go of Didu and asked in bewilderment, "Can you control the gate?" A series of hypotheses were put forward, that is, he had control over monsters, why was it more painful than being stabbed by a sword? Is this the power of a high warrior's pinch, and arbitrarily caused a stargate to explode? That's like the power that can control natural disasters. Thinking so, he immediately asked the male lead, besides us, had he told anyone else? Didu shook her head, "No, this is the first time I've used it, actually I intend to keep it a secret until I understand my abilities." Taichi nodded slightly, "Okay, let's do it for now, so what are you planning to ask for?" Hearing that, Didu suddenly remembered, that's right. I just wanted to practice, so my eyes widened and I asked again, "Practice?" Didu continued, "I wanted to test my new power, but there was no one to fight with, so the first girl was confused, what am I but a testing scarecrow?" Didu tried his best to persuade, "Come on, I'll invite you to dinner with my mother." Taizai heard that and immediately adjusted his tone, "Well, if it's something you asked for, it should be okay. We'll talk more later, Mr. Pahir went to see his family. They were very worried because he hadn't contacted you for 4 days. It was only then that Didu remembered, "Oh, I forgot. I was so excited that I followed suit and mocked him, you idiot." In her mind, she thought to herself, "It took me 4 days to raise my control level to 100%. It took longer than expected because the monsters got stronger after the gate absorbed the crystal, but since I could deal with them with my own strength, it wasn't too difficult. I named the corpse hot after the name of the Runi Hawk Bank, although initially I intended to name it the Ran Ni Bank." Rui, Lu and Ioli were the ones who strongly objected to that name, could not, unfortunately that name, completely opposed it. The next day at the headquarters of the Korean Players Alliance, Didu and Taesik arranged to meet to try out Didu's new technique as promised. Didu didn't forget to say thank you. Taesik shook hands, then, "Don't forget your promise." "Well, forget about anything else, let's start unleashing the magic." Listening to the chain, he began to release magic. Strange lights appeared on his feet surrounding the soles of his shoes. Unleash magic refers to the release of all magic without holding back. Not only does the amount of magic increase as you level up, but your proficiency in concealing it also increases. So when strong players unleashed their magic, it would overflow like water overflowing a dike. Looking at the flow of air around the male lead, he smiled cunningly and thought, immediately knowing that his feeling from yesterday was not wrong, he told Didu, "It seems I won't be able to back down anymore." Taechain raises his hand and turns it into a weapon. Holding the magical spear in his hand, he promised himself, "This time I will fight you for real." The power the two of them emitted was so strong that the glass of water in the room shook violently. Se Young-hun was confused, his head full of questions and not understanding what was going on. He looked up and asked the person next to him, "Did he feel the vibration?" The other person bewilderedly asked again, "Vibrate?" "I don't know. Well, I saw the director coming to the training ground a while ago, maybe the shaking was him." At this time, the main southern side and the southern side were rushing forward to attack the enemy directly. The two streams of green and yellow power collided, creating a fierce suppression. That Australian training ground was filled with white smoke and landslides everywhere. Returning to Seung-hun, overhearing the conversation of two colleagues, the short-haired manager chimed in, "No way, do you know how many barriers were set up there? Not only is it anti-vibration, it's also anti-vibration from Fopluk." "I'll agree with that, it's true. It would be different if the director used his power to destroy this place, but he's not someone who would do that, and there are rarely opponents who can fight him." At that time, Didu was using all his strength to swing his magic power towards the tiger. Taechain quickly used his spear to defend himself. Didu's gaze was very determined until the twirling of the spear caused his sword to deflect. At this moment, the tiger used his index finger to hit Didu's back so hard that he had no time to resist. After that counterattack, Didu lay flat on the ground in so much pain that he closed his eyes. Not stopping there, he decided to use all his strength to stab the spear into Didu's back. Faced with this lurking danger, Didu decided to launch a counterattack. The whole training ground exploded with a green energy. Nearby, Dubin also sensed something unusual. She called her grandmother, "Grandma, this is it," she continued. "You felt it too, Dubin. The vibration we have felt up until now is not a simple vibration, powerful magic powers are colliding with each other." Dubin asked further, "Was there a gate explosion somewhere?" The old woman shook her head. "No, the source of the shock was not far away, but it was a closed place, perhaps. At least they must be players with great strength. Unleash your full strength in a frontal attack." Dudu is still trying his best to block the spear attack from the rhinoceros. He was forced back and thrown against the wall. The strong impact caused the wall to explode. Midu's body was also pressed against the wall. Lee advised him, "Master, I don't think you should try too hard." Lu followed along. "That person is very strong." She spoke softly to the two specimens. "Don't bother, talk about being weak, this is the way to become strong." Didu reassured them, "I'm fine, well, I'm stronger than before, so I was surprised to see the gap was bigger than I thought." But he didn't expect that his strength could penetrate his gloves. He took the counter damage and the damage increasing effect of the moan also worked, but his movement style was no different. He moved closer and said, "Oh my god, Didu, this is no joke, is it over?" Rui told the male lead, "Yes, normally he would already be dead, so she held two swords and rushed forward, because he wouldn't die, so I could freely use my full strength. As soon as the male protagonist's sword almost touched, the chain moved instantly. Didu mumbled, he probably could read my surprise attack by using divine speed, lulling him further, and his movements were quite simple. Now the male lead also has to admit that he is indeed a high-ranking veteran with a lot of passion. And the reason he got that nickname, the legendary weapon, the thorns of the suckling calf. Lu, I rushed in here, Rui bewildered and asked again, are you really going to kill him? I may not be as strong as when we were on the 30th floor, but I'm not weak, master. Immediately afterwards, a loud explosion rang out and the association's training ground was blown up. Se-Young-hun shyly looked inside the training ground. The scene at this time was strangely desolate and dilapidated. I hugged my face and lay on the ground, sighing, it's coming, add Se-Young-hun. Didu nearby was lying flat without any movement. Se-Young-hun stammered, what the hell happened? Taechi replied, I don't know, bring me medicine. Then Didu spoke up, me too, you will die. A while later, Se-Young-hun returned to bring medicine to the two of them. While pouring the medicine into the wound, numbing it, he asked, do you have a curse skill or something? It seems like the medicine is not effective. Didu answered, I have a similar skill called wound enhancement. Lu mumbled, even though its strength was much lower than before, unexpectedly he was still okay, monster. Se-Young-hun asked numbly, now can you explain the situation to me, what the hell happened that caused the training team to fall into this situation? Taechi replied lightly, well, as you can see, Se-Young-hun continued, from what I see, someone wants to blow this place down. The infrastructure team will be scared to death after seeing it. Didu sat up, picked up the bottle of medicine and drank it all in one gulp. Then he turned around and asked me, how do you feel about me? I'm quite strong now, right? The numb chain crushed the medicine bottle and replied, kid, the road is still very long, your movement is very poor because you are getting stronger so fast. Maybe he could beat 100 weak enemies, but it wouldn't be easy when a truly strong enemy appeared, Didu admitted, that's right. Taeshu continued, first, get to know your opponent, second, make your opponent unable to see through you. I'm asking you to practice more techniques, understand? Didu replied, higher. Rui also gave a comment to the master, it seems he is a bit clumsy when using dual swords. Didu stroked his chin and mumbled, techniques he means I can only learn through actual combat. A person wouldn't be able to use half of the power he or she possessed if he or she didn't have the necessary technique to go with it. But only then did he pay attention to his spear, he fell into contemplation, a legendary weapon. A scratch on the item does not need to worry about durability. If he could make that power his own and control it. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Didu, okay, let's go register for you. Didu heard wrongly, his face was a bit confused and asked again, what, climbing? Taechain angrily repeated, registration, this guy, is registration, it's time for you to have the title of warrior for yourself. Didu hesitate, a warrior, won't everyone know who I am, haven't we already agreed that we won't do that? The main male lead, yes, but you don't need to worry about your identity being revealed. He was a mercenary before he was a warrior, and protecting his identity as a mercenary was the top priority. There was no way the association would reveal his identity, moving hesitantly, even so. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted, and you don't know what would happen if you were a masked warrior, but after our match today, I think you'll be fine. Even if the guild was keeping an eye on him, it seemed like he was now able to protect himself. Hearing that, Didu was a bit pensive. After a while he spoke up, oh yes, I understand what you mean. Looking at the male lead's red ears, he suddenly thought in unison, he's embarrassed, what's there to be ashamed of? Lu and Rui had the opportunity to tease the master, are you embarrassed? He is embarrassed. Didu asked further, but is having a title really that important, to the point of having to take risks? I feel like mercenaries already have enough authority. Taechi scratched his head in confusion, listen to Sung-hun's details, I'll finish my work and then go home to rest, I'm dead tired. You should go home early today and rest. Didu listened to the story and agreed to return. On the way home, Se-Young-hun told Didu, first, there are two great benefits to being a warrior. Firstly, being able to influence the association's decisions, you will also have access to more information. The things you can only do through me and the director's authority, you will be able to do yourself, no matter what you wonder, what is the difference? I heard that mercenaries also have the powers of a CEO or a high-ranking warrior, Se-Young-hun replied, "That's when you're on the battlefield, but administrative issues are a different story. In general it's very complicated, the superiors have their reasons. The more important thing is the second benefit, what I just mentioned is just an additional benefit. As you know, the title of warrior and warrior class is not set by Korea but by the International Players Association. While mercenaries only have authority in Korea, warriors hold authority above around the world. From street boss, to the establishment of the Constitution, isn't that pretty amazing?" Didu asked in surprise. "Global. Actually, I don't feel big anymore, because the scale has gotten wider," Se-Young-hun laughed. "I can guarantee, you will step onto the global stage in the near future. I'll bet, you're afraid to blush, even if you praise me like that, it won't make any difference, I follow along. I also think the owner will play a big role, coaxing and teasing. Owner, ears, you're red." Didu continued hesitantly, "But, well, if you say so. Easy as pie, I will become a warrior." Se-Young-hun interrupted, "It's as easy as pie, becoming a warrior is as easy as pie." "Then what have I become, why am I still alive like this?" Didu quickly explained. "Ah, that's not what I meant," Se-Young-hun smiled slightly. "Anyway, being a warrior only has benefits, there aren't any problems at all." "Ah, that's right, actually there is a problem. You have to participate in an unofficial ranked match once." "Let me ask more clearly, ranked match?" "I will answer, usually a warrior will get the title from playing ranked matches public, right? In case he was unofficially registered this time, even if the association meant that the rest of the warriors were the same, he had to fight a warrior in a place where 3 or more warriors were gathered." The male protagonist wondered, "Fighting a warrior, I won't have to fight someone who is about to become a high warrior, right?" Se-Young-hun shook his head, "Of course not, it's actually a procedure, so usually it will be a new warrior. If we talk about players who recently became warriors, then, on the 45th floor of the tower, the monster hunt is still going on. Du-bin is the leader of this conquest." Looking at the ferocious beast in front of them, they showed no signs of fear. The monster opened its mouth wide and took a strong bite. In the end, what the monster ate was just air. Du-bin jumped on the monster's head, making it shake its head in annoyance. She raised her voice, "Smaller animals are dumber, in return, they have skin. Very sturdy, that is, compared to fighting them head-on. It's better to jump on top of them and attack their eyes." After the stab, the dinosaur was splashed with blood everywhere. Du-bin glanced at the dinosaur and continued, "In case things don't happen as expected." She swung her sword at the dinosaur's leg and continued, "You can slash them behind the knees, which will make hunting them much easier." Next, a series of sharp sword slashes were landed on the dinosaur's body. The dinosaur could not resist, lost a lot of blood and gradually collapsed on the ground. Du-bin gently retracted the sword. She continued her unfinished words, but of course, it had to be strong enough to cause damage first. Having finished speaking, Du-bin called everyone back. "Everyone." The group of people standing from afar looked at Du-bin with admiring eyes and disgust. As expected, she was the president, she was so cool. "President, you're so cool, let us see it again. Next time, everyone should do it." After the performance, Du-bin's team returned to the association. In the dressing room, Du-bin's grandmother called her over. "Du-bin, don't you think from now on we should let other guilds take care of the instructions?" Du-bin shook her head and replied, "I just do it because I like it. My late father said that, compared to moving up the ranks, guiding those who come after me is more meaningful. He always talked about the tour guide who helped him a lot when he was a newbie." Suddenly she received a text message on her phone. After reading it, Du-bin asked in surprise, "Huh, an unofficial ranking match, awake?" She turned to ask her, "My grandmother, what an unofficial ranking match was." She answered, "It's a procedural match for those who have become warriors in the association. It seems there are only people within the association, just became a warrior." Du-bin was dissatisfied. "What, so this guy is being favored, in order to help the people behind him, this guy is stealing their opportunity." Du-bin was dissatisfied. "What, so this guy is being favored, in order to help the people behind him, this guy is stealing their opportunity, but he's quite good looking." On the Didu side, he also received information about the unofficial match. Evaluating this unofficial ranking match was the association president, umbrella director and Duseo-gu warrior. "They are all people I know. Doesn't this depend too much on personal relationships?" "Why, seriously, an association that always prides itself on separating public and private interests like that, is it okay to do that?" Seung-hun shrugged. Why are you like that? From the beginning I said this was just a formality. Didn't you already know that? They weren't the type of people who would let their emotions get in the way of their evaluation, and more importantly, his skills had long since reached the level of a cow warrior. To the point where we were wondering who to choose in the ranking match, I stupidly asked, "Is that so? Oh right, rival. Who am I going to fight?" I forgot to ask the most important question. I'll just point at someone and say, "Scroll down a bit." Command the Boneflower Guild, a small-scale guild gathered from elite female warriors, the Sindubin warrior of the Boneflower. Didu marveled, "Wow, it seems like I've seen her somewhere before." Seung-hun heard that and immediately teased, "Kim Didu player, people don't flirt like that anymore." Didu denied, "It's not like that, I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before." Seung-hun told him, "You must have seen her on TV because she is a warrior." Didu doubtedly said that. After a few days, the final battle took place. The guild carefully placed a warning sign in front of the exam room. Inside the second training room, Seung-hun declared, "Player Kim Didu, warrior Sindubin, let's face each other." The rules of the match are the same as I explained before. Aggressive attacks are prohibited and the match ends. When one side surrenders, then it is considered that the first player has broken the rules. The three judges took turns asking the male lead, "Do you understand? Let's just fight as usual, let's see what you can do." Didu reminds everyone, "This is an important match, let's take it more seriously." Dubin thought to himself, "Just as I thought he was just a guy who was flirting with people, I won't accept it that easily. If he is not qualified, then I must protest to the end." Seung-hun announced, so the ranking match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Didu rushed forward holding two familiar swords. His movements are improving day by day. Dubin looked at the male lead calmly, always ready to fight. She easily blocked the male lead's first attack. Then, use all your strength to escape the passive position. Next, Dubin used his quick movements to move behind the male lead's back. But her moves were soon discovered by her husband. So Dubin and Didu's sneak attack can be easily avoided. Unable to use it again, Dubin continuously swung his sword to attack the male protagonist. Ruth encouraged him to, well, hold back his strength and speed as much as possible and only confront her with technique. Your opponent isn't bad, her moves are quite good. After many failed attacks, Dubin was a bit exhausted. She looked at him carefully then continued to attack. Rui said to the male protagonist, blocking the sword with the most perfect technique. If you can redirect the attack instead of blocking it, then do it, yes, like that. Taichi commented, it's more like he's going to train than he's going to compete in the ranking match. Gu continued, is the ranking match always this light? Both of them are amazing. Dubin didn't even dare to blink, becoming more and more cautious. She thought to herself, I judged hastily, this person is not cheating. No matter which direction I attack, I can't touch him. Where does a strong person like this come from? If I could, I would have planned not to use the skill but. Thinking so, Dubin immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. She waved her sword in the air, creating extremely magical slashes that were hard to see and hard to predict. Facing the strange attack, he quickly retreated. He admitted to himself that he couldn't see her sword. Eoli told him that it was an illusion skill. Rui commented, it seems like I can't hold back anymore. Didu admitted, yes, I think we have to end this match soon. He used flash attack to rush forward. In an instant, he was right in front of Dubin at a close distance. Didu concentrated his strength on Lu, then, without hesitation, he stabbed towards Dubin. Dubin's sword was knocked away from her hand, and she herself was pushed back. Looking at Dubin falling, the three judges were also a bit surprised. Seung-hun eyes in the shape of O and mouth in the shape of A in place. Dubin stammered and said, I give up. Hearing that, Seung-hun immediately raised his hand to announce, the winner, Kim Didu. Because he won, he was accepted to be promoted to become a warrior without needing to evaluate points. Dubin was ashamed of herself, she lowered her head and blamed herself, I had misunderstood him, I even humiliated myself at losing. Unable to raise my head, Didu gently extended his hand towards her. Thank you, Sindubin warrior, it's been a while. Dubin raised his head to look at the male lead and said in bewilderment, what, do you know me? Didu asked her, is her father's name Sindung-chan right? Dunbin was shocked, why are you? The male lead continued, just as I thought, when I was a tour guide, I heard him talk about you a lot, when I was alive, I saw you at his funeral. At first I wasn't sure, but when faced like this I realized, I remember when she was just a high school student, but now she's much more mature. Dubin remembered what his father said, the tour guide you just met couldn't level up, but he still helped everyone get stronger, isn't that cool? Then I remembered the rude words I said about the male lead when talking to her. Instead of helping those who came after, this guy took their opportunity. I won't let him have an easy time. Just like I thought, he's just a guy who flirts through relationships. I won't accept it easily. If he's not qualified, then I'll protest to the end. If you only need half the tour guide my uncle told me about, it would be great. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She shyly reached out to shake the male lead's hand. It had been a while. To resolve the awkward atmosphere, I spoke up and congratulated you, kid, you are now a real warrior. The president also contributed, congratulations, see you next time. I also said goodbye to the male lead. I left first, put aside my work at the guild to come here for too long. Seeing everyone go, Se-young-hun told Di-do and Do-bin, now you both just need to sign here. Se-young-hun carefully and meticulously showed you, yes, there, please write your full name. Do-bin shyly held out his phone. I can I have your number please? Di-do agrees, yes, of course. Se-young-hun behind him smiled wickedly. Di-do noticed Se-young-hun's strange expression and immediately asked, what expression is that? Se-young-hun pretended to turn his face away. Lu followed and teased him further. The owner was embarrassed. Di-do stepped into the elevator and kept thinking, it doesn't feel like going to the tower at all, I'll talk to him for a bit. Arriving at the office of the chain, Di-do kept knocking on the door. Brother, here is Kim Di-do, can I come in? The door isn't locked. The male lead opened the door slightly, looked inside and called out, he's numb, isn't he here? Looking around, he discovered the tiger was holding its stomach and writhing on the ground. The numbness then looked up at him with a face full of wounds. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, he saw the numbness holding his stomach in pain. He was scared and immediately ran to panic and said, I'm numb, is he okay? He lifted the numbness up and asked, blood is flowing, what happened? Kim Gi-do was extremely confused and couldn't believe his eyes and thought to himself, he was numb and only suffered minor scratches even if he used power injection, who the hell would dare? He continued, were you poisoned or were you attacked by a stranger, did someone break into the association? He replied in a painful voice, the president of the association. With one hand he helped his brother up, the other hand took out the phone from his pocket and said, president of the association, okay, I'll call him right away. I immediately stopped him. No. His whole body was in so much pain that he trembled and continued, that weird old man beat me. Kim Gi-do bewilderedly asked again, what? After taking the numbing medicine and placing it on the table, he angrily said, that old man, how dare he really act like that, one day I will sue him, he thought to himself, a person, being able to withstand the power of death and being attacked one-sidedly by him, even though he wasn't seriously injured, it made me angry. When I saw him so angry, I asked him why did he beat me. I immediately said, he kept asking me to go see the pre-arranged marriage partner. And I insisted that I wanted to marry the person I liked, and so he shook his fist at me. Hearing this reason, he smiled softly and continued, I understand. He added excitedly, but is the marriage arranged? I think the world of tycoons is very different. He was teased and frowned, saying, hey, I told you not to call me that. He put his hand on his chin and sighed, continuing, it's not that noble, it's just that he's itchy to see his grown son this big and still single. Remembering his father's angry appearance, he recounted his words, saying nonsense things like unrequited love and your age, who would love you anymore? All I can do is sit and listen to him vent his anger. After a while, he hesitantly asked, will he be busy later? He immediately replied, I'm so busy I'm dying, I'm already so sad, why do you still come to tease me? Looking at his older brother's sadness, he sighed as well. He said dejectedly, it's really sad. Then, lately because of the Iron Association, I've been very worried about the safety of my mother and sister. So I need everyone to protect my mother every time she walks around or goes to the supermarket. Hearing this, his numb eyes lit up, he stood up, slammed his hands on the table and shouted loudly, I'm not busy, all I have is time. Even if I'm not here, all the work at the association will be handled, and if collecting all the vacation days isn't enough, then I'll still make it up. Regardless of the fact that I have to confront the old man again. There, seeing you being so fierce, I was a little frightened and stammered, okay then, I'll ask you to help me. He added, sit down first, but I didn't come here just to talk about this. I want to continue the conversation from before, about that Iron Guild. Is there any news related to them establishing a Korean branch? Tich, sitting on the chair, solemnly replied, well, it will be officially announced tonight. They have completed most of the processes and have set up security for the entire guild house. Kim Gi-doo frowned and continued, so that means this matter can no longer be cancelled. What's your reaction? Daetich pondered and said, in fact, IBI has a policy of non-interference, which is the policy that if a conflict occurs, they will not let the organization get entangled with any association of each country. The problem is, seeing him like that, he already guessed somewhat, so he immediately continued, saying, the guild is Enri-La. Taezish nodded in tacit confirmation. Cold, suddenly they supported the establishment of a branch of the Iron Guild. From the information we collected, it seems that once the branch was established, they won't get involved anymore. But, the most troublesome thing was that the two guilds had no interaction with each other, and what's more, they had a bad relationship and were discussing it in private. Taesik worriedly continued, I grumbled Seo and Lee Seo Grape, we are suspecting that the two guild leaders are doing some business. Kim Gi-doo heard that and thought, a business deal between two big guilds. Taezish immediately continued to answer his junior, are you planning to do it? Why ask again? What? At this time, Taezish told Kim Gi-doo directly that revenge, I do not deny that this is a rare opportunity, but I cannot support it, there are still many risks. Gi-doo remained silent and did not respond. Taezish continued, at this time the establishment happened to take place in Korea, and the manager happened to be Ro Du-han. Just confirmed my thoughts, they were targeting me. If that was the case, then there was no other choice but to take their heads. His eyebrows frowned, his eyes resolutely continued, there are still 3 months until the branch is established, I will eliminate those risks one by one during that time. In the evening, the information about the establishment of the association quickly topped the searches. The Iron Association established a Korean branch, many mixed opinions, the association remained silent, which branch manager is Ro Du-han, is aiming for his hometown, people are talking about this, some typical comments on the internet, 8 hours ago the report of the Great Iron Guild, no need to worry about riots again, at this age who cares about nationality, thank you for protecting Korea, the best product of the Korean Players Association is Han ha ha ha, luckily, those who oppose this should be fine if their homes are destroyed by riots. Besides the positive opinions, there are also many negative opinions. How can you celebrate this so well, you stupid pigs? Don't you know that those people are scarier than monsters? Why are you can we happily accept foreigners bringing weapons to our homeland? What is the association doing? They let this happen. I want to hope and see what the Ruhan mustache looks like. Kim Gi-doo has been observing the news since yesterday. The word guild has a rather gentle and harmonious tone. But in fact it is an army, there are people who welcome them because they believe in it, will reduce the risk of riots occurring, but there are also people who object to the stationing of foreign troops. While paying attention, the guy next to me turned his head and said, what are you looking at? Gi-doo was startled and frowned and replied, it's just news, please don't emphasize it so much. He put the phone in his pocket and continued, but is this the right place? Secret meeting place with that man. He looked at the scene of destruction in front of him and thought to himself, not a bad choice of location. The city was destroyed by a riot, full of beautiful places, but they chose to go to this place. Se Sung-hun checked the information on the phone and confirmed again. It was definitely this place, but he was late. Why continue what he said? It couldn't be avoided, after all we are the ones in need. I feel like there's something unusual behind me. Gi-doo smiled slightly as he turned around and said, it seems he has arrived. The 3-month revenge begins now, the first part. A guy wearing thick glasses was flying high towards them. He appeared with a haggard appearance and a pair of thick black glasses. He walked towards the house and said in a low voice, apologizing for being late. As a hunter player, the new guy immediately introduced himself, I am Go Hyung-chu's acquaintance. Kim Gi-doo remembered what Tich said, there was nothing good between that guy and the association, so from now on be careful with him. He thought to himself, I don't have a good impression of him after the mask-wearing incident, but now I need to use his information network. Kim Gi-doo seriously replied to the young man, an acquaintance. I wanted to talk directly to the Go Hyung-chu player, he immediately replied, I'm sorry, Go Hyung-chu only accepts requests through me. Kim Gi-doo calmly added, this is a very big case with a lot of risks, let me meet him. The young man said without hesitation, you can't, all requests are accepted through me, and the decision to accept or not is also up to me. Gi-do raised his hand to rub his chin and thought without speaking. Seeing him like that, the young man immediately added, "Please feel free to make your request." Se-Sung-hun saw that and tilted his head to whisper in his friend's ear. It was very dangerous if his plan was revealed. Why bother interrupting him? "Okay, I have a plan." After discussing for a while, I turned to the other guy and said, "First I will talk about the amount of money, 5 billion in advance. If you bring me the information I need, I will give another 10 billion. When the young man heard about this huge amount of money, his eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Wow." He asked again what it was, and what the request was for. Kim Gi-do replied clearly, synthesizing the information. When the Iron Association established a Korean branch, there was a high possibility that they did business with the company. Hoyen-ri-la, please summarize the information for me. The boy was terrified and couldn't believe what he had just heard. His limbs were shaking so much that he couldn't stand and exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" After finishing speaking, the young man turned away in fear. He said, refusing the request, "No matter how big the amount of money, we cannot exchange our lives." He jumped up and left and added, "I'll pretend I haven't heard this." Just after walking a short distance, a hand grabbed his leg, and the young man looked down in fear. Kim Gi-do grabbed his leg and said, "Do you think I will let you go easily, after saying that much?" "You're welcome to come here, but leaving is a different story." The boy tried to struggle and say loudly, letting go. "If you don't want to fight, come back down here. If you don't want to fight, and stop acting." The young man exclaimed in horror, "What are you talking about?" But when he couldn't stand his naive appearance, he used force to drag him straight to the ground. A deep hole was created after the boy's landing. The sand and soil flew up into the air. I said angrily, "Last time I restrained myself quite a bit. Thanks to you I was able to let go of my anger. So talk kindly." "You go Hyung-ju." Kim Gi-do angrily said loudly, "So let's talk nicely, go Hyung-ju." Finished speaking, he stared at the item in his hand. The guy wearing glasses tried to stand up. He was so angry that he cursed and shouted, "What the hell are you doing to me? If this continues, I won't stand still and take the fight." Kim Gi-do exclaimed with a provocative look, "Oh, what a dick, you go Hyung-ju." The other guy apologetically replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not Go Hyung-ju." Gi-do said coldly, "Stop pretending." His eyes sparkled with purple fire. He yelled at him closely again and said, "I have my own way to confirm your true identity." One day ago, the system announced that the Long Ego have completed the process of awakening into a demon lord. Gi-do himself was bewildered when he read the notification. He said, "This just appeared. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about this." I was checking the system while muttering to myself, "It seems like this wasn't finished when it was awakened." The system saw this and exclaimed, "The owner was busy, so busy. What do you say next, long time, do you see anything else?" Lao immediately replied, "Perhaps from now on, part of his demonic eye ability has been opened, because when he becomes the master of demonic magic, he will have all the devilish things." Just indulgently, the ring on my hand wandered again. "Devil's eye, what is that?" Lu immediately explained, "Your left eye." Gi-do was scared and touched his eyes and said, "This eye is a ghost eye." "Why are you telling me now?" Lu said in a low voice, "You didn't ask, and at first I wasn't sure. It's not easy for humans to possess demon eyes. I don't know that woman who calls herself the Demon King. Who is she that has such great power? Anyway, the demon eyes are eyes that can see through the entire true nature of everything. Its power has not yet been fully revealed. But it's possible that you have already seen someone else's name. When you hear this, you smile happily and say, it will definitely be very useful. If we have something similar to it, that would be great." The system asked in confusion, "What kind of item was that?" He frowned and waved his hand and replied, "Nothing." He opened the information window to see, Long, title of Lord of all Demon Swords and Magic, level 95, Strength 136, Dexterity 1 Tron 55, Stamina 108 Spirit, 100% Magic Power, 10% Poison Resistance, 5% Fire Resistance, 7% Endurance, 10% Heat Resistance, Increased Magic Power Absorption, Skill Points, Cannibalism, Willpower, Demon Magic, Digested Demons, Hissing Fragments. Demon magic can give evil powers to egos. What do you think about, then say, give demonic powers to the egos? I mean, I can give them skills like increasing Rand's wounds, increasing their speed, and controlling their cells. Is it true? Lu immediately replied to the owner, "Yes. You can bestow skills that match your personality, Hai-do exclaimed excitedly. Got it, Lu added, why don't you try it on your gloves? Returning to the meeting of Go Hyung-chu and Kim Gi-do, Gi-do suddenly said, binding. The magic glove in his hand immediately grabbed Go Hyung-chu. Binding is the art of overpowering opponents with force, strong dark magic. The guy next to me saw this and was surprised to say, is it a new skill? He excitedly asked the question while replying, similar to that. Looking at the person who was trying to resist with a loud voice, I said again, listen, Go Hyung-chu, stop acting. This is the final warning. The young man saw his purple eyes and exclaimed in horror, demon eyes, as I guessed, he had communicated with the Demon King. If so, Kim Gi traveled and saw the scene before her eyes widen in surprise and stood motionless, a cloud of smoke emitted to cover the person in front. The silhouette of a brave person was looming behind the smoke, his eyes were red and sharp. Go Hyung-chu put his hands in his pockets and said in a low voice, I'm quite interested, I'll listen to see what you're going to say. Seeing that, Kim Gi-do curled his lips and smiled softly. He replied, Ung-chu, this look of yours is much more beautiful. After finishing speaking, the two of them immediately sat down to discuss. Go Hyung-chu said, requesting, no, using the word contract is more accurate, let's agree a bit on the terms. Kim Gi-do immediately responded, 5 billion in deposit in advance and 10 billion after success. Didn't I already say that? Go Hyung-chu shook his head and replied, not enough, my life is not that cheap. Gi-do said seriously, it's not like you just plan to run away with my information, just say it straight. In his heart he thought, is this also a case of a thief wearing a strange mask? Ung-chu laughed and replied, words, funny. Kim Gi-do continued thoughtfully, so what can I give you? He spoke clearly and informatively without any hesitation. About the relationship between him and the Demon King, and about the power of the Demon Eye. Kim Do heard this and wondered, is that really all you want? Ung-chu crossed his legs and calmly replied, that was more than enough. He certainly didn't know how valuable that information was, so he answered honestly, if he said so. I am a disciple of the Demon King, and the Demon Eye has the ability to see through the true nature of things. Go Hyung-chu thought for a while and then said, it seems you are not lying. After a while they finished discussing, Ung-chu immediately stood up and said, I have received the payment, I will also accept your request. When I collect information I will come find you. So goodbye. Seeing this for a long time, he whispered to the system in wonder. He didn't even doubt the master's words. The system replied, it seems like he has some skills. Se Sung-hun next to me also had to exclaim, what a quick meeting, but it went smoother than I thought. Kim Gi-do bewilderedly replied to his friend, yes haha, so now let's go to the next place, I want to finish everything I can today. Everyone will go to the association's headquarters. In the chairman's room, the leader's deep voice came from inside, okay, I heard your situation through and through. President Taguo put his hands on the table and said in thought, revenge, even if you are a mercenary, this is not something I can help with, but at least I can turn a blind eye to what you plan to do. I'm just doing this because this is our wise war. The establishment of a branch also causes serious damage to the association. Kim Gi-do seriously answered him, instead of saying revenge, it's more accurate to call out first, those bastards will definitely target you. Although I feel grateful that you have considered this matter, I would like to request one more thing. The chairman confirmed with you, one more thing. Immediately said, the regulations complete the information about changing the daily schedules of civilians working at the Iron Guild branch, and preventing other guilds from accessing. Is that okay? Tae-guo looked at him and replied, do you mean you will deal with the entire Iron branch in the heart of Shaewon? But also a branch that has a force ranked in the top 10 guilds in the world. After a moment of reflection, the president continued, the association is not that omnipotent, so regulating information like that is not easy. As long as there's no riot happening somewhere, it's okay. Hearing this, Gi-do's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked the president again, what do you mean, if there's a riot happening, it's possible, right? Ngo Guo looked at him suspiciously and replied, don't tell me you're planning to create a riot. Gi-do immediately replied, of course it wasn't a riot. Hearing this, the chairman could breathe a sigh of relief. He was very afraid that any young man would dare to do something like this. Guo nodded and said, of course it is. Kim Gi-do continued, there had been a few attempts to reform the riots, but all were unsuccessful. That is not the power that an individual can have. He stopped and rubbed his head in thought. After a while, Gi-do hesitantly said, well, I can do something similar. the president replied with a frown. I want to take that power from you if I can. Gi-do smiled stupidly and asked again, what are you talking about? The two of them continued to discuss until late afternoon, while standing in the elevator. As for him, he thought to himself, I only have 3 months, I need to be as urgent as possible. I let Go Hyung-chung investigate any possible mishaps, and I also received a promise from the association to help with some effort. Suddenly he appeared and said, you must be going to get a book or something. Why, you replied, unfortunately not, you have such a good memory that it's unnecessary. He said to himself, I have other things to do, even though I can control the gate, I still don't have the necessary strength. Hearing that, the system felt hurt and said, am I useless? Kim Gi-do cried and explained, that's not what I meant, you've helped me a lot, I'm sorry. He continued as he walked, the gate will become much stronger when it digests the crystal, and that's not your only power, right? He immediately replied, just kidding. Kim Gi-do walked towards a room and said, the opponent is one of the top 10 guilds, no matter how stronger I become in the next 3 months, it is impossible to defeat them alone. When he got there, he opened the door, walked in, said sorry. Looking at the pile of documents piled high on the desk in front, Gi-do exclaimed in surprise, wow, what are you doing here alone after sending all the guild members home? The person sitting behind the pile of documents, I immediately replied, here it is. I thought to myself, the association cannot help me directly in the battle, what I need is a force that can fight with their manpower. Gi-do looked towards the table shyly and said, sorry for making you run around like that, I'm a bit busy right now. The other person immediately replied, no need to apologize. Everyone in this country knows that Dukgu is a busy person. Dukgu happily pulled down his glasses and continued, haha, it's been a while, to be honest, I don't think it's been that long. A stream of thoughts was still running through Kim Do's head. He thought, I will form an allied force, people who will fight for me. Do continued to look at me with doubts, so what do you want to say, with me? After listening to her for a while, she nodded and spoke up, I understand, did something like that happen? This is the first time I've heard the details of this, she continued, well, anyway, that's it, not a good thing. You're curious, so what now, what are you going to do? Our guild owes you a great favor, so no matter what, I'm willing to help. But you know, right, this, Didu nodded, yes, it's really dangerous. Therefore, I didn't come here as a friend, but came to make a suggestion. Dugu looked surprised, what about the suggestion? There are many benefits if the guild branch office disappears, most of which will be transferred to the guild by the guild. Didu told Dugu, well, to be honest, this is the obvious result, but if I have to add another condition. Speaking of this, move up a finger. A request, if the guild needs my help with something, I will gladly help with your request, no matter what it is, and I won't ask any questions. Rui mocked the male lead, why do you think that you use yourself as a condition to propose like that? You have become arrogant. Master, you make a face to remind Rui, dumb, not as good as you. Looking at Dugu, Didu thought to himself, it seems like yesterday he was scared because of a goblin. Just thinking of this, Dugu spoke up, the proposal is quite tempting, so what exactly are we going to do? We have to fight the guild members of the branch office. Didu replied, again, yes, this is a bit overwhelming. Suddenly Duciegu stood up, okay, even though I can't decide on such a big issue like this myself, I can at least convince the board of directors. We will reconsider this proposal of yours, Bright Star. Didu raised his hand to respond to Dugu's handshake, I wait for good news from you. Erok. After clearly stating the other person's nickname, both of them held back their laughter until they were shaking. Didu reminded the specimens not to embarrass us like that. The date of establishment of Irung Association Branch Office, Swanan City, Joy Province is recorded. I looked at the time on my phone and mumbled, he was late. The fat man standing next to him asked curiously, who was late? Seung-hun blurted out, Kim D, no, Starlight, he's a little late today. The fat man looked at the clock, but it hadn't been an hour since he came in. Looking at the gate in front of him, the fat man muttered, this is a level B gate. At that moment, Didu walked out with his body covered in blood. Eoli cheered him on, great job master. Eoli whined, the monster's blood was so slimy. Ru also contributed, I think now your fighting skills are pretty good. The fat guy looked surprised, did he go in alone? Even a guild took a few days to wipe out. Seung-hun burst out laughing when he heard that, this is the first time I've seen mercenaries, huh? asked them, "Are you two coming to pick me up?" Se-Young-hun came closer to Didu and praised, "Good job, this time you won't sell crystals anymore." Didu replied, "Of course, I will also use the bonus money to buy crystals too." Eoli happily accepted, "Partly, I will eat them all." Didu stretched and asked Se-Young-hun, "So where is the next gate now?" Se-Young-hun replied, "Not having one left." Se-Young-hun replied, "Not having one left. I wiped out all the gates that the association provided, now there are no gates left in the entire Korean peninsula." Didu widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, "Oh, really?" Ham sadly spoke up, "Heck, so I can't eat more crystals," Ru criticized, "When you've eaten all you have then you can be greedy." The male lead sighed and said to the other two, "So now I'm going home and taking a shower." Looking at the slimy blood all over his body, he felt a bit uncomfortable. The next day at the Hanshaewon River. "Please pop a can of beer, we'll have some beer, shall we?" Se-Eun-gun clinks cans with the male lead. "Now there are only 2 months left." "What do you plan to do with the remaining 2 months?" Didu shook his head slightly, "I don't know yet. I don't plan to try buy more gates or go abroad to get crystals. I think going into the tower to get them is not a bad idea. I also haven't completely absorbed all the power I possess." "Oh, wouldn't 2 months go by in a blink, if I had to worry about dozens of things like that?" Se-Eun-gun agreed, "Yes, I believe you would do your best." "Oh right, didn't that person say he would meet you?" Didu continued, "Maybe he'll appear behind me while we're talking like that. He did the same thing the first time we met, and then he did it 3 more times, again every time we contact each other. Coming here, I point my finger behind me, like this." Sure enough, as he said, a white smoke suddenly appeared behind them. Behind the smoke, Go Hyung-chun gradually appeared in full form. "He seemed surprised by your ability to judge. You saw through my stealth technique again. It always surprises me." Didu gave the can of beer to Go Hyung-chun. "Every time the way you talk is different." Yun-chun bewilderedly accepted the can of beer and wondered, "Why are you suddenly speaking empty?" Didu retorted, "You talk empty not from the beginning, but when I think about it, it makes me angry. Besides, we're the same age." Hyung-chun had to give in to the male lead's sharp mouth. "Ah, okay, it doesn't matter anyway. What's more important than the fact that you detected my presence? Even high-level warriors can't sense it. Your sensitivity to magic power is really unusual. You've been wandering around for a long time." "Stop." "Well," Rui quickly told Lu, "thanks to me, Eolikia again. Your Gia is the best." Rui angrily reminded Lu, "Say it sincerely." Listening to the group of specimens arguing, he quickly changed the subject. "So did you discover anything this time? The previous 3 times were all in vain." "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by Gotong?" "I said someone's legs were already used." Didu replied absent-mindedly, "Well, I guess so." Henry Young-chun continued, "I'm going on a business trip to investigate the relationship between the 2 leading guilds in the world. That's not a joke like stealing candy from a child." Didu nodded slightly, "Okay, I understand." "Okay, so what did you find?" Hyung-chun replied, "Yes, but to tell the truth, I will have to stop following this case after I tell you the information today." Didu frowned and asked, "Is that information so accurate?" Hyung-chun affirmed, "Of course. First about the rumors of Lee Seoho that are stirring up public opinion. These past few days, have you heard?" Didu said the information he heard. "Lee Seoho was injured while sweeping the tower, right?" Henry Young-chun nodded, "Yes, it's true. I don't know exactly what kind of injury, but I heard it was quite serious. Also, I heard he needs immortal pills." After the conversation, travel back to the tower. He pondered, the last known place where the fairy was appearing was the Helion Labyrinth. If the information about him and the Demon King had not been revealed yet, it would be normal to infer that the guild had gone there, participate in the expedition and receive the immortal Dan. After that, he used the fairy pill as bait for negotiations even though he himself was okay. No matter who it was, he couldn't do that to Lee Se-on because Lee Se-on is his opponent, and most of all, Lee Lion is not easily fooled by such things. The 3 bottles of immortal pills found in the past are known to have been used, so this negotiation is related to the Demon King, but if you are injured, you need to go to Immortal Dan. Eoli spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Perhaps his meridians had been destroyed. Didu bewilderedly asked again, "What about the meridians?" Eoli affirmed, "That's right, as you have also experienced, Tien Dan can restore meridians. If he needs that effect, then there is a high possibility that his meridians have been damaged." Didu thought for a while, Did the Meridians get injured? Lee added, it would be good if we could meet the female Ghost King. Rue added, she said to meet her after clearing the 5th floor. That's right, even for you it's not easy. He suddenly spoke up. The owner, Didu, was startled and widened his eyes and asked, what's going on? Groaning hesitantly, I'm full, I can't eat any more of this. Ruth had the opportunity to mock, what did I say, just eat everything you have and then think about being greedy for something else. Looking at the pile of crystals that used to be his favorite food, Lou suddenly shivered. I can't eat any more. I put the food in my shirt. Let's put aside the unanswered things for now. Let's go do some other things. I'm a bit surprised by the action of eating for the kids. You've become cold. Open the information window to see the current situation of Manhwa, level 51, Ate 25, Ate 67, embellishment skills, strength recovery, magic to increase wounds. Choose the main self. Did travel quickly choose ego synchronization is moaning. At the same time, the system also asked him to choose his secondary ego, after which the synchronization process began. This process radiates a bright halo, illuminating the entire room. A few days later, at the international airport, the establishment day of the Irung Guild branch office finally arrived. International Airport in Cheon. The group of people loudly walked out to the airport lobby. The whole person wearing full armor said, so this is the country of Lee Seon-ho. Domineering bulging eyes, who cares, I just want to fight. The blonde woman just turned her head and frowned at him. Rugagi is the leader of this group of people. The flashlight keeps flashing. Please say something. What will be the operating policy of the association from now on? What are you doing right now? Soon everyone will decide. His eyes were not very patient. He saw someone holding up a cheering sign that read, the pride of Southern Korea, Rock Jihan, Chalk. How dare you consider me a compatriot just because we have the same skin color? He gritted his teeth, I'm on a different level than you guys. There was a little girl running to the rooster. She nervously held up the wreath, please, protect South Korea. His eyes showed extreme disgust. The other girl also seemed to sense that the person in front was unhappy. There was a hand holding her soul, making her a bit surprised. President Jio-ju lifted the little girl and put him on his shoulders, come on. The journalists quickly took pictures. It's the president of the association, quickly take pictures. The chairman laughed and joked, Manager Han Rog, you don't know how to create an image. It's okay to receive this wreath. The little girl sitting on his shoulder is very excited. He was pondering in his mind, the president of the South Korean Players Association, he is not someone you can offend. Rog-gog is not happy. Is the Korean Na Association doing business so sloppily? Why are there so many civilians in the official sector? The chairman smiled amicably, ha, it seems like the manager of the South Korean branch of the association doesn't know how to evaluate other people's abilities, right? Deep in his voice was a reminder, what kind of trouble could a child like this cause? Rog obviously heard his warning. The wreath in the girl's hand was roughly snatched away. Roach grumbled involuntarily, I am very honored to receive this gift. The chairman's attitude is more gentle, ha, you should say that to this little lady. The association has already prepared a welcoming ceremony, I hope you will attend. The angry monkey stomped his foot on the wreath to release his anger, damn it, the monkeys are doing tricks. He ordered his subordinate, come quickly, the subordinate asked, aren't you going to the Korean Men's Association? Roach raised his voice, why do we have to follow their wishes? Tell them we must prioritize checking the branch building first. The subordinates obeyed, it was clear. I think it's strange that most of the information about him has been limited. He looked out the car window, which was fair enough, because he was related to the damn thing, but it didn't matter. Roach smiled cruelly, because I could easily find information about his family. I wonder what expression he will make when he sees the body of his loved one. The car stopped and arrived. Ra got out of the car. Rogging got out of the car. He frowned, there should be a main street nearby, why are you so quiet? The sound from the loudspeaker rang out. There was a gate break. All civilians please evacuate immediately, this is not a drill. Chung informed the person on the other side of the phone that the evacuation and blockade was almost finished. You can start now, the person on the other side replied, understood. Sung Hunt said, yes, this will be the last time I contact you, set up the barrier. The light of the barrier gradually spread around, it covered a large area. A name appeared on the phone screen, the best secretary said, the call status was ended. Don't worry, You don't have to worry about witnesses anymore, now open the gate. Someone came out of the gate, the Headless Knight and the Necromancer were last, they simultaneously knelt down. Visit the Great Master. Gita nodded, yes, you know the plan, right? He ordered that those who wear red armbands are allies, others are enemies, whenever they meet enemies, destroy them. All received and obeyed orders. Commander, okay, everyone in position, follow the plan. Seogu is surprised, he created a real gate breach. I've noticed why the average bone soldiers look so strong, the energy emitted from the spear in Dulahan must be equal to that of a bad guy. Kim Dong-hee exclaimed, it's true that Kim Gi-do player is different, he always exceeds our expectations. The guy next to him asked again, are we really going to confront someone's guild branch? The guy thought, Seon-bai will also participate, next to him is someone from the Chai Association. 1 month ago, one person spoke up, meeting the bottle. The second person said, Mo Ning Ta. Both of them said in unison, wanting to form an alliance with the Kim Gi-do player. What a surprise, alliance, why are you two together? Kim Dong-hee replied, we started to contact each other more quickly after the conquest of the Guardian. Seon-bai also said, we must have become close to each other after the conversations about Gi-do, it's all thanks to you. Gi-do burst out laughing, ha ha, so what is this alliance? Dong-hee replied, let me explain the origin clearly. Recently, after the retirement of the president of the Chai Association, I, the vice president, was appointed as the new president. Sincerely, although it's a bit late, congratulations, I've been so busy lately that I haven't followed the news. Kim Dong-hee thanked and then continued, when talking with the player Kim Seon-bai as the president, we discussed the player Kim Gi-do. We believe that all parties will benefit from the alliance, so we decided to meet here. Seriously replied, I appreciate everyone appreciating me, but as you two know, I'm just an individual with any association. Kim Dong-hee expressed, when the gate break at Swasu was prevented, I read an article with a photo of him walking out wearing a mask. No matter how helpless I think, everyone realizes I'm lost. Mr. Dong-hee said, at that time I thought, this person will be famous, so why don't I build a good relationship with the Kim Gi-do player? Why don't you put the glass of water on the table? Okay, if that's the case. He expressed, could I, a member of the alliance, make a request in advance? 1 month later, at the place and time I have decided, bring your entire force, for security reasons. I cannot go into detail, but it is something you will have to confront, with a very powerful force. I know this request is a bit much, but if everyone comes, I'll guarantee to form a solid alliance with the two of you. Kim Dong-hee is a little nervous, we are caught up in a very big incident, so big that if we stumble we will be crushed. Everyone had the same thought in their minds, we could be crushed here, but after seeing him control that gate, I firmly believe that Kim Gi-do player, Kim Gi-do, will take us to the next level. Torrential rain poured down. The owner of the umbrella looked in one direction, and then he stood behind his feet and lit a cigarette. Loud footsteps on the road, the army moved in rows. The president looked down. At first I was skeptical, but it turned out to be true, that is, he continued his father's words, an army, or something similar. The president suddenly asked, are you confident? Mr. Tech looked over, confident about what? He said, that's the kid, are you confident he won't turn into a monster? I flicked the cigarette but, how could I know that? I just wanted the boy to be happy. Chairman said in a low voice, if that boy becomes a monster and hinders our plans, I will have to intervene, so. Someone approached the two of them. He reported, Director, Mr. President, it's ready. Mr. Ditch warned, from now on, don't let anyone enter this place, whether it's a player or a civilian, not even a mouse can get in. Raindrops flow down your stern face, we're betting on your honor. The heavy rain became heavier and heavier, the footsteps stepping on the puddle made urgent sounds. Seogu glanced, this energy source is different from that of normal players. No wonder they blocked such a large area. A name appeared in his mind, suddenly. On the surface, they look like they are affiliated with the association, but in reality, they are soldiers who only operate under the orders of the association president and his brother. Their origin and history are both a mystery. It is said that they are an organization that exists to protect Southern Korea and save humanity, but this is just what I heard from others. Newspaper printing team member, president, in front of us. A group of people appeared in front of them, The leader of that group of people is the bulging-eyed, red-haired guy from Irung's group. Why Dongua frown? Who is he? Right now they still don't know about their plan. A surprise attack will be more effective than a direct attack. He braked, then landed in front of the group of people. Seogu appeared friendly and greeted in English. Nice to meet you, I'm Ju Seogu from the Southern Korean Music Association. We are the reinforcements who came to support the gate breach. Suddenly his face changed. The red-haired man suddenly swung his sword and slashed a line. Seogu's face has a cut. What the hell are you doing? While flying back, he also created a layer of ice that shot straight up from the ground. When the cold from that block of ice spread to the guy's feet, the sound of red hair filled with excitement rang out. Wow, he was able to dodge it. The South Korean players are also terrible, aren't they? His body was hazy behind the ice, but very soon the ice block was crushed by him. The red hair steps forward step by step. I don't care about breaking the gate or providing reinforcements, I'll just bluntly eliminate anyone who gets in my way, so. He showed a perverted expression. Let's fight. Fighting with you guys will definitely be more fun than dealing with broken gates. Seogu frowned. This guy is the captain of the second team in the Iron group's force, he's crazy. One person and one animal stood on the top floor. The shore sings a lullaby. The song calls, the ego is chatty. What do you think? I became super cool after eating a bunch of crystals, right? What do praise? Yes, thank you, the lullaby sings. The ego happily laughs. He. Just sit on your back and print, EO said, so we're really starting. The force of the South Korean branch of the Irung Association includes the following. The branch manager Han Rok-og is the general commander, the first team captain is Cha Lamon, the second team captain is Rodet, the third team captain is Ca Lan. And my job is, separate the teams so they cannot regroup. He signaled, the water element was activated, turning the body into water. Out in elemental transformation gliding like flying from the roof. It jumps onto other building roofs to move. Think about it, in terms of numbers, our side has the advantage, but we can't be subjective because of that. Our side is just a temporary alliance, if we let their teams gather together, our side will be at a disadvantage. Seon balls stretch the bowstring, 4 arrows point towards the captain of the first team, Father Lamon. 4 arrows approached the target and exploded. Father Lamon is unharmed. This is the welcoming ceremony of Southern Korea. Worms Tuuan and Worms Sunggu feel a bit unlucky. Why do we have to bump into Cha Lamon? The two sides fought fiercely. Dong-hee grimaced. We're busy dealing with the normal members of the association so we don't have time to help them. When will this evil genius show up? Father Lamon rushed up. He kept swinging his sword. The shield of the symbols made a buzzing sound. The surface of the shield was slashed and scarred. Joy Worm shouted loudly, shielding himself. A wall of earth rose from below, blocking the guy's body. The strong blow hit the earth shield and the wall was destroyed. The dirt and sand hit the metal shield and drifted to both sides. Seon felt worried as he watched his comrades sink into piles of sand and soil. Father Lamon is contemptuous, weak. With this level you dare to ambush us, you guys hurt my pride. He roared, at least you have to bring a trick to defeat me. The shadow of a figure holding 2 swords jumped over his head. Here you are, you dog. Father Lamon's eyes widened, his pupils flashed upward. Without many words, he stabbed 2 swords down Father Lamon's neck. What? Without many words, he stabbed 2 swords down Father Lamon's neck. What? Fresh blood splashed out. Gidu simultaneously drew his sword. Cannibalism is enabled, trying to impersonate the player Cha Lamon, a monster with a wide-open mouth with sharp teeth. The character's egoization failed, a part of the character's personality was absorbed, but unexpectedly, the egoization failed, partly. I'm calling, Master, why are you awake? That's right, it's no longer important. He landed on the ground. What do you care about, Gwon? Are you okay? Gwon is in a bit of pain, moaning and groaning. The guy wiped the rain off his face. He was too late. Sorry. He reached out to find something in the gate. Here. A bottle is taken out. Drink this magic medicine. You are always suspicious. Where did you just pull this out? You sing indignantly. I am not a warehouse, okay? Father Lamon's subordinate, who was still stupid, the captain, was taken down with just 1 blow. Dong-hai was also surprised and speechless. What was the bad guy? Darkness covered the chicken head's body. He had a bad feeling. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Came out and roared loudly. then opened its huge mouth and looked down. The chicken-headed guy had half of his body swallowed by it. The remaining guys were scared. What the hell? Kim Dong-hee tensed up. A monster, is it an enemy? He looked towards Kim Gi-do, or? Kim Gi-do looked at him and winked. I really understand the problem, he announced to his team. The wolf is on our side, don't attack it and go back. At its feet, only the first team remained, so it freely swung its claws. The first team people use their skills, the magic ball turns into a fireball and attacks the Ryan. The water column on its body shot out strongly, surprising the others. They couldn't see any sign of the wolf. Was it dead? The water flowed under their feet and transformed right behind them. Print and open your mouth as wide as possible. A group of people have been attacked. Cough, it's moving in that direction. Attack quickly, one guy asked. There's an opening in their rear. Should we attack in a pincer position? Don't be in a hurry, just stay calm. If we recklessly engage in battle, we'll be in trouble. He became thoughtful. Just now, Father Lamone's body disappeared, as if his body had been devoured by something. Just like the previous time conquering the Guardian, he was sweating. While using the skills of the egos to fight, the speed of the shoes was so bad that the first team members had to boo and cackle. I couldn't see anything. The other group was disturbed by the printing press, so kill them quickly. He stared at a person and an animal frantically killing like fruit. He was silent and silent. Dong-hee smiled bitterly. Hey, what the hell is this? I don't see anything. Blue light flashed towards the skeleton soldiers. It's the sword energy of the rogue. Whoa, ha ha ha, it's just a breach of this gate and they have to rely on us. Crazy guy killing. Who have just set foot in this country. Cialan is facing the Headless Knight. What an incompetent country. The necromancer stood high above, observing. The red light in the necromancer's eyes flickered. I have to hold this group back according to the master's orders. It looks like he's very strong, not to mention that weapon, which is our enemy. The magic on the undead mage's body overflowed, a rain of arrows was formed. Rock frowned and looked up. The staff in the necromancer's hand pointed downward. The rain of arrows poured down heavily. The target was the rocket. The man coldly snorted and brought his sword back across his head. Roach swings his sword. It's useless. He slashed out a layer of sword energy. The rain of arrows touched that layer of sword energy and immediately shattered and disappeared. The sword energy seemed to sweep towards the undead mage, causing it to be affected. Bossy Rock Gog, you idiot, you underestimate the strength of the deer. The woman was fighting when she heard a voice telling her, Cialan, I can handle it myself here, quickly gather with the other teams. Cialan's opinion, branch manager, I don't think it's necessary. I say definitely, no. Looking at the battle here, you can tell that their movements are different from normal monsters. His eyes glanced back. I have a bad feeling about this. The corpses of the first team were lying all over the place. On the Alliance side, the number of troops was preserved. They looked into the distance at the skeleton soldiers' battlefield. Who was that light just now? Dong-hee exclaimed. As expected, the scale of the battle between the soldiers was on a completely different scale. He asked his ego, Eo, Rua, is it possible? Eo replied, that's right, Master. Rua continued, yes, I sensed something very disgusting from that side. Eo told him, this is the Holy Sword. Gi-do mumbled, Holy Sword. Eo added, however, I felt a different source of energy. The lullaby quickly interrupted, Master, the skeleton soldiers have been swept away. I'm startled. What? Frowning, faster than I imagined, just look at the wolf. Print, let's go. The raindrops fell, creating small waves on the ground. He told the others and me to gather with the other team. After everyone has treated their wounds and rearranged their formation, let's gather together. After speaking, he rode on his back and left. Out and jumping from one building to another. The clenched fist slammed down on the table. How could the association do that? A meeting is going on. This is clearly an act of repression. A gate break occurred at Snail Sam but they kicked us out, while we are the association managing that area. The president of the Hifitmoy Association is dissatisfied. We will not leave this matter alone. Association President Bolulu Ragan also agreed. The association has never acted this arbitrarily before. This is very strange. His eyes looked to the side. He looked at the empty chair. His absence was also very suspicious. The guild leader raised his arms and crossed his chest. We have all spoken. Now I want to hear the opinion of the leader of the 10 Great Guild Alliance. All eyes turned to the person sitting in the middle of the table. What did he think about this? President Lee Se-on-ho. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the needle also began to move to other teams to help. As soon as he got there, he quickly asked, how was he and Du-La-Han? After a while, he replied, they were still fighting, probably because they ate too much crystal to be able to fight so strongly. Hearing that, he frowned and said, it's lucky, but it could be said that the army fighting the monsters was divided into two. Even the second crystal-enhanced army isn't strong enough to carry the burden on its own. He thought to himself, so it's possible that the Ken Guild is fighting the second team. I have to hurry, no matter how anxiously I push myself. If I don't finish everything within 2 hours, then... He remembered what was said in the director's office before the start of the fight. Tae-sish then reminded him that we will use the highest level barrier to block the entire Daosam area, but this cannot last long. The first problem is about the price for using this barrier. Also, if you consider interference from other guilds, the maximum time we have is 3 hours. Is it clear? Whatever happens must end in 3 minutes. Back to reality, the war has been going on for an hour. The father and son side has begun to have internal tensions. The president of the union, the guild, announced that, in an hour. Tae-sish bewilderedly asked his father, what's wrong? Tae-guo immediately said clearly again, we will open the barrier in an hour. This made Tae-chi extremely angry. He called out loudly, Dad. Guo frowned and glanced at his son who was scolding him. This is different from what his father said. The president coldly turned away and replied, it was unavoidable, that was the limit. I couldn't keep calm and shouted, Dad, what are you talking about? Even in protest, if you were direct. Tae-guo quickly interrupted him. Lee Se-on-ho himself was coming here. Hearing his announcement, Tae-sik immediately froze. At this moment, he seemed to gradually understand the problem. Tae-guo quickly interrupted him. Lee Se-on-ho himself was coming here. Hearing his announcement, Tae-sik immediately froze. At this moment, he seemed to gradually understand the problem. Inside the battlefield, everyone is fighting extremely fiercely. Theo and Dun Sung-gu are fighting with their lives. While they were in danger, Du Cattle-gu promptly came to the rescue. He looked at Sung-gu sitting on the ground and asked, are you okay? Sung-gu still hadn't recovered and stammered, Vice President. Dun Sung-gu looked around and continued, this is difficult. One team is already in enough trouble but now their number continues to increase. Dun Sung-gu was tired and tried to stand up and reply, we have had enough, miserable. But... He stopped and looked at the two people next to him who were fighting until he continued, the guild leader was even more tired. Duduku is currently having to fight one-on-one with Ca-len and Rotet. The rotten guy turned to look at the crew and said, go away, Ca-len, he's mine. Ca-len looked at him and cursed and replied, always wanting to do it alone but then failing, do you know how many times you've repeated that mistake? After finishing speaking, the two men attacked the beast at the same time. The beast that was trying to fight back angrily thought, these bastards, even when fighting, have such high team spirit. Gu jumped to the ground to avoid their attacks. He put all his strength into his ice sword to fight them. Gu whispered, first is Ca-len, she doesn't have any outstanding characteristics, but her speed and reflexes are the problem. I can't take advantage of the surrounding environment to attack, because the very first movements she detected. That doesn't put her on par with me in a one-on-one fight. But the problem is that loser. Even though his hand was locked tightly by the ice of the beast, he still said excitedly, oh my god, I've been arrested again. I'm so upset. Hey Ca-len. Ca-len glanced at him angrily and replied, you're so careless. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward very decisively, throwing decisive slashes at Ro's body. Every part of his body was cut apart. But the strange thing is that it is regenerating, with its unique regenerative skill. It was easy to escape the ice. He looked at him with a provocative look and said, there is no need to worry, it's fine anyway, doesn't work for me. Su Ca-gu saw this and worriedly thought to himself, the difference between my power and theirs is getting bigger and bigger. I should have used a fatal attack from the beginning, even though his fighting ability was inferior to my brother, Len. But he acts as a blocker so Ca-len can show off his real skills. We have to separate them even for a moment. The other side is talking to Ca-len. I've been slashed by you more than 10 times. Ca-len doesn't answer him. She seems to be concentrating on feeling something. After a while, Ca-len said, there's something coming here. He smiled softly and asked, what? While he was confused and didn't know what to do, something passed him. It passed both of them and stopped behind them. Ca-len glanced back in horror and exclaimed, what is that? that thing just. None other than Kim Gi-do. He just used the acceleration skill of the shoes, level 45, strength 30, dexterity 89, stamina 12, magic power 40, embellishment skills, flash, increase speed. It helps him increase his movement speed beyond physical limits in an instant. Looking at his shoes, he thought to himself, the new acceleration skill he has is thanks to his magic, although it is quite similar to Flash, its jumping ability is much farther, and he was complimented happily. Ahem, that's not a compliment. Cielen looked at the back of the man who had just arrived and thought in fear, who is his name? I can't keep up with his movements, is there another skilled person like that in Korea? Suddenly her eyes stopped on her teammate. Rotet was looking in horror at the slashes all over his body. Before he could come to his senses, the bloody body made him scream in pain. He groaned and knelt on the ground, waiting for his body to regenerate, not forgetting to swear, "You dog, another funny bastard came, but what did you do? No matter how many times these wounds don't work on me." Kim Gi-do coldly replied, "The captain of the 2nd Army Rot, unique skill, regeneration." Rot heard this and was speechless. Gi-do Dachi said, am I pronouncing it right? Sorry, I'm still in the middle of learning English. I should have told you in advance that reproduction skill doesn't work anymore. You see, boy, this guy of mine also has skills," he said while looking at his blue crystal bracelet. It is the Moaning Ego synchronized with the Blue Star, level 81, strength 77, dexterity 102, physical strength 91, magic power 98, skill adornment, beast transforms, restores mana, increases wounds, circulates blood, fire element, water element, melanin. Its wound increasing technique is to disable the wound recovery function and increase damage. Seeing this, Duciegu breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, it's finally here. In contrast to him, Cielen was surprised and speechless. She thought to herself, did he block Rotet's regeneration skill? Just using normal items or skills wouldn't be able to do something like that. So that means... Ro widened his eyes in fear and exclaimed, "Are you also the one who possesses a unique skill?" He smiled and continued, "How long has it been since I was hurt to this extent?" He looked at his wound that could not be completely healed and added, "I admit, our compatibility is still bad, and it seems like your unique skill has surpassed me, however." The roar suddenly stopped, his face was extremely satisfied and smiled softly. Along with that, his muscles were also increasing significantly and said loudly, "Do you think I won't have a way to deal with this only weakness?" Kim Gi-do looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. The skinny rod had disappeared and was replaced by a green giant. He called out in panic, "Master, be careful." An explosion that shook the whole space appeared. Ro stuck out his tongue, his bright eyes looked extremely scary and said, "Thanks to this, we are evenly matched." Looking at the broken glass windows and the dust and smoke in the sky, everyone present exclaimed in bewilderment, "This is crazy, even when it rains like that, there is still so much dust." Cielen also fell into deep thought about Rotet's abilities. She thought to herself, this match will probably favor that side. A skill that converts the residual of the ability to regenerate stats into a temporary, destructive increase in combat ability. Unexpectedly, he used a skill that had not been touched for a long time due to its lingering effects. Suddenly a voice behind spoke up, looking somewhere. Cielen immediately turned around. Duduku appeared behind the ice layer and said clearly, "I haven't collapsed yet, you shouldn't be so leisurely and let your guard down with me." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of ice arrows were deployed by him to attack Cielen. With his superior skills and agile body, Cielen easily dodged. She fought back and said, "Don't you know yet, your attack won't touch a hair of mine. I alone can deal with you in a minute without needing a blowtorch." The goo frowned and replied, "Ha ha, it seems I've been underestimated, huh?" Cielen took advantage of the situation when he wasn't paying attention and slipped behind the cow. She intended to give him a fatal blow, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not raise her sword towards him. Cielen was scared and didn't understand what was going on, so he said, "Ha ha, the reason I was standing back was to preserve my strength in case things didn't go as planned, but since I'm here, there's no need to do that anymore." After Cielen heard this, she immediately jumped away to distance herself from him. She angrily said, Don't you see, your teammate must have been torn to pieces by now." The Oxgu stood motionless, looking at the thick layer of dust. "I was about to say, I don't know yet." A few seconds later the dust gradually dissipated, only to see Rodat being stabbed twice from behind by a needle. Even though the guy was still standing, this scene made Ca-Len unable to believe it. She screamed in horror, "No!" Ca-Gu now coldly walked towards her and said, "So now, let's try to block this attack again." When he finished speaking, he shouted loudly and rushed into the city. Ca-Len froze, unable to react, her eyes clearly showing terror. In just a blink of an eye, she was frozen and gone forever. Everyone was standing there excitedly watching a good play. Seeing him pull such a trick, they were surprised and surprised. The wild animal Gullible innocently said, "Oh, I'm overkill, I'm a bit hot-tempered, so." His eyes stopped at Kim Gi-do. The incomprehensible animal thought to himself, why isn't he finished yet? Gi-gu on this side was also confused and didn't understand what was going on. Long appeared and said, "Master, what are you doing?" Gi-do mumbled and thought to himself, "Oh, why can't I pull it out? What's wrong with my muscles, of this guy?" At this moment Rot suddenly smiled incomprehensibly. He used the sword to stab himself to stab something. At this moment, Rot suddenly smiled incomprehensibly. He used his sword to stab himself. Very quickly, he was able to retrieve his two swords and dodge his attack. Ro pulled out the sword on his body and walked closer to it. Even though he didn't want to, he still had to say, "It's funny, I thought this country had nothing to be proud of other than the Demon King and Lee Seo-no. Unexpectedly, there are also two players who have reached this level. Let's start the real battle now." The battle was about to enter into full swing when Sung-hun ran from afar and called out, "What do you mean? I have to end this quickly. Dikko Lee Seongoy, Dikko Lee Seongu is coming." Outside, father and son Taezish were standing in front of the fence. Lee Seo-no's group was also present. As soon as he arrived, he said, "Isn't it time to tell us, Chairman, associations?" He glared seriously and continued, "What is going on here?" Se-sung-hu hurriedly ran in to announce, "Dikko Lee Seongoy is coming, Dikko Lee Seongu is coming." Kim Gi-do asked worriedly, "Lee Seo-no?" Rodat next to him said angrily, He interrupted the battle." At this point, Rodat couldn't keep calm anymore. He frantically rushed towards Sung-gu and said, "Right when I was still so excited. Don't get involved." Kim Gi-do was still one step faster. He used the binding to stop him. The bound Ro was angrily swearing, "This bastard. What do you hastily say loudly, Sung-hun say, take this opportunity to get out of here. I will end everything soon." Sung-hun hesitates to go. He stood motionless thinking to himself, even though the association had decided not to get involved in this battle as much as possible. Suddenly he held the sword and rushed towards the stone. The person behind said, "I will support the Ken Guild, the situation has changed." Seeing that, Ro then immediately turned his attack towards Gi-do. He glared and said, "This petty skill is nothing." He used a technique to enlarge his body to break the bondage of Kim Gi-do. Ro immediately ran away and said, "So now the guy in the way is out of here." The battle had just begun. Rotat unleashed a powerful slash towards Gi-do. The layer of sand created by the slashing attack gradually disappeared. Ro was surprised to see nothing and exclaimed, "Has he disappeared?" Kim Gi-do immediately appeared on the light pole behind him. He said seriously, "I hate to interrupt you in this excitement, but I don't have much time left. I have to end this as quickly as possible." The Dark Elemental move has been activated to solve the problem. Over here, Lee Seo-no is still questioning father and son. He said, "Isn't it time to tell us, the association president, what's going on here?" Lee Seo-no looked at the group of people wearing black suits and continued, "That's funny, isn't it? Are they using threatening expressions to block the way, or are you planning to fight us?" The association president had to speak up and explain that, of course not, there must have been some misunderstanding. The association requested everyone's cooperation, and as far as I know, you all accepted the offer, that request. Lee Seo-no frankly replied, "Cooperation, calling that request cooperation is very incorrect. Guild President Ibatu, the guild headquartered here, has received an expulsion notice, right? We are just trying to help prevent the explosion. Why does the association refuse this help?" He looked away and added, "Or could it be that? Is there something we shouldn't know going on inside? The situation is extremely unfavorable for the president." He pondered and did not respond. After a while, the person said, "Don't jump to conclusions, President Lee Seo-no, we're just maintaining the barrier to prevent further damage from happening. Also, we cannot make anyone risk their lives just to provide unnecessary reinforcements like that." Hearing this, the young Lee Seo-no angrily replied, "Isn't it necessary for reinforcements? Am I a surplus reinforcement? Both sides were silent after this statement. After 49 empty explanations from Chairman Lee Seo-no, he couldn't wait any longer. He said, "If we say we will go inside by force, then do you intend to fight us?" Chairman Guo did not hesitate to answer, "Yes." Everyone present was extremely surprised by his answer. "Why did you, President of the Association?" Tich immediately took out his weapon and got ready to fight. Seeing him like that, everyone was a little scared. They calmed themselves and said, "Okay, let's move on." Lee Seo-no now calmly said, "So how about this? I will go in alone, no one will go with me." He used voice transmission to tell the association president, "Don't worry, mister. I won't say a word because of what I see inside, on the contrary I'm on your side." Returning to Kim Gi-do, he now began to use the dark element, which can turn his body into darkness. This element can create things that players cannot imagine. "What do you use to tie up Rotette's body?" Rose saw that he was tied up again by the ropes from before, so he burst out laughing and said, "You've seen with your own eyes that this skill doesn't work on me." But the next second he felt something unusual. He couldn't escape, could he? Kim Gi-do explains that, although the dark element looks like she has changed her appearance, but the most important thing is its second effect. Enhanced technical power with similar properties. I groaned in pain and panicked, thinking, "Damn, I'm being pulled closer to him." Kim Gi-do coldly stabbed him with a sword, and he just logged out of the game. The system now displays a notification that cannibalism has been activated, the egoization of the Rotette player has begun, the encryption of the Rotette player has been successful, and so there is another copy, new self for me. Even though Rot had been destroyed, the dark element had created a major side effect on his body. Well, because this thing puts a huge burden on the body, I tried my best not to use it, but the apparition said, "Considering the situation, you can't avoid it, weak master, that. You know you can't rest for too long just because you're tired, don't you?" You replied with a smile, knowing that you kept nagging. After finishing speaking, he immediately looked at everyone. Seeing the group of Du Catalgu looking at him, Gi-do thought to himself, "It seems they have somewhat ended everything." Kim Gi-do stood up and said, "Let's go to print, water element." He kept walking towards the battlefield. "What do you say, what's wrong with the group of people?" After a long time, they replied, "They are still holding out." "Where are they?" "Just go straight a little longer, then follow the boat towards the school." On this side, the headless and bald knight is fighting with Rodu-han. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Hello, long time no see." Rodu looked at him in horror and stammered, saying, "Kim, Gi-do. The war is still going on extremely fiercely, on this side the Rodu-han is being beaten and beaten to a pulp." After a while of fighting, he grimaced and thought to himself, "I couldn't believe it, my opponent was just a lich. Moreover, the weapon I hold in my hand is the holy sword, if it were normal, a whole truck full of these bastards would be unharmed." Rodu put strength into the sword and said loudly, "You damn small fry, don't underestimate me." As he finished speaking, a huge stream of energy was heading in the direction of Julahan. Seeing them quickly escape the fatal blow, the poor boy stood motionless, bewildered. He thought helplessly, "They are not ordinary monsters. If they are monsters possessing intelligence, then they should have attacked his weak spot after receiving that terrible attack. But that lich didn't attack, and just waited for the lich to recover. It seemed they didn't intend to defeat us, but just wanted to buy time." At this time, an object appeared in the sky flying at extremely high speed. Roi was bewildered and confused and thought to himself, "Just as I thought, in terms of time, there is something very strange. This is no ordinary explosion." None other than Kim Gi-do. He looked at Rodu and happily said, "Long time no see, Rodu." Rodoi, who had not yet recognized anyone, frowned and replied, "What name?" Kim immediately answered clearly, "Kim Gi-do." After finishing speaking, he immediately summoned the Green Wolf to print. Hearing this name, Rodoi immediately repeated, "Kim Gi-do." He picked up his sword and slashed wildly in terror. Rodu turned to look at the group of swingers and thought to herself, "So this is the reason why they haven't released their full power until now." Without any hesitation, he rushed forward to counterattack. Rodu was about to use the holy sword to block the attack when he suddenly remembered what he was told the day before. "Rodu must be careful with his sword. If I'm right, maybe this sword can absorb the power of the Sword Saint." Seeing that he didn't fight back but just dodged the attack, he thought to himself, "He's figured it out." After seeing it for a long time, He spoke his mind. It seems like someone gave him a clue, do something. Kim stopped. He turned back to look at his disciple and said, "Well done, thank you for holding out for so long." He immediately replied, "It's nothing, Big Master." Du Lahan also continued, "I'm very honored to have completed the Big Master's order." Gi-du smiled slightly and continued, "Come inside and rest." After finishing speaking, he immediately flew into Kim Gi-du's necklace. Seeing that, the dirty guy turned pale and panicked. "What's going on? What is that power? Was he the one who caused the explosion?" "No, it doesn't matter." Rody touched the wound on his chest and thought in horror, how did he become so strong in such a short time? Kim Du did not let Rodu regain his composure and said, "So now, let's start our game of tag." The sky's thunder and lightning became more and more intense, and the rain also poured down, contributing to increasing the drama of the war. Du Siegu stood from afar and told Se Sung Han that I came here in such a hurry that I didn't even have time to think, but it seems I just took my eyes off him and he's gotten a lot stronger. Sung Han yawned and replied, "I mean, back to the battle." When he saw his opponent continuously avoiding the attack, he provocatively said, "What's wrong? What happened?" Kim Gi-du's quick and agile movements soon stabbed the dirty guy several times. He smiled softly and said, "You bastard, why are you so effeminate?" Ro was so angry that he cursed and hated that he didn't have the ability to fight back and shouted, "You son of a bitch!" At this time, he appeared and said, "You've had enough of playing with him, let's end it quickly." Gi-du smiled complacently and replied, "Okay." He picked up his sword and prepared to stab him with one last fatal blow. "Bastard!" The dirty boy turned pale and dodged the attack. "Damn it, not long ago this bastard was nothing, he was just a lowly insect. Why don't you just stab him and reply, it's too late for you to avoid him now." Tiny rays of light emitted from the lighter, in contrast to the brutality of the war in Korea. On this side, who is Rung Seo leisurely sitting in the office talking. He held a cigarette in his hand and said thoughtfully, "Rodoi must have arrived in Korea by now." The assistant next to him immediately replied, "Will this really be okay? Will you send him the Sword Saint to fight against the guy who can absorb the Sword Saint?" Iseo took a breath and calmly replied, "I trust him, I also gave him a warning, he will be fine." The assistant continued, "But even so." Everyone in the room seemed to have guessed some of his assistant's thoughts, so he immediately interrupted, "To be honest, there was no problem. That holy sword, after all, is not an ordinary Sword Saint. When he's about to die, he'll realize it. Over here, Rodahan is having difficulty controlling the Sword Saint." Seeing this, the goo animal became very angry, and the whole Kim Gi-du were bewildered and confused. A stream of power radiated around them. Rodu didn't understand what the hell was going on. Gi-du looked at the sword in his hand and said, "What's going on? Something has just been absorbed, but isn't it very different from Ca Leon?" The sword immediately appeared and said, "I understand, I saw it was different before, it is no longer a sword master. More precisely, it was a sword saint that had been affected, but to confirm, a sword saint that had been affected," he continued. "It's not a holy sword, but more like a demon sword." Dirty Ro saw this and happily said, "What the heck, you're not that terrible, right?" His whole body suddenly exuded the green light of a sword saint. Roidoi laughed softly and said loudly, "Yes, this should be like that, I will kill you in the most painful way possible." Kim Gi-du calmly said to Lo, "You said it's more like a demon sword, so you can't do anything to it." Lao replied me with a smile, "It's not that simple, that's what I mean." Gi-du Kauyu replied, I thought it would be easy to eat." Seeing that, Rodu angrily said, "What the hell have you been muttering about all this time?" He got into a fighting stance and added, "Are you really having a fit? So let me chop it up so I can wake up." Lao was about to continue talking about something when he was stopped by Gi-du. He was coming to leave it later. After finishing speaking, Dirty rushed towards Gi-du like crazy. Turned back to eye with a growl, the cigarette from before had burned out. He immediately took out a new cigarette. The assistant next to him asked curiously, "Isn't it a normal holy sword?" He must have very high expectations for Roi. That's why he entrusted that sword to him, he said solemnly. Answer, expect. He smiled slightly and continued, "Well, it can be considered that way." The battle on this side is going on extremely fiercely with the holy sword having the upper hand. Even though Kim Gi-du had dodged several of his consecutive moves, he was confused and didn't know how to deal with him. Seeing that, Se Sung Hu immediately took the stick in his hand and was about to rush up and say, Kim Gi-do is in danger. As he finished speaking, he was stopped by Do-do-gu. Wait a minute. Have something. Suddenly, he propped his sword against the ground. He used it as a pillar to kick the dirty guy, sending him flying away. Gi-do looked at him confused and said, "What the hell is wrong with this guy? Isn't he already weakened?" A long pop-up explaining, "It's because of the sword, Master. As I said before, it's the holy sword has been affected. At first it will give the user power, but in the end." ROI was scared, clutching her chest and saying, "My body, what's wrong with it?" His face turned purple, not daring to believe what he was feeling. "If you continue speaking, it will absorb all of that person's power." I's assistant excitedly repeated what the master had just told. It would use the user's power and pass it on to the true master. What a scary sword. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be, your first goal, which is to build forces in Korea, will become more difficult? If Korea is weakened too quickly, this will be a big disadvantage. Isao shook the wine glass in his hand and smiled cunningly. "No need to worry, deer is a very delicate sword. If he keeps going slowly, he will be overwhelmed by the deer before he knows it. And that is how he will become the stepping stone for my revenge." After listening to the assistant, he immediately froze in front of someone's horror. He took a sip of wine and continued, "Well, this revenge still needs to wait for another half a year, no need to worry too much, although the story will be different when he tries to force the deer's strength in just a few seconds, for a short time, but I'm doubting whether it would be necessary to do so in Korea." Dui here was about to run out of strength. He trembled and looked at Kim Gi-do and said, "You bastard, what the hell have you done to me?" He put all his strength into jumping up to attack her, but he easily stopped him. Gi-do decisively slashed Roro's hand and took the sword from his hand. Doi screamed in pain and then cried and said, "My hand, my sword." He refused to believe this cruel truth and lay on the ground sobbing, "Who no?" When I saw that, I sighed and said, I didn't expect that the revenge plan that I had been preparing for months would end like this. After a long time, I continued to answer the master, "It must be like that, let's end this matter. I hate this uncle, the cursed enemy of the master, deserves a suitable punishment." Kim Gi-do looked at Doi who was in pain and said, "Hey, give me your hand." Seeing him hesitate, he added, "It's a miracle medicine." After finishing speaking, he immediately poured the bottle of magic medicine into his hand. The stupid idiot suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Yes, you already realized that there's nothing good about opposing the printing press, Chief. At least I will spare your dog's life." Kim Gi-do replied angrily, "Hey, you don't even know your current status, check your status window, you bastard," yawning in a daze in response. "What, it's been a long time since I saw him shouting such an overbearing and angry curse, crazy guy, we reattached his arm so he's going crazy." Doi suddenly opened the status window. "I feel like I'm at the bottom of the toilet, I don't have any left." He opened his mouth in disbelief and stammered out, "Just, my stats, my level." Gi-do sighed and continued, "You finally realized it, you." Before you could finish your words, the stupid rooster suddenly cursed loudly, "Fuck me, how the hell am I in first grade? Even the flies are more than level 1. Have I become a level 1 incompetent, a level 1 person more useless than trash? This fate is worse than death." These words immediately angered Kim Gi-do. He punched him painfully and shouted loudly, "You've gone a bit too far, bitch. You think you're trash, that's why another trash beat you like this." When he saw him like that, he wondered, why did he vent so much, and immediately replied, "Because he had a sad past." Gi-do is still constantly teaching you, what about level 1, even the highest level players go up from level 1, were you born at level 1 million? Dugu and Su seeing that, Sung Hun just stood aside and smiled helplessly, who told him to reach his limit. Suddenly Sung-gu realized there was something unusual, he shouted in panic, "Dikko Kim Gi-gu, the barrier has been open for a while now, Lee Seongo is coming." Hearing that, he stopped his punch. He looked at that damn dirty guy and said, "You're lucky. You open a barrier and throw him inside and then order, scoop, and use the magic medicine I have collected for him. Anyway, he can't hold on anymore. Let's deal with the holy sword as well." I picked it up and immediately responded, obeying the master's orders. Suddenly he urgently called out, "Master, master." Kim Gi-do glanced at the light in the distance and interrupted, "Cold I know, I can feel a terrible flow of mana a few miles away." The three of them stood in a row to welcome the coming people. Lee Seongo walked back from afar. As soon as he got there he immediately said, as I thought, this is too strange, I can't see this as a normal explosion. Lee Seo-no smiled softly and looked at Gi-do, then continued, "You are Kim Gi-do, right?" Gi-do stood still for a few seconds before answering him. "Do you know me?" Lee Seo-no immediately replied, "Of course, not to brag, but our NG Law Association is quite confident about the news network. However, even we can't fully grasp what's going on inside this place." "What's going on? I want to hear it directly from you." Sung-hoo next to him immediately continued, "President Lee Seo-no, I am Se Sung-hun from the association. Currently we have almost finished dealing with the explosion, but unfortunately a few people at the Iron Guild branch have been sacrificed." Lee Seo-no smirked. It was a funny joke. "Okay, obviously looking at this situation it can be seen that you have finished dealing with them, but, perhaps you don't know, I have already established a negotiation with the Iron Guild." Lee Seo-no looked at Do-do seriously and continued, "They said they would let me meet someone who has what I want." Gi-do heard that and thought to herself, "Tien Dan." He raised his hand to stroke his chin and added, "And right now there's only one person who has that, so. If you don't want to see your successor chopped into pieces, then why don't you show yourself, Demon King?" Hearing these two words, Demon King, everyone stood still in surprise. "No matter what," he said in bewilderment. "What?" At this moment a voice suddenly came from far away. "Did you really do such a dirty thing while calling yourself a disciple of God?" From the sky a stream of purple black light appeared more and more. The Demon King crossed his arms and leisurely walked out to continue. The long-awaited reunion with his disciple has been ruined. Everyone seemed surprised by Sudung's words. Se Young-hun curiously asked again, "Is it a Demon King? Is it a real Demon King?" Sudung looked amused. His friend seemed very surprised. Di-do frowned and thought, "She's this close, but I can't feel her presence at all. If she was my enemy, perhaps." Ru spoke out her guess. Her invisibility ability was on a completely different level. Sudung shrugged and continued, "Your reaction looked boring. I was hoping to surprise you." "Well, whatever, let's talk about that later." "You need immortal pills, right?" Lee Seo-ho nodded firmly, "Yes." Sudung told him, "To tell the truth, your container is contaminated. And most of all, we are not close enough to let me give out immortal pills so easily." Lee Seo-ho continued, "I want to do business with you." Sudung acted arrogant. "What if I don't want to? Even the elixir cannot stop the contamination of your container, at most it can only slow down the process. Isn't the immortal pill extremely valuable? If it was just used for something like that, it would be a waste." Lee Seo-ho thought for a long time before hesitantly answering, "If so, I think I have no other choice." Having finished speaking, he transformed, wearing iron armor around his body, hand holding a sharp sword to challenge. Other people were extremely surprised by Lee Seo-ho's actions. Sudung smirked, showing interest. Di-do stood aside quietly observing. In his mind, he thought to himself, "A pure white sword, maybe." Knowing his thoughts, Rui immediately affirmed that they are indeed sword saints. Eoli added, "But now they have become infinitely stronger than me." Seeing Sudung approaching Lee Seo-ho, Di-do wondered, "Do you think you can handle that sword?" Sudung moved closer to Lee Seo-ho's face. "No matter how strong you are, wouldn't it be very difficult for you to fight both me and Bon alone? This place will also be engulfed in flames. Don't you hate killing very much?" Lee Seo-ho ignored it. "I don't have time to discuss this matter." Sudung looked straight into his eyes and continued, "Okay, anyway, you never agree to decide right or wrong about anything." After saying that, she disappeared right in front of Lee Seo-ho, then returned to the bodyguard, "Bon." Sudung raised her hand and signaled Bon to get something. The other guy immediately gave her a bottle of purple solution. Se Young-hun's eyes widened. "That," Duduku continued, "is a fairy pill." Sudung sneered, "Let's see how we negotiate. What will you give us in exchange for this bottle of fairy pills?" Lee Seo shouted back, her successor, "Even the others, I will let everyone here alive." Sudung smiled faintly, "This is a threat, not a transaction. You are no different from a street thug. In addition, you are not allowed to lay a hand on my disciple for a year, no end." Lee Seo-ho accepted the dan yen and agreed to Sudung's proposal. "Okay, I will definitely keep my promise, so here I go." Sudung said after him, "Wait, swear on the honor of your god." Lee Seo-ho glanced at Sudung. She was also looking at him with steady eyes. My head was full of questions right now, I didn't know what was going on. Lee Seo-ho just disappeared from everyone's sight. Se Young-hun sat down on the ground, took a deep breath and complained, because of this terrible pressure I couldn't breathe properly. Soo-dong turned to ask Se-young-hun and Do-dat-gu, are both of you my disciples' friends? The male protagonist asked the other two, can you guys take care of the rest, let me and the disciple go first. He groaned angrily and spoke loudly in helplessness, staying away from the master. Didu was still stunned and bewildered by this quick turn of events. Before he could say a word, he was dragged away in front of his two friends. Se-young-hun and Do-kat-gu stood dumbfounded, watching the figure of the Do-do disappear. Traveling here, he also lost consciousness for a while. Suddenly opening his eyes, he accidentally overheard Soo-dong and Bon's conversation, unlocked it. He unlocked the eye socket with his own strength. Of me, what an amazing kid, I think he deserves your attention. That's right, I'm very confident in your eyes. Rui kept calling out to the male lead, wake up, master. Seeing her eyes open, Soo-dong immediately asked, oh, are you awake? Didu forced himself to sit up. He looked around bewilderedly and asked, where is this? My house, the basement. He thought to himself, just now she suddenly appeared and even knew where I lived. He said to Soo-dong, evil eye, you said it was a way for us to communicate with each other, but you used it to spy on me. Soo-dong admitted, yes, I can see everything through the devil's eye. Didu shouted angrily, that's an intrusion, you shouldn't spy on my personal life. Soo used the teasing momentum, what, you're shy, aren't you so cute? Didu stood up, no matter what, why did you come all the way to my house? Calmly replied, master can't visit my disciple's house, I can't attend the housewarming party so I thought I could visit another time. The male lead lamented in his heart, oh my back, after all, I owe her a lot, after all, she used 3 bottles of immortal pills for me. He raised his voice and asked more, by the way, speaking of the demon eye, who are you to possess it? Lee Seo-ho, Soo-dong cut off, stop. You probably have a lot of things you want to ask, but I think now is not the time, I will explain everything at the appropriate time. Besides, there is something more important. Didu thought to herself, is there anything more important than fairy pills, ghost eyes and Lee Seo-ho? Soo-dong told me, listen. She raised her eyes and looked at the lovely lady, let me live here. The male lead heard that and stood still for 3 seconds, he shouted, what? A moment later, laughter filled the male lead's house. Soo-dong continuously flattered his mother, Auntie, your skin is really white and pink, you said you were a girl and I even believed it. MJD Travel Pleasure covered her mouth humbly group, oh my god, don't flatter me like that. Soo-dong continued to turn to please Do-dong, you said your name is Do-dong, right, you're actually very beautiful too, maybe you look like your mother. Do-dong confusedly scratched her head, thank you. Where is such a beautiful girl like this? I thought he liked men too. Sitting and listening to them talk while traveling felt like I was redundant in my own home. Do-dong asked her brother, where did you meet this beautiful lady? Mom followed, that's right, tell everyone about the trip. It was difficult for her to close her eyes then open them again. He thought to himself, I can't satisfy the mother-daughter pair with their rich imaginations like in Korean movies. What should I say? Looking at her eyes, I knew that if I said something ridiculous, things would get more complicated. I have to find a way, please ask the universe to send a signal. Thinking of this, his head suddenly jumped. He stood up and said to everyone, puppy. Do-dong's eyes widened, puppy. Didu ran out to tell everyone that she had just adopted a puppy. Do-dong ran after his brother, wait a minute, I'm going somewhere. Didu Kaosin Ren, can you transform into a smaller form? Louis has the opportunity to tease again, he's desperate. The male lead keeps begging, please. Moaning hearing that, the herd had to meet his needs, turning into a cute little puppy. Just then, Do-dong and her mother ran out. Do-dong exclaimed excitedly, it was a puppy, oh my god, so adorable. Didu breathed a sigh of relief, lulling him and telling him, you're lucky. Do-dong picked up the puppy and asked, what does this puppy look like? Its fur hasn't been dyed, right? Things like that are very harmful to dogs. What is its name? Can you name it? The male lead replied, it hasn't been dyed yet, and I've already given it a name. Do-dong jumped up and down with joy, you're the best, finally, once I saw you cool. Do-do thought, once, so what about the past few years I've been earning money to support you? Soo-dong stepped out to tease, wow, it seems like you know how to use your brain, the male lead reproached, who do you think it is that I have to do that? Soo-dong beat the drum, I plan to rest today. but seeing you making such an effort, how about we talk a bit? Bon has found the right position. In the cafe, the male lead called Seung-hun. Yes, Sung-hun, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving first, the cleaning, well, it's all thanks to you, let me say thank you. Hang up the phone and sneeze loudly. He thought, thinking that I had left the mess for someone else to clean up after causing so much trouble. I felt really guilty. Seeing the male lead enter, Soo-dong immediately teased him, look at his bored face. Di-do came closer and asked, can you read minds? Soo-dong denied, no, I just guessed based on his appearance, just your face. Don't worry too much, those people are all people with a lot of experience, even you being there won't be of much help, just sit down at the table and reply. Those aren't words that should be said to comfort you, it's important, first of all, she is the cause of this. But would a cafe this close to home really be okay? There are many cafes that have no soundproofing in the tower. Soo-dong Trenin, you don't need to worry, the fence is much better than those cheap things. They won't be able to hear what we're saying, and won't even be able to feel our presence. Di-do nodded and replied, I know. Eoli explained further to the male lead, what kind of wide is this? It couldn't have been created by an ordinary person. Soo-dong continued, so now we will answer the questions you have been waiting for a long time, what do you want to ask? Di-do contemplates and thinks, even though I have many things I want to know. But the different feeling I felt from that time we met again, I couldn't exactly feel it. He remembered Soo-dong's confident demeanor when confronting Lee Seo-ho. Lee Seo-ho asked her, do you think you can handle it? Soo-dong replied, it's not just you and me, Banwil is very difficult. Remembering this, the male lead looked at the man opposite and asked, is he a player? No. You're the right person. Four eyes looked at each other silently without saying anything. Soo-dong spoke up to relieve the situation, this is the first question you wanted to ask, your senses are quite impressive. Why don't you ask about your sword first? Rui quickly appeared, because my memory is not good, I haven't said anything yet, but maybe that guy is a demon. He looked shocked, what a demon? Rui continued, not only that, he was one of the great demons who embodied the brutality at that time. Suddenly he knelt down and spoke, Almighty Lord of all demons, I pay homage to the great master who has become your master. Di-do tilted his head to one side confused, Soo-dong next to him held back a laugh and thought, he said She couldn't help but burst out laughing loudly, it's so funny. She glanced at Rui and asked, your current name is Lua? Rui replied, that's right. Soo-dong nodded, ah, I understand. Di-do stood up in surprise, wait, can you hear the ego's voice? Soo-dong nodded, yes I heard it, including the sword with the arrow around your waist and the kid's name hanging around your neck. She groaned angrily and said, I'm not a kid. Ruth said, it's not strange, after all the two of them shared a vision, that's what it was like to travel and realize. Coincidentally, Soo-dong told me, that's true. Di-do slammed her hand on the table and asked, can you really read my mind? Soo-dong kept denying it, I told her no, what just happened was just you thinking about something you wanted to tell me. I can't even read her thoughts, even if you stand still, she said calmly to the male lead, she's right. Di-do hugged her face and sighed, just do it slowly, I can't process all this information at once. Soo-dong teased, so my disciple is also very stupid. Rui followed along, that's right, Eoli defended the male lead, don't speak ill of my master, Monan defend, master is not stupid. Soo-dong continued, I will explain to you slowly, first I will say this, because it seems you are misunderstanding, the person Bon showed respect to was not Lu. But you, she said while pointing straight towards the male lead. Dai's eyes formed an O and her mouth formed an A in surprise. Ru told everyone, that bastard is one of the people who betrayed me in the past, and suddenly exclaimed, what? Soo-dong admitted, it's just like he said. Bon was one of the people who instigated the riot while imprisoning the Lord of the Demons. To him, Lu was no different from the king of the era, moreover he showed respect for him, for collecting accept people like Lu as subordinates. Lu was so angry that he was shaking and cursing, damn you bastard. Soo-dong clicked his tongue, DSK, putting the reminiscence aside, let's get back to the main issue. Let's talk about Demon Eyes first. Surely you have a lot of things you want to ask, maybe it hasn't been long since you awakened it, even Lu doesn't know much about it, but I really want to ask this story. Hearing that, Di-do's eyes widened in bewilderment. Soo-dong continued, how did you awaken the Demon Eye? After all, the Demon Eye is the symbol of demons. Gi-do thought to herself, after all, the Demon Eye is also a symbol of demons. He said to Sudong, "Don't you mean this devilish power you gave me?" Rui spoke up, "I told you, that power is not something humans can exchange." "I wonder, so why is this power something I have from the beginning?" Li chimed in, "The power that woman gave you may have been the catalyst, but the one who actually exerted it was you, Master." Sudong continued to answer the samples, "That's right, I never thought you could use ghost eyes." Rui teased, "Are you a descendant of the devil or something?" Didu reprimanded, "What are you saying? You have met my mother, she is human." Rui continued asking, "What about your father?" At this moment, Dudu mumbled in a daze, "Dad?" The image of his father in his head was extremely blurred. "I told everyone, I'm not sure." Sudong clicked his tongue, "Well, it's not that big of a deal, but actually, ghost eyes are not an ordinary ability, only ghosts of certain levels can have it. But among them there are some special types of demon eyes, and his purple demon eyes are the special type." Didu doubted, "What did she mean specifically?" Sudong explained, "The color of the demon's eye represents the demon's level, green is low level, red is intermediate. The male lead is in a hurry, so purple is," Sudong replied frankly, "royal family. Demons have the highest level, the last level of ghost eyes, nothing stands above it, which is the purple ghost eye." "Thanks to your information, I can use all kinds of ghost eyes," Luo said, "Don't make fun of me until I don't even remember using all the ghost eyes, so what's wrong?" Sudong laughed, "You're a ghost, right? Normally ghosts have a ghost eye, but I'm different." Didu hesitated, "So are you human? If the demon eye is a symbol of the demon, then aren't you also a demon?" Sudong continued, "I am in a special case, perhaps you are also in a special case like me." Sudong suddenly exposed her belly in front of the male lead. Didong closed her eyes and shyly shouted, "Wait, what are you doing?" Rui told him, "I understand, so that's it, don't be crazy anymore, try and see." Only then did you realize, "So that's it, what the hell?" He squinted his eyes and looked indifferently towards Sudong. Head full of questions. "Behind Sudong's coat, there is a cat-shaped pearl?" Sudong explained, "I received a devil transplant. In other words, I am a half-human, half-demon, a person who stands between the lines." Bond's cat part also has the same hunting power as Lu, although it is still limited and has more effects than Lu, it can devour and absorb other types of demons. "I don't think you can awaken the demon eye, but in my opinion you are very special, you are the one who can fulfill my wish." Didu asked doubtfully, "What do you wish for?" Su continued to answer, "I haven't told you yet, the reason why I have endured until now, being called that shameful demon king name is to kill you, he is a real demon king. Irung Korea's branch was destroyed on its founding day. Thanks to the association cleaning it up, no news was leaked. After this unbelievable event happened, the reaction of the press and people was completely explosive. But Lee Seoho's public opinion helped calm public opinion, the words of high-ranking players had great weight with them. On the other hand, Irung Seo reacted incredibly calmly, he must have had his doubts, but all he did at the press conference was send his condolences to the fallen. The person involved acted like that, so public opinion in the US gradually cooled down and this event ended with only a few sporadic controversies. During the ceremony, everything took place very solemnly. Although our side did not suffer much damage, my heart is still heavy because of the inevitable casualties. Lee comforted Didu, "It's not your fault, Master." Rui also followed suit, "Although you were the one who made the suggestion, they all chose their own decisions." Hu agreed, "That's right." Didu walked into the living room to look for drinks but saw her busy eating, making her just sigh. Sudong was eating and talking to Ant, "Welcome back, disciple," and asked her, "Do you really consider this your home?" Sudong replied calmly, "But what else can I do? I have no other place to sleep, so I went up to the room to talk." "Don't talk with a mouth full like that." Sudong told him, "What else should I do? I have no other place to sleep." Sudong asked curiously, "Where did she live before?" "Traveling and thinking." In the end, I didn't know many details that day, recalling what Sudong told him, "You're not qualified to listen to this yet, I'll tell you once you pass the test on the 5th floor, 10. Thinking about it, he called down and asked Sudong, "Where were Dudong and my mother?" Sudong coldly replied, "Going out to eat." Didu just changed his shirt in front of the mirror and happily confirmed, "Really, he's numb too." Having said this, he suddenly remembered that something was wrong. Didu grabbed her shirt and ran down, angrily asking, "Are you looking through my ghost eyes?" Sudong smiled cunningly, "Yes, that's delicious." The male lead scratched his head helplessly and sighed, Please do something, I can't even take a shower normally. Sudong continued, of course I won't look at those situations. I say this because it seems like you're misunderstanding, but I'm not doing this because I want to. Understand, this is the only way. Let me understand the situation without contacting you as much as possible. Didu nodded slightly. I understand, so let's do something. There's no need anymore, right? Sudong excitedly asked again. Really, I don't regret it, Didu firmly affirmed. Of course, is there any reason for me to regret it? Sudong told him, to break the shared vision, I have to take out the energy that has been transmitted into you. Transmitting it is easy, but taking it out is different. Not only that, you have awakened the demon eye. To regain my power at this time will be necessary. Without giving the male lead time to calm down, Sudong quickly stood on tiptoe. Kissed the male lead on the lips, moaned happily and laughed, so embarrassed, he acted unhappy and mumbled curses. Damn it. Didu was startled and jumped back screaming, what is that, what are you doing? Sudong stared and he asked, overreacting, first kiss. Didu covered her mouth and didn't dare say anything. Sudong looked interested, really, was that expression correct? Anyway, the person who shared the vision has been removed, your eyes will slowly change to normal color. You will not lose your demon eyes, but because it was previously enhanced by my power, now it will return to your correct position. From now on I can't hear the ego's voice anymore. It's a pity, it's fun to hear it. Eoli spoke up, it's not fun, moaning in anger, Eoli is mad. Sudong continued to tease the male lead, I didn't expect this to be your first kiss. I'm sorry, Didu thought, should I close my eyes and hit her? Ru quickly stopped him, hold back, you will lose. Sudong turned around and said, so let's go now. Didu asked bewilderedly, where are we going? Sudong replied, in the basement, Ben has prepared something for us. Going down to the basement, Didu exclaimed in admiration, wow. This place is really our basement. What the hell is that? Eoli replied, it's space amplification. Rai contributes his voice, in this field I have to admit he's really great. Sudong said to the male protagonist, nullifying effect has also been installed, so if you and I fight, there will be no problem at all. Didu nodded, I understand, even you and I fight, huh? Fighting, you and I? Sudong affirmed, that's right. Didu curiously asked, why? Sudong burst out laughing, meaning why? Master needs a reason to fight with his disciple. Come here disciple, I will help you level up. Seeing that Didu showed signs of being mad, Ru quickly called the male lead to calm him down. Master, Didu shouted, shut up, I understand what she is saying. Sudong confided, to be honest, there's not much I can teach you right now, but passing the test on the 50th floor is another story. Floor 50 is considered the second level of advancement. It is a special floor for those who possess unique abilities. Enhance your unique ability and you will have a chance to collect a second one. Like your friend, but it's not like I have absolutely nothing to teach you. First raise your sword, my disciple does not like to use only words as instructions. Listening to her words, move quickly into an attack position, he used his speed to rush forward. Sudong calmly confronted him without making any moves. When Didu's two swords slashed, Sudong disappeared. She teleported instantly, holding her sword to her neck and mockingly, it seemed easy, what do you think? Didu's eyes widened in surprise, she was so fast. Ruth denied, no, she's not as fast as you think, she's just adapting to your physical abilities. Eoli chimed in, you only feel that way because she knows your blind spot. Master, I'm quite annoyed with her, but I have to admit that her fighting ability is really outstanding. Ru wondered, huh, I'm upset, what's wrong? Lee replied in a curt voice, please be quiet. Sudong wisely said to the male protagonist, my fighting ability and experience, you know it well, right? I will give you the full experience. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to attack. In just a moment, Sudong appeared right next to her, she asked where to go and where to look, I'm here. Sudong moved to attack the male protagonist from all sides, while hitting her and saying, Lee and I will be like cats and dogs, we are sworn enemies, of course if the two of us encounter each other, we will both be enemies, will not be whole. It's very difficult for us to maintain balance. But your existence, my successor, and whose intervention has disrupted that balance, you wonder, why are you telling me these things now? Sudong replied, I'm just getting to the main problem with you, you need to become stronger, go beyond your current self. Within a year we made an agreement. If you don't grow stronger than anyone, then in the end, you will die. Having finished speaking, she unleashed her unique ability, Wearing Flames. Looking at Sudong and Didu's current appearance, he was a bit scared. Her entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. The whole room then became filled with aura, forcing everyone to turn on the security mode to protect themselves. He clenched his fists, cheering on both sides. The basement wall was under great pressure and gradually cracked. After a while of fighting back and forth, Didu lay helpless on the ground. Sudong stroked her hair and laughed. "Your last attack was also quite impressive. You are truly my disciple," Lu spoke up. "You are the amazing person." Sudong suddenly remembered, "Oh right. Forgot to tell you this, you and I are the same age, so let's talk comfortably from now on." Didu narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why are you talking like that at this time?" Inside the tower, Dirty Rags were trying hard to pull rocks. Their whole body was weak and shaking. Moaning appeared right behind him as he watched. Moaning loudly, crying loudly. "Your food," finished speaking, groaned and threw the moldy bread right at the opponent's feet. Seeing that, the dirty snake quickly took the bread. He frantically stuffed bread into his mouth like a hungry demon. Ren continued, "Look at how happy my funny brother is. It seems that a person like you is still eager to live, even though you deserve to be beaten to death by a horse's helmet, but because of your master's kindness, you are still what you are now. Don't ever forget that gratitude. Thanks to his mercy, your wrist was healed. If you know, then go back to work and get dirty." As soon as the words ended, he groaned and used the rope to hit his back hard. The dirty guy lay in pain on the ground. Rock was so angry that he clutched a piece of soil in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger and screamed, "I will kill you, I swear." Looking at the back of the dirty snake, he groaned and thought, "I see, his anger has completely changed direction. Instead of taking revenge easily, the master is using him as a pawn for the next feud. Truly the great master is different. I dare not judge his intelligence and even his tank. Even the reason why they built a building like this back then, there must be a deep reason." Didu hid to one side and observed the dirt. It seemed like everything over there was progressing very well. She was curious, "Why did you make him do such things?" Didu replied, "I'm just making him pay." Bon suddenly appeared, causing Didu to exclaim, "Oh Bon." Bon raised his voice, "You just need to call me Bon, you are qualified to do so." Didu nodded slightly, "Yes, okay. Is what you're doing still good?" Looking at the formation in front of you, you have to admire it. It really sparkles, master. Didu remembered what he said before, "I can enter the gate of the day without master." It seems there are still many things that need to be researched. Sudong followed, "His knowledge of demon magic is very deep and profound. No matter what, he will definitely be of help to you." Those were the words the Demon King said, but keeping that kind of person around would not be comfortable. He gently told him, "Even though he is a traitor, but the truth is that he is very skilled, moreover, he not a person." Bon replied to the male lead, "I'm done." That formation emitted a light that blinded her, so she quickly covered it with her hand. He looked surprised, "What ko, it's done." Ben replied, "Your gate consumes too much power. Compared to an electrical device, it radiates more heat, so I gathered the excess mana into one spot to create crystals." Didu squinted her eyes and asked, "Crystal, although this is really wonderful. But isn't it just returning the crystals that it whined and ate, even though it's possible to resell them? I don't need the money right now." Bon admitted, he was right. If it was just making ordinary crystals, then this would only help increase a small part of the efficiency. But what I'm aiming for, it's something more special, transparent crystal. The essences become the materials or raw materials that create countless magical tools, called crystals, whose value changes based on the amount of mana gathered, and the amount of that mana is also a factor. Determine color. Just hold up the crystal. This crystal must be very special, but what do we use it for? I'm suspicious. It's strange, I can't feel any mana source from it, the lullaby said. It feels like it's completely empty. The status window appears, the crystal is clear, information unknown. Dad told me, because this type of crystal is very rare, it will soon become valuable. As long as it is not fake, there will be a long line of people waiting to buy it. Well, it's nice to make money anyway. But my father affirmed that when they knew their true value, billions of won would not be enough to buy them. What a surprise, look at the crystal, what's its real value? Dad won't reveal much, right now you don't need to know. When you find out, you'll know. If you're thoughtful or angry, then just tell us. Dad is a very quiet person, even though he calls himself the Big Master, he doesn't seem to cooperate very much, he feels like he's just a friend of a friend, even though that Demon King lady is not my friend, if he doesn't want to then he won't provide any information. But it seems that because of his success in making that crystal, he seems to be in a pretty good mood. And thanks to that, I heard some stories, surprisingly, the gate is a star territory. Dad nodded, yes, to be precise, it is an abandoned territory, but in my opinion, what do you mean, a territory is a land with a ruler, that person is a demon, right? Dad put down the glass of water, it could be like that, but it also might not be like that, it's not only ghosts who own territories. I'm curious, so who else is there, and what is the reason they abandoned their territory? More importantly, why did they appear on Earth? And Dad laughed softly, it seemed like I had to say quite a lot. He closed the thermal lid, it wasn't that they wanted to abandon it, it was just that there would be deserted territories. And certainly there will also be desolate, tasteless territories, if you want to know more. Climb the tower, once you gain new powers after passing the 50th floor, I will talk more about this. In the training area, a small explosion echoed loudly, sending purple smoke into the air. Gi-do slid back from the thick smoke, Su-gyung flew after him, and the two of them stopped moving at the same time. Su-rong teased, when a girl like Oh came closer to him, how long was he going to run away? Gi-do sneered, isn't it normal for you to approach me, I have no other choice but to run away from someone like you. Su-worm clicked his tongue, what you said hurt me so much. In just a split second she appeared right in front of me, this speed made him frown because he couldn't grasp it. She swung a slash, but was denied, so she was forced to use her dual swords to block this attack. Su's face approached, let's continue the lesson, Gi-do replied, please teach me. The two of them continued the process of chasing others away, Su-chang calmly analyzed, although the death skill was a very strong skill, it was not the finishing blow, what would he do if he could not defeat the opponent, defend in one hit, arrogant Rua, those are just basic moves. A large amount of demonic energy poured out from Su-zhuang's body, and both sides simultaneously slashed towards the opponent. Even though he was still inferior, he was hit hard against the wall behind him, causing him to frown in pain. Su-worm pointed out the wrong way, his attack was too simple and full of loopholes, because he attacked but only focused on using his new power, he really thought something like that would defeat anyone though Seo Star. Gi-do's anger overflowed, everyone groaned. A light flashed from Gi-do's position. The demonic energy on his body overflowed intensely, red light emitted from Rua's eyes, the level of assimilation is increasing, Assimilation A, can use 70% of the ego's stats. A large amount of black gas surrounded Kim Gi-do's body. Su-gyang excitement, Goa. I was surprised, Rua explained, because the level of assimilation between you and I had developed, so the death skill had also developed. My mind was hazy, what was this feeling, as if it had reached an inexplicable level. His eyes turned completely purple, that's right, this is like, I found something wrong, master. Su-chung has a serious expression, damn it. She grabbed Gi-do's collar, taking control. As he walked, he threw the bag down from above, his whole body hit the ground and raised a cloud of dust. What is lying in the ruins groaning, huh? He regained consciousness, what was that just now, I'm worried, master, the Rua just clicked 2 times. Su-zhuang landed, are you awake yet? I don't know if I should appreciate it or not, so I propped myself up and sat up. He wondered, what just happened? Su-worm regained his strength, what do you think, my disciple is almost about to lose himself. She asked, what's wrong, how do you feel, feeling like you're about to be swallowed by the darkness. Why do you frown, why is it so dark, why do you act so dangerous like you know everything? His voice was a bit joking, as I said just now, it seemed that the feeling of reaching an inexplicable level had taken over his mind, and it felt like all weak humans were kneeling at his feet. That is demon magic, this is also the reason why demons are always obsessed with demon magic, whenever they want to say something but cannot say it. Su-rong silently looked at him, then she said, let's go find the player who owns the 100 swords. I'm curious, who is it? In general, he is a player who possesses swords with special abilities, the holy sword Cielon that Irung Seo owns, as well as the deer sword of Rock Gog were all given to him. She was serious, he had to have the holy sword and use it to strengthen his waist, the balance was being broken because his demonic power was too strong. Sugyong shook his finger. Okay, balance is what makes you special, you can't let yourself be pulled to a certain side, just stand up with your sword, okay? Sugyong put his arm around his shoulder, and like I said earlier, we're the same age, how long are you going to keep your distance? Why don't you talk more comfortably, expressing your feelings with an exclamation point? Gi-do doubted, are we really the same age? Suchong confidently replied, that's right, that's how it is based on age on Earth. Gi-do don't understand, age on Earth. Suchong girl turned around, forget about it, let's go eat something, the exercise just made me so hungry, she asked, have Duzhuang and I gone home yet? I'm not sure, I replied, yes, surely it is. It's not in the warehouse, it's open, I put my hand inside to get the things, the bank sings and shouts, I told you I'm not in the warehouse, the phone is taken out. I mumbled, I remember they said they were going shopping. His phone rang, and the caller's name appeared on the screen as Mr. Huang. What was a bit surprising was that he was on the phone, his timing was perfect. I picked up the phone and was skeptical, this was the first time he called me, what's going on? I replied to the other person, hello. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Gi-do repeated, hello, I didn't hear him say anything, Sugyang went to the door and said again, I'll go up first. On the other side, the wild man made difficult breathing sounds, a thick stream of liquid ran down his face. No doubt, why didn't he say anything? I guess it's probably because of that barrier, master. If you deny this speculation, it's impossible, you said you still left the signal. Mr. Huang's phone is covered in bloody fingerprints, hey man, can you hear what I said? I heard the wild man say each broken word, house, factory. The wild man let out a heavy sound, please, come to the factory now. At this rate, it won't be lost in time, I will. Gi-do's throat couldn't make a sound. He seemed to sense that something terrible had happened on the wild man's side. At the association's office building, the phone rang in the cafeteria. Sung-hun was chewing his food and turned his head to look. The caller's name is Dikko Kim Gi-do. Sung-hun immediately picked up the phone. Hello, handsome Secretary Pig Sung-hun, please listen. If you have no head or tail to ask, sir, it's illegal for players to go out without permission, right? Sung-hun replied, yes, after all, this is very dangerous, why are you asking such obvious things, are you studying law? Seriously, I need to get somewhere quickly, can I be exempted from mercenary privileges? Sung-hun replied, of course, you just need to let me know in advance, where are you going so, I'll go with you. What he responded to was the silence of the other person, the other person. The guy was suspicious, he turned off the phone. Only seeing the position where he originally stood, there was no sign of him, blue light passed over the tops of passers-by's heads, no one noticed anything strange. He jumped off the roofs of buildings, his speed was so fast that it didn't even startle the birds, he headed to a far place in the corner of the city. When he reached his destination, he quickly landed. Because of his speed, the road surface raised a layer of fine dust. Rao spoke up, we have arrived, EO said, here we are. The air from inside the store swept over the traveler. He walked down the stairs step by step, besides the old man, he couldn't feel any other presence, could it be that some suspicious person had broken in? I reminded you, you should still be careful, Ruo also said, no matter how sensitive your spying ability is, you still won't know. The lullaby hesitated, my father, will he be okay? Gi-do was taken aback, father, then he remembered, he is the lullaby's father. Ruo reasoned, so the owner is the mother, because it was you who added ego, why are you scolding it, do you want me to worry again? That happened a long time ago, Ruo remained silent. After reaching the factory door, he stood aside. Just close your eyes to feel, behind this door is a chaotic scene, but there is no sign of strangers. He opened his eyes, okay, now let's go in, the door handle was turned open. Why do you speak up, mister, what's going on? What caught his eye was the scene of the wild man sitting with his back against his desk. The wild man hung his head down and didn't look good at all. Why did you rush to come here, you're a wild man. He supported his shoulder, he was wild, are you okay? His lullaby voice sounded like he was about to cry, father, his eyes touched somewhere. His hand was completely crushed. The equipment also disappeared, who the hell caused this? The wild man let out a groan, calling out worriedly, the wild man. The wild man opened one eye, you're here. Please open the warehouse, drink the elixir first, I will take you to the hospital." The wild man stopped you and left. I knew my life was about to end. I realized that his vitality was exhausted. Rua also told him that at this point, the magic medicine couldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth. It was impossible. The wild man said weakly, "There's not much time left. Can you hear me, about the request I told you before? If you remember what he said at that time, one day, when I need you, will you help me once? If you agree, okay." Mr. Huang said, "I am one of the pioneers or something similar that you guys call me." "What a surprise, you are a pioneer." The wild man affirmed, "Yes, I am a pioneer. As you know, we are the ones who became players at the same time the tower appeared. In the beginning, the tower was a place that no one understood, we knew nothing, to the point that hunting goblins was very difficult, many of us died. Even so, our comrades still fight to save humanity. But to be honest, I didn't want to become stronger, so even though I felt sorry for my teammates, I still decided to stop climbing the tower." Mr. Huang suddenly let out a wheezing sound. He was worried. "Mr. Huang." He reassured me, "I'm fine, I just sneezed." He continued the story, "At that time I was a gambler, had nothing to do with metalsmithing, but before becoming a player, I walked the path of a blacksmith. And we could create certain level equipment using the player's abilities and metalsmithing skills. Of course, at that time we could not create special equipment like now. And then, an event happened." Out of curiosity, what event? He recalled, "When I was about to reach the 50th floor, I once again entered the tower to prepare for the second upgrade. I wanted to look for clues on how to upgrade my blacksmithing skill because it had reached the top. Then a question suddenly appeared in my mind. Have you thought about these things or not, about why we have to climb the tower?" Du was stunned. Obviously he had never thought about this issue before. Mr. Huang's questions rang in his ears. Did the tower only grow upwards? What was in the basement of the tower? Was the first floor really the first floor of the tower or not? Questions, similarly. It took me many years to find the tower's basement. We have searched all over the first floor, to find lands we have not yet visited, as well as places that have never been explored before. Perhaps there is no one who knows the first floor better than me, so I swallowed my saliva and concentrated on listening. We finally discovered something. That is the door leading to the basement. Surprisingly, the door leading to the basement. Something throbbed in his head, blood dripped onto the floor, and the place we went to after stepping through that gate was. His heart contracted violently, a completely different world. While holding your head in pain, the system informs you that you have information that you are not qualified to know. The punishment will be carried out, as long as you cough up a mouthful of blood. The space around him was blurry. The mysterious man called out suspiciously, "Hey, are you okay?" Nosebleeds flowed out. The egos were frantic. Master, what's wrong?" Rua's cold voice instructed, "Calm down," but in pain he clenched his lips until it bled. Suzhuang once said, "You still don't have enough capacity to listen to this, I will tell you when you pass the 50th floor." Dad also said, "Once you possess new abilities after passing the 50th floor, I will talk more about this story." The 50th floor, abilities, punishments, pain that makes your back bend, huh? So it's something like this. "I'm worried, Master," the wild man asked, "are you okay?" "Just try to stabilize your body." "I'm fine, please keep talking. It feels like someone is ripping my brain out, but I'll probably never have a chance like this again. I need to keep listening." Huang looked at him hesitantly. "Don't force yourself too much." He continued the story. The basement of the tower was not as beautiful a place as we thought. The ground was as hot as a desolate desert. We certainly could not survive there. Ru let out a soft sound, then discovered its change. "What is it, Rua?" Rua pondered. "That's probably where he said he changed his mind. No, let's continue listening for now. I went around investigating this place for a long time, but I couldn't find anything special. It was as if I had entered an endless portal myself. It's that kind of place, so I tried to go back to the path I took. However, at that time, I met a monster." He still clearly remembers his scared mood at that time. "That monster is much stronger than the monsters we faced in the tower before. Even I, one of the strongest pioneers, was made into a useless idiot. And when I felt like I was about to die, she appeared." "Just out of curiosity, is she," Mr. Huang introduced, "my wife?" "What an interesting first meeting. Why do you ask? Is your wife also a player?" He answered, "No, she," but before he could finish his sentence his body fell aside. When I saw him fall to the ground, he was confused. He shook his body. "Wild man, are you okay?" I announced. "Master, the old man's life is now at stake." The wild man tried his best to say, "Bag, take the things from my bag. What do you look at in your apron pocket?" He took out a piece of paper and a small hammer. "Here it is." The wild man tried to push himself up. That was a rough map of the first floor in the tower. There was a gate leading to the basement. "If you go there, then Minsu will." Mr. Huang let out a painful cough that filled his lungs. He worriedly reached out. "Mr. Huang." He was not willing. "No, I can't die like this. Minsu is still there." The lullaby's voice choked up. His father and daughter helped him sit against the table. The shore sang in panic, "Ah, master, master, can't you turn a person into an ego? Why don't you understand?" "What?" The shore sang a desperate lullaby. "So you couldn't save my father's life." I was stunned. EO seems to sense his thoughts. "It's dangerous, master. Not only may the egoization fail, but even if it succeeds, it's possible he won't be able to fully live again, contrary to its thoughts." But I think that's not a bad idea. After all, he's about to die, so I should try it." After being silent, he finally decided, "Mister, I have something to tell you. Although there isn't enough time to explain it in detail, it seems I have a way to save you. But to do that, I have to kill you first, and the possibility is only about 0%, no, even lower than that. If you think it's okay and don't hesitate, then there's no need to think too much. If there's such a thing, I'll ask you to do it." "Why do you think I called you? If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have called. If you pull out the black sword, then, if it hurts, please bear with it." Gi-do bit his lip tightly. Fresh blood flowed on the black sword's blade. Huang spoke softly, thanking him. "Please save Minsu. Trigger cannibalism. Minsu is a blacksmith who can surpass me. I trust Minsu." The wild man's body disappeared. The notice board appeared. The ego of player Huang Gicheon failed. The fragments of player Huang Gicheon were absorbed. Rua spoke up. "Fragments, it's not a complete failure. EO and ironing, we will surely find a way. The journey is quiet, the lullaby sings to comfort you. It will be okay, master." After a long pause, I thought this was better than doing nothing. He looked at the black sword. "Rua, what do you think about what we just heard? According to your reaction just now, you know something," Rua reminded. "Huh? Maybe you will receive the punishment." "Why do you remember the pain just now?" "The punishment, just hearing the information and having to experience such pain," Rua replied. "Of course, I'm not sure if it's because of your demon eyes or your intelligence, but if you there's nothing strange about having to die." Gi-do was surprised. "Is it so serious?" Rua replied, "Yes, maybe the old man didn't think that far ahead, or maybe the story was so important that he had to take the risk to tell him." "Well, I'll only say what's in the safe zone. Like the old man said, there's another world that exists." Not only that, there were so many of them that he couldn't count them. The punishment started to fall on Gi-do, making him hold his head. "Huh? Stop, another time I will say more. Don't rush, just have the ability first." On the first floor of the tower, the goblin shouted, once the ritual was completed, the door would open. The followers kneel in submission, then the gods will descend, the apostle will become the king of the gods. The monsters hailed, "Oh, you apostle, long live the sacrifice." A person standing to the side does not participate in their cheers. The goblin asked, "Are you dissatisfied with something, apostle?" The apostle was silent. He looked at Minsu, who was unconscious. The apostle spoke up, "When the pact barrier has not been opened, you won't know what will happen." The goblin doesn't understand. "Why?" The apostle put his hand on the stone coffin lid. There was nothing. He closed the coffin lid and began the ceremony. A ray of light flashed through the air. It landed right behind the crowd, creating a shockwave. The apostle's eyes immediately looked back. In the dust and smoke, a vague silhouette of a person appeared. The person's right hand had red energy, and the left hand emitted yellow energy. The look in her eyes is filled with terror. "Where is the Minsu?" This is a primitive map of the first floor of the tower, where there is a gate leading to the basement, where the needle seems to fly towards it. The long-named soul asked him, "Are you sure?" Kim Gi-do replied without any hesitation, "I am sure." After a while, he asked, "Do you know the location marked on the old man's map?" Kim Gi-do replied, "Yes." He continued to run like flying on the roofs of skyscrapers. Kim Gudu frowned and thought, there was no way I could forget. Because that's where I go every day, before I meet Ili and Long. After a long journey, Kim Gudu stopped in front of a skyscraper. In front of the door were two large stone statues guarding it, from inside emanating dark breaths. He remembered the days in the past. This place was the place he often visited after finishing his job as a tour guide. This was a deserted land where no players had set foot on the first floor. A secret place just for me, the one who wandered the lowest level of the tower longer than anyone else. Where only one Gobin appears in a day. Kim Gudu calmly walked to that forest. Kim Gudu raised his hand to touch the barrier. Kim Gudu said, there is a barrier. The soul of the arrow calmly replied, a barrier prevents intrusion, and most of all, this barrier prevents others from discovering. For someone like you, this vision is good. Is it due to the influence of the demon eye? Kim Gudu replied irritably, someone like me, huh? Kim Gudu kept mumbling, a person like me. He clicked on the electronic screen, flattered for a long time, the best, a person like the master is the best in the world. Kim Gudu thought again and said, anyway, we're here, but what should we do now? Just hitting it won't open it, right? Ili agreed, it's not that easy. The soul of the old man said again, a barrier like this usually needs a lock to open. Kim Gudu rubbed his chin and out, well, lock it. Maybe it's been a while since I've seen your thoughts, that's right, maybe that's the key. Kim Gudu took out that small hammer, immediately the barrier gate was opened. A group of people inside the barrier stood in front of the sealed stone table and said, when the barrier entering and exiting is not completed, you really can't know what will happen. Nothing, let's start the sacrifice. The beginning of the sacrifice also entails a not-so-small explosion. A man wearing a cloak was startled when he saw this. Kim Gudu appeared with a cloud of smoke and thunder. Kim Gudu held a sword with murderous intent and asked in a harsh voice, where is Minsu? The appearance of Kim Gudu caused the sacrifices of those demonic groups to be interrupted, some people even fell on the ground. Kim Gudu looked towards the sealed coffin not far away. A trunk, I can feel the energy of Minsu emanating from it. I got the information, from a guard on the way here. First of all, they are members of the Singing Guild, and that is their goal. Sacrifice Minsu, who possesses similar blood to the gatekeeper, to open the door to connect with another world. Kim Gudu thought to himself, Guild Ca Van, I feel like I've heard this name before. Most of them are mid-level miscreants, like President Kim Dong-hee. There are even quite a lot of miscreants, but they are the most dangerous. Long said, based on the power I felt from him, it seems that he can match you, Master. Ili also gently reminded, please be careful. Kim Gudu thought, if I confront the remaining guys, he will have a chance to attack me. Suddenly, a huge fox appeared and pounced on the group of people who were covered in clothes, making them extremely surprised. What is that, warrior of God? A leader, also the host of this ceremony. He has a black face with two prominent red streaks and incredibly sharp teeth. He screams in disbelief, it's impossible, how can an ordinary person possess my domain? He is also an apostle of God. No, it can't be, that guy is probably just pulling some kind of trick. Then that man brandished his shining spear so to attack. He growled in a hideous voice, the bastard. He ran like hell in the direction of Kim Gudu, don't disturb our ceremony. Because he was running so fast, he dropped his hood, revealing his gray hair and bald, bony forehead. He bared his teeth and slurped loudly. The spear was pushed hard towards the direction of Kim Gudu. Kim Gudu also quickly tilted his head to avoid the attack, with deadly danger in his eyes. When he saw Kim Gudu's face clearly, he became even angrier. He quickly rushed to attack Kim Gudu, you insolent bastard, how dare you insult my apostle? But the spear was stabbed many times, and Kim Gudu quickly dodged it. This made the other priest angrily shout, what a rat, you keep dodging my attacks, please try to avoid this attack too. Kim Gudu also very quickly swung his sword towards him after those attacks. Only seeing that Kim Gudu's speed was incredibly fast, he rushed forward and stabbed hard at the Singers Guild leader, injuring him so much that his face changed. Kim Gudu strongly pulled out his sword, covered in a lot of blood. He fell to the ground, stammering and shouting, why? He fell to the ground, my apostle stopped him, and offered him sacrifices. Lord and a lot, Kim Gudu also paid attention to these words. The old man's soul also spoke up in anger, calm and quiet, could it be that bastard? Kim Gudu was skeptical, do you know him? I can feel the overwhelming rage of the Long. Even when facing his body on the 30th floor, it did not release to this extent. Long reassured Kim Gudu, "We will talk about it later, for now let's focus on the enemy in front of us." Kim Gudu looked up at the enemy. "I know." He saw them conversing with each other in the local language, the guild leader singing and watching without any emotion. Kim Gudu stood face to face with him. Kim Gudu thought doubtfully, he still hasn't moved. Damn. So should we act first? But this. Ely calmly said, "I don't see him intending to kill anyone." Kim Gudu spoke up, "What is your purpose? Aren't you their ally? Why are you just standing there?" He spoke up, "I also don't want to witness this." Seeing her son being treated like that, Kim Gudu was speechless. Kim Gudu transformed wearing armor and asked, "Huh, so you are? What's wrong with my dad?" "I'm Min Su's father, and the son of Mr. Huang Diqian," he replied. "Ha ha, you take the census in this situation, you're really productive. Anyway, you also managed to penetrate my barrier, so my father must have sent you here." He placed his hand on the red sealed box, and said faintly, "Yes, I harmed my father and kidnapped my own son." I was surprised to hear that. "Why?" Min Su's old father said again, "I'm not on the same side as the others, but I did all of this because of my own will. If you say this is an unavoidable event, it sounds like an excuse, so cliché." Long spoke up, "Master, doesn't that person look too old?" Kim Gudu explained, "Well, he is Min Su's father. I've been wondering for a long time. You said the tower only appeared about 23 years ago." Kim Gudu was also skeptical. "It seems like what you said. The number of years is not very appropriate." Kim Gudu raised his sword. "The wild man said that the time he met his wife was when the tower appeared 23 years ago. Isn't he the same age as me?" But considering Min Su's age and his appearance, Min Su's father closed his eyes slowly and said, "Oh, are you wondering about that? Do you know the existence in another world?" "Yes, there is a bit. The flow of time there is different from Earth. Actually, we are the same age, if we consider our age on Earth." Kim Gudu also doubted it, so that's why she said this. The man said again, "Unlike Dad and Min Su who were born on Earth, I was born and raised in another world. And people who belong to another world will suffer a great punishment for their existence, so I thought for a long time. Not knowing whether to return or not, and not knowing what to do to return, a cracking sound was heard." Kim Gudu also realized, thought, there was something just, Long, you also saw it right? Long quickly replied, "Flat." The other man quickly covered the crack on his face with his hand, "But my father stopped me from continuing to belong to my world any longer, and completely cut off relations with me." Kim Gudu continued to talk to the soul of the castle, so for some reason he had been estranged from his son. After sealing the door to another world, it seemed like that. The other man slowly spoke again, "Even though it was painful, I still endured it for the sake of my son. But I was told that I should only live for myself, so that I could become the king of that place." Kim Gudu spoke, calmly as I heard it. The man spoke again. It seemed he was completely unaware. He was the commander of the guys his soldiers had just fought, or maybe, say, he stammered weakly, the cracks on his face gradually lengthening. Kim Gudu asked Long in confusion, "Why did he behave like that?" Long explained, "It was due to a psychological attack, and Du's special power. It seemed he had some resistance, that attack, but this also became poison." He looked at his hands, his face was broken to the point of miserably. "I would become a king, after a long time." The prolonged and complete brainwashing had created a complete awareness new. His face cracked and small flames crept in, opening the sacrificial gate. "Become king, father, Min Su, sacrifice." The apostle was reincarnating. The man from before suddenly burst into flames. The guild's henchmen chanted in fear and ran away. The leader of the ceremony roared again, "Don't let anyone escape." The henchmen of the CA Van Guild ran away, creating a barrier. "We have to open the barrier." The scene seemed extremely chaotic, with fire and smoke everywhere in the forest. A wolf grabbed something, looking extremely ferocious. The man who claimed to be Min Su's father had then transformed into a giant monster with two long shining horns, blazing fire emitting from his body. Compared to him, Kim Gudu was truly extremely small. Kim Gudu was also surprised by the scene before him. He covered his face with his hand to assess the terrible heat. Groaned, "It was too late. I only saw his hand full of hot fire swinging towards me, the fire burning like molten lava." Kim Gudu transforms into green armor with two swords to block and defend against attacks, worrying about his owner. Kim Gudu frowned with difficulty. Thanks to the water attribute that he survived, Ely also assessed, "The power of this fire is too strong." Long said, "He cannot endure for long, his skill proficiency he is still too short." The giant fire beast was still extremely pleased. He intends to attack Kim Gudu again. He raised his hand again and punched down hard, but Kim Gudu quickly ran behind him to avoid the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Kim Gudu coughed with difficulty. She worriedly called out to the owner, and when she was alone, she asked if he was okay. Kim Gudu weakly said to the souls, "As I expected, directly using the attribute skill has created a huge weight on the body, long to judge, but now much better than before." Kim Gudu continued, "Should we let Moan transform into a monster and then attack? Moan is not affected much by elemental skills, let's put it aside, forget about it, your basic defense is completely different, moreover, the damage won't be able to penetrate that guy." Above the demon's head was an unexpectedly large fire tornado, then he shot that ball at Kim Gudu's body. Kim Gudu watched the ball fly by at incredible speed. Gudu stood there without any reaction. Kim Gudu quickly dodged the move and suddenly noticed, oh right, the coffin that Minsu was lying on. The fireball flew from behind and exploded. The power was truly something that could not be underestimated. Kim Gudu was also affected by that power. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Kim Gudu knelt on the ground, leaning on one hand to stand. Kim Gudu worriedly called Minsu's name. Long reassured him, "Calm down, the boy will be fine." As soon as we entered this place, I felt that he was quite skilled. Long felt that in the box containing the Minsu, there was a barrier. Kim Gudu also feels the same way, that barrier. Kim Gudu stood from afar looking at the coffin emitting blue smoke. Kim Gudu sighed helplessly, hesitating. "You should have told me soon." After a long time, he said coldly, "You didn't ask." Kim Gudu said, "Anyway, for now, we just need to face this thing without worrying about Minsu, right?" He turned to face that fire monster again. Kim Gudu, who has been provoking Kim Gudu for a long time, "Is there anything you can do?" Kim Gudu said lightly, "Of course, if the water attribute doesn't work." Kim Gudu wouldn't cut his feet on the ground. Kim Gudu releases colorful moves that are extremely outstanding. Kim Gudu moves again, then uses the fire attribute. From his body also emitted hot, colorful flames. Multicolored flames radiate everywhere. Kim Gudu burst into flames, to see if he could burn that guy. Kim Gudu used the fire attribute power. His fiery eyes said, "Let's see." Kim Gudu alone fought against the giant monster. Kim Gudu shouted, "Whose firepower is stronger?" Kim Gudu powerfully flew in with his two swords. He flew over that monster. Kim Gudu wondered why that thing was still so hot like fire in his chest. It took him a long time to realize it, but it seemed to be effective. Kim Gudu brought out his sword to use the move and bind. The other monster laughed hideously, fire still burning on his body. Kim Gudu once again launched the purple move towards it. Kim Gudu's eyes also had fire burning. He used a hot sword to stab its body. Stabbed hard with the red-hot sword, the monster screamed in pain. The old man's soul was angry. "You shallow person, can you stop that half-assed game right now? That opponent is stronger than you, you have to end it quickly while you still have the chance." Kim Gudu still hesitated for a long time, but he is still Minsu's father, Ely said. "He is no longer human, he has turned into a devil controlled by evil." Kim Gudu frowned uncomfortably. He saw him spit out red smoke and fire. The attacked Kim Gudu flew far away, and the two swords fell alone on the ground. Kim Gudu struggled to get up. Kim Gudu evaluates, "The damage is getting bigger and bigger, if you delay any longer, you will be in danger." Kim Gudu's eyes add danger. The demon eye has disappeared after the demon king, Ino Sudong, retracted her power, but that power is slowly returning to her body. "Now that I can see with my demon eyes, I can see that the giant is both human and not human." Lo and Ely asked, "What do you mean, Master?" Kim Gudu replied, "Well, I don't really understand either." At this time, Kim Gudu was still face to face with that monster. Kim Gudu spoke up, "But now I know what I have to do. Death doesn't just mean destroying something, expand the depth of your imagination. Surely you will be able to use it more abundantly than before." Not Minsu's father, just a giant. Only saw a powerful punch being swung down. Everything in front of my eyes seemed unbelievably blurry. Golden Gudu flew into the sky. The monster still raised his eyes and followed. The war was pushed to the extreme level of tension. A stream of power shot from the sky to the ground. Perhaps the column of power that shot down was Kim Gudu. He landed coolly on the ground. All chaos erupted. There was a voice. I was afraid the fire would spread throughout the first floor. Luckily, the monster was truly defeated, leaving only a corpse like black terracotta, true and broken. Kim Gudu asked if he had woken up yet. He was breathing heavily, panting. The other guy confessed, my name is Huang Cha-Ian, my other name is descendant of Paimon. Paimon is one of the 4 kings who rule the underworld, is a master of magic. Long realized, I knew. Kim Gudu raised the sword and asked, do you know me? Long said, Paimon is, oh no, it doesn't matter. Now ask him about Endurang. Kim Gudu doubts, Endurage, can you tell me more about Endurage? The other guy weakly said a few words, search, find the singing guild. Anxiety and pain will, suddenly realize, his vitality is gradually disappearing. Master, please take care. He trembled and raised his weak black hand as if to cling and beg, take care of Minsu. Kim Gudu's face was slightly startled. Kim Gudu sticks his sword into the ground and takes care of it himself. He sat quietly next to Minsu's father. Activated cannibalism. In the process of transforming the ego into a giant firebender, the giant firebender ego succeeded. The corpse of Minsu's father disappeared like a black smoke. Kim Gudu looked at his hand. In the end, it was I who killed both father and son. He comforted me. I tried my best, master. Long said, you don't have any other choice. Now the main thing to think about is how to get the boy out. Kim Gudu turned to look at the box containing the Minsu, the barrier. We can't break it with a hammer like that. A while ago, Kim Gudu walked towards there. Long said, unfortunately no, the method of operation has changed. That bastard Bond could probably help, but now he is in the basement. Suddenly behind Kim Gudu appeared a booming voice, oh, big master, we have taken care of all of them. Kim Gudu turned his head and saw a group of bony-headed demons kneeling respectfully. Kim Gudu spoke up, goat, once you've cleaned up, you can go back. The group of henchmen shouted, obeying the order. Kim Gudu looked at the coffin but Minsu, the rest please carefully move the other coffin for me. The henchmen also very respectfully carried the coffin on their shoulders. Kim Gudu heard a wheezing sound in the distance. He looked over and saw a small devil holding a stick angrily wanting to fight back against him. Kim Gudu asked, you are? Kim Gudu raised his hand and waved, oh, it's about time, it's been a while. The little devil still wheezed until he was angry. Then it ran away so fast that it disappeared. Kim Gudu wondered, what is that, why is it behaving like that? Kim Gudu looked intently, spoke for a long time. Surely its instincts said, it cannot defeat you. Kim Gudu smiled softly, really? Kim Gudu picked up a small stone. He vigorously aimed the snap at the little monster. The stone flew quickly towards the monster, hitting its head hard. The hurt monster sat down on the ground, a mile away from Kim Gudu. Kim Gudu smiled lightly, phew, for some reason I feel so comfortable, after a long time, I'm lucky for you. Kim Gudu's face suddenly changed. Elian Bonham also realized, master, just now, it's been a while, you also felt it, just now. Kim Gudu's face suddenly appeared, the aura of an ego. Travel in the direction where you feel your ego. After a while of searching, he discovered a cave. He approached, a cave, thinking back, I also guessed there was a place like this. I speculated, maybe this is the entrance to the basement of the tower that the old man said, no, just thinking, I don't feel any such feelings at all. But just now, he remembered the light that flashed and then disappeared. Rua also recognized that it was the aura of ego. When we go inside, there's no way we can misjudge our feelings. I agree, I feel the same way. Gita looked around. Rua said, I think we won't find anything if we search the cave like this, I guess, and I don't think it will react immediately. Why don't you sit down on the flatland, it seems like that, before going home. I took out the magic medicine from the gate, we talked a bit, while I recovered using elemental skills. He took a big sip of water. What did you know? Tell me, Rua grumbled, have I offended you? Why do you keep asking only me? Why do you wipe the water from your mouth? Because you act like you know something. Just now you talked about or something, do you only remember that much? Rua countered, it's not like that, I just bring up some related memories when something special happens. Why hide it? I always act like I know everything, so no wonder why you don't. What's the use? Rua is angry. Hey! Why should I ask him? Is this the only story about an anemone or the embodiment of Baemon? Rua popular, and Rat and Baemon are demons. They all hold positions in the 72 seats of strength. Unexpectedly, the chair of strength, Ru explained, they are great demons who hold the seat right under the real Demon King, not fake demon kings that they pretend to be or something like that. Those great demons were ranked from the first seat to the 72nd seat, of which 3 were the names holding the first seat, each with his mouth wide open. Ru despised, and Rach was once considered the most evil demon, even though he only held a low-ranking position, was not the strongest, his personality was just a pile of trash. Just think, don't all demons have that kind of personality? Ru continues its story. Baemon holds the higher chair and is one of the 2 guardians of hell. He is also the best blacksmith of hell. The old man's son, is the embodiment of Baemon, so maybe that's why the old man's equipment is so special. Suddenly it feels a bit quiet. I'm skeptical. Keep going, Rua don't understand anything. Huh, what? Gidu urged. Continue explaining. The Demon Lord replied, explain, that's what I just said. I'm a bit disappointed, is that all? You don't know anything else? Rua replied, I don't remember. Scolding silently is useless, the Demon Lord reminded. Hey, I can hear you. Welcoming Gidu back was Suchung's smiling expression. Your guts are big, disciple, I can't believe you refused to go on a date with me. She was unhappy, arrogant, extremely arrogant, someone who was a whole head taller than her silently looked down. He walked around her. What are you talking about on a date? We're just going to eat. Suchung looked after him. You're good at avoiding hearing. I don't understand. What do you mean? Looking at this scene clicked his tongue. His voice reminded and wailed. While going up the stairs, Gidu said to Suchung, didn't I say that before going out? Suddenly I had an emergency. Sugyong followed him. What happened? What happened? Why did he turn his head away? Nothing happened. Then he stopped. No, I should tell you. Long story. 2 people sat down and talked to each other. After hearing the story from beginning to end, Suchung looked serious. Is that true? Gidu nodded in confirmation again. Suchung asked, what about the kid Min-su? Gidu replied, I gave the coffin to Dad before. He broke the barrier inside the gate. Sugyong pinched his chin. I understand. She seemed to be thinking about something, accompanying me to meet someone. At the Gate Management Association, her eyes looked a little confused as she looked to the side. Demon King Sugyong, and the president of the association, he was numb. What combination is this? Sugyong seemed to sense his confusion. Why are you staring like that? Don't you think I know them? The president explained, we don't have any grudges against the Demon King, but I don't know how she feels about me. The first one appeared on her finger. I'm also a mercenary. You also have this, right? Unexpected travel, mercenary ring. Suworm pointed his finger. I think you already know this, but he is looking for someone to increase his forces in vain. We're just helping each other when the other person needs it, similar to your relationship with the association. I think, even if the 2 of you are allies, the way you talk and point your finger at him like that, you should respect adults. Io spoke up, she doesn't know any manners. A thought flashed in the male lead's head. Could it be? The expression on his face looked like he had discovered something very serious. That's right, another world. The flow of time in another world is not the same as that of Earth. He said we are the same age based on the age of the Earth, so maybe she's about the same age as the president. Suchung panicked. Wait, maybe you misunderstood something. It's not like that, you know. She screamed, I only behaved like that because I don't like that old man. Why are you panicking? I know, calm down. But she continued. It's not that I'm old, it's just that I'm a bit rude. Anger flared up in her body. She waved her hand and knocked him down. Why did you make me say such words? My waist and shore sang in panic, master. Rua drawled, why are you so weak? Gidu held his head in pain. Sugyang next to him crossed his arms. Stop talking nonsense. She's serious, more or less you 2 have heard about it, right? The guild has already taken action. I was so surprised that the guild was singing. Sujuang tilted his head. It seemed like his son didn't know much about them. I thought the 2 of them were pioneers so they both knew. I thought the so-called pioneers were all old. But I told him, well, it was only 20 years ago. My father was also a pioneer. The president placed his hand on his son's head. This boy doesn't know the other world very well. But it seemed like he was trying to find out more. He numbly pushed his hand away. After all, I can't do office work forever. Even though I'm getting stronger, I can't sit at the bottom forever. I tried to remember, but the singer felt like I had heard it somewhere before, but if it was surprising, I would too. I also find it a bit familiar. The image from before appeared. He rolled up his sleeves. I think it was called the Singing Guild. He used to join it, then he completely changed into a different person than the kid. Patience, I know. Two people remembered at the same time. Both of them stood up. The guild they followed had joined. Sugyang and the president looked at the two people. Gidu and Tae-sik seemed to know what the other person was thinking in their eyes. Rua was curious. Theo, who are you talking to him about? Someone you've never met. Someone I worked with when I was a tour guide. Images running through his head. Gidu, I'm sorry, but according to him, on the outside he seems patient but actually he's not. So don't hate him, in my opinion, a close ally. I'm afraid to think of a possibility. Could it be that he's among the people I killed? No, I've checked every face. Suzhuang raised his eyebrows. I think you know someone in the music guild. Why do you hastily ask? Does it look like a joke? Do the Demon King and the chairman know about the CA Van Guild? What kind of people are they? The president sighed softly. I don't know where to start. You know, how much about this tower? I'm startled. Why? The tower is the bridge that intersects and connects each world. It is also the chain, gradually corroding the linked worlds. The gates that appear with the tower are proof of that. Notification system. You have learned information that you are not qualified to know. The penalty will be enforced. Heart-wrenching pain that ripped through her lungs struck Idu's body. He was in so much pain that his whole body contracted. His ego was worried. His master. Mr. Tchish called out, Gidu. The president was confused. What's going on? Sugyang patted his forehead. I forgot, too. It was a punishment. Gidu continued to hold his head and tremble. The president was surprised. Could it be that you still haven't passed the 50th floor? Are you still not qualified? The whole room became silent. I'm so confused. Why don't they say anything? Are you imagining that the president is thinking, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that there were still people who didn't meet those qualifications? Suchung was mocking. I can't listen to the words of that Luddite who hasn't passed the 50th floor yet. No, he also scoffed. How dare you ask again when you haven't passed the second upgrade yet? Just bewildered. That's not true, right? The president looked at him. The speed of your growth is truly unbelievable. You are so strong that I thought you had surpassed the 50th floor. Just trying to adjust my mood. Oh, I see, he thought. Did he hear what I was thinking? Please extend your hand. Please excuse me for a moment, disciple. A small amount of magic emitted from her fingers, causing her to narrow one eye. Status window displays, seal is active, player Kim Gidu will temporarily become a subordinate of player Worm Su Rong. What do you cry out, subordinate? He questioned. Wait, what is this? She explained, come on, don't misunderstand, listen clearly, this is my second unique skill. Subordinate is just a name, this skill is simply sharing the punishment you receive with me, even if I wanted to. I couldn't order you to do this or that, after all, you don't so weak that I can command you with just a sign. Rua reassured, she's right, this is a contract, but its conditions are more unfavorable to her, so calm down, I said, anyway it won't harm you, Master, Core. He said, next time before doing something, please tell me first. The father and son of the O family are exchanging glances. Do you know, what, the fact that he hasn't passed the 50th floor yet? Oh, I forgot, but you call me a friend. Du Yang admitted his mistake. Sorry, next time I'll be more careful. Du Yang admitted his mistake. Sorry, next time I'll be more careful. She shrugged. Don't worry, I'll take the stamp back as soon as our conversation ends. What do you pay attention to? Take it back. He suddenly thought of a certain image. He kept coughing to hide his red face. He looked numbly and suspiciously. In the upper floors of the tower, there will be rulers, those who created the tower, its masters, and the former rulers of other worlds. Even though those guys couldn't use the full power on Earth due to the incomplete invasion, they could use the raw power of the tower, the crossroads of the worlds. I'm holding my head, so that's why progress through the higher levels is slow. Su Dong pinched his forehead. That's right, it's been a long time since I've had a headache again. The chairman understood, so that's how it was. Just thinking, the tower and the gate were very dangerous, but starting from the crystal shards, all kinds of other materials were found inside them, but unexpectedly their presence was a threatened humanity. Su Rong told him, there was no need to be so upset, most of them had already been sealed, and there was still plenty of time until the Earth was completely invaded. Also, just like how Lee Seo-ho was held back by them at the higher levels, when they reach Earth, they won't be able to compete with him. It all depends on the situation. Why do you swallow your saliva? So, how strong is Lee Seo-ho? Suworm pinched his chin. I think he was weakened because the tank was dirty, but basically, if everyone here fights together, we might be able to defeat him. The attitude of the president and his brother is confirmation of that. Gi-do is a bit discouraged. Really? Sugyang affirmed, that's right. After being silent, I thought I was much stronger, but I didn't expect the road to be so long. The people I meet now are all extremely strong. I don't know how many more walls I have to overcome. Rua spoke up, and that woman too. Why asked again, that woman? Rua reminds me, the guy's name is Harem or something, I don't remember what. Harem, who is that? The woman accompanying the captain, the one I met at the first gate, the underground prison. He put his chin on his hand. From the outside, she was definitely strong, but she was stronger than me. Rua emphasized, I'm not sure because the level of assimilation is still low right now, but I'm sure she's on par with that fake demon king over there. What's so surprising, so strong? Who is that woman? Suchong teased, why are you staring at me like that? Am I so beautiful? These words of hers make me scared. What are you talking about? I'm just talking to the ego. The president and Mr. Titch couldn't help but laugh, joking, come on, stop being shy. The chairman calmed down, he said, anyway, the most important thing right now is safety. I can't believe he is the guild leader of the guild. With this information, the goal of the guild is clearer. What do you pay attention to? Do you know how safe it is? The president replied, clearly on the other hand, an ardent Marquis of Discord. He is the most evil demon in hell, with a strong desire to open the seal on the tower's rulers and bring about the end of the world. The sky outside has changed color, Surong said to Gi-do, you go home first today, I have something to say to this old man. The car rolls, I'm sorry for calling you so late, sir. Sung-hun smiled brightly, it's okay, I also get paid overtime. I burst out laughing, ha ha, so lucky. I thought, I'm so tired, a lot of things happened today and we also learned a lot of things. I give advice, you've worked hard, I accept, after going home, you should rest for a long time. If you refuse, no, I still can't rest now. When we get home, we still have things to do. Fresh blood dripped from the palm of his hand, each drop accurately dripped into the center of the formation. The light inside it flared up. Gi-do stuttered, ended, was the barrier open this way? You're arrogant. Yes, that's right. Do you want to check? I nodded. The coffin door slowly opened, just look inside. The coffin lid was pushed aside, he called, Min-soo. When she wondered why she hadn't woken up yet, her father tilted his head in suspicion. He activates his powers, there was nothing unusual about his body, nor were there any spells or curses. Rua prompt, Master, use magic medicine. Just opened a bottle of magic medicine, he poured it into the boy's mouth. Min-soo still shows no signs of waking up, only then did the boy slowly open his eyes. What are you confused about, Min-soo, have you woken up yet? The boy looked at him with strange eyes. At Gi-do's house, his mother and Gi-content looked at him with judgmental eyes. Min-soo was scared and hid behind him. I can only laugh wryly, ha ha. Why do you question me, bringing a child home? I'm surprised, what's wrong with my grandson, when and where is he? Why scratch your cheek? It's a long story. I'm so excited, I just brought Suchong home a few days ago, isn't this too early? I can't believe I have a grandson. One of the little girl's ears was pulled up by her brother, shut up and go around, that's enough. Du-dung stood aside and rubbed his ear, oh, players who commit violence against civilians is a serious crime, Mom, Du asked, what happened? Gi-do is rearranging the language, Dill. He explained, she is the grandson of one of my benefactors. He looked down at the boy and asked, can I borrow your ear for a moment? Min-soo was glued to Gi-do's body, he spoke at a volume just loud enough for his mother to hear. She lost her family in an accident, and it seemed that because of shock, she lost her memory. She thought I was her father, and she felt sorry for me, so pitiful. Sit down, what's your name? The little boy timidly replied, Min-soo. Mom is friendly, okay, Min-soo. She smiled brightly, can you call me Grandma? Why don't you boo? Wait, didn't you hear what I just said? Inside the basement, traces of dirt left behind by something heavy, roaches still diligently pulling stones to build the pyramid. If you sit far away, you'll break out in a cold sweat. Rua asked, if you were going to run away like this, why did you even come home just now? Even if you're depressed, I also need to eat, right? But my mother's eyes, I guarantee they are the eyes of someone who really wants a grandchild, Rua scoffed, you're overdoing it. Why don't you ask the kid sitting in your lap eating a snack, is it delicious, Minsu? He's happy, yes. No matter what I think, it feels like his mental age has been pushed back, Rua said in a firm voice. Needless to say, the boy witnessed his biological father kill his grandfather and also kidnap him. But what should I do now if I'm thinking about it? I'm psychologically traumatized. I have no idea. Wouldn't his memories come back if he saw some place or something related to his grandfather? If he thought about it, then it must be the blacksmith's workshop, right? Rua stopped her. Going there would have been more traumatizing. Reminder, master, hammer, remember, hammer, A. I searched my pocket. Minsu, look at this. The golden hammer is taken out, the boy said. Oh. I asked, do you know what this is? The boy is so happy, so beautiful, so beautiful. Why did you ask? Really? The boy jumped to the ground. I tried to recall the boy's memories. It seems like you really liked him. Minetsu loves the hammer and doesn't let go. Suddenly the small hammer glowed brightly. It suddenly became bigger. I'm surprised how big it is. Rua was not surprised, but only exclaimed, it is true that Baimon's descendants are quite good, blessed with all kinds of weapons. Minetsu seems to really like this hammer. He holds it and spins it left and right. Wow, the boy stepped forward. I saw it moving towards the coffin. He called suspiciously, Minsu. Then the boy used one hand to lift the hammer high. What do you want to do? Golden light flashed past. The blast of power blew away a large amount of coffin material. The airflow emitted made me have to block it with my hand. What the hell? He opened his eyes wide in shock. Coffin already? Rua observed, looking closely. It was true that it had inherited Baimon's blood. The hammer in Minsu's hand continued to exert its effect. There was no expression on the boy's face. I can't believe it. She's sculpting with just a hammer. Don't people usually sculpt with a hammer and a lever? Rua reminds his master, don't think according to human standards, Baimon is on a completely different level than regular blacksmiths. I feel a bit jealous. Normally I don't see you praising anyone so much, Rua explained, because he is one of the few demons who hasn't betrayed me. The block of stone under the weight of the hammer turned into stone chips. Minetsu seems to be under the influence of something. The golden light in the forest did not know how long it lasted. The next morning, the sun came out. Minetsu fell asleep. Gidu carefully held the back of the kid's head. He must have been very tired, using a hammer bigger than him, and concentrating on sculpting for 9 hours straight. Rua praised, impressive physical strength, truly a descendant of Baimon. The fact that the magic potions worked on its body, no, the fact that it was able to enter the tower proved that it was not an ordinary person. Well, whatever it is, the kid is definitely something else. I understand why the old man said he was a more talented blacksmith than him. A person, with no memories. But was able to sculpt his grandfather's statue so accurately, the lullaby sadly called out, Father. Rua concluded, anyway, it seems like the preparations have been completed, but I don't understand, preparations. Rua reminded, you don't plan to do anything with that statue, do you think it's just for display for fun? It's a vessel. What do you think about something, you mean? Rua sure, that's right, we'll revive the old man with this. Why did you pick up the boy, a vessel to hold your ego? He wondered, but the hero's ego, he remembered the notification system, the ego of the player Hwanggi Cheo had failed, the fragment of the player Hwanggi Cheo had been absorbed. Rua continued, that's right, only one fragment remains. Eo said, even though it was destroyed, the Lullaby Shore had inherited its memories. As long as Dad doesn't completely disappear, there's still a way, the shore agreed. Yes, she was right. Gidu seems to be thinking about something. He touched the statue of the wild man. What to signal? Connect. The light stream from the contact point appears, the status window is displayed, the connection has been established. As I thought, this is an egoless ego, just like the equipment of the wild man. If I put my ego in this thing, will he really be revived? But how to restore a fragment of the ego? Is it really possible? Dad appeared out of nowhere. He was there. Gi-do suddenly turned around. He shouted, "Dad, yes." Minutsu is still sleeping in bed. The gate is opened. Dad commented, "It's an extremely magical container. It's true that Baimon's descendants are different." Rua is not very happy. You always hear these words, "That devil." Why do you ask? So are you sure? Do you have a way? Dad gave a number, about 50%. I don't dare say for sure. Because his presence itself is unprecedented, and because it has never existed before, it is impossible to be 100% certain. I don't know what to say, Rua comforted him, just saying that, but it's quite certain that he mentioned it. What an arrogant bastard. Gi-do asked, "So what now?" Dad explained the process. "First, we have to restore the old man's ego. And now have all the materials, fragments of self, and the few fragments of self you possess. By unifying those two things, a defective ego can be restored." Gi-do confused, "Wait, how do you know about fragments and identity?" "My father accused me." I heard what Miss Sutrong said. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Oh, damn evil eyes, I'm upset. She has too many things." Let me continue with the main issue, then. You can restore the ego to its original form with those things, but that does not mean that you can restore the complete nature. The ego cannot. It's not something that can be easily restored. He snapped his fingers. "That's why you'll need this Holy Deer Sword and clear crystal." Dad explained, "The Holy Sword is a sword imbued with vitality. Thanks to that vitality, I will definitely be able to fill the missing parts of myself. As for the transparent crystal that I have successfully created, even though it has no mana and is considered useless, it is a perfect item to use for a special power like yours. It's a bit complicated to explain in detail. To put it simply, it plays an important role as what humans call a clean table." Just interrupt. "Wait, what table, you boo?" "No matter how you explain, I still don't understand what you're saying." "Where?" Dad coughed. "Sorry, I seem to be a bit long-winded." "So quiet. Was he like this before?" Rua spoke up. "Researchers often have this problem, but I more or less understood after listening to him explain. I will explain it to you as simply as possible in common language. Please pick up the Holy Sword and the transparent crystal." The deer has completely transformed into a demon sword. Maybe it was done by the guy over there. But for you, it will be easier to control like this, because you are united with me, the leader of the demon swords. Now, identify the ego fragments with the ego fragments and let the deer absorb them. This sword already has the ability to absorb, so it will do it automatically. Gi-do command, unity, fragment of the wild Gi-cheo and fragment of ego. Notification system, unifying the main ego, the fragment of ego Huang Gi-cheo and the secondary ego, fragment of ego. The light from the sword shines brightly. Rue explained, doubting that with this, the broken pieces, the ego pieces, and the remaining life force inside the deer would be mixed. Now bring the crystal close to the deer. Do as you please, crystal. When the crystal comes into contact with the holy deer sword, a strange source of energy is emitted. Rua was satisfied. Great, it worked. Dad stood aside and watched. The ingredients mixed inside the holy sword were being sucked into the crystal, similar to a fuel pump. As that happened, the blade was gradually chipping away. Deer also seemed to notice this sign. Deer, now losing its vitality, will quickly be worn away. I'm a bit confused. Is something wrong? This was expected to happen, right? Dad showed a strange smile, no longer doubting anything. This is a sign of complete success. The turtle was pulling rocks and looked suspiciously at the blinding light in the distance. The completely corroded holy deer sword clattered to the ground. The blinding light became even brighter. Huang Gi-cheo's fragment has changed into Huang Gi-cheo's ego. Just use both hands to hold the head, it will work. Dad spoke up. Now it's time for the final touches. If it is also successful, this will be more than simply creating an ego. Let's go to the statue of Mr. Huang. He was a bit nervous. Restoring a dead person's ego was no different from reviving that person. Please place the light sphere inside the statue. With the naked eye, the light sphere can be seen spreading throughout the statue. The stone chips on the statue's body broke and fell. I'm looking forward to it, finally. More and more debris fell, from scattering to collapsing. The blinding light emitted from the statue of the wild man caused the tourist to cover his eyes. The light pillar shot straight up into the sky. My life, which had no hope at all, began to change after learning about egos. Rua, waste, the shore sings a lullaby. Rain, hot and dirty, I cured my mother's illness, became a disciple of the Demon King, and even became the owner of a gate. The ego was always at the center of change in his life. And a completely new self, different from the rest, is in front of me right now, an entity I have never imagined before. Human ego, the ego opens its eyes, even though I don't know what the result will be. But this change will bring about. His wild eyes glowed brightly. Status window displays, the guard has been completed. In Yujiak, the guild is a forest. Iseo stood by the glass window looking out into the distance. Some unusual gates would soon appear in Korea. I will use that as an argument to expand into Korea again and target the Demon King. The look in his eyes looked back and I understood, if everything is as you say, that is definitely the most reasonable scenario. Someone walked up, but he said what his name was. This person replied, I am the president of the singing guild. Burning, call me Burning. Tower and gates suddenly appeared. Monsters poured out from there, and the few people who awakened with supernatural powers are known as players. These people practice upgrading like crazy, and can be trained to become strong when fighting monsters. One person should not be treated half as well as another. Among those players, Notification system, cannibalism has been activated. You have successfully transformed Ca Ruas Chili into Ego, Rua, title of Lord of Demon Swords and Demons, level 99, Strength 181, Agility 169, Physical Strength 167, Magic Power 220, Poison Resistance 12%, 10% Fire Resistance, 7.1% Physical Attack Resistance, 12% Heat Resistance, Increased Magic Attributes, Overflow Transformation Skills, Cannibalism, Strong Will, Demon Swords, Demons Devoured, Fragments Hissed, Waste, Title of Lord of the Holy Sword, Level 96, Strength 107, Agility 139, Stamina 154, Skills, Full Transformation. Outside the gate there were several people waiting. The gate appeared static, someone came out from inside. The staff guy outside immediately noticed. He was surprised. It's over, are mercenaries really like this? He came running. You've worked hard, thank you very much, Morning Star. If you hand over these crystals, the Players Association will immediately help you. If you refuse, okay, I have something to do, need to use them, and that Morning Star title please. The employee looked at me like someone was looking at me. I understand, why don't you? I whispered to Sung Hun, I'm still not used to this kind of reaction. Sung Hun smiled and reached out his hand to grab the backpack containing the crystals. If you can't avoid it, just enjoy it. All you have to do is follow, pick it up, take it. Sung Hun took out his phone. By the way, Ems, Dugug called earlier. The guy gave Gidu the phone, and by the way, give me that bag too. I put it in the car for him. Gidu was curious, why did he call that? Sung Hun replied, I don't know, but it looks like she's looking for something. The phone rang with Dugug's screaming voice, brother. Gidu immediately put the phone away from his ear. His younger sister asked, where's the printer? Please remind me, lower your voice a bit, you don't listen, see if you can lower your voice. Why do you keep bringing it up and printing it? Do you want to die? Why use it as an excuse? Well, I brought it along to get vaccinated. Dudung exposed, didn't I just get vaccinated last week? Do you think I'm stupid? Why do confused? That, he thought. I can't think of any reason anymore, I regret it. I shouldn't have introduced it as a puppy, Rua scoffed. It's too much karma, it's karma, the lullaby suggested. Why don't you just tell the truth? EO said, then we won't be able to take him with us anymore. Why do you sit in the car? Well, why don't you sit in the car? I made an excuse, I'm a bit busy right now so we'll talk about this later. You shouted loudly, what? Wait, but you used the speed of lightning to disconnect the call. Sung Hun asked, where should I take you? Gidu replied, just drop me off in front of the next door neighbor's house, don't come back to my house. Sung Hun wondered, neighbor, but aren't those the empty houses you bought, after we announced the gate experiment in this area? The guy narrowed his eyes, don't say that, he started living with the Demon King in several houses. Why don't you cut him off? Shut up, if you say that to Seong Hun you'll be in big trouble. The Demon King said that, not me, he explained, someone had just moved next door. What do you do when you press the doorbell? The door is automatically opened. Inside the house came a voice asking, hey Gu, who is that? We have another precious visit to this. The wild man tilted his head, no, I should call him master, right. Back to the evening of that kiss, The intense light column shot straight into the sky. Dad showed a very satisfied expression. "Whatever you do is stupid," he muttered, the old man. The old man's ego, the old man's body, his appearance were no different from when he was alive. However, whether he is the same person as before, we still cannot be sure. Just then I saw the status window display, a guardian had just descended to Earth. "I'm surprised, guard. Please choose a place for me to protect." The map immediately appeared before his eyes. "This is," Rua said, "a mana map," EO explained. "It seems the system is showing the owner a map of the surrounding area. Guardians protecting smaller areas will have stronger defenses, guardians protecting larger areas will have weaker defenses." Let me think for a moment. What area? Then choose a radius of about 500 meters around the house. Is that okay? The notification system, the area to protect has been selected. "What makes you startled? Don't tell me." The wild man trembled. Was it really him? "What are you looking at? You brought me back. Why are you running here, old man? Do you know who you are?" Mr. Huang was emotional. "Haha, I knew I asked for your help, but I didn't expect it would actually be effective." He grabbed Gi-do. "Min-su, what happened to Min-su?" "Don't worry, old man, the boy is sleeping at home." The expression on Mr. Huang's face relaxed. His whole body trembled. Thank you very much." Mr. Huang is grateful. "It's all thanks to you. Thanks to you I was able to be reborn, or even Min-su was saved, and even gave us a house to live in. I don't know how to repay you." "Take it easy, old man, you've given me so much already, this is to repay what you gave me before." "He cares. By the way, where is Min-su? I don't see the boy anywhere." The wild man replied, "He is sleeping now, he must have been very exhausted in the past few days." "I understand, maybe it was because the boy carved the statue all night. I didn't know that his body was so small but his strength was so great. Where did that big guy come from? I really can't stop him." The wild man announced, "Well, it seems his memories are almost all back, although he doesn't remember anything about his father, which is not good." "Why do you miss this person, Wild Cheetah?" he said. "Well, your son has really been brainwashed." The old man sighed. "That's all I know, but that doesn't mean what he did has disappeared. If it is truly true that it was brainwashed, then, it means that it has evil intentions in its heart." Rua told him, "That's right, like I said, Enrage may be one of the 72 great demons, but even if the heir to Baemon is partly human, he won't give up that easily." Mr. Huang continued, "Just as he said." "What if suddenly, you can hear Rua's voice?" Rua reminded. "Why are you so surprised? Now the old man is an ego." "The shore sings happily." "Really, so he can hear my voice too?" He is confused. "Father, it's me." "The shore sings a lullaby." Mr. Huang smiled happily. He couldn't believe that I could talk to something I created myself. "Really, thanks to you, I have experienced a lot of unexpected things." He softened his voice. "Could you be patient a little? I sing lullabies. We still have some important things to discuss." "I sing lullabies obediently." "Okay father, I will wait." Mr. Huang praised, "What a good child." He gently closed his eyes. "There's something I want to tell you." "You're serious?" "I can't create special combat equipment anymore." What startled me, Mr. Huang said, "The Cavan bastards are aiming for something in my workshop, Baemon's inheritance. That's what I need to protect as a guardian." Rua spoke up, "Just like what I thought, from the beginning the old man had the ability to be a guardian. Just out of curiosity, what about Baemon's inheritance?" Mr. Huang replied, Everything that exists, even his whole body." I was startled. "Even my body?" Rua burst out laughing. He was talking about Baemon himself. "Ha, so funny." "So you mean something extremely important is in the hands of the singer?" "Seriously, that's not a problem now, because the only people who can hold and use that property are my son and you, my grandfather." He was devastated. "But, I can't do anything anymore. Please comfort me." "It's okay old man, I'm just returning what you gave me, you just need to protect my home." He shouted loudly, There's something I think I can give you. Is one of the best treasures out there, even you would love to have it." A new day has begun at Kim Gi-do's house. Sudong looked at him and smiled softly and said, "We have to go now." Hearing that, he stood still for a few seconds. After a while, he said in bewilderment, Why suddenly like that?" Bolu boredly continued to talk to the owner. It turned out that in the end they had to leave. The long ego replied, "Friend, are you happy?" Because there are less opponents, right? Bo Lu said with an angry voice, shouted angrily, "What are you saying?" Su Sung, with a slightly sad face, replied, "I was planning on staying a few more days, but suddenly everything changed, because my family was in danger, so we couldn't stay long." Du looked down, he covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "I'm sorry." Looking at the two of them, he continued, "We've been together for a while, but now they're leaving like that, it's really sad." Su Dung frowned and looked at him and replied, "Is that the expression of a sad person?" Kim Gi-doo's face was extremely unsightly at this moment, he grimaced, not knowing if he was sad or trying to hold back his laughter. Just like that, the two of them left, just standing there looking at the key Mr. Gong gave him, muttering, "A treasure that even I crave, is this the key to the storage place?" Kim Gi-doo walked up to an old warehouse and said, "But this place looks so shabby, it took me a long time to appear and say, I didn't feel any special energy from there at all, so I hesitantly continued, me too, me too." After thinking for a while, he decided to go inside. As he walked, he said, he didn't know what he was talking about. Bo calmly replied, "It must be a super beautiful gem, could be some powerful item." The needle opens the iron lock outside, light filtered through the crack in the door and shone inside. Be alert and look over to open the door slowly so you can observe the situation inside. The sparkling light radiating from this old warehouse made his eyes widen in surprise. Inside are countless supercars along with a high pile full of jewels, gold and silver. Not only that, it also has countless precious quartz stones. Gi-doo stood there speechless. After a while he regained his composure before stammering out, "Take away the personal property," longingly replying to the owner, "What is the name of these things?" Gi-doo immediately returned them, "Words, I just thought of that word." The 34th floor of the tower was enveloped by a gloomy atmosphere. A certain player is fighting extremely fiercely, his enemy is the Demon Eye. His footsteps steadily moved forward, destroying them one by one. This person is none other than Kim Gi-doo. He cut the Demon Eye in half with one blow. The system immediately notified, Lu has absorbed the Demon Eye's blood, and the magic resistance to poison attack has been added, increase. Kim Gi-doo saw this and immediately showed a devious smile. A shy smile appeared and said, "The owner is gradually becoming more scary. He has been grimacing for a long time," and said, "Don't smile like that, these things make you very happy." Gi-doo smiled softly and replied, "Of course." He looked at the two rows of supercars and happily continued, "This is a foreign car, there are 20 more limited editions, plus rare items that are not easy to own." Ru immediately continued, "I know it's a rare item, but it's fun to just have ordinary means of transportation like that. So Du bent down to pick up the item on the ground and replied, "I told you it was a limited edition, Ru, you don't know a man's dream." Lu replied meekly, "Well, I'm also a man but I really don't understand why such a rich guy is happy about something like this." Just put the item in the space portal and said, "Listen clearly, Lu." He paused for a few seconds, his eyes solemn as he continued, "In this world there are things that cannot be bought with money, such as love, or this limited edition." The mother happily applauded, "So cool, master." In contrast to my teammate, Ru helplessly replied, "How can you compare those two things?" Suddenly Kim Gi-doo grimaced and said, "Thinking about it, what if someone robbed it?" There was only one lock and one key. Lu sighed and replied, "Why are you so worried? It's not a warehouse, this is managed by the old man, isn't it? I'm not sure thieves can break in here." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Oh, you think so? But we have to quickly move them to the gate." The mother cried sadly and said, "But I'm not a warehouse, right?" Ru said happily and teasingly, "That sounds good, now let's continue hunting." Looking at the smooth demons, Lu continued to say, "It's time to work, master." Ru held his sword in hand, ready to fight, and replied, "Okay." At this moment, he appeared as his advisor, and Ria's skills include fire, swordsmanship, summoning, and magic attacks. So up to defeat him, Gi-doo interrupted with interest, "So you're saying we need to absorb the blood of these monsters to increase resistance to magic attacks?" Hearing that, I was extremely satisfied and replied, "Correct." A pair of meters helps animals move at speeds as fast as light. His movements were flexible and he continuously slashed different red and blue swords. Just a simple jump can destroy all the demon eyes. They just broke into hundreds of pieces. The item also appeared from there. The system continuously notified that Ru had begun to absorb the blood of the demon eye, his resistance to magic attacks had increased, and Ru lamented that he had eaten too much, still eating full, but why so greedy? Kim Gi-do looked at the items falling all over the ground and said unhappily, "This doesn't feel like fighting at all. Are you sure we need to do these things? You also know we need to collect stats before starting." Gi-do said coldly, "But there is an NREA, and considering the 1-year time limit that Lee Seo-gray promised, wouldn't climbing the tower be faster?" While contemplating, suddenly a growl echoed from far away. You looked bewilderedly in the direction of the noise. Turns out he's carrying a demon eye in his mouth. It walked towards the Gi-do while biting the devil's eye. Just a moment later, the demon's eye turned into ash, leaving an object in its mouth. Raw Print excitedly raised his neck to the sky and swallowed the item into his stomach. Kim Gi-do saw this and said with excitement, "I didn't expect that just eating crystal could be that strong. It's true that hunting by yourself would be the best. I didn't get much, just the cost of the crystal." Bo Lunwoi agreed and said, "Yes, the crystal is mine." Seeing that he was excited, he immediately replied, "But he likes this, let's just consider it a reward for him." He slowly walked towards Ryan and said affectionately, "So Ryan, you want to bring those monsters back instead of eating them?" Ryan growled excitedly in agreement. After saying that, he immediately walked away. I looked at the ball and thought to myself, "That's right, there's no need to vomit, I'm not like other players." He immediately activated his sword. I decided to tell myself that I know this is the surest way to make myself stronger. While concentrating, a strange noise attracted his attention. Ryan is aggressively rushing towards the demon eyes to attack them. It's like having been starved for hundreds of years and now found something delicious. Seeing the crowd of ghosts like Quan Wen, he grimaced and said, "Isn't it a bit too much to print like this?" Seeing no signs of stopping, he immediately continued to support. He put all his strength into activating his demonic arm and said, "Well, I can't avoid it." After finishing speaking, he immediately waved his hand strongly towards the group of demon eyes. For each demon destroyed, he absorbed energy into his arm. The ability and speed of destruction are also getting faster and faster. In print, this side is also fighting extremely passionately. Seeing that, Rue's mother immediately had to exclaim, "Truly Rue is different, you are the strongest among your friends." Rue replied triumphantly, "Ahem, just keep going." Bo Lu immediately continued, "Rue's level was high, he could also absorb monster blood, create an ego, and also knew a lot of things." Rue was praised for his big nose. He said without any modesty, "TSK kid, it seems your vision is accurate, your skills aren't bad either." Seeing my egos praising me back and forth in my head, I shouted helplessly, "What are these guys doing, really?" The elegant white sword in his hand suddenly called out, "Master." He stared blankly at the sword for a few seconds. "Why do you hold them up high and say kindly, what do you want to say, Eli?" Eli hesitantly replied, "Me." He took all his courage and said quickly, "I hope I can help you." At this moment, pieces of lava suddenly fell from the sky, forcing everyone to look up. He frowned and said, "Is that the guard?" He ran back to get his things and said, "Sorry." "Hey." Kim Gi-do's eyes were filled with determination and he jumped up high. He shyly said, "Let's talk later." This giant-eyed demon looks extremely scary. Just look at it and think about something. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight into the demon eye's mouth. It thought he had eaten it, so he closed his mouth tightly. Just a moment later, the demon eye had to endure pain as deep as the sky. After entering its mouth, it fatally stabbed it. The demon's eyes were in pain and couldn't say a word, as if it had turned to dust in space. The system suddenly announces that you have failed to transform the demon eye into a demon king, and you have received the demon eye ego fragment. Kim Gi-do kneeled helplessly on the ground. After a while, he regained his composure, and walked dejectedly and stood motionless. He turned to blame, "You couldn't have done better, Rue. If the ego transformation fails, I won't be able to receive any items." Rue immediately replied to the owner, "Is it my fault?" No longer paying attention to Lu, he looked at Ely and happily said, "Oh right Ely, what did you want to say just now?" Ely was silent for a while then replied, "Me." The system suddenly popped up with a notification saying that Rue had reached level 100. Everyone was surprised by this announcement. Rue has set the conditions for evolution. Kim Gi-do looked at Rue bewilderedly and said, "Evolution?" Rue replied with a smile, "I found her body very strange, it seemed to be heating up." Suddenly the system screen dimmed. Jio stood motionless and looked at them with confusion. After a while, the system displays a notification. The first evolution of the skull, the body parts of the skull 1-on-1, the new ego fragment 10-on-10, the egoified soul 3-on-3, the demon fragment 1-on-1, The blood monster ? If you say surprised, it turns out that these are the conditions for evolution. Everything is enough. The first evolution condition, the dragon's body parts. The dragon's body parts that appeared on the 30th floor were probably for this. He looked at the Ely in his hand and thought for a moment, then said, Ely, will your body parts appear on the 45th floor? Ely immediately replied, I'm not sure, but it could be so. What do you think next is? As for the ego fragment, I collected it in the dungeons, before the conflict with the Iron Guild. The egoized soul was the guild leader Choi Min-seo, the dirty crazy guy, Min-su's father, Hwang Ki, and the gatekeeper I killed recently. He stared intently at the research system board, not paying attention to the printout next to it. If he needed to use them, he should use the other three and let go of Hwang Ki's soul. After all, one day he can also revive him. Long and Bo Lun heard that and immediately spoke up. Bo Lun said, I hate that uncle, but I will forgive, because I am the older sister. Long immediately replied, no, you are younger. Bo Lun countered, if he was revived, he would only be a year old. Loa happily said, your father is also a year old, but when he saw them making so much noise, he sighed and said, what are you two doing? The space was returned to quiet. Kim Gi-do continued to research. He looked at the system, and finally there were fragments of demons and blood monsters. The devil's fragment must be the chilly door, the gatekeeper on the 4th floor. And blood monsters, he looked at the question marks on the system board and said incomprehensibly, it's like that because there are too many stars. I glanced at the print next to me and thought, up to now, there have been 5 successful ego transformations, including the blue beast. I still don't know what the exact conditions are. He looked at it for a long time and thought to himself, so I don't know if I should use all my ego in this evolution. I need to be more careful. But Gi-do excitedly asked for a long time, you want to evolve, right? Ru pondered for a moment and then replied, I think so. Gi-do smiled softly and continued, it's cold, I think that's good. He raised the sword in front of him and said loudly, let's evolve. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword immediately entered the process of evolution. A huge beam of light was created. Long hovering in the air to begin its evolution. The castle's symbolic crystal has turned from black to red, representing the castle's greater power. At this time, a notification appeared on the system panel, Long, title of Lord of Demon Swords and Demons, level 100, strength 190, agility 173, physical strength 182, magic power 231, poison resistance 12%, fire resistance 10%, physical attack resistance 7.1%, heat resistance 12%. Magic attributes have increased, skills ability to transform equipment, cannibalism, devour strong will, magnify, summon death, demon swords, demons that have devoured space, players that have devoured, fragments of the priest, monsters have been devoured, fragments of the demon I King, egos are dirty, Choi Min-seo, chess is 2-2. Kim Gi-do grasped the sword tightly, he excitedly exclaimed, oh the information, the hour was so long. Even the sleepy mother excitedly continued, wonderful. Gi-do continued seriously, it seems like you have received a lot of those things for a long time, you also look different, what do you think? Long answered, well I don't see much difference. It must take quite a while to digest all of this new power. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement and said, okay, let's go home now. Suddenly he remembered something. Gi-do looked at the remaining sword and said, hey, you have something to say, right? Ely was silent for a long time then replied, it's nothing master, it's nothing. Transfer to a beautiful, modern city. Sung-hun happily told Gi-do, wow, I didn't expect to be able to drive a car like this, I'm so happy that I decided to be your manager. Kim Gi-do replied with a small smile, this is also my first time driving, in cars like this. Sung-hun, who was driving, suddenly glanced at Gi-do and asked, but Dikko Kim-do, don't you drive? I really like it because I get paid more but. Gi-do looked out the window, his face avoiding answering, I have a license, but I never use it, besides, going with you is more fun than going alone. Hearing that, Sung-hun immediately smiled and continued, I'll tell you first, I like that woman, when I saw my gender being questioned, I immediately jumped up to correct it, me too. Lao enjoys teasing him, you can tell us the truth, master, Bo Lu continued, what do you think, master? When you angrily squeeze the stone in front of your chest and say, you're too much, it's been a long time, don't be influenced by him, don't be fooled. After a while of small talk, Sung Hun said seriously, "That's right, last time you already had Dick Kosin Dubin's number, right? Have you contacted him yet?" Without any hesitation he immediately replied, "Oh, we are still in contact. But I don't know how to answer." So when I recounted the two people's text messages, I saw the owner replying to the other person's daughter so curtly and complained for a long time. Even I, as an egoist, couldn't see it anymore. I felt helpless, said, "Master." Sung Hun was equally indignant. He frowned and turned to Gi-do and said loudly, "Sorry, but I've never been on a date." Gi-do mumbled and replied, "Please shut up." Lu saw that and immediately exclaimed, surprised, "It's that he knows how to look at that person, see what this kindergarten loves. If he's seen feeling embarrassed and says something, is there a way to shut them up?" A moment later they reached their destination. Sung Hun parked his car in front of the building's gate and said, "Here you go." Opening the car door and getting out, I was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, I heard they had merged but I didn't expect it to be so grand." I raised my eyes to the top floor and read the names of the buildings, Bright Stars, and Children. In the waiting room, a staff member brought in tea and said, "I'm sorry we're the ones who need help but called you here. Because of the merger we've been extremely busy lately, so." Gi-do took the cup of tea and politely said, "Thank you, it's okay, I also came to see how the guild building is like." "You said you were the co-president, right, and where was Kim Dong-hai when he was younger?" The employee sat down on the sofa opposite and replied, "He went out, recently he had to do a lot of work that required him to move around." "Just take a sip of tea and continue, I understand, what do you want?" The young man raised his hand to his face thoughtfully and replied, I don't know if I can ask you or not." Suddenly he bowed respectfully and said, "But can you borrow my skeleton army a few times?" Gi-do stood still because of this action of his. Seeing that the senior didn't say anything, the young man shyly added, "The thing is that we've hired a lot of new members lately, but there's still not enough instructors for each person, and they're all very scared of monsters, so I think if I could borrow you, it would be great for practice." Without any hesitation, Gi-do answered clearly, "Okay." The young man bewilderedly asked, "Really?" Kim Gi-do replied, "Do you think I'm lying?" Thinking back to the old war, Gi-do said seriously, "I am also partly responsible for the decline in guild members, and I have not properly thanked you guys for helping me deal with the Iron Guild." He smiled slightly and continued, "And also, the strong guild is also beneficial for the servants. We are allies, aren't we?" The young man was so happy that he couldn't say a word. After a while, he raised his hand to signal her and said, "Sure." Hearing that, I felt like I was at a loss and immediately complained, "The storage space and now it's a training tool. Why does it feel like I'm gradually turning into an object like this? We are objects." 10 days later at the 19th tower floor, the intense heat of the sky increased the player's fatigue. An extremely fierce-looking demon girl is rushing towards the player. As soon as it arrived behind Gi-do, he only needed one sword strike to kill it. The system immediately displayed a notification that he had successfully absorbed Pai Seodu's blood, increasing his resistance to psychological attacks. Everyone present was amazed at what they had just seen. A person in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, did you see that? He killed them all in the blink of an eye." Another person next to him wondered, "Is he a dick, looking at her huge, majestic back when she leaves? Whoever marries her will be secretly jealous." The information panel on the system suddenly announced that Ely had been upgraded successfully. Ely's title is the Lord of the Holy Sword. Strength is 140, Agility is 142, Physical Strength is 157, Magic is 132, and Equipment Transformation Skills. Kim Gi-do stood there looking at the system thinking, Ely also evolved when it reached level 100, should I let it evolve before trying to get to level 40? No, evolution also needs organs after a long time, that's it. Appeared after a while, interrupting his thoughts, "Master, don't you want to hide your identity? That's why you keep wearing that ugly mask." Gi-do nodded and replied, "Yes, but now everything has changed." He frowned and continued, "Whoever Ren Seo and Lee Seo and you already knew my identity, as long as they were following closely, then there was no need for me to hide it anymore." After a long time, he replied, "If you say so, then it's okay. Becoming famous is also good." Kim Gi-do raised his eyes to the sky and said, "So now?" He used his superpower to move to the tower. Standing in front of the door he said, "Let's start the challenge of the 40th floor." When he reached for the door, his whole body suddenly trembled and thought, just like the 30th floor, my hands were so scared that they were shaking. Gi-do looked at his right wrist and smiled softly, just wait, hey, you might evolve after we get past this place. After finishing speaking, he immediately put his hand on the door to open it, seeing why he was trying so hard for him. He was deeply moved. He immediately said, "Thank you, owner, for your consideration." The door is now slowly opening, Ely worriedly continued. But maybe it's not what you expected. Kim Gi-do proudly pushed the door open and walked in. The door immediately closed, not giving anyone a chance to regret. It shows that you have entered the 15th challenge area. Dongua was carrying a stack of documents back to his room when someone called, the team leader. He tilted his head and looked at his subordinate and replied, "What's that?" The employee immediately raised the phone towards him and said, "Please take a look at this." While reading something on the phone, the employee added, "This is about your friend in the accident at Swasamdong, right?" The phone screen showed a newspaper with the content, "Saw a monster on the 39th floor, he hunted by himself with only 2 swords, so cool, just one day he stopped hunting, because there are no more monsters ha." That said, the title was just made to push viewers. "I don't know if he's a dick or not ha," accompanied by countless comments on the side. Below, a person mentioned, "I saw him too, are you a hunting instructor?" The rice, sausage, and cheese soup also commented 3 hours ago that he's really good at it. "Senior or handsome for one thing, at least let him go bald, right?" After reading the information, Catalgu exclaimed, "Gi-do." He smiled happily thinking, he finally decided. At the guild building, President Taguo also knew the news. He stood by the glass door and spoke solemnly. It seemed like he chose to express himself. Sitting on the sofa drinking tea leisurely, "Dad, he has the ability now, so it's only a matter of time before he shows it, and he's been hiding himself for too long." The chairman continued, not sure if that was the case or not. He looked far away and said, "I know you've known him for a long time, but I don't think he's the type of person who likes to show off his strength to satisfy himself." Ngo Gua turned around to look at his immature son and added, "Perhaps he wanted to show them." He stopped to observe Tich's attitude and then said, "I want to give it to my teammates. See how you are following someone." On this side, the general system informs Kim-do that you have entered the 5th challenge. He held it for a long time. The system will immediately notify you that you have met the requirements. As long as you continue to summon magic, you have met the conditions. Kim Gi-do summons the ego notes into print. The system has now initiated a special challenge. Kim Gi-do looked around suspiciously and said, "This place." In front of him was an endless white space. He said bewilderedly, "There was nothing. It's just a white patch, it makes me so uncomfortable." Bo Lunwan said in a sulky voice, "Master, you haven't called my name yet." Kim Gi-do replied with a sad smile, "Bo Lunwoi, you are now in armor form." Bo Lu immediately replied, "I can open the gate, I can also be of use to you." Gi-do said helplessly, "Well, this challenge is a good opportunity to do something with Ely. Do zombies encounter? There is no disadvantage here." After a long time, he answered him, "Maybe." Gi-do looked at the white sword and said, "What do you think, Ely? Did you feel anything else after entering?" His response was an eerie silence. What Gugu worried about calling, "Hey!" Suddenly he observed something. What do exclaimed in bewilderment, "The shadows." He immediately raised his eyes and looked upwards. There were countless identical white swords floating in the air. Feeling something bad, he immediately took out his sword and prepared to fight. Just as he predicted, those swords immediately rushed towards him. Countless swords rushed down as fast as arrows, creating an extremely dangerous rain of swords. Travel and Print were briefly panicked and then quickly regained their composure. Gi-do stood tall and said, "You're so unlucky, I'm an experienced person." After finishing speaking, he immediately fought back. Just a moment later, the rain of white swords was finished by him. The swords were stuck on the ground like a sword cemetery. Kim Gi-do stood silently inside without saying a word. In contrast to him, behind him, he was looking around in bewilderment and said, "Why did I miss?" A sword suddenly said, "The target isn't me." Gi-do replied boredly, "Whatever, this is exactly the same as when I fought against my physical body by controlling the demon swords, so it must be my physical body that controls these swords of mine." Lee is also nearby. After a long time, he said, "This time it won't be any different, Master, prepare to fight." Kim hesitated and asked again, "What is it?" As soon as the words ended, the swords from earlier suddenly glowed. A giant stream of light covered the entire space. Suddenly, he covered his eyes with his hand. That light gradually weakened and changed to colorful colors. Gi-do also slowly opened his eyes to look. He was immediately surprised by the scene before him. A pair of white wings appeared behind that light. In the air are countless angels. Kim Gi-do was scared and stammered, "Could it be that they are?" and immediately replied, "Yes." Looking at the white-winged men in white shirts in front, I confirmed once again that they were angels. Gi-do opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Angel," he thought to himself, "well, if there are devils then there will definitely be angels. But every time I see their faces, everyone looks grim and thinks, they are a bit different from what I imagined. Do they normally look like that? I don't know why they look like that, but it seems like it took a while." Suddenly, those white-shirted men rushed towards Kim Gi-do with murderous aura. Long screamed in terror. It was an evil angel. In a difficult time like this, Ely still did not move at all. Scene changes to Hwang Kiem's house. He was attentively observing the old sword in the house. After a while he said, "A broken sword, I guess I know what I should do." Hwang Chi took the sword and went down to his forging room. After a while he sat on the chair and sighed dejectedly and said, "But right now my abilities are limited, because the sword's vitality has been exhausted. It will be better, if only I could analyze a perfect sword." His eyes suddenly flashed. Hwang Chi looked at the sword in his hand wonderingly, "Is the deer trembling?" He chuckled softly and thought, "If that's the case then Tan is feeling scared." Move the photo to a deserted land. A hand is squeezing a demon's face. Sudong coldly squeezed them. Just a moment later all the demons were defeated by her. Sudong leisurely rubbed his hands and shook the sand down. She smiled slightly and looked at the person next to her and said, "It's over, then go, read their memories." Seeing him standing still without answering, Sudong immediately stood still for a few seconds looking at him. She called out in bewilderment, wondering why. He calmly glanced at her. He said clearly, "The tower was shaking." He remembered the person they were both shying away from and said, "That thing has awakened." Returning to the story, he was still very confused with the group of people in front of him, wondering in his mind who they were. Long said angels. Ely said there are so many. This group of people's faces look like devils but in the form of angels they look very strange. Just wondering if the angels are strong, I thought for a while and replied, "Looking at them now, they probably aren't as strong as usual. But it's not easy to defeat." Even after seeing it for a long time, I nodded and said, "Yeah." Then he asked Ely for her opinion. "What do you think, Ely?" Ely replied that I agree with Long. Ely's answer made Gi-do think a bit. Ely normally doesn't talk much but it feels like wherever she goes, she says less and less. I thought for a while and realized that it wasn't like that. It seems that from that moment on, Ely understood what Gi-do was thinking so she reassured her that it was nothing, Master. While I was engrossed in thinking this and that, suddenly a group of evil angels rushed in like a flock of birds, attacking me. It was also at this moment that he realized what was going on. He got into a prepared position to fight and predicted that this time it would definitely be difficult. Against the gloomy gray sky, a ray of blue light flashed as if piercing the sky. Wherever that ray of light passed, the evil angel fell like a straw. Gi-do was currently rushing to attack a female devil angel. He swung a powerful blade and cut her body. The blade is very sharp but... His eyes glanced at her, he smirked and exclaimed, "Oh, you stopped it." As expected, her strength is not ordinary, holding a long sword that can block a sword slash and still be very calm. Suddenly a rumbling sound came from far away. That is printing. Print then jumped into the air with a glass, then suddenly appeared behind the evil angel. Not letting the prey slip out of his mouth, he rushed forward and opened his mouth as big as a black hole with sharp teeth. The evil angel couldn't manage in time and could only scream in pain. Came out and grabbed her and landed on the ground. After digesting the prey, the Ryan's mouth still left behind the light sword that the evil angel had just used. Before he could release the sword, another group of evil angels rushed forward from behind. They attacked Gi-do and went out in a frenzy. In this situation, I felt that fighting those guys who kept flying back and forth was really annoying. I suddenly secretly wished that if we had wings, it would be better. Seeing this situation as an opportunity, he told me, "Master, the time is right to use my new power. Of course, it's possible that I've evolved, but this strength isn't even a tenth of my original physical strength. Don't think too much and say." In terms of devouring, there are some attributes as follows: resistance to psychological attacks is 9.3%, increased magical power attributes. In terms of skills, it can transform equipment, cannibalize, devour, and end, spirit fusion, amplification, summoning, strong will, death, demon sword. While dealing with the evil angels and demons, I asked for a long time, what should I do now? Okay, the new skills you got are devour, amplify and summon, right? He was about to say something when he was directly attacked by an evil angel. He said, wait, let me get away from this guy first. At the same time, he observed that Rawprint was in danger, so he immediately shouted the signal, Rawprint, turn around. Rawprint was dealing with another guy. He heard the voice and immediately turned around to look towards the sky. The rope around his neck now radiated a blue energy. Then signaled that the enemy had repelled the attack. Gidu stood in the center with a group of angels and demons surrounding him like a god. In the blink of an eye, a light energy radiated from the Gidu's direction as if swallowing everything around. The group of evil angels was obscured by the gray smoke. Gidu was still standing there. He asked for a long time, so what should we do now? I immediately replied, it's a summon, master, it seems it will have that effect now. Immediately deployed, he ordered a recall. Summon can summon the form of the devoured ego. Suddenly it turned red like blood. It continuously emits red gas streams and continuously radiates upward. When there is enough air, the devouring shape of the giant evolution tower appeared. It is so strong that using one hand can strangle an angel and devil to death. The group of angels and devils can only struggle in vain. The more they scream, the faster they are squeezed. The long-evolved devouring form has not only one but also 4 arms, each hand neatly handling an angel and devil. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people were killed. Gidu stood to the side observing the scene before his eyes. He suddenly blurted out a name, Kusei Chili. While he wasn't paying attention, Ili shouted loudly, Master, they're in front. When Gidu looked up, he saw 2 tall and muscular men appearing in front of him, their bodies also tinged with red. These 2 guys rushed forward with extremely excited faces. On the other side, a group of angels and demons rushed in. An evil angel wielding a sword pierced the red variant's body. However, the variant was unharmed and even seemed interested. It then begins to attack with a straight punch to the opponent's face, causing it to freeze on the spot. The other variant rushed to attack an evil angel. Even though this guy was surprised, he still used all his strength to swing his sword wildly. Unfortunately for him, just a second later the variant grabbed the head and gently twisted it away from the body, finishing off one man. The chaotic scene of those angels and devils has also subsided a lot. Only now did I realize that the other 2 variants were Choimin Sak and Hodet. They were summoned from egos that had been devoured after a long time of evolution. Zhao seemed extremely virtuous and proud, and Ili did not hesitate to praise her. That's really great, Zhao. Now that he has understood everything, he is in a ready position to speak, so now we can't just stand still and watch, right? After saying that, he rushed straight into the sky and shouted, I'm coming. With the coordination of all 4 people, the angels and demons are now just a name. No one can overcome the fierce attacks of all 4 of them. Just a moment later, on the ground were scattered swords. Still standing, heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the sword at his feet and said, the bodies of the angels have returned to the shape of swords. Their origin is the sword. It's been a little different since angels are not holy swords. The holy sword is the angel. But when you hear that, you secretly think, what's the difference? Then he turned to look at Ili at it. Anyway, Ili, I think we need to talk about it. Since you were the Lord of the Swords, you will know more about the sword and the angels. Ili was silent for a moment, thinking, then spoke. These angels have the status of royalty. They are high-ranking angels who were abandoned after being unable to find anyone to call them. They are royals and guardians of the angelic realm. What seems surprising, is it a royal family, has the status of a prince, so this is an angel's territory. Ili immediately suffocated. No, this is just a cemetery. They must be thanking you very much, because thanks to you, they can finally rest in peace. Now I'm starting to remember my duty in them. Why do you ask about obligations? Suddenly, a brilliant light shined everywhere. When he had to cover his eyes with his hand because it was suddenly too bright, he asked what happened suddenly. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly looked down. I no longer have a clutch in my hand. Why did you rush to search and call out Ili's name? Hey Lee, where are you? He did not know that behind him was the silhouette of a girl with loose white hair. The call of Eli and Long rang out at the same time. Master, why do you look back? When he turned his head, he suddenly thought again and realized why he hadn't noticed before. After coming here, Ely never called herself master. At the same time, a female angel was floating in the sky with wavy hair and beautiful wings. Her eyes were staring at the sky. But he couldn't take his eyes off. He looked at the female angel's face and asked, "Are you me? If I continue to go out, will I face you?" The scene now changes to Robinson. The sword in his hand is shaking violently. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue and said, "Well, that makes sense. Your king has awakened," and in his mind he thought, "Changes are starting to happen, but I, alone, am productive enough to serve the god." Returning to Gi-do, while Gi-do was verifying the identity of this female angel, Elijah said that she was too different from usual. Gi-do slowly approached the female angel. As he walked he asked, "What do you mean by face to face? Come down here so we can talk first." But this time he said in a grumpy voice, "You bastard, get down here." Boom, a loud explosion accompanied by a bolt of lightning fell straight down somewhere. Luckily he jumped out of there in time. Looking towards the fiercely burning fire, he called out Elijah's name. Faced with this, he really couldn't understand what was going on. He wondered why. Suddenly the female angel spoke, "Each angel has a mission. And so are we. My duty is, destroy." After saying that, her face revealed a terrifying cruel expression. Her eyes glowed and she tried to attack. Before the attack of the female angel, holding the sword firmly in his hand, he muttered Ely's name. Sure enough, the female angel wanted to attack Gi-do. She sent a huge bolt of lightning that made Gi-do have to jump far away to avoid it. Just glance and observe, then he used combat boots to jump. Gi-do rushed up to face the female angel directly. Of course she didn't want that, so she continued to fire electricity. While approaching at close range, he used his sword to block the attack. However, the female angel's destructive power was so great that it caused a huge explosion. After being thrown away, he flipped a few times in the air and landed on the ground. Long angry curse, "Traitorous bastard, I knew this day would come." He knew that he had been really angry for a long time, but he understood why it had become like that, because in the past he had been betrayed by his subordinates. The female angel is still not satisfied. She continued to use lightning to attack. The situation at this time is extremely dangerous and unfavorable. After a while, "I urged you, Master, death, to use death, tear that girl's limbs apart, no matter how long you keep calm and keep her calm. If you keep doing that, I won't be able to keep my composure." From one move to another, he looked up at the dark sky where a blinding light appeared. The ray of light quickly rushed straight towards Gi-do. Gi-do quickly used a reflection technique. As expected, the reflected light is terrible, another earth-shattering explosion. "I was able to resist the attack just now, just put the tip of my sword on the ground." He was tired and sat down, feeling extremely confused. He looked up, panting and said, "Because I kept using long-range attacks from the air, I couldn't get close for a long time. Angry and scolding is a stupid way to fight, just like a traitor." Now that he knows what he needs to do, he throws it away and summons the Ritu flag. Immediately the Ritu flag appeared and rushed straight to the female angel's place. For a long time, he wanted to control her, so he moved closer to strike. However, she was extremely cunning. She quickly used a holy cave to surprise Ritu, who had no time to resist. Unexpectedly, her actions caused Ritu to have a large hole in her left eye, then she knocked it down, creating a giant tornado that swallowed the body inside. In the sky there was only a black dot left. Long said disappointedly, "My strength is so different from hers. It seems like neither of us can compare to her. Those damn angels used to be worthless, but now we can't handle their holy magic." Yi asked, "So do you think death is meaningless?" After thinking for a long time, I replied, "Death is a completely different power, it will have an effect on her." Suddenly, Gi-do broke this atmosphere with a loud call, "Wake up, don't you know who I am?" Gi-do kept calling his name with the belief that his helper would one day wake up and realize who he was. However, the harsh truth not only did not wake me up, but also gave me a numbing electric shock. Gi-do's body was as black as ash. For a long time, he couldn't control himself and cursed loudly to make Gi-do realize that he was stupid and concentrate. Do you think if she shouted like that, what would she hear? If that stupid method had worked, she wouldn't have turned out like this in the first place. He gritted his teeth and felt confused. He asked, "Then, what the hell should we do?" Without hesitation, I told Gi-do to kill her. It warns, "You know that, right? That's the only way." It's really too difficult for Gi-do. He hesitates and doesn't want to do anything. continuously pushing for a long time, without any hesitation. Have you forgotten that your opponent is the Lord of Swords? Don't think that you will be able to conquer her. If you die, then we will die too. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but tremble all over my body, but then he also decided that it was death. With all her strength, Gi-do suppressed the pain and fiercely rushed to kill the female angel. It starts with super speed, then gradually increases its speed, then uses dark attributes to bind and control the opponent. Finally, he used all his strength and raised his sword. He let out a loud scream and then held his sword and aimed straight at the female angel's head. She raised her eyes and looked straight into the girl's eyes. Suddenly, in Gi-do's eyes, there was only the silhouette of her waist. Gi-do's mind suddenly remembered the happy days with his waist sword. His life suddenly stopped for a moment, his face changed and he forgot what he was doing. Just because of a moment of laxity and loss of vigilance, when memories clouded her eyes, she immediately received a sword from the female saint. What do dumbfounded, the machine started pouring out of his mouth. An unbelievable scene, after being stabbed by someone close to me for so many days. The sword that pierced Gi-do's chest caused the blacksmith to fall to the ground in pain, even though he was far away from Gi-do and at his home. That reason was because of the connection between the two of them. He was in pain, his body was shaking and he didn't know what was going on. When he tried to stand up, he was in so much pain that he collapsed. It was also at this moment that the female saint pulled the sword from her body. He slowly fell freely to the ground in a scream of long and long. Finally, Gi-do lay down under her hand. It was while she was lying on the ground, barely alive, that the female saint's eyes changed, no longer a scary and cruel face, but now becomes gentle and extremely holy. In her eyes, she only saw the image of the girl lying on the ground. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Master." Gi-do lay unconscious on the ground, only hearing the somewhat panicked call of the ego, the owner. Angel Lily's face had a few stains on it, she was somewhat panicked and worried. Then the ellipse quickly flew to the direction of the needle. Lily's face was shocked, her eyes widened to the extreme, she kept calling out, "Master, Master," everyone else was also worried, "Master, don't die." The soul of the arrow was angry, this woman, who dared to come here, Young, the sword and the black sword emitted a red energy as strong as his anger. Even the skimmer also made a relay move. Lily in her heart painfully hugged the blue light as if to hold on to something, she said, "A connection." Meanwhile, Gi-do was still unconscious, the girl still hurriedly called out to him, the owner, he still clung to a bit of awareness, it was vague, was this the afterlife? What happened to everyone, as long ago said, "They will die with me, because of me, everyone." If I knew this was happening, I would have gone to see my family, I'm very worried about them, but I'm sure Mr. Zish will take care of it well. Is Sudung okay? If I declare my disciple dead, she will probably get into trouble right away. I still owe 3 immortal pills, I can't give them back to her. Say Snail Goo, say on Pin and more, I want to become a useful ally to them. I still haven't been able to take revenge on someone who cursed me, and the name Lee Seon who wants to be my enemy. The Marquis was calm, and Ely was still sealed. There are still many threats that can harm your family. I thought that after I finished treating my mother, I didn't want to do anything else, but I didn't expect there to be this much trouble. If someone wants me to disappear, then that's it. The male lead suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was sitting on a chair that seemed to be for a leader, a large, hard chair that looked extremely powerful. He let out a surprised sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed towards him from behind the chair. In front of him was a crowded crowd of people looking toward the distant sunset. Gi-do exclaimed in panic, "What the hell? Dragons flying in the sky and monsters I've never seen before. Countless warriors, and the angels standing up there, and more." Gi-do panicked and looked back at the chair he was sitting in. Was he sitting on a throne? If this is really a dream or when life is rewinding before my eyes, then it's strange. I'm already dead. Suddenly Gi-do hears the call of the old man's soul, "Come back." Gi-do opened her eyes and woke up again. This time he was lying on his back on the angel Ely's lap. Ely asked him, "Are you awake?" There are still a few tears left in Ely's eyes, "Master?" he asked suspiciously looking up at the sky. "Here." Star Paradise. The scene before them was truly extremely peaceful and beautiful. The sunlight was bright, at the foot of the hill were houses and green trees, dotted with many colorful flowers. Ely gently told him, "Not yet, this is the trial level." Gi-do held her head and exhaled, "Ha ha, I thought so too, how could I go to heaven, I would have to go to hell. Suddenly I realized something, but why am I not dead yet? Oh, he remembered the image of a silver sword. Probably due to the ability to sing him that Ely had absorbed, the Lord of the Holy Sword could reflect 5% of the damage from the Holy Sword, and could absorb all weaker Holy Swords. He can block an attack that results in instant death once. He can block an attack that results in instant death once. Kim Gi-doo raised his hand and said to Ely, "Ha ha, thanks to you I was able to survive, but because I fought with you I died." He was suddenly startled. Angel Ely could only smile helplessly at this moment. "Let's go for a walk." Then they walked together in this peaceful, poetic scene. Ely spoke again, "Master. Why didn't you deal with me right then? I was a traitor who dared to brandish my sword in front of you." Kim Gi-doo also gently replied, "You didn't mean it, I can feel it." Ely turned around and hurriedly said, "Even though I didn't." Kim Gi-doo was as gentle as before, "I know, you must have seen this coming." He turned to look at Ely, "But I want you to be the one to speak first." Ely is a bit apologetic, "I really don't want to persuade you, I want you to give up the challenge of the 40th floor and stabilize the current situation first, but I don't dare to stop you, Master." After all, he also had to climb the tower. Kim Gi-doo closed her eyes and said somewhat helplessly, "Don't feel guilty, in the end everything will fall into place, everything will be fine." He walked in socks, Ely walked barefoot. He asked, "Where are the other egos? Because this is a separate space, so the other egos must be somewhere else now." He asked again, "Have your memories returned yet?" Ely replied in helplessness, "Partly, but it was still very fragmentary. I was originally an entity created to obey that person's will. I was very confused because I had to serve a new master." Kim Do thought, "That person, my memories of that person must have become vague after I got over my confusion, because after that incident, I was determined to serve you. But there's one thing I still remember clearly, which is that holy swords are angels who humbled themselves by dedicating their minds and bodies. And I am that first holy sword, the Lord of Holy Swords. All the holy swords were made by my will and permission, so." Ely walked forward quietly. She said in a regretful voice, "I'm sorry Master, it's almost time." Kim Gi-doo is a little confused, "Is it time?" "Thank you for everything, thank you for giving me a second life, cherishing me, and always being by my side. I still want to say many more things to you, but I probably can't." Kim Gi-doo called her name in surprise, "Ely, you're kidding, right?" Angel Ely still coldly moves forward, "You are more wonderful than you think, Master, even though we have lived so long, we still cannot compare to you." Kim Gi-doo uttered a few words, "Wait a minute, why did you become like that?" Angel Ely raised his hands and placed them in front of his chest, "So deal with all those who stand in your way of climbing the tower, whether they are angels, demons, humans or tower lords, anyway, wipe it all out and." Kim Gi-doo quickly shouted loudly and ran over, "Ely." I just saw Ely smiling very contentedly. "Becoming the owner of this tower, I'm sure you can do it." The male lead was so scared that he ran quickly and fell to the ground, his face unable to hide his shock. He let out a sigh, feeling the painful loss down to his bones. Loon spoke again, "You are awake, Master." At this time Kim Gi-doo is still coughing hard. It took a long time to speak, "You are too slow." Kim Gi-doo just regained composure and called out the names of his two egos, briefly, for a long time, "Sorry for making you worry." When he turned his eyes to the left, what was in front of him made him panic to the point that his pupils shrunk and his face turned pale without a drop of blood. He saw the sword with a white border. At this time, the sword had turned to an extremely old, dark bronze color, no longer a beautiful, pure white color. The golden Gi-doo could only call out in doubt, "Ely." Photo frame back to this 40-story building. "Okay, everyone, that's good." A girl in the back waved to Do-bin, "President, go home safely." Do-bin also waved back, "Yes, you too." The other girl looked at Do-bin's back. Another voice rang out, "Why aren't you coming back, President? You're heading towards the portal area." Do-bin was looking at his phone and had to turn around to see who it was. "Oh, I still have to wait for someone else." The other girls asked in a fluttering mood, "Are they men?" Do-bin stammered until his face turned red. "No, that's not it," she replied, looking down at her phone screen. "No. On the phone screen is a conversation, not quite like that but." On the phone screen is a conversation between Do-bin and Kim Gi-doo. "Can you call me Oppa?" Kim Gi-doo replied, "Yes, you can also talk freely with me, hee hee." "Okay, what are you planning to do tomorrow?" Are you free in the evening? Kim Gi-doo replied curtly, Trial Tower, 40 floor, there. Oh, it will take a long time, surely it won't be long, not that far. The Do-bin girl looked at her phone and was disappointed. He said it wouldn't take that long, but he probably won't be able to come out today yet. Just in case, I'll wait a little longer. The other girls passing by also noticed the presence of a strange man. The girls looked and exclaimed, wow, this is the first time I've met him in real life, Lee Sae-ho. On Kim Gi-doo's side, he still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He spoke up, Ely. The loudspeaker sounds again. You have passed the test. The reward is being distributed. The box is opened. It is a very beautiful shiny feather. It is the relic of Ellie. Kim Gi-doo's face doesn't have too many emotions. Her voice is dry and connected. The connection was severed. He raised his hand to touch the necklace around his neck. There were a few dried red blood stains on his shirt. Kim Gi-doo gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. He crouched down close to the ground, holding his head with both hands and screaming desperately. Kim Gi-doo used all his strength to use his fists to punch the ground. The rocks around him seemed to be in a storm. He was helpless and could only speak, Master. When Kim Gi-doo waved his fist, Long seriously warned, What are you doing? He still didn't stop and continued to punch the ground hard. The punch was so strong that the ground broke into many pieces. The punch also caused Kim Gi-doo's bones to break slightly. Your ego might advise you, Master, stop, Master. Kim Gi-doo continued to vent her anger on the ground under her feet. When he stopped, his hand was bleeding profusely. The scene looked a bit tragic. At this moment, Kim Gi-doo collapsed on the ground and cried like a child. She quickly tried to soothe her, Don't cry, Master. It took a long time to say, Calm down, Master, a traitor like that is not good. Kim Gi-doo trembled helplessly and cried, keeping his mouth shut for a long time. Kim Gi-doo raised one hand to wipe her tears and said, No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you. Just be quiet for a bit. At the resting place on the 40th floor of the tower, a stream of light appeared. The male lead walked out tired and helpless. Long reminder, Be careful, Master, there is a barrier. There's no one at the breakpoint. I was on guard so I came here. But it seems like the strip was a waste. Lee Sae-grandpa stood far away and said that to Kim Gi-doo. He stood in a dark corner, his face dark and dangerous. Looking at his current state, he must have been the owner of the holy sword. Lee Sae-ho, his face was full of anger and unwillingness. Kim Gi-doo's hand also had a strong reaction. He held the black sword firmly. Lee, he shouted and turned away, waving his hand indifferently, Relax, I already promised so I have no intention of harming you, I simply wanted to confirm. He suddenly stopped, Wow. However, all I could confirm was your unsightly state. He grinned, I can't believe you can't even appreciate a sword. Kim Gi-doo looked in silence, her eyes shining brightly. The sword in his hand suddenly flashed a red light full of danger. From the sword also emitted a dark black light. He quickly advised, Owner, calm down. Don't do anything too extreme. Kim Gi-doo rushes like a tornado towards the direction of Lee. He shouted. Lee, Mr. Ho remained calm and without the slightest fear. When Kim Gi-doo came close to Lee, he shouted. Two fingers came out to block his attack. Lee's gesture was extremely arrogant. Then he lightly flicked his hand and he was pushed backwards. Lee said, I won't touch you for a year. He stood proudly and glanced down at Kim Gi-doo. I didn't ask you to do the same to me, because in my eyes you didn't even pose a threat. The thought of someone claiming to be her master being in such a state is so annoying. Kim Gi-doo tried to stand up with his black sword. The tower did nothing for nothing. After speaking, he shouted again and continued on the long road ahead, leaving him kneeling on the ground in helplessness. That's the only thing I can tell you. Kim Gi-doo gritted his teeth without saying a word. Kim Gi-doo gritted her teeth without saying a word. The sunset gradually faded behind the sky-high buildings, seemingly leaving Kim Gi-doo without any warmth or hope. Darkness gradually fell, bringing with it heavy drops of rain. Do-bin stood in the building sheltering from the rain, looking out at the flow of people walking on the street, thinking to himself, in the end, I waited until evening. She ignored the rain, didn't bring an umbrella or a shirt and just kept getting soaked in the rain. Surely completing the test on the same day was a bit overwhelming for him. It's too late, maybe I should go have dinner, then let's go home, it's okay to have dinner alone. Suddenly there was a noise that made Do-bin pay attention and turn to look. What? Who is playing? Isn't he very dangerous? Maybe we should call the police. A crowd on the side of the road has attracted Dubin's attention. She walked towards it. Endless gossip about the appearance of a person. Is the stain on his shirt blood? Is he injured? Call the association. That person is Kim Gi-do. He walked in the rain for a while unconsciously, without any expression or attention to the surroundings. When Dubin saw him, he quickly ran over. Gi-do oppa. Oh my god, what's going on? Both Kim Gi-do's chest and back are covered in bright red blood that looks very painful to the eyes. Kim Gi-do spoke weakly, his face was not clear whether it was rainwater or tears. Dubin. After saying that, he gradually fainted and passed out in Dubin's lap, leaving her with worry and a series of questions about him. Oppa. In Kim Gi-do's heart, countless self-questions appeared. My head felt heavy. What happened after I left the tower? It seems like I met someone. When he gradually opened his eyes, he saw a dark figure standing and looking at him. He weakly called out, Dubin. The guy in front of him spoke up, unfortunately, I'm a hot pig. Kim Gi-do sat up and said, oh, Sung-hun, you also spoke up, you're awake, master. Kim Gi-do held his head and asked in bewilderment, where am I? Pig Sung-hun replied, this is my house. The guy raised a finger to keep talking, he always asked before or after so I'll keep it short. At that time he was lying in the arms of a young man on the street. And I helped her support him, then took him to the association's doctor for diagnosis. If I took him home, my family would probably be very worried. Pig Sung-hun continued, oh, and I was also the one who took off your clothes and gloves. Kim Gi-do also understood, oh, I understand, thank you, he thought silently, in her arms Wait, you're the one who helped me, of course, we can't just sit still. Our VIP guest left the association in that condition. Dick Company Sin Dubin has returned after taking care of me, please call her later when you have time. Oh. Pig Sung-hun stood up, stretched, yawned and said, what should we do now? It's very late now, do you want to drink tea, or want to eat something? Kim do doubt, eat Asia. He suddenly fell silent, thinking about something. He raised his face and asked, he's hungry, do you have any alcohol? Pig Sung-hun smiled and looked at him. Of course he did. Then they opened many cans of wine to drink together. After a while, the table was littered with empty cans. Kim Gi-do asked Pig Sung-hun, aren't you curious? The pig also snorted back. About what happened, he didn't ask anything. I'm sure you'll tell it yourself when you want, no matter what happens, you probably need time to sort it out, I can't interfere. Kim Gi-do said while drinking wine, thank you. Kim Gi-do asked, by the way, your house is so big, do you live alone? Pig Sung-hun smiled, yes, I'm still single, no, what I want to ask is do you live here, alone? No. Seo Sung-hun said, my mother is in a hospital for treatment. Oh. My family story is not very good, a sick mother and a single mother family. Seo Sung-hun tilted his head back and drank a large gulp of wine. After all the difficulties, I was finally lucky enough to become a player, but the disease had progressed to the point where even money couldn't cure it. Well, so to speak. Kim Gi-do exclaimed, my life is exactly the same, is that so? He looked at the can of wine in his hand, seemingly thinking about something deeper. Remember when he dropped me off at the Labyrinth, and saw that I had collected the elixir? I don't know how Sung-hun feels. Kim Gi-do suddenly stood up, went to open the door and walked out to the balcony of the apartment, leaving me to open the door to let the air in. Outside on the large, windy balcony, he suddenly thought about his own story. When his mother was in critical condition, he thought he was the unhappiest person in the world, feeling like he had been betrayed, lost his mind, and shouldered all the sadness in this world alone. I feel the same now. Seo Gu, Seon Pin and Dong Hee, who lost many comrades in the battle with Iron Guild. Commemorating the soldiers who fell in the Gutuk-sam district dungeon explosion, he was definitely as sad as me and trying to stop his tears from falling. Since then, I haven't developed anything. Kim Gi-do's hand held tightly to the balcony railing. His lonely ego also seemed to understand his master's mood. Master, Kim Gi-do spoke up, I'm okay, lonely, I just rearranged my emotions a bit. He suddenly remembered the angel Elijah who once gently told him, please climb the tower. Kim Gi-do said, I don't intend to get used to the loss, I need to become stronger so I don't have to lose anything again, that's the only way. Kim Gi-do suddenly closed her eyes. How much longer? I have something to ask, he said with the silver snake ring on his index finger, I have something to ask. But without answering him for a long time, he spoke again, for a long time. Long, why don't you say anything? Long replied, I can't answer, I was ordered to shut up. Kim Gi-doo also realized he was wrong. Oh, you're still angry about that, I already apologized. I'm still extremely stubborn. What is the law that says if you apologize you will be forgiven? When you were with Lee Lion-ho, you still spoke normally, but took a long time to respond, so it was an emergency. So what do you want to ask? Kim Gi-doo hummed. After rearranging everything, I thought of a possibility. There is a right way, a way to revive Ely. You ask? This also takes too much time. Long, the Lord of the Demon Swords, and Ely, the Lord of the Holy Swords, I don't think it was a coincidence that I became the owner of these two completely opposite egos. The important thing is that the characteristics of these two swords are perfectly balanced with each other, just like the parts of the castle, the reward from the 30th floor, the path used to carry out its evolution. So the souvenir of the reward alley on the 40th floor, might also be an item used for evolution. The tower isn't doing anything meaningless. From what he said, Ellie's death on the floor with evolution items is extremely inconsistent. When he heard the story, he picked up the sword and said, that's possible. Kim Gi-doo suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, really, old man, I have had the opportunity to observe the holy swords through deer, from the looks of it, the repair will not be a big problem. But like I said, it's simply an appearance, I can't bring back its ego. Kim Gi-doo was a little relieved in his heart, it's okay, I'll do that part, but, old man, is your body still okay? Seeing that, the old man also reacted, oh you're talking about something from before. Thanks to you, I experienced something interesting, but I don't want to experience it again. Kim Gi-doo smiled, I'm sorry. Can I work inside your gate? After all, the concentration of mana there is very high, it will definitely help my work a lot. Kim Gi-doo did not hesitate to call out a circle of green light, of course it was okay, open it. Don't worry, make sure he has everything he wants, if he needs something, tell the bones to get it for him, obey orders. The old man also followed suit and went inside the circle, so now I'm also going to follow your orders, haha, please take care of him, old man. When he entered, the old man still stuck his head out with only two skeletons, a hammer and an anvil over there. Kim-doo asked his ego, so now, what do we need to do, Long? Long spoke up, first of all, Ely died because she lost her cause, she sacrificed her life to save you, her master, because even if you possess the ability of my lord, you would still is in critical condition. So you have to restore that origin, right? The origin of that holy sword is life, in contrast to the demon sword like me which is death, so you need to use your life force to revive Ely. I mean you need to operate life and death at the same time. Of course, it won't be easy, in theory, operating life and death simultaneously is possible, no, almost impossible. So, starting from now, you have to do something that is close to reaching the realm of God, are you mentally ready? Kim Gi-doo sat down in a deep meditation position, after a while, he said, I need to check his tank first, let's concentrate and meditate. Block out all external information and feel everything inside, the heartbeat, blood flow, inhalation and exhalation. The flow of mana from the heart to the head and limbs, the connection with the egos, or otherwise called the connection, focus on listening to yourself. Kim Gi-doo suddenly felt dizzy, everything around her began to blur. He felt something was wrong with him, he opened his eyes wide. Then he started to cover his mouth, leaned over and vomited. I quickly said, Master, are you okay? Long asked, what do you see? Kim Gi-doo wiped his mouth with his hand and said, panting for a while, an uncertain space. After a while, he laughed sarcastically, ha ha, I only told you to take a quick look, but I didn't expect you to be able to see your entire tank in less than 3 weeks, you monster. Kim Gi-doo sat down tiredly against the wall and let out a sound of dissatisfaction. In Kim Gi-doo's hand, he held a bottle of magic medicine to restore vitality. It turned out that it was my bottle, Lau replied, yes, I thought it would take at least 2 months but I didn't expect you to progress faster than expected, no matter how many compliments, the owner is truly wonderful. Kim Gi-doo is still immersed in thought, an unknown space that humans cannot imagine, just looking at it makes my mind dizzy. Kim Gi-doo asked again, who, everyone has a tank like that, what? Smiled for a long time, ha, you need to know that you are more special than many other people, why, I also know that I'm not normal, it's a bit embarrassing to say that. Kim Gi-doo replied, no, you don't know anything, why can't you level up? Why are there so many powerful people interested in you? Why are you able to possess a gate that no one else can? And, Kim Gi-doo asked, and what? No, if I say any more you will be punished. You will know when the time is right. If you have finished resting then continue. Even if we can revive her, it shouldn't take too long. Kim Gi-doo stood up and stretched to regain her flexibility. Yes, the sooner the better. After that, Kim Gi-doo sat down to meditate attentively. What he needed to do now was to find the power of life in the container. Like I said when Elijah sacrificed her own life force to save you, so, its remnants are definitely still inside you. Look for it, the metal of doubt, life, then close your eyes and feel it carefully. I'm not asking you to observe the entire container like before, just look for a small part, look for the object occupying that space. Metal travel thoughts, objects, he suddenly found himself immersed in the black void of that container. He stared intently into the space filled with red lines below. He saw in a corner a black and red stream with an eye-catching shape and immediately said, there, maybe it's death, right? Long replied, that's right, Ego Man. Kim Gi-doo exclaimed, Goa. Well, I've been found, you've found an object so the rest will be easy, let's try to find the other parts as well. Kim Gi-doo looked in all directions, the other part, oh. Then the needle found a glowing object in the vast space, could it be? On that side is the transparent figure of a girl reaching out her hand, happily answering, yes, master, it's me. Kim Gi-doo said, so egos exist in these shapes, interesting to see. Then Kim Gi-doo continued to search, the ego in the wolf form was probably moaning. And those two egos with unclear shapes are probably, perhaps, a Mo and an O boron. I don't know where the old man is. Suddenly he saw a bright light like an explosion. Kim Gi-doo glanced behind her. Behind him was a large blacksmith swinging a hammer to forge a red-hot light. Each swing of the hammer is extremely strong and powerful. Kim Gi-doo reached out with a thought, can I touch him? Long time to remind when Kim Gi-doo's hand is almost touching the body of the man who is forging, not to touch it. That is also the connection in reality, no one knows what the consequences of that action will be, can you handle it? Kim Gi-doo looked up, his hand reached out and scratched his head in confusion, you should have told me sooner. Also, I don't see the life you talk about, how can I find it in such a huge space like this? Long said in a firm voice, you can, feel the power of life. You used the power of life once, but only indirectly, when you restored the old man's ego through the deer. Remember that memory, feel it. Up until now, everything is still very vague. But I have gradually understood the internal structure of the tank, which is divided into two main parts. The territory of death that long stands, and the territory of other egos. Also, when he opened his eyes indifferently, he found it. After a long time, he leisurely replied, I knew you could find it but I didn't expect it to be so fast, anyway, this isn't much of a surprise. Kim Gi-doo stood looking at the light in the distance, the realm of death and the realm of other selves. The point that created the triangle between these two realms. The metal of doubt is life. All I can see is a small sphere. Kim Gi-doo turned around and asked, what should we do now? Long asked, are you ready? Ready for what? You have to come into contact with that thing, but even I can't predict what will happen when you do. You should decide for yourself. The needle is flying in that direction, well, we have to do it anyway, there's nothing to be too afraid of. He touched that orb, let's deal with it. Immediately the ball emitted a blinding light. That light shines through the golden man. This caused him to die in pain, he opened his mouth wide, his eyes were full of blood, and he couldn't hide the shock on his face. His egos, seeing his pathetic condition, could only anxiously call out his name, Master, Master. Be alert for a long time, let it go, steady your body and concentrate first. At this rate, you will die, Master. At this moment Kim Gi-doo has started to bleed from his eyes and mouth, his pupils turned upside down looking very scary. Wake up, Master, Master. At this time the male lead was in pain to all his internal organs, one hand was tightly holding his neck, the other hand was holding his stomach. Kim Gi-doo still had the last bit of sanity left to think, feeling like the inside of her throat was being twisted, was this the price for touching life? Kim Gi-doo used his arms to try to get up, concentrate on your body, Master. At this rate you will really die. Kim Gi-doo's hands were also shaking. A beam of red light was released from Kim Gi-doo's hand. Worried egos, Master, what are you going to do? He is now angrily swinging the sword up to stab down. His face is still covered in blood stains flowing in his teeth, around his mouth, dripping down his chin, looking very pitiful, harmful. Kim Gi-doo did not hesitate and stabbed the sword straight into his thigh. Blood also spewed out from there. After handling it himself, Kim Gi-doo breathed a sigh of relief and scolded him, "The stubborn bastard, well, it would be good if you regained your consciousness. Listen carefully, master, now you must rebuild the vessel, build, drudge." I continued explaining for a long time. Right now, life has been spilled out and is in conflict with death, just like oil and water cannot dissolve each other. No, it's even worse than that. No wonder why you so painful again. So now you have to build a wall between those two things. Kim-doo painfully opened his mouth and asked, "What should I do?" "Change the order of egos to death, the realm of egos and the ultimate to life, otherwise you will lose your life." Kim Gi-doo howled, so I had to, rush back to call the owner. Kim Gi-doo was now lying in pain on the cold ground. Next to him was a pool of blood flowing from his thigh. Even he was screaming, "You must not die, master." Kim Gi-doo still very persistently and weakly tried to wake up, his consciousness. After a while, he ordered, "No, just stay like that, master." Kim Gi-doo asked in confusion, "What?" "They are moving." His egos were truly in turmoil. A new day begins again. Light shines through the bright pink roof. Kim Gi-doo was unconscious, his face was haggard, his eyes were sunken with blood flowing out. Suddenly he woke up with a start, his eyes wide open unwillingly. After a while, I saw this and asked again, "Are you awake?" The owner and the owner were equally happy. Kim Gi-doo held his head and asked, "Am I unconscious? What's going on? It's been so long." Long replied, "Check it yourself, look inside your tank." Kim Gi-doo closed her eyes to feel. Inside his tank are two clearly divided areas. Kim Gi-doo also suddenly opened her eyes wide. Groans and umbrellas are holding back death. While the lone and half-hearted people are still holding on to life, the lazy people are still very proud to show off. Hee, did I do well? Well, it seems the old man is helping both sides from the middle. The level of assimilation has increased, you have become aware of life. The electronic screen displays again. Kim's name, Lavu 1, ego's partner or profession, unique ability, skill, assimilation of death, synthesis of life, possessed ego, fire giant, wild sheen, possessed fragment of ego, 14. Assimilate 5, you can use 80% of the index of egos, life, you can control life. Kim Gi-doo holding hands, "Have I learned how to live? I always praise you, you are so lucky." The egos resolved the conflict on their own, with the remaining energy of the elixir that he had not been able to fully absorb, allowing him to prevent the vessel from being destroyed. Furthermore, your vessel has also expanded more than before, so I think this is more of a blessing. Kim Gi-doo spoke up, "God's energy, okay, so that's the reason for the wound, mine has healed on its own." Kim Gi-doo bowed and stood up, "So what should we do now?" Long replied, "Now you need to practice how to control it. I'm sure you will quickly succeed because you have controlled death before already. But even so, you must not underestimate it, like this," he asked while taking out a beam of light that shined like sunlight, swearing for a long time, "Damn it. So you have to wait until I finish talking, you're starting to get arrogant." Kim Gi-doo is calm, "Well, that's a compliment, right? No matter how much you praise, master, you're a genius. Next, you need to practice to control it more accurately, just like when you control death." Let's forget it, probably because death and life are completely separate. What I expected didn't happen, whatever, it's nothing. Long continued, "In general you should continue to practice, the old man probably has a long way to go before he can repair the sword, so you still have a lot of time." Kim Gi-doo agreed, "That's right, he said it would take quite a long time. But sadly he said he couldn't refer to an intact holy sword. That's why you need to practice." "What?" Kim Gi-doo said in a voice that sounded somewhat incredulous. After a while, he called again, and he answered immediately, "Yes." A bright circle opened. From there appeared many long swords, the swords fell all over the ground, making a very loud clanking sound. Kim Gi-doo asked, "Are those rusted holy swords on the 40th floor?" Long replied, "Yes, while you were unconscious on the 45th floor, we ordered the dry bones to be collected, now it's time for you to practice. Please revive all these holy sword corpses, with the power of life." At Kim Gi-doo's house, Kim Gi-doo's mother asked Tae-zish, "Will you be okay without my help?" Tazish said very confidently, "Ha ha, it's okay. I'm just repaying what you did for me, just sit there and rest," he said, putting on his apron. But Zish turned around and said, "Don't worry, just looking at it like that, I'm very confident in my cooking talent. I'll cook a hearty lunch in the blink of an eye." But Kim Gi-doo hasn't come back from the basement yet. "I haven't seen him in a long time," Kim Gi-doo's mother replied. "That's right, it's been more than a month. I hope he's still eating and drinking healthy." Six smiled reassuringly, "Ha ha, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's not someone who can't take care of himself." Numzish bit his lip, thinking to himself, "Don't lose focus. Oh my god, you won't have a second chance like this. The only chance to show my heart to Sutin." Sutin sitting at the dining table looking full of tenderness, "I leave it to you. Every day I ask you for this opportunity. I even learned how to cook from the chef who holds the title of Pure Taste, the player who only plays golf thanks to the association's connections. It's time for my efforts to shine." Oh, Tazish picked up the knife and prepared to process the ingredients. He cut the zucchini into even pieces. The kitchen seemed to have been breathed into new life by him. Food blends flavors together to create an irresistible aroma. Then, Nicholas Zish quickly tried a piece. His face seemed to be instantly sprayed with glue, badly. He stood next to the pot of soup confused. "Where did I go wrong? I have to fix it." Suddenly the floor shook violently, the two of them panicked. "What was that noise?" "The basement." Tazish said to Sutin, "Please stay here, Sutin, I'll go check it out." He went to the basement. A black smoke made him have to cover his nose with his hand and cough. Tich exclaimed, "Gi-doo, this kid, what the hell are you doing in the house?" Suddenly the scene before his eyes made him panic. "Don't come any closer." In front of him were three angels holding swords pointing at him, on their backs were giant white wings. Oh, Tazish doubts, "What an angel." The other three angels spoke up, "Please allow us to baptize." "Dear Lord." They turned to face each other again filled with mystery. The light emitted from them blinded the other person. Reviving the holy sword says so, but doing so is not easy. Kim Gi-doo is still focusing on restoring the holy sword. Suddenly, the sword on his behalf shattered into hundreds of pieces. Gi-doo sat there frozen, looking at his empty hand, saying it was broken again. Lu immediately appeared and said, "You think it's easy, life and death have the same application, but now you're leaning too much to one side, and it's not easy for you to do." After hearing this, he got angry and shouted, "If you really want to help, then shut up." After finishing speaking, he immediately threw away the old sword and chose a new sword. A shy voice appeared to encourage him, "You will be able to do it, master." Kim Gi-doo closed her eyes tightly and focused all her strength on the sword. Try again and again until the number of broken holy swords reached 30. He thought to himself, "I was starting to feel the core of the holy sword." While he had a little hope, the holy sword in his hand disappeared. He was depressed and thought to himself, "I thought I understood, but unfortunately I failed again." Lu sighed and continued, singing very well, "You can think of it as the human brain and heart. Your task is to make blood flow through that area." I frowned and said, "I have about 79 to 80 holy swords left." He looked at the sword in front of him thoughtfully. "Just reassure yourself that you can do it, no matter what, you will succeed." He kept trying again and again, until only 3 holy swords remained. Kim Gi-doo sat cross-legged motionless on the floor. Lu saw that and immediately comforted her, "Just take it slow." Ru continued, "What do you want now? Do you want to rest? It seems like your mental ability will have problems." Gi-doo picked up a sword and said, "Let's try again. I feel itchy in my body, if I rest I will lose that feeling." I helplessly replied, "Well, just do it, please go." "Why are you so fond of the holy sword that your heart is filled with expectations?" He closed his eyes and said, "It will work, right?" Seeing that the holy sword was showing some improvement, he immediately cheered, "Okay, keep going." After a while, he panicked and continued, "Wait, please stop." Du didn't understand what was going on and frowned without answering. Lu immediately reminded the owner that he was too stuffed inside. He was trying his best to concentrate on restoring the holy sword. He didn't want to stop and replied, "Let's just leave it like that." After a while, his whole body trembled. Lullaby worriedly said, "I can't continue anymore, master. You have understood it, so now I have to give up this sword. Let's continue moving on to the next one, according to." Hearing that, he immediately reached out and grabbed another sword, calling out to him, "Master." He stopped to think about something and then continued, "If a sword cannot withstand all this power, Then I will divide it equally between the 3 swords. Listening to Kim Gi-doo's lullaby, I immediately took the remaining sword. Just like that, he put all his remaining strength into the last 3 swords. Tomorrow morning, a voice came from inside the warehouse. Did you faint like that? Taezish looked at Gi-ru seriously and continued, then woke up among these 3 angels. He looked a little frightened at the 3 angels kneeling on the ground. Gi-doo sheepishly scratched his face and replied, yes, Ru enjoys appearing to tease master, you are really creepy, I only told you to revive the holy sword but you created an angel. Gi-doo continued, I'm sorry they scared you. Before I could stop them, Taezish immediately waved his hand and said, it's okay, I don't care too much about those things. He glanced at them and added, anyway, they are not a threat to me. A male angel suddenly shouted loudly, that man's father is very dangerous. Another guy quickly continued, he must be purified. The only female angel also spoke, Father, please command us. Who heard that and immediately turned around and said loudly, please be quiet. After hearing that, they bowed their heads and obediently replied, yes. Seeing that, Taezish smiled softly and said, ha really, life, holy sword and then angel, you do amazing things almost every day, I've seen it with my own eyes so I can't help but believe you. Gi-doo embarrassedly raised his hand to answer me, please keep it a secret, if possible. Please don't tell the association president. Lu immediately continued, that old man already knows too much, it's best just hide your power. I heard this person dejectedly say, I won't tell anyone, it's not like I'm close enough to him to sit and chat. I happily laughed and replied, but you two are father and son, so at least you should. Tich continued to say, well, by the way, I came down here to talk to you, I have something to say. What do you say seriously? Okay. After finishing speaking, he immediately opened the door to space. Gi-doo pointed there and looked at the angels kneeling on the ground and said, you 3 go in there, you guys sitting like a statue here makes us feel uncomfortable at all. The biggest angel hesitantly replied, Dad. Suddenly, someone called him father. Gi-doo stood still for a few seconds, he said in bewilderment, calling me father is a bit strange, what's wrong? The sad-faced angel said, Father, can you give us a name? Gi-doo raised his hand and rubbed his chin in thought, replying, the name is Ah. Lu appeared and said, here it is again, it's time for the owner to name another one. Lu continued, wondering what name they would have, huh? Think for a moment before saying, okay. He glanced at the 2 remaining angels and continued, C-A-Ma-N, A-Na-N. After finishing speaking, he smiled softly and complimented himself, it sounded good, he exclaimed, it was fast. Tears suddenly fell to the ground. The other 3 angels whose names suddenly became emotional and sobbed, saying, thank you father, thank you very much. Gi-doo replied with a smile, I'm glad you like that name. The 3 angels stood up and walked towards the gate. Seeing this, Lu smiled happily and said, humans can name angels, that's really interesting. The space was returned to silence, when Du looked back at his senior and said, what do you want to say? Tich immediately replied, it's nothing important, just sharing a little information. Gi-doo's eyes immediately became serious and scary, he listened attentively as Tich continued to say, about that singing guild, are you curious about how they have developed? Taezish suddenly sighed and added, actually, it's nothing too special, even though they always went around talking about it before, they didn't leave any traces, and besides, their activities they are not only banned in our country, so no matter how hard we search, we can only find a little information. He paused thoughtfully and said, that's why we need cooperation from the Association of Countries around the world, currently the Demon King is taking care of that, compared to the incumbent me, her influence is much greater. When Kim Gi-doo heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing, ha ha incumbent, who dares to say those words to be him own? Taezish meowingly replied, that Demon King. Gi-doo let out a surprised voice. He continued, didn't he say that he was climbing a tower recently? He rubbed his head and said, no matter what you sing or whatever, you keep doing things all day long that even I don't know about, so how can I stay here, stay in one place okay? He secretly looked at Gi-doo's expression. He thought to himself, in the beginning the reason I chose to work in the office was because I wanted to take care of my aunt, who couldn't get promoted, now I don't need to do that anymore. Taezish looked at his younger brother and said seriously, oh there's another matter, actually this has nothing to do with you. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, but lately the gates keep appearing, and there are even a few unique gates. When he heard this, he immediately pondered, the unique gates, He imagined the scene of himself reaching out to confirm the connection. The shore immediately said, "It's finally time for me to level up." Kim Gi-do urgently said, "Brother, is there any guild that wants to enter the unique gate? If not, let me handle it for you." "I was surprised by your uncle's fierce attitude," I cried. Mao replied, "Oh okay, you can go in there. Normal people don't want to go in there, kid." After finishing speaking, Tzish turned around and left. He waved goodbye. "That's it, I'm leaving." Kim Gi-do happily bowed his head to greet his senior. "Okay, enjoy your time with my mother, I'm unbearably numb." Gi-do's perverted face immediately said loudly, removing that expression. Tzish left, leaving Kim Gi-do alone in deep thought. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "The gate is unique, I have a skill that can absorb those gates." I immediately added, "My gate can be even bigger." He thought, glancing at his portal, absorbing the portal. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step towards the narrow shore. The structure inside the gate might change, and so might the monsters. Peering inside, he suddenly smiled wryly and said, "I see that my gate is a bit remote, so it would be good if we could change the atmosphere here." Suddenly Hamian shouted, "Father sent us here to purify you bird-eaters, I will personally purify you dirty people." The leader of the army angrily replied, "How dare lowly people like you set foot on our great master's territory? I will break those wings that tore off your ugly faces." Kim Gi-do was bewildered and didn't understand what the hell was going on inside. He looked at the large and small flames and wondered why they were fighting. The three angels, for some unknown reason, are being punished by standing on their hands. On this side, there is also a penalty bearer. Kim Gi-do sat quietly with her hands on her thighs, not speaking. He looked at them seriously for a long moment. Hearing the voice calling, "Ha-min," he immediately nervously replied, "Yes, father." Gi-do said coldly, hesitating, his face turned pale and he did not dare to delay in replying, "Yes, great master." Gi-do sat on the back of the headless monster and said angrily, "Explain." Ha-min replied with a dark face, "I just want to purify this dirty place, surely the source of this evil mana comes from that terrible group." He immediately continued, "As for me, I only intend to destroy the hypocrites who have trespassed on your territory. If those winged guys step into your territory, they will make this place dirty." After hearing this, she helplessly held her head and said nothing. Lu appeared to be amused and said, "What a fool, surely the bird-eater with the power of death would hate angels, it's your fault for not predicting this." Gi-do frowned and thought to himself, "That guy knew that but didn't tell me." He said in a low voice, "All of you stand up." They immediately stood up and replied, "Yes." Kim Gi-do pointed his finger sternly at them, "The first rule is no fighting, both you bird-eaters and angels are my subordinates." Haman replied indignantly, "But father, why don't you make them eat?" Gi-do angrily interrupted you, "That's enough, I'm not forcing you to get along, but remember that you're comrades, so don't talk to each other like that." He stopped and glared at the angels and continued, "If you still don't listen, then remember that they have been my subordinates longer than you, they are seniors." Gi-do added, "Not asking you to treat them like your seniors," but when the boys heard this, they suddenly burst into tears. They stammered in sadness and replied, "I understand." Gi-do saw this and thought bitterly, whisper, "Wait, why are you crying?" Mayan said in a lost voice, "It was so humiliating, but if you said that." The girl next to him saw him in such pain and said, "Hey, are you really crying?" Gi-do frowned and reminded him, "Don't provoke him anymore." He quickly replied, "I understand." He sighed and thought, "It's just a dry skeleton, so how can I see its expression?" Suddenly a voice came, "Can you please tell me?" Gi-do said bewilderedly, "Old man." The voice on the other side immediately responded, "Ha ha, that's really great, is this called telepathy or something?" Gi-do immediately explained, "Oh, you're an ego now, so." Seeing that, Lu exclaimed, "It's been 2 months since his resurrection." The man on the other side continued, "Oh well, why is the gate so noisy, what's going on?" Du replied with a smile, "Ha ha, it's nothing, it's just a few brats causing trouble." Hearing that, the angels immediately felt guilty and stood like dogs, not daring to speak. Huang Chai smiled and said, "Okay, can you come here now, I finally finished." The voice carried the answer, which also means, my father nodded and replied, "Yes, I already prepared to search." Hearing that, he immediately came over and stared intently at the sword in his hand for a long time. Gi-do exclaimed in surprise, "Wow." Ru also said in bewilderment, "Very good, she didn't forget to contribute, she looks even cooler than before." Huang Qian crossed his arms over his chest and smiled softly. Thanks to the fragments of the holy sword that you collected, I was successful. Gidu immediately replied, I am very satisfied. He looked at him happily and said, thank you so much, old man. I don't know how I can repay you. Huang Qi sighed and replied, no need. He pointed at the holy sword and continued, besides, I already owe you my life. This is nothing. I've finished my mission. The rest depends on you. You plan to start right away. Ah. Kim Gi-do looked at the holy sword thoughtfully and thought, it's best to start now. I can just grasp it and proceed. Appeared after a long time and said, it's okay, but you should prepare first. Practicing life in a gate with demonic energy like this is not very good. It will make you confused. The voice was a little worried and added, if you want to be safe, can't you think of going somewhere else? Go to the basement. Gi-do unconsciously nodded and replied, that's right. He looked at the old man and said, do you want to come with me? Huang Qiu happily replied, of course, I want to see what the power of life will be like when put into the sword I just completed. Hearing that, he continued to say, okay, if anything happens to Ili, he will be able to fix it right away. He glanced at the angels in the distance and continued, you should also take the angels with you just in case. If there is any problem while you are controlling life, they will also be useful. He said excitedly, what should I do? After a while, I replied, if you stay still, it will help a lot. After hearing this, he immediately walked towards the group of people. He called out seriously, Hamian Siamaen, Anaen, if anything happens to me, please stand by my side and help me. Gi-do pointed to the red ring in his hand and added, remember to follow that guy's instructions. He is a scumbag but very trustworthy. Hearing that guy is powerless to say anything. Anaen replied with a pained face, but father, I can feel the demonic power from him. I can't listen to the words of a guy like that. Not letting her finish her words, she held her head and sighed and said, just listen to me and endure just this once. She sadly replied, yes, father. While he was angry, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. Du suddenly turned around and looked at the deserted place. The old man turned away and covered his mouth and said, it's nothing. It's not because they call you father that I'm not laughing, don't worry. Kim Gi-do's face turned red with embarrassment, and he enjoyed teasing her. What's wrong? That sounds good. Can I call you dad? He immediately replied, okay, so you have two dads, right? Gi-do angrily turned around and shouted at the angels, change your name now, don't call me father anymore. They were naturally scolded and bewildered, but called father. They sadly continued, you are the one who created us. How can we call you by another name? Why don't you let us call you? How cruel. Feeling like he had a headache with this group, he tiredly rubbed his temples and exclaimed, oh my god. He smiled softly and reminded the owner that they weren't wrong. Looking at the poor angels, he continued, these angels were reincarnated and do not remember their previous memories. It is true that they were created by you. Kim Gi-do said dejectedly, just call me Big Master and other names are fine. The three angels immediately replied in unison, yes, Big Master. When he finished speaking, he picked up the glass and said, so now. He said loudly, let's begin. He thought to himself, the gate is unique, the boundaries of these gates are very fluctuating, the structure is not normal, so this type of gate does not follow the usual logic. Looking up at the sky, he thought thoughtfully, all players don't want to come here because of its danger and instability. But for me, it's just food for the baby. The baby immediately said, I want to quickly absorb this gate, looking at the fierce scene before my eyes and exclaiming, you're a good fighter. He got ready to fight and continued, most people usually avoid getting into fierce battles like this. Gi-do jumped up excitedly to fight and said to himself, but it's nothing to me, the night attribute can turn the body into darkness, spirit fusion can be skills by combining spirits, spirits have the same attributes. Just like a giant, extremely scary eagle, he listened to what he had said to empower himself. If he used the night attribute to fly, he would be able to take advantage of his skills, your abilities more effectively. Don't forget to remind yourself of your achievements. Don't forget that the spirit fusion skill was acquired by me when I evolved. I frowned and replied, okay, you're really good at flattering yourself. Long quickly continued, enough talking, the master should not just stand and watch while his subordinates are fighting. Kim Gi-do smiled and shouted loudly, let's go. He immediately rushed towards the eagles. Gi-do was fighting extremely passionately, each and every decisive blow he cut the giant birds in half. As many birds are killed, as many precious items will fall out. Just a moment later the sky was blue again. It was no longer covered by that haunting black and red color. All the birds were quickly taken care of. He landed on the ground and looked intently at his hand. Suddenly he clenched his fist and thought to himself, "It feels so empty that my hand can't hold anything." The shore lulled and called worriedly, "Master." After a while, he answered, "You have to get used to it, hey, no more." At this moment, something suddenly appeared behind the Gidu. A familiar voice came out. I had already brought the ingredients from the gatekeeper's place, but suddenly turned my head to look at the source of the voice. An angel walking towards him said gently, "Master." Gidu looked at her with a satisfied smile and replied, "Thank you, dear." The angel standing on the head of the berm respectfully said, "I have brought the ingredients from the gatekeeper, my lord. The goal of waste revitalization that I started 2 months ago, has succeeded beyond expectations." It took me a long time to exclaim, "How is that possible, Master?" "It has been revived beyond the form of a sword." The holy sword emitted a bright light. He had to use his other hand to cover his eyes and waist. There was a voice responding to him, "The owner." The lullaby cried out, "It was so dazzling." Rua was stunned. Could it be? Status window displayed, activating the incarnation skill. And even possess the real body. Waist, title, Lord of the Holy Swords, 100 pots, 151 strength, 153 dexterity, 163 stamina, mana 149, skill, equipment, incarnation, life. "Why don't you look at me?" "Thank you, EO." Luminous waist body, she transformed back into her holy sword form. It can still transform into the form of a holy sword, but since it already possesses its own body, I want to let it make its own decisions. "What do you care about? How is your incarnation? Have you gotten used to it yet?" EO replied, "It's been a long time since I got my body back. I'm sorry for showing my inadequacies to you, Master." She sings praises, "You're so beautiful, you're so disdainful, what's good about a traitor like her?" Just reminder, "Come on Rua, stop it, you repent." "I won't either." "Dare to make any excuses about that time, even if you interrupt me, you can stop." I pondered for a moment, "Considering your childish appearance, I guess you can still improve your skills." "I guess so." He asked, "Maybe after evolution it will be solved to some extent, right?" The status window displays, Waist's first evolution, Waist's characteristics 1-on-1, Ego fragment 10 out of 10, Spirit the egoized soul is 1 above 3, the holy sword is none above 1. I think, Huang Cheoin is an egoized soul, just like Rua's last time, I cannot use it indiscriminately. Before, I restored the old man's ego, so now I can also restore the souls of Father Lemon and the Demon Eye King, because now I can control life. The problem is still missing. He closed the status window. If we go hunting we can solve that problem, so all that's left to worry about is the missing holy sword. He rubbed his chin. "Maybe I can't use an angel as a sacrifice." I stopped him. "Master, I guessed, they would cry if they knew you had that thought." "What do you think?" "I think I have no other choice but to find it. I already have hundreds of searches." "Someone is approaching somewhere." They bowed their knees respectfully. "We have completed our mission, Master." Gidu looked at the angel, the headless knight and the necromancer and praised him. "Good job." He asked, "Where are the crystals?" The necromancer replied, "The skeletons were collecting them. If you open the gate, we will put it there immediately." Gidu raised his hand and opened it. The gate appeared at his command. He waved his hand to his subordinates. "You all go collect them too. Time is money and gold." The subordinates are respectful. "Yes, Master." "If I'm going to get to the griffin, I have to hurry." And absorb the gate. Display window. Do you want to absorb the gate? During the rebirth, 3 unique gates appeared in Korea. If possible, I wanted to absorb all 3 of them, but because 2 gates showed signs of exploding, I had to give up first. Other guilds. Thanks to her, I learned from the vibration caused by the connection between me and the gate. So this time I took advantage of the mercenaries' authority to raid the dungeon without anyone noticing, and successfully cleared the dungeon without any trouble. Gidu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Of course, absorbing each gate is not enough. The status window shows a 0% domination rate. Just like the worm eaters, I need to kill them to increase the domination rate. But, the 3 angels partially dealt with the griffins flying in the sky. Part of it was removed and left behind for processing. The rest are guys who were dealt with by egoists. Meanwhile, I'll sit aside and leisurely drink tea. I don't have enough grass to do that right now. Display window, 100% domination rate. I'm satisfied, it's finally done. The space here is shaking, further regeneration is formed, rock blocks like islands fell to the ground, the dark clouds began to dissipate. Sunlight shines, the bird's wings spread wide. The griffin spread its wings and flew over the rich land, the shore sang a lullaby, it was bigger, I exclaimed, what a beautiful scene. I was probably pouting, no different from before. Just look around, ignore your salty taste, now the gate is finished, we only have left. Notification status window, please assign deputy manager. Wadu said, it is necessary to choose a deputy manager, the lullaby volunteered. I will do it, scolded him, you yourself are already the gate, you idiot. Why did you glance slightly, The first candidate, Ha-mi-e, seems to be considered the eldest among the angels because he received the first name. Ha-mi-e's enthusiasm surged, if you entrust that responsibility to me, I will definitely contribute, dedicate your life to the mission. The second candidate, Du-la-han, it can be said to be due to its ability to increase intelligence in the developing dungeons. Du-la-han expressed, please decide, Great Master, I am willing to accept the mission, this case. And the third candidate, shadows fell over the top of my head. The huge griffin flapped its wings and created a strong wind as it landed. It stopped a short distance from where it was. The sharp eyes of the Griffin King, the gatekeeper I had just absorbed. The Griffin King's eyes revealed a strange light, its sight is getting closer and closer. I suddenly had to face the enthusiasm of the Griffin King and was a little unsure of what to do. Okay, I'll play with you later. He laughed, it looked reputable, but communication was a bit difficult. If I let him dominate this place, there would definitely be bird droppings everywhere. He thought, if so, is this candidate 1 or 2? The necromancer sitting to one side emitted low, insistent laughter. He laughed for a long time, naughty, naughty, naughty. No matter who is the deputy manager, they are all under my authority. Du-la-han is always my subordinate, so it will be easier to manage, but if I become the angel's superior, it is not right, bad. Never mind. We will benefit anyway, it's interesting. The sky inside the gate was filled with color. The necromancer sat hugging his knees on the floating island, next to him stood Ha-mi-e. Perhaps it was a bit cold sitting up high, so the necromancer tightened his arms around him. Ha-mi-e said, cruelly, it was the master's decision. The necromancer raised his head to look at the angel as if he wanted to say something, but then he bowed his head sadly. Ha-mi-e put her hand on his shoulder to comfort him, but, at least you are now the deputy manager, you bastard, you're under the deputy manager's authority. Gate manager, Huang Gi-cheo, Mr. Huang is confident, just leave it to me, I also like to do things like design and management. Rua asked, isn't it unfair to choose someone who is not on the candidate list? Why scratch my cheek? Well, at that time I didn't think about the old man. Eo agrees, he is the perfect person for this position, he sings and shouts, wow, Dad is the best. At Irung-seo's headquarters, a unique gate appeared in Korea. I looked at the phone nervously, I couldn't believe it, you can really create a gate anywhere. Who the hell are you, Burning? When the self-proclaimed person was asked such questions consecutively, he only gave a standard smile. Inside the gate, temporary tents were being set up, the wild man has finished making the map of the gate. Gi-do marveled, wow, you can do these things too, Mr. Huang crossed his arms. It's only natural for a manager like me to do these things. You already know the basics about the gate's environmental change, right? The environments of the new and old gates are merging. He pointed to the map, the most important thing to note was that, there were 3 mines formed near the border of the gate. A mine of crystal minerals and rare materials, you don't need money but for me it's extremely important, if I have those rare gems I will be able to create great items without it costs money, and moreover, I do it for you for free. He rubbed his chin, but the space at this gate was not utilized very well. He pointed out, you see, besides that pyramid there is nothing left, it seems like you are not going to sell it or do anything, are you planning to just leave it like this? The wild man was a bit angry, not only that, although it looked like a pyramid, inside it was all a mess, I had to quickly clean it up, Gi-do laughed, but that was my job, that's it. The wild man looked up, we must build a permanent base instead of this temporary hut. In addition, we must build prisons and hunting grounds, prisons, hunting grounds, prisons. The wild man asked, so how do you plan to deal with your enemies? I don't plan on scolding or committing illegal or violent acts in a world full of evil things like this. But you can't always kill them. You should at least give them a chance to redeem themselves, but not all of them are as easy to control as the rooster who lost his power, so we need to build a place to trap them. What do you think, prison inside the Stargate? People often say that in this society, prisons are everywhere, prisons are holding players who commit heinous crimes. Of course, prisons are considered terrible places, that is currently located somewhere inside a solid gate. Looks like it's not just a rumor, he said. I see. What about the hunting grounds? The wild man explained, the biggest strength of this gate is that monsters are created for free. Of course, you can also use them as your force, but then you will not take full advantage of them, get them. If you build a hunting ground that allows other players to both use and exploit it, it will kill two birds with one stone. I decided, well, it seems like we can't solve everything at once, let's slowly solve each thing one by one. The current necromancer still hasn't recovered from the shock of being demoted from management, down to deputy manager. He consoled himself, he could do it. The gate grew stronger, and so did the monsters, so the skeleton monsters were leveled. And, now I have more Dullahan. Gi-do pondered, well, so, among you, who is the person I'm familiar with? The Lu sings, they look exactly the same. The Ru also agrees, I can't tell the difference at a glance. Dullahan raised his hand, it was me, Great Master, Gi-do replied, oh, I know. He rubbed his chin, I guess I have to give you a name now. Ru scorned, don't be ridiculous, you thought of those guys' names in less than a minute. Less than 10 seconds later, I snapped my fingers, okay, you're aha. Ru is not strange, see, the lullaby sang ho, what a cool name. The light inside the helmet shines, thank you. What a surprise, thank you sir. Ha's helmet appeared. It fits snugly into the headless neck. The headless knight has a full body. Even its steed is the same. You have successfully bonded with the devil. Death Knights, ha, an army of knights has been formed. What a surprise, devil. Heavy armor collided on the ground, the knight army kneels respectfully, I will continue to serve you as best I can, my lord. Gi-do confusedly replied, okay, not only can I, ha, create angels, but I can also create demons. Ru booed, unbelievable, what the hell did you do? Gi-do replied, how would I know? Ru muttered, this isn't very good, I have to check to see what's going on. Use the ghost eye. Why ask? Ghost eye. The irises turn purple, use the devil's eye to see through the inner nature, add more details. Suddenly I screamed, the owner, the lullaby was shocked, blood, Rua called out, damn it, master, blood from Gi-do's nose kept dripping onto the ground. He raised his hand to touch his nose, it can't be, I'm worried, master. His eyes gradually became dull, he smacked his mouth, there we go again. How many more times are you going to lose consciousness? I'm shocked, master. The waist turns into a human shape to support the bag. Master, wake up, Harati SKTSK twice. The whole crowd was in chaos. Big master, don't die. Only Rua is frowning, it's really troublesome. He said, don't overdo it, master I can't hear him at all. No, I have to take him to a safe place. Rua was confused, what? Ha expressed, I will never listen to an order from an angel like you, because I'm the only one worried about my master, so I only agree this time. Rua confused, what the hell are you talking about? Ha, order your subordinates, protect the great master, hurry up as much as possible, there can't be any mistakes. Holding onto her waist, she flew away, her face very cautious, Rua complaining. There's so much going on, the real owner. Gi-do's eyes opened wide. He spoke up, Io explained, this is a temporary tent, master, the shore sang happily, master, why do you have doubts? I tried my best to move my body, but I couldn't move. I don't know when Rua turned into a sword and stood next to you, don't worry, it's because you've been unconscious for a week, I'm startled, oh my god, it makes me scared. He asked, can you move by yourself? Rua, the black sword replied, of course, I can move. The male lead frowned, as I remember many times. Suddenly his face turned pale, wait, you said I was unconscious for a week, what the hell happened? Rua said, it's easy to understand, there is no balance between life and death. Inside his body, there were still signs of superior life, and as soon as the demon eye was activated, it came into conflict. Gi-do finally sat up. He held his head. Again, it was like there was a time bomb exploding inside him. Rua smacked his mouth. TSK, it was similar. But now the balance is, just interrupting it. Wait a minute. He looked at the situation around him. What the hell was going on? Rua told him, from the time you lost consciousness until now, they have been standing by without leaving even half a step. Ha spoke up, Great Master, you are awake. The bank sang cheerfully, I gave them orders, quickly expressed, I was only performing the duties of the deputy manager. Io continued, the angels had also completed their mission very well. The three angels had tears in their eyes. Father, Great Master. It's a bit embarrassing, okay, thank you, but what bed is this? He lifted the cloth to reveal the pile of griffin feathers underneath. I was shocked and bewildered. What happened? Rua stood up. Let me summarize everything in 3 sentences so it's easy to understand. First, life and death came into conflict with each other in his body. Second, he was unconscious for a week and during that time, the 2 sources of power were somewhat balanced. And finally, this is the result of the showmanship of your subordinates. Gi-do held his head and smiled bitterly. I understand, I'm very grateful that you guys worried about me so much. But he shouted loudly, you guys have been fired. There are so many people like this, how can I draw? Rua doubted, what do you mean, Master? Just tell him, you don't need to know, because those words are completely the author's voice. The subordinates surrounding him were asked to retreat. Webtoon sat on the bed with his chin in his hands. I roughly understood, now can you explain in more detail? Rua replied, there are no more GF details, that's it. If there's nothing unusual, then maybe it's due to the fragment being cracked from life during the land conflict. I'm worried about where it is now. Why ask, are you worried about that? Rua suggested, it's better to see for yourself, which demon eye to activate. Du asked, I won't lose consciousness again, right? Rua affirmed, no, let's do it quickly. Just close your eyes, okay? When he opened his eyes, his irises had turned purple. He looked at Rua suspiciously and she looked back suspiciously. She said, but nothing changed. Rua said, it's because you can't see your own face. Tell your waist to turn back into the shape of a sword and then look at your reflection. My body is black so you can't see anything. Why don't you look to the side, please help me. I put my hand on your hand, yes, Master. The holy sword appeared. Why do you look at your face on the blade of the sword? Does anything change? Oh. This is, the lullaby sang, one of his eyes has turned gray. The color of the devil's eye had changed. Surely this was something I couldn't interfere with, but I still decided to pay attention to it because neither Rua nor Rio knew anything about this. So, look down, what do you want to tell me? Roach knelt down, please, give me a chance. His eyes radiate extreme hatred, the opportunity to take revenge on someone is endless. Looking at him, it seemed like he had neglected to teach him well, all the hatred that had accumulated inside him had now been transferred directly to someone. But, he asked, what can you do? I just need to get promoted, right? I will become stronger, no, stronger than before in the blink of an eye. Why don't you put your hand on his head? No, you can't get stronger anymore. Even if you hunt, the strength the deer takes from you cannot be changed, you will no longer be able to level up. His demon eyes flashed, he knew when he saw it. Rookie's tank was completely destroyed, so it was a miracle that he could survive like this, trembling, corrupt rock gog. I know all about his corruption, I know a lot of information that could destroy him. If you push him away, it will probably help, it sounds like you see hope, then. Gi-do interrupted him, but how can I trust you? Gog was shocked, that. He really couldn't give any reason, that one. Gi-do looked at him silently, I will give you a chance, he said, are you ready to do everything? Rog clasped his hands, of course, any order he requested. A line of red light crossed his neck. Fresh blood caught his bewildered face. Trigger cannibalism. Rua asked, Master, if you were going to use cannibalism, why didn't you do it from the beginning? It's very important to open the gate and nurture his malice, but when it turns into ego, he will obey any order, but if he knows his purpose then it will be even more useful. Besides, I don't think it's that important anymore. Ha with his shiny black armor expressed that the knight's mission is to protect the Great Master, no matter where you go I will always protect you. The angel also expressed that we are willing to follow our master, even if we are outside, we will serve him. I don't understand why, are you guys crazy, you want to follow me out? Dear soul, if we cannot protect you then our presence is meaningless. Hurry, we are ready to sacrifice our lives to protect you. Why do you feel the pain in your forehead? Are they fighting to see which side gives you more headaches? Laughing at the drama. KK, why are you like this? At least they won't betray you. What a headache, how to convince them? Oh. He said, don't you believe me? Ha along with the three angels remained silent. Gidu just pointed at the rings. Is that right? Right now Lu and Io are protecting me, but you don't trust them. Ha was confused. Big Master, that, even though he didn't know who Rua was, he was still scared to death. The angels were also sweating. That's not what we meant, they knew my identity and were afraid of that supreme being. The whole group had to give up. Please forgive this disrespect, they really don't know how to think, Rua admired, so this is power, I say, they are all subordinates of that master. The sky outside is overcast. When you open the cellar door, it's snowing, the shore sings excitedly, oh, snow is falling from the sky, you're happy, winter is here. If you reach out to catch snowflakes, every time you go to the basement it takes a lot of time, it feels like the seasons change in the blink of an eye. I advise you to go out and socialize with friends. Gidu replied, don't treat me like a hikikomori anymore, because I don't understand the lullaby, hikikomori. Why don't you marry me? It's too cold, go quickly and clearly. Someone spoke up, it's been a long time since I last saw him. Dudung carried Ryan and walked over. Ryan was restless so I knew you were out there. I couldn't help but feel happy when I saw my owner again. Io said, it's been a long time since I last saw my owner, and now you've completely turned into a dog. What do you care, Print, are you happy? Sorry, I have some things to do. Dudung tilted her head, but he was really surreal, going out today. What do you do? Took out to Print, of course, I'm still human, but wait, what day is it today? Dudung suddenly, didn't I come here because I knew what day it was? What's surprising, today? The fifth message from Dikkos and Jubin has been sent, it seems you're very busy these days, hee. Friday message, do you have any free time today? Dudung is skeptical, it's Christmas today, don't you have any girls to date or something? What are you doing with your hips? Grrr, a sister saying such strange things to her brother, what about you? Do eloquent, I'm still a student, students have to focus on studying, just look at it, I've already passed the exam. Besides, you should celebrate Christmas with your family. Dudung helplessly patted his forehead, knowing right away he would say that, such a typical person who worships loneliness. Dudung announced, I'm going out with my friends, Mom also has a date, so go out with someone. Don't you have any girls to meet on days like these? Gidu expressed, actually, I received a text message from someone. Dudung seemed a bit shocked, yes, he's not a man, what kind of face are you showing when you're judging and asking people? Dudung guessed, oh, I guess I'm the type of person who will reply to messages with as few words as possible. What if I said something so heart-wrenching, I don't understand what you're saying? My head thought, how does she know that? The lullaby sang admiringly, 100% correct, the Rua nodded, so this is what the family is like. If you chase people away, do whatever you want, I can take care of myself. Dudung nodded, I believe you. The little girl guessed, oh, is it Su-chung? Gidu pondered, is it Christmas? Thinking back, I can't remember the last time we held parties like this. He opened the text message with Dikkos and Jubin. At first he texted her that he intended to spend time with his family, she wished him a good day, but after hearing Dudung's announcement he changed his mind, texted her that he was free today, she seemed very happy. Finally the two agreed to meet at 4 o'clock to buy gifts for the family and invite her to dinner. The two met at 4 o'clock, now at Gangnam Station. What do you open the door, where are you going? Dudung called, wait, stop. What? Du doubted, what's wrong, what's going on? Dudung asked, are you planning to go out like that? A question mark appears above the male lead's head. My sister could only sigh and follow me a little. Christmas atmosphere pervades everywhere. Only after retouching my appearance did my sister let me go. No, I was late. Damn, this little worm, because of all her troubles I was almost late. A voice called out behind him, he said. Sinjubin is happy, oh, is it really you? She tilted her head slightly, long time no see. The lullaby sang loudly, oh, she's so beautiful. Gidu blushed a little. Jubin, Ruan tease, master, you're blushing, I have no excuse, it's probably because of the cold. What do you say hello? It seems like the last time we met was when I passed out in front of the association. Thank you and I'm sorry." Dubin smiled lightly. "It's okay, I've already apologized." I was dumbfounded. The owner, unconscious, poked and prodded it. "You should not ask again what he was doing at that time." Dubin opened his mouth. He said he wanted to buy a gift for his family, right? Or should we go to the shopping center first? Dubin nodded. "Oh, okay. Sorry for bothering you like this," Dubin replied. "It's okay, I'm grateful that you're willing to go out with me because you're so busy," Rua reminded. "Hey, this woman seems dangerous, you better be careful, she doesn't understand anything, it's dangerous, I think she seems like a good person, hey, go quietly." At the shopping center. The elevator stops on the 13th floor. "What a surprise, oh, I never thought there would be a place like this in that mall." Dubin explained, "This place is only for VIPs, even though he is not a loyal customer, he can still use this place." Du said, "I don't know, besides, these are all items huh?" Dubin introduced, "That's right, normal people can still use them, but wow. After drinking the elixir, my mother was able to use items, but non-players usually cannot use them. However, there are still exceptions that normal people can use, and most of them are the protective jewelry I once gave her. I guess, these things must be hard to buy at auction," Dubin replied. "Yes, so they are a bit expensive, this place is a bit too much, isn't it?" "No, I'm the one who asked you to suggest a gift regardless of the price, instead, I'm very grateful to you. But there are so many that I don't know which one to choose, surely Dudung doesn't like items with high defense ability," Rua suggests. "Almost full, attack power is highly desired." Dubin reached out, "I suggest this. House Inni." Dubin bent down and looked down. House Inni is a high-end luxury brand, right? Dubin replied, "That's right, we usually produce the same products every year, but for some reason this year, I don't know, they mass-produce it like that. I feel like the quality has decreased a bit compared to before, but because of that, the price has also dropped significantly, leaving behind a deep, dark tone." He thought, "They look so familiar, could it be?" Rua said, "He's right," the lullaby shouted, "I think I already know. They are all items made by the old man, now I understand, I've always wondered why he didn't sell many spare parts and was so rich, turns out he still has an interesting side job like this, no wonder he was revived, after all, he still works hard." Dubin was concerned, "Have you chosen any dishes yet?" Gidu replied, "Oh, okay, it's all thanks to you, thank you for helping me." He suggested, "Let me invite you to dinner." Dubin happily looked at the food on the table. "Wow. This place is so beautiful, do you often come here?" The male lead replied, "Not really, a friend introduced me to this place. I cut the steak, let's see." The piece of meat is put into the mouth. What a surprise, delicious, next time I will bring my mother and sister here again. Dubin took a sip of wine. The empty glass was placed on the table. She asked, "Honey, do you have any hobbies?" Why blink, huh, hobbies? He rubbed his chin, "I don't know, I've never really thought about such things before." Dubin doesn't give up, "So what about, favorite movie?" He replied, "I haven't seen a movie in a long time." Dubin tried. Then the music, the male lead said, "I don't know much about music these days." He laughed, "So shy, I couldn't answer anything properly." Dubin waved his hand, "No, it's okay." She'd whirled the hair on the side of her face, feeling like he had no free time at all. The male lead tilted his head slightly in suspicion. Dubin patted his red face, "It's okay, I'm probably drunk, I'm sorry, I just made up my own mind while I didn't know anything about you." Rue assessed, "She is quite sensitive when talking about these issues." "That's right, you can't say that you don't live like a normal decent person. Whatever you think to yourself, say it again." Rue exposed, he had nothing to do in his free time, to be more precise, he had nothing really for himself. "What have you done to yourself?" "Revenge, it's just to relieve your anger, to become stronger, just for the safety of your family." "What about today?" "No, not just today. Where, have you ever done something for yourself?" Now calm down, I think I understand what Rue wants to say. Even though I had to support my mother and sister, I certainly had things to do myself, but in the end, I put everything aside, it was the only way for the whole family to survive. After meeting egos, become stronger, and escape poverty. I thought I could do what I wanted, but I'm sure the things I threw away won't come back easily. I'm sorry, Master, All this time, I didn't understand you at all, Rua told him. Don't apologize, this is a human matter. Dubin blushed shyly. Brother, don't think too much about what I said, I only know about you through my father, and because of alcohol, you spoke so nonsense. Warm travel, thank you. Dubin was bewildered. What? Sincerely, thank you, Dubin, for taking care of me. She was embarrassed. You're welcome. Dubin pursed his lips. Brother. It's convenient, why don't we go see a movie? A loud noise interrupted her sentence. Gi-do stood up. This is it, there is a loud scream of fear outside, please help. Gate, not only that, this gate is not normal at all. A special gate has opened in the heart of the city. Some people gathered in front of the gate, they said to each other, did they rescue the victim? They didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen on Christmas Eve. Dubin commented, it seems to be a unique dungeon. Dubin replied, probably so. Gates often appear in the suburbs, but they usually do not have enough mana to render people unconscious. Fortunately, the association was nearby so the rescue team arrived promptly. There were also many players around so the process ended quickly. Someone from the association came forward. I sincerely thank all the heroes who helped. We will now select members for the Gate Raid team, so I hope those who want to participate will come forward. If you're curious, you can automatically register without having to participate in the selection. Right, Dubin replied, that's right, after all we've already revealed our identity to the association. Are you planning on going home? The male lead replied, it's already late, my family must be very worried, my phone is also turned off. Dubin noticed, because he was wearing gloves so I didn't pay attention, now I see that his watch is very old. It doesn't look like an item either. Gi-do expressed, so let's end here today. Dubin wanted to know, is that his precious thing? Dubin hello, okay, I'm coming too, is it okay if I ask? She decided, but hey Gi-do, can I ask something? Someone called out, you're so stupid. What a surprise, oh, Sung-hun, what are you wearing? Sung-hun came running, Happy Christmas, the lullaby sang praises, oh, so cute, wow, he's so interesting. I looked curiously at the guy's reindeer costume, he said it was a day off, so why did he come here dressed like that? He scratched his head, because there was an urgent call, so I rushed over, I didn't have time to change clothes. Well, it looks like it's almost done, but I think I need to check to make sure before going back. Dubin bowed his head, good evening, something to comfort him, oh, you've worked hard, I didn't know what he was doing, what clothes to wear. Hun coughed dry, I am, but what is this metal ma fran h? The guy whispered, it's a holiday like this and only the two of us are going, that's really impressive, but I know he's misunderstanding, that's not it, Rua sarcastically, I'm laughing, she doesn't know what to do just laugh, the lullaby is confused, what's wrong, you don't answer. Sung-hun laughed haha, I'm just kidding, you two should be careful going home. Dubin asked, is he the person who oversaw our ranking match, when you were unconscious? I also met him, you two must be very close. Gi-do replied, it can be considered like that, because of work we talk a lot. Dubin tilted his head, are you planning to go straight home? Think about it for a bit. I'll go back to the restaurant to pick up something I forgot, then buy a cake before going home. Dubin continued, oh, so there's a place I want to suggest to him, she thought, so another time I'll ask him about that watch. Sung-hun called out, what did he do? He breathed heavily, why, his phone couldn't call, why was he so worried? Oh, it's out of battery, what happened this time? Sung-hun announced, finally, the results of the dungeon inspection have just been completed. Ninth was confused, was it so important that he had to run like hell to get here, was it an emergency or something? Sung-hun announced, it was unfathomable, the other two were stunned, its level was unfathomable. Dudung's eyes sparkled, wow, how Sun-ni. The little girl looked at her brother with very sincere eyes, really you, giving this to your loyal servant, why are you helpless, why do you talk like that? Dudung replied, out of gratitude, it's so bad that my language center is paralyzed. The male lead's mother asked, must this item be very expensive? Uncle Tich also gave his mother an item from that brand, it doesn't feel right at all, I advise, he probably only gave it to his mother because she cooked for him, come on, I'm going to the dressing room. After entering the room, the male protagonist became thoughtful. Dungeons whose levels cannot be measured are dungeons higher than level at. They appear very rarely, but if they do appear, they will take away countless lives from the player. And not only that, it's also a unique gate. I wonder how dangerous it is. From the beginning, the amount of mana it emitted was extremely special, but then I felt like it was normal again. Rua softly hummed, "What have you noticed? Have you discovered something?" He replied, "I also have some doubts, but I have to check again. Let me consult with EO first. You can enjoy the rest of the day today," the male lead said. "No matter what you say, EO advised, nothing bad will happen, you can just enjoy being with your family." The lullaby agreed, she was right. Gidu laughed softly, he said softly, "Thank you, I was planning to rest a bit today, so I will listen to you guys, it's just one day, nothing can happen." The news reported that 5 gates of unfathomable levels appeared across Korea, starting from Gangnam, and in just one day, all the gates exploded across the country. The association and government of each country have declared a worldwide emergency, and the Korean Hunter Association is investigating the reason why these dungeons appeared at the same time. When I heard the news while brushing my teeth, I was stunned. "I'm in a hurry, I'm going out for a moment," Du-dung called out. "Wait a minute, I'm about to leave, why are you publishing it together? Why don't you call, sir, can you come pick me up right away, I have somewhere to go." Sung-hun replied, "At that moment, I was also about to call you. I have arrived at the door." The car drove quickly on the road. Sung-hun asked, "Are you planning to come to Gangnam?" Gi-do replied, "Yes, I need to confirm something." Sung-hun enthusiastically, "Okay, I will take you there quickly and safely." Gi-do stood in front of the gate in the southern gang. As I thought, just looking at it, I didn't see anything unusual. The demon eye is turned on. "What do you think, Rua? Have you discovered anything?" Rua pondered. He replied, "I think my suspicions yesterday were correct." "Why ask?" "Yesterday's doubts." Rua said, "That." The male lead was stunned. He was in a hurry, he was energetic. "Where did the other unique gates appear? I'll have to go check." Sung-hun was bewildered. "Everyone, actually the association president called you, we have to get there quickly. Why don't you grab your shoulder, this is important, no matter what, I have to check first." The expression of wanting to give up everything, in the end he still agreed, "Okay, okay." The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense, we were starting to feel tired of waiting. "He's not coming, that 11th mercenary." The car stopped in front of the association gate. "Sung-hun doesn't seem to be very good, he's running here, then there, and then running everywhere again." "What you don't understand, is that a riddle?" "I'm not good at things like that," Rua commented. "Is he talking about fatalism?" "The loosing is also difficult to understand, I don't know." "Gloomy Hun, the answer is me." The guy covered his face. "If I go back now, I will definitely be scolded, so I'm sorry." "Didn't he already sympathize with you after you called the association president, because of the incident?" "This is related to the unique gate, so he will understand." The guy's face turned pale. "These two things are completely different, you don't know what his staff has to endure." The male lead was confused. Sorry." Sung-hun shook his head. "Well, enough joking, like I said earlier, you have been invited to become a mercenary. You're about to meet other mercenaries. To be honest, not everyone is friendly. If you're afraid your identity will be discovered, you can wear a mask." "No, I decided not to hide anymore, I don't need to wear a mask." Sung-hun was disappointed. "What a pity, I bought you this in case anything happened, but look at the mask, you bought it, I don't really need a mask." The male lead went to the meeting room. "I have sensed countless sources of terrible mana, so all the mercenaries have gathered here, singing and cheering. You are the strongest among them, master," scolded. "No, that's not right, are you a robot that only knows how to praise strong people or something?" The meeting room door was opened, the people inside all looked at him. Have Seo-gu, a young boy. Masked men, the two women look identical. Scarface man, just swallow a little saliva. He exhaled numbly. "Damn it, he's worried." The president spoke up. "You're here, sit in the empty seat over there." The male lead sees Seo-gu pointing to the position next to him. The guy said, "You're too late," he replied, "because I have some business to take care of." Someone calls, hey, young boy, what is your nickname?" "What do you think, are you a high school student? What's wrong with this kid, why did he ask me a question that I didn't want to answer in the first meeting?" he replied, secretly. He silently called, "Rua," it replied, "Duh." The energy emitted from the boy's body was truly impressive, he curled his mouth, "Ha ha, So he must have been a very young nickname. To think, it's true that at such a young age he already possesses such terrible power. It's newsworthy. There are still so many strong people who haven't shown up yet. Furthermore, the president of one of the 10 great guilds, the one-man guild, Kim Do-hui, spoke up. We have finally met the 11th mercenary. When I looked over, it turned out he was also a mercenary, and I was the 11th mercenary. Except for the association president and Mr. Tich, there are 7 mercenaries here, not counting spare parts, and 3 are absent. The chairman spoke up. Now, the meeting will start immediately. Today's matter is very urgent. As everyone knows, the reason we gathered the mercenaries here is that unique gates have appeared en masse. 20 have appeared all over the world, and only in the Korean territory there are 5 unique gates whose level cannot be measured. Even the level gate is considered a disaster. Hey, we call it a national genocide. It's not an exaggeration. Kim Do brother crossed his arms. If you called us here to talk about clearing the dungeon, then shouldn't you invite the 10 great guilds? Mercenaries are just individuals. You should consider it. What is the difference between individuals and guilds? Rua was confused. Isn't that guy also from the 10 great guilds? After all, he belongs to both sides. Why did he react like that? I think it's probably because of a matter of rights. The 10 great guilds are an organization. It seems he doesn't want to share the spoils with those mercenaries. Scolded me. What a hateful name. In this situation you still think about profit. Rua sarcastically. Wouldn't that be better? Better than a two-faced retort. I don't know who you're talking about. Rua has hidden meaning. What? You already have someone in mind. What do you mean? First, please, don't argue anymore. I advise you, let's get along. Seogu said, this is not the time for us to differentiate between mercenaries and the 10 great guilds. Don't you understand this well? Guildmaster Kim Dong-yoon, the gathering of mercenaries today is also commensurate with the level of danger. Kim Do brother glanced at the guy. The student boy spoke up. Surely the president called us here for a reason. Why don't we quietly try to listen to what he has to say? The president explained, first of all, what the guildmaster Kim Do-yoon said was not wrong. The 10 great guilds should have been invited here first to discuss the handling of those gates. But this time it's different, maybe because his guild only has one person, so he didn't think about this case. He wondered if the other guild masters would recklessly send a large number of members into danger and there was still no one be able to determine. Let me repeat. This is a completely different unexpected event than before. If we waste such a huge force, it will not be of any benefit and will be completely destroyed. Therefore, what we need now is not a raid team, but a team that can return alive. Said the twins, so you're saying that if anything happens, the few of us who lost our lives deserved it? The president replied, it's not like that. I'm just proposing a plan with the highest chance of success. I won't force people, just like our relationship before. Attention male protagonist, those twins, Rua said, duh, except for the association president and OTSCH, EO continued, they are the strongest among the people here. The student raised his hand, I agree with this plan. The job of a mercenary is like this, as long as I get a generous reward, I won't complain at all. Kim Do-won agreed, well, if that's the case, then I have no reason to withdraw. Seogu raised his hand, of course I'm also participating. Please raise your hand. There are 5 gates in total. There are currently 3 volunteers, so there are still 2 people missing, so I will also participate. He noticed his brother's eyes looking at him. He numbly shook his head slightly to signal. The twins spoke up, we agreed, but thought, oh, that's enough. That masked person did not participate. The chairman summarized, it seems we have reached the minimum number of volunteer members. Next day we will send you more details. Does anyone have any questions or comments? An arm raised. Speaking of which, I want to tell you a few things related to the gate. First of all, I was nearby when the gate appeared in Gangman. Then, I also took some time to check it out, check the remaining 4 gates. The president listened. I know. The male protagonist continued, and used a special ability to investigate them. I can't say the details of the ability I got. But I can say this is the ability that helps me understand things related to demons. Everyone was immediately attracted. What a ghost. Is it true? Based on their observations and reactions, as expected, they all knew about demons. The president affirmed, I testify that he has that ability, he said numbly, so do I. Kim Do brother asked, so, you mean those gates are related to demons? Gi-do replied, yes, 5 gates appeared last night. Well, it is not possible that all 20 gates in the world it's all demon territory. Dad once told me that the gate is just a territory, to be more precise, it is an abandoned territory. This is a demon territory. It is completely different from regular gates. 5 unique gates of unfathomable levels appeared throughout the country, all of which were occupied territories. The domain of entities far beyond the gatekeepers, where demons are crowned kings. Association headquarters, meeting room, the mercenaries left one by one. Gi-do breathed a sigh of relief. It's been so long, the lullaby is singing, it's so boring, Eo said. After all, the information you provided is very important. Rua said, even so, the meeting didn't make much progress. 5 gates, 5 mercenaries, as it was decided, each one would deal with 1 gate. He was worried, would it really be okay to go in alone? That's the devil's territory, comfort me. It'll be okay master, scolded. Hi, you're driving me crazy. Did you fall asleep during the whole meeting or something? The association president said. That it would be better to let just one capable person go in and deal with it and then run away rather than let a bunch of worms struggle with it. Even if he was speechless, he didn't go that far. The male lead called out, you're numb, why are you holding me back when I'm about to raise my hand? I scratched my head. Oh, I almost forgot, I was planning to tell you when the meeting was over. Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, come to the association at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'll tell you more details then. I advised, we will be traveling overnight so remember to bring anything you need, if you have any doubts but still respond, well, okay. Mr. Titch chased you away, you can go home, I have something to tell the old man, just say goodbye, then, okay, good night. When he got out, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Oh. Someone is calling, no matter what. He was surprised. Are you still here? Seogu said, I think it would be a bit of a waste to go home like that. What, do you want to go get something to drink? Just kidding, what's wrong with you, you're usually very busy. Seogu spoke softly, it's just, this mission is a little different from the other missions, I'm a little uneasy. Changing the topic, a big event is coming and the president is going out because is it okay? Seogu expressed, I'm the one who works the hardest, who would dare complain? Right when the male lead was about to follow Seogu, Rua reminded him, but master, you have other plans. The male lead remembered, that's right, I promised Sung-hun that I would buy him dinner, he said, I'm sorry about today so I'll buy dinner. Sung-hun happily, oh, you promised Taki. He turned to his friend, hey, Seogu, if it's okay with you. Eye-catching dishes are displayed on the table, Seogu holds the bottle of wine, let me pour you a glass, Sung-hun holds the glass of wine. Oh, thank you. Gi-do looked at the two of them, ho, this story, Rua exclaimed, is also very interesting. The male lead felt guilty, sorry for suddenly inviting you to eat with us like this, starting tomorrow, I don't think I will have any free time. Sung-hun expressed, it's okay, we're not strangers, we're comfortable, that's true, even though we've never eaten together like this before. I remember, oh, come to think of it, you guys met each other in the association, right? Sung-hun nodded, yes, but when working in the association you will often meet all kinds of bad guys. But the guy raised his glass, drink first, alcohol will solve all problems. 3 people clink their glasses, voila. An empty wine bottle, then there are more empty wine bottles. Everyone's face was red. Sung-hun saw a piece of food, it was so delicious, I wonder if you always eat like this. Seogu burst out laughing, haha it's not. Mr. Sung-hu said, can I ask you two something? How did you two become friends? It seems like you two have been friends for a long time, pay attention, come to think of it, I've never heard of this story, I said, after all, it was before I met him, the shore sings excitedly, I'm also curious. Seogu burst out laughing, oh, is that so, I was the one who guided him in practice, he suddenly became angry, so what was he like back then? Seogu described, he is a very gloomy person, always frowning like this, Gi-do boo, hey, when was I like that? Rue expressed, it's true that at first I didn't have a good impression of him. Sung-hun continued asking, what about Dick Company do Seogu, he was already famous then. Why do you smile? At that time he was quite condescending. A goblin is tackled, Gi-do made a gasping sound. Seogu is behind, still, nothing. He squeezed his chin and frowned thoughtfully. Just opened the attribute table, yes, what's going on? My level doesn't increase, the status window is displayed, the needle is displayed, it's only one, the special ability is unknown. Travel filled with disappointment. Seogu said, today's training is over, the guy bowed, and unfortunately, I don't think I can continue to be your coach from tomorrow onwards, so he replied, oh, that's it, you've been very busy before and still helped me, thanks for everything. His eyes, has completely changed, his eyes used to look at me as if I had potential. That definitely means I'm no longer worth investing in. A month passed, I hunted goblins until I collapsed. And managed to earn enough money to live on selling the little crystals he earned. Occasionally, Seogu players also come to check on their situation. But to be honest, I don't welcome him very much. Are you curious, or pity, or superiority? Whatever it is, it's annoying, I hope he will stop affecting my psychology. At that time, he was still a high-ranking officer, he was drooling while grilling meat, wow, it looked so delicious, the food inside the gate bored me to death. Why don't you ask? You must have been very busy lately, Titch replied, you guessed it right, I'm busy with work. I poured a cup of wine, is there anything wrong? If you need any help, just let me know. Gidu laughed, you've given me so much, how can I ask for anything more? He softly scolded, this bastard, I make a lot of money, even so. He let out a sigh, how are you these days? Gidu bowed his head slightly without answering, I had become a player, I planned to tell him once I had gathered all my courage. His hands clenched his pants, I think that was the right choice. I've made a decision, before I say anything, yes, that's it. He tilted his head and smiled and replied, it's okay, I'll give up, becoming a player. When Sung Hun heard this, he was suddenly speechless. He turned pale, so, what happened, did you give up? Rua was confused, what the hell did he say? Sung Hun and the Lullaby Bank were obviously caught up in Gidu's story. No, you can't give up, Rua scolded him, what's wrong with you? Remembering that fateful evening, filled with joy and excitement, I returned home. Before leaving, Teichi did not forget to remind the male lead to go inside, Didu also sincerely replied, come back safely. Watching the car speed away. A thought flashed in her mind, once I made a decision, any lingering attachments disappeared surprisingly easily. Doing so will be fine, just consider yourself having a sweet dream. Tomorrow I need to start looking for a new job, he sadly opened the door and entered the house. His eyes opened wide because he saw that Dugu had been present in his house ever since. His sister was pouring orange juice for Dudugu to drink, Dudugu accepted the glass of orange juice and replied, okay, thank you. At this time, Contact Gu also discovered the return of the male lead. Four eyes stared at each other. Didu wondered, why are you here? Dudung whispered to her brother, brother, you should have told me that you have a friend who is famous, Didu replied, he's not a celebrity, just a player, moreover he's not your friend either. Ah, what the hell is this situation? While he was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, he motioned for him to come closer, let's go out and talk. The two of them went together to a quiet place. Didu asked curiously, why did you suddenly come to find me? You know that's very rude, right? Dugu scratched his head in confusion, I'm sorry, I couldn't call you. Only then did the male protagonist pay attention to his phone. He thought to himself, this stupid phone is turned off again. Thinking so, he turned around and asked, why did you come here? I'll say it straight, today I decided to give up being a player anymore. At the male lead's words, he appeared extremely surprised. After a moment of composure, he spoke, to start, first of all, can you take a look at this? Having finished speaking, he held out a thick stack of documents in front of the Didu. Didu widened her eyes and exclaimed, what is this? Exciting answer, here I have a research document about the amount of time it takes to level up, and along with that how much the player's ability will increase, here is a reference about what TIE fighters do, worked for a week to reach the first level, and here, Didu interrupted, wait a minute, please. What did you suddenly say? I smiled awkwardly, I'm not very good at motivating others, so first I collected some documents that might be useful, I hope you won't give up. Didu doubtfully asked why. Why did you do this for me? You probably wouldn't believe me if I said I did it out of kindness. It's just that I carefully calculated this so that I could become an ally with a special ability user, with unknown potential. After hearing the reason, I froze for 5 seconds, Shugu added, Dudu, although this profession known as a player has become an indispensable job in our current society that everyone knows about, but 18 years ago no one knew even to it. I think like this. Having no precedent means having unlimited potential, and we call that special. Returning to the present, Didu talked to Sung-hun. He said such sweet words. And that made me suffer for 5 years with nothing. What a great scammer, the feeling next to him retorted. What, isn't it like I said, everything turned out well in the end, star. Didu countered, even a broken watch happens twice in a day, right? Touchgu continued, that's why the black-haired monster is so good. Sung-hun interrupted their conversation, however, he still managed to do something very difficult to do. Even meeting each other was a backup action. At that time the two people basically didn't know each other at all. Du Toc Gu burst into laughter and thought, well, the first impression of him was nothing special. He has excitement and desire to become a player and a somewhat dark expression. Although we have never spoken to each other with all our hearts, it is not difficult to guess why he has that expression. Always wear some old clothes. Stubbornly taking even just one more crystal. The amount of medicine he didn't use was in places that weren't visible. I didn't use my position as a coach to look at his personal information, and I can guess the reason. To make things worse, he couldn't even level up. I wondered if it was because there was something connecting our hearts. In my arrogance I began to think of such a thing for someone who was living a life rejected by the whole world for no reason at all. I wonder if anyone would treat him well. It's okay if you don't need a reason. In his heart he thought so, but he simply replied to Sung-hun, simply because at that time I was too kind. Didu sarcastically asked, is that so? Gugu affirmed, really, you have no way to deny that, right? You owe me. Didu told him, stop trying to take credit, I just need to pay that debt, right? So in the future I just need to save your life or something at least once. Duduk laughed, compared to the person who was trapped on the first floor, you have indeed grown up a lot. Didu angrily asked again, what did you just say? 2 days later at Incheon International Airport. The reporters gathered to take pictures very early. Seeing Chuchai coming out, they hurriedly asked, Director of Taechog, we want to hear your thoughts on what solution the association has prepared to solve the gate incident. Is this time yet? People say it's the end of the world, it's almost here. What does the association say about this? Who are the players who will participate in the meeting? As new gladiators, please look this way. Didu followed behind, wondering, where am I, what am I doing here? The whole airport suddenly became more bustling than ever. Taechi stood up and told the reporters, now I will share the information that was discussed in the Players Association meeting regarding the current gate situation. Talented players and guilds are working together to investigate what's going on, and we hope everyone will stay calm and wait, because we will find a solution soon. A female reporter in the crowd asked, who is the man standing next to you? Is he a member of the association who also participated in the meeting? Taezai patted Didu's shoulder and introduced, this person is a warrior that was just revealed not long ago, nicknamed Bright Star. He is considered one of the strongest warriors. When he heard that, he was also stunned and looked at her with suspicious eyes. The reporters also widened their eyes at his statement. A series of continuous questions were asked, how bright are you? Do you have any natural talents? Do you belong to any guild? What is your rank? Didu was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, thinking, why did everything turn out like this? Groaning and saying to the male lead, the owner is really super famous. After meeting with the reporters, the male lead and his wife boarded a private jet and left the airport without warning. He looked surprised and said to him, staying overnight, flying to America without warning, this is truly a surprise. But what's wrong with the association meeting, and why is it so noisy just going to the airport? When will we be able to use the teleportation gate? Tae-chan waved his hand and smiled mischievously, things like this are very important for a performance. Kid, didn't you say you won't hide your strength anymore? Didu admitted, that's exactly what I meant, but I didn't know it would be as big as this. No wonder I kept wondering why you made me wear a suit and then go out to get my hair done, you bastards. The villagers joined together to praise, Master, you look handsome. Master is very cool, maybe he did that to make you look like the sir of that association. Taechi stepped into the airplane cabin and asked the male lead back, who cares, isn't that great? Rui affirmed, it was definitely the old president's idea. Didu bowed her head slightly, clicked her tongue, TSK. I mean, it would have been nice if you had given me a heads up. Ike glanced at him questioningly, why did you take off your shoes? Didu bewilderedly replied, what, it's because I heard that when you get on the plane you have to take off your shoes. After hearing this, I burst into laughter, Only then did I realize that something was wrong, not right. After a few hours of flying, the two arrived at the American Players Association Hotel. Lying on the comfortable hotel bed, Didu was still upset about leaving her shoes. He texted Dudong to reprimand him, so angry that his hands were shaking, he couldn't believe she was lying to him. Just wait until I get back to go, Dudong. The negatives compete with each other, some comfort, others tease the male lead. Surely there are many people who misunderstand like that. Idiot. I'm very happy because the owner is also an idiot, because of me also an idiot. Listening to Moaning's comforting words about her cold, Didu frowned slightly. Yes, I guess I'll thank you, Moaning. He sighed and closed his eyes. Silently thinking in my heart, by the way, there is a huge source of power gathering in this hotel, all the strong players in the world are coming here. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes when he felt one of his spiritual pets rising. Eoli's appearance knelt before the male lead and respectfully spoke, "Are you calling me, Master? I'm ready to receive orders." Didu sat up and said, "No, I'm not forcing you to do anything big, I'm just going to let you relax a little, now you have your real body," she said to him, a little jealous. "I also want to have a body," Ru chimed in, "my body is a sword." Looking at Lee's waist, she stroked her chin and sighed, "Your wings attract attention so easily, is there any way to hide them?" Eoli nodded slightly and cast a spell to disappear on one side and asked, "Is it like this, Master?" Didu's eyes widened in surprise, "Oh, so you can do it. So what about the outfit? Why will that outfit attract too much attention? Can you change it too?" Eoli nodded and replied, "I can." She closed her eyes, concentrating her mind. The outfit immediately changed into a battle armor. After the transformation, Eoli continued, "This is what I wear on the battlefield. Although it is very good for self-defense, its mobility is quite low, so I only wear it when needed." Didu appeared embarrassed and reluctantly said, "Yes. We have to go shopping." Lu has the opportunity to tease her, "Sometimes she's not that smart, isn't she?" On the nocturnal side, he was cleaning up the newly appeared gates. Inside was a crystal mantis. It continuously attacked Dutagu, but he dodged it easily. Gugu glanced at the mantis with sharp eyes. He kicked his foot hard on the ground, and the mantis immediately froze. After observing for a while, Duvitgu scratched his head sheepishly. It seemed he had made a mistake. Every time one of these appears, it's really tiring. As long as the results are good, there shouldn't be any problem. Taking a few steps forward, he was stunned. He thought to himself, looking at it seems. This is the most suspicious place, should I go in now? No, the energy coming from that place is very suspicious. In just a short time, I've used up too much mana. So now I have to shout outside first and... As he turned to walk away, a dark power burst out from behind the Gugu. It so quickly surrounded him that he had no time to move. The Nougat wondered, what the heck, spider silk? Seeing that the silk was gradually wrapping around his limbs, he quickly transformed into a weapon. He frantically slashed the silk. "Relieve yourself." Dugu sneered, no matter how tired I am, there's no way I'm going to get caught by a spider." As soon as he finished speaking, another surprise appeared before his eyes, making him a bit startled. Below the deep hole in front of him, a cloud of spider silk tingled and sprayed everywhere. They tightly wrapped around his body, restraining him from wiggling. Duguo held the weapon in his hand and still mumbled confidently, "Things like this." Before he could finish his sentence, the spider silk snatched the weapon from his hand. At this time, the silk had rolled up to his nose, a suffocating feeling passed over him, making it impossible for him to breathe. Looking up from below, he is no different from a hanging cocoon. Yugu felt like he was sweating and thought to himself, "This is really dangerous, I need to report back to the association." The silk gradually shrinks, pulling the tentacle into a bottomless pit. Return to the American Association Hotel. Hyo Sung-hun of the Korean Player Union Space Portal Management Headquarters is waiting to surprise the Golden Warrior. Sung-hun blushed and thought to himself, "I didn't go with him but moved through the space gate just to do this. I don't know if I'm a Golden Warrior, someone with the ability to detect the existence of others, extremely excellent. Can you easily detect yourself?" At this moment, Sung-hun is wearing a necklace that hides the association's 1,300,000 ounce aura. Look at the elevator moving from the 13th floor to the 27th floor. Sung-hun felt a familiar aura, he was here. Thinking so, Sung-hun quickly ran back to the elevator door. Surprise, Golden Warrior. Contrary to Sung-hun's thoughts, Didu's expression made him a bit disappointed. Didu appeared calm and raised his voice, "What are you doing here?" Eoli looked at Sung-hun with questioning eyes and remained silent without saying anything. Sung-hun asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong with your daughter?" Didu looked annoyed at this question. "What are you talking about? Stay away so we can go." The three of them walked to the waiting room together. Eoli concentrated on enjoying the Lee hook until she forgot everything. This was the first time she tried this strange drink. Sung-hun looked at Eoli wondering, "So this child is, I mean this lady. Is it that person?" Didu nodded slightly as if to confirm Sung-hun's thoughts. Moon spoke up jealously, "Why does Eoli get to eat such delicious food? I want to eat it too." Lu immediately quelled Moon's delusions. "The only thing we can eat is air." After knowing the situation, Sung-hun continued, "But they can transform into people. She's definitely not an ordinary person, but she's not much like a player either." "No, I couldn't feel any mana from her." I glanced suspiciously and asked, "Is that so?" "I think about it, Wesley, she definitely possesses mana and can use it. Isn't that how other people feel about her?" "Maybe it's because of the system." "About her?" Sung-hun suddenly whispered, "More importantly, you can feel it, right?" Didu admits, "Oh yes, this place is full of monsters." Didu fell into deep contemplation. "I didn't need to use my ghost eyes to discover this. Every person here is one of the strongest people in the world." Rui reminded him, "Don't even think about using the demon eye. At their level, they will realize you're using it, and things might get into trouble." Didu replied, "I know." Sung-hun told him, "It's rare to see so many strong and famous players gathered in one place like this. I guess even you who don't care about what happens in the world recognize them, right?" Du wondered, "What happens in the world? You know I'm not a Taoist or anything, right?" He said so, but in his heart he secretly admitted, however, just like he said, even someone who doesn't know much about this industry knows who they are. They are high-level players of the industry. Middle East, Kodalami is the oil king. Before becoming a player he was in an oil corporation. To be honest, I was quite jealous of him. I innocently asked if he was rich, and then exclaimed, "Humans have bottomless greed." Didu looked in another direction, continued to think, and over there. It was Japan's high-level player Susanoo. At that moment, Susanoo's eyes also fell on the male lead. "Seeing you stunned, the templates kept calling out to you, 'Master, Master.'" Didu nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, I can feel it too." Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps coming. This sound of footsteps attracted the attention of many people present. A tall, muscular man with blue hair gradually appeared. He glanced around cautiously. Didu curiously asked softly, "Sung-hun, who is that?" Sung-hun replied, "I'm not sure. I know most of the warriors and high-level warriors, but..." Didu thought to himself, "There's something unusual about his mana flow. I'm not 100% sure about that person. But he is as strong as Sudong." The blue-haired man's eyes then also noticed the male lead. Those eyes are deep and full of charm. The whole body emitted a golden aura that made others feel suffocated. Even Sung-hun had to tremble in fear before this power. He timidly looked at his friend and called out worriedly, "Sung-hun." Ru clicked his tongue and said, "TSK TSK, he won't be able to stand that energy, because he is not weak like you." Didu angrily gritted his teeth and hissed, "That bastard." His inner strength then burst out at the same time. Two streams of green and yellow power seemed to be secretly opposing each other. The blue-haired guy's eyes immediately changed at his performance. On the contrary, he always looked at the other guy with stern eyes as if to punish him. After a while of using their strength to suppress each other, the strength of both sides gradually disappeared. The underground struggle between the two attracted the attention of everyone around. Sung-hun could then breathe a sigh of relief. The blue-haired guy transmitted the voice to the male lead, "Oh, that's not bad." Didu stood up and responded, "Not bad, what the hell do you think you are doing?" Suddenly Eoli's angry voice rang out, "How dare he do that to his master? How dare you show murderous intent to the owner?" The other specimens quickly stopped her. "Eoli, hey, I think she's gone crazy." Seeing the fire of anger burning on Eoli's body, Didu quickly stopped her. Eoli calmed down. The guy in the blue shirt asked with a dark expression, "Why? Why is the saint staying with such a filthy, evil-smelling guy?" After hearing this sentence, I was a little stunned. Both of them looked bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Didu turned to ask Eoli, "Eoli, are you a saint?" Eoli shook her head to deny, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Didu frowned and thought to himself, there was definitely something coming from him. What the hell is he talking about? During the awkward moment, another voice echoed, "Stop it." Blue Hair heard that and turned around to look at the voice, looking very surprised. The guy saw the other person and quickly knelt down. "Hello, Pope." The Pope's entire body exuded a bright halo, looking towards everyone. Sung Hun stood up and faltered, "Pope." Ruth also realized whether that person, the Pope, was the leader of a religion. Furthermore, I think he also deserves to be considered the leader, right? That old man, he has strength that can rival the strongest people here. At that time, he was also present and asked everyone what was going on. Seeing the director, the male lead was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm Nam." Dishu asked him, "It seems like you've met Nam Sung Hun." Didu looked at Sung Du and nodded and replied, "Oh yes. But why are you with the Pope?" Deshu smiled shyly, "Hey, Didu, I don't know what you normally see me as, but I came here as a representative of Korea. So I also have to talk to representatives of other countries." Didu nodded, "Oh right." The numb eyes became serious and emphasized, "The most important thing. What is the current situation? I'm talking about you, bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, the numb person immediately emitted a dark aura that overwhelmed the other person. Susanoo and Kodanami both expressed fear at the performance of Tae-chan. Michael was scared and pointed his finger at the priest and asked, "Pope, why is that person?" The Pope shouted loudly, "Shut up, I told you not to cause any trouble before the meeting started. How dare you point your finger at the representative of another country?" The man pointed his finger at the male lead, "But Pope, can't you feel it, that man possesses demons?" The Pope used all his strength to shout loudly and complain. My face was so scared that I didn't dare say more. The Pope continued, "Lock yourself in your room until the meeting is over, I will not accept any excuses." Faced with the Pope's harsh decision, Mi-chan appeared very surprised. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, lowered his head and replied, "Yes," then turn around and walk away to be punished. Didu breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled, "I don't even know what the hell is going on. Is that right?" Eoli absent-mindedly did not respond, causing the male lead to worry and continuously call her name. Eoli's mouth kept mumbling the name Mi-chan. Didu stood next to hear that and didn't understand what was going on with Eoli. The name Mi-chan kept circling in her head. After a while, she stared as if she remembered something. Then he suddenly leaned forward, nervously approaching and calling loudly, "Wasting." Eoli just fainted, put her head down on the table, moaned in confusion and asked, "Eoli, what's wrong?" Rui also showed concern and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Didu shook Lee's body and called her name but did not see any movement from Eoli. He decided to let his waist return to its original form to rest. Returning to the room, Didu sighed tiredly, sat next to him and asked if that skinny girl was okay. Didu contemplated for a while before responding, "Yes, maybe that's it." Remembering the situation just now, he held Lee's waist in his arms and called her, "Lee, why did you suddenly faint?" He groaned loudly, "What's wrong with Lee?" Rui teased, "She's gradually becoming like you, no matter how small the problem is, she still loses consciousness every day, right?" Didu angrily reminded, "This is not the time to joke." Rui reassured him, "Calm down, she was simply stimulated by memories." Didu asked bewilderedly, "Memories?" Rui added, "She also has tons of forgotten memories like you. Although I don't know the details, it's definitely related to the meeting with her. That person named you over there. That man is not an ordinary person. Most importantly, I could feel the angel's energy radiating from him." Hearing that, Didu could only sigh. He turned to say to me, "Who the hell is that person?" Tae-sik shrugged, "I don't know, I heard that he was raised by the Vatican parish, he is the strongest player there. But I also did not expect that people from the Vatican parish would have such a dirty personality." "I'm back here, the meeting is tomorrow," Didu bewilderedly asked, "Are you leaving so early?" I told him, "You should go to bed early, you also have to come with me tomorrow, don't cause trouble." Didu replied, "I know, you think I'm a child." Tae-chan continued, "That's good, see you tomorrow, tell me, have a good night, my dear brother." The next day, Didu met an acquaintance again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard." The people around were stunned when they heard his tone. His whole body emitted a dark aura and continued, "How the hell could you become so strong in such a short time? Long time no see anyone." The next day in the building, a high-level meeting or also known as the General Association took place. Tich pointed his finger and said, I represent this side. He looked at Gi-do seriously and continued, I'm going into the meeting room. Gi-do immediately continued, yes, is it okay if I don't participate? Taezish leaned closer towards his younger brother with a sinister smile and replied, why do you want to come in? Do you want to make a contract with me and become a member of the youth association? I mean, what the hell is a youth association? After finishing speaking, he pointed his finger at himself and continued, I was just wondering if it meant anything to bring me here, because my being here has no use. Tich explained that it is just a custom, because this is where key figures from different associations gather, so it is normal for each person to have bodyguards with them. Most of the most prominent talents in the association are players, but in the past it wasn't like that. He pointed clearly and added that the purpose of this is to prevent participants from using force to oppress other participants, and thereby ensure that everyone knows how to behave properly. Suddenly he stopped, he approached the guy and frowned and said, no matter what, the people inside are all players recognized around the world, so remember not to cause trouble. Feeling a bit confused by this atmosphere, he stammered in response to his brother, I know when I caused trouble. At this moment, Ru suddenly appeared and said, Master, do you really not remember any of these times? Gi-do replied bewilderedly, of course there is no such thing. As he finished speaking, memories from the past suddenly rushed back into his head, he grimaced and accepted the truth and continued, okay, it's not really not there. After talking, he immediately left. He didn't forget to turn around and wave, see you. Gi-do politely replied, yes. The meeting room door was opened. Kim-do walked confidently into the room. Everyone present raised their eyes to look at the person who had just arrived. The whole room suddenly fell into terrifying silence. I glanced around and thought to myself, the people in this room are the strongest players in each country. While he was bewildered, a voice spoke up, what an interesting young man. An uncle stepped in front of him and said seriously, do you have any special skills, or are you simply stronger than me? The uncle paused for a few seconds and then continued doubtfully, it's been a long time since I met someone whose strength I couldn't see through. Just looking at him wonderingly, this person is. The uncle seemed to read Gi-do's thoughts as he shook his hand and said, I am Tao Chen from China, my code name is Beautiful Bearded Monk, the nickname of Kwanvu, so I made up my own mind. Gi-do Careful Kidney replied, I'm Kim Gi-do from Korea, my code name is Mo Ning Ta. He thought thoughtfully to himself, I wonder, he's a famous high-ranking agent in China. His face appeared excited and said, his beard looks so cool, Master, could you try growing one? At this moment a man came up, he held out his hand towards Gi-do happily said, I'm Susanoo from Japan, I was at the bar yesterday but you probably don't remember me. Another person immediately continued, I am the Oil King, I intended to say hello yesterday but didn't have the chance. Lu was confused by a series of requests to shake hands, they were closer than he thought. Lu immediately said, they all realized how strong their master was yesterday, there aren't many idiots, why don't you go and cause trouble with someone stronger than them? Gi-do shyly raised her hand to rub the back of her neck and replied, nice to meet everyone, I'm Kim Gi-do. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, where is the saint? When he turned back to where the voice came from, that person was none other than the guy who caused a fight with him yesterday. He looked at him angrily and said, Mi-chan. Ru appeared and said, yes there is a guy. Bo-ru immediately continued, I don't like this person Mi-chan, there's a high possibility he has something to do with Ili's past. Ru immediately called out, hey, are you still sleeping? Bo-ru replied in a bored voice, I guess she hasn't woken up yet. Mi-chan stretched out his hand towards her and said with an unhappy face, about yesterday I want to apologize to you, even though I did nothing wrong, the Pope himself ordered me to do this. I was confused and didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. He coldly walked past you even though he was enthusiastically continuing, that's why I don't want to fight with you today. Mi finished speaking and didn't see anyone, so he stood still for a few seconds, he quickly turned around and shouted, hey I haven't finished talking yet. Gi-do stepped forward without paying any attention to you, after Lu said, we finally met again, Gi-do immediately raised the corner of his mouth and continued, that's right. He stared at the man in front of him and then spoke, he hadn't seen Iron Shield for a long time. The place where the two of them stood suddenly emitted a huge stream of power. When everyone in the room saw this, they were startled and whispered, this power, Susanoo exclaimed, wasn't it his full strength yesterday? Dietkian said coldly, this bastard, he frowned and continued, how the hell did you get this strong in such a short time? Kim Gi-do replied with a provocative face, I miss you so much Tiatkian. I would like to express my deep condolences about Rodu's matter," he said with a small smile, and again. He suddenly stopped, his eyes glued to his iron legs and continued with interest. His legs looked cool. After hearing this, Tianshield's face darkened. He angrily cursed, "The Monin dog touched me." At this time, an employee of the association came in and interrupted their conversation. "Is my mother from Korea here?" Gidu blankly pointed at himself and said, "Yes, it's me," the employee hastily announced. He was summoned by the association president. "Please move to the meeting room immediately." Before he could catch the news, he stood still for a few seconds, the president of the Star Federation. After a while, he regained his composure and immediately left. Tiatkian frowned and looked at Gidu and said, "You're lucky." Gidu glared at him and replied, "What do you mean?" As he walked, he thought, why did the president suddenly call him? While you're deep in thought, someone passes by. By reflex, he immediately turned around and looked back. A demon was looking at him with a sinister smile. Gidu turned his face and continued to walk calmly. He summoned the dragon and asked, "What was the dragon?" And he immediately replied, "The owner guessed right," although he realized it a bit late. It was probably because he was using the item. That guy belongs to the demon race. Ru wondered why Tiatshield had a demon accompanying him. At this time, he was present at the union meeting room. Representatives of regional countries were also sitting there. A terrifying, stuffy atmosphere is created. Kim Gi-do saw them staring at him and thought a little worriedly, feeling like he was a criminal or something. The timid mother was also afraid to continue the owner's words. "These people are so scary," Long said. "Yes, it seems that humans and demons are also very different in terms of people in authority trying to appear scary and strong. Just look around and think, there are both strong players and not so strong players here, but they are still representatives of countries, so we need to respect them. We should be especially careful, separate from your own words." He stood solemnly, looking at the man in front of him, thinking. In the middle of them was one of the first 5 high-ranking players in history, the president of the Worldwide Players Association, the Blood Emperor. At this moment, the leader's deep voice rang out, "Mo Nin-sa, do you know why you were summoned here?" After hearing the question, he was so worried that he was sweating. He didn't rush to answer but thought to himself, "I have to be very careful, I have to say it in a way that doesn't cause harmful misunderstandings." After finishing his train of thought, he replied clearly, "I'm not sure." After speaking, he stood motionless. The whole room also fell silent. Kim Gi-do clearly answers the Blood Emperor's question, "I'm not sure." As soon as he said that, he immediately fell into confusion and stood motionless. Ru exclaimed boredly, "Are you sure you have thought carefully?" The guy sitting in the representative row also sighed helplessly at his younger brother's answer. The Blood Emperor glared at him and continued, "We called you here, because there are rumors that you have some special information about the recent incident." Hearing that, he glanced over and looked at his numb brother. Tich did not speak but looked at him sternly as a reminder. Kim Gi-do thought for a while and then carefully replied, "Perhaps you have heard about it, but I was present the moment that unusual gate appeared, and I checked all 5 gates that appeared in Korea, country." He paused for a few seconds and then continued, "I found some truths after investigating, although it's just our hypothesis." Gi-do frowned and said seriously, "It seemed like someone had intentionally caused this phenomenon." He remembered the phenomenon at that time and thought to himself, both the time and the distribution of the gates were very suspicious. It was very possible that Enzi was the one behind it, but there was no way he could have done it all himself. This guy is alone, so he must have accomplices. Suddenly someone slammed down on the table and shouted loudly, "Ridiculously!" The president of the European Council pointed his finger at Kim Gi-do and said indignantly, "What you're saying is that humans can control the gates. No one is capable of doing that." He did not know that it was Gi-do who had the ability to do that. Gi-do turned to look at him and said seriously, "How can you be so sure? It seems like you don't know all the players' abilities. For example, you don't know my abilities, right?" After listening, he got angry. "What?" The Blood Emperor saw that and immediately said, "Sit down and withdraw." What he said makes sense. The Blood Emperor looked at him calmly and continued, "So where is the evidence that you say that?" Gi-do closed his eyes and coldly replied, "The proof is my special ability, so I can't tell you, and let me clarify this." Gi-do paused for a few seconds, then opened his eyes and looked at the chairman, who firmly continued, "I never said the culprit was human. The culprit was probably a demon." The representatives of the countries heard this and immediately turned to each other to discuss, "A demon?" They pondered, but even if the culprit was a demon. Gi-do stood silently observing the situation and thinking to himself, they weren't as surprised as they thought. After a while, an explanation appeared, perhaps because since they became world leaders they have become familiar with the demons. Then, it seemed that SSS had told them quite a bit about the devil. Kim Gi-do's face suddenly flashed with doubt and said, that's not enough. His eyes fell on the thoughtful chairman, the Blood Emperor, the president of the World Players Association and the representative of the United States, so he was now the protector of the Iron Shield. I remembered the sight of the demon walking with the Iron Shield looking at me and smiling softly, thinking to myself, a strong person like that, it was impossible not to notice that the Iron Shield was leading a demon. He curled his mouth in silent contempt, they were turning a blind eye to the demon race. After returning to his room, Tak immediately looked for something to drink, opened the can of water in his hand and asked his junior, "Are you okay?" Seeing that he was sitting quietly on the bed without responding, he continued, wondering if he was more agitated than usual. Was it because of the Iron Shield? Gi-do replied gloomily, "Because there are things I cannot understand." SSS took a sip of water and calmly replied, "It's because of the demons accompanying the Iron Shield." Hearing that, he was surprised and replied, "You already know." SSS took a sip of water and calmly replied, "It was because of the devils accompanying the Iron Shield." After hearing that, he was surprised and replied, "You already knew, right?" SSS sat down next to his younger brother and smiled softly, "I know what you are thinking, not all the Lao ghosts are enemies." He glanced at Gi-do with interest and continued, "The demon race had also worked with him, right?" Gi-do remembered Bon and Susung and nodded and replied, "That's right." Tichchi added, "I recently heard this story, the demon race is actually very pitiful." Mr. Tak began to enthusiastically tell that they were originally the rulers of Hell, but then lost their rights when Hell and the Tower merged. Although the demons still survived, after accepting to support the ruler, most of them were abandoned, imprisoned, or executed, which is why the gates appeared. SSS added, "So now there are also many demon races on the side of humanity. The demon races helping the leaders of each country are noticed and have a basis for." I was talking about the climax when suddenly a popping sound came out. I looked at Gi-do faintly and foaming at the mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, damn punishment." Seeing that, I quickly called out in worry, Master. It gradually became late at night, but she still hadn't woken up. Time passed like that the next day. Her eyebrows moved slightly. He grimaced for a moment then slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Looking at the girl he suddenly exclaimed, "Ili." Ili smiled softly in response. The owner finally woke up, suddenly appearing excited and talking. "I had a feeling I had seen this scene before," Long boredly continued. "Both the master and his subordinates were too weak." Gi-do sat up tiredly and rubbed his head and said, "Hey, you're awake too." Gi-do immediately replied, "I'm sorry for causing inconvenience to you." Gi-do hesitantly waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's not a problem, it's not big. Remember to tell me later why you fainted, we need some time to organize our thoughts." Ili pondered for a moment and then replied, "Thank you for your concern." Gi-do put his hands around his trembling body and thought. More importantly, he was worried that he would be punished again, and immediately appeared to criticize him. The owner was too cowardly. Suddenly he glanced over at Ili and asked curiously, but he had already been punished just by hearing the information, "Isn't it true that people can't attack others with that punishment? Any player below the 50th floor will all be punished." After hearing the lullaby, I immediately exclaimed, "Oh master, you are really smart." After a long time, I spoke my thoughts. "I wonder why you didn't ask about this before." Ili replied with a face filled with self-blame, "I will explain to master. To apply punishment, 3 prerequisites are needed." If surprised, "The prerequisite," Ili slowly explained. "The first is whether the listener is curious about this information. The second is whether the information provided to the audience gives them any kind of potential power. The third is whether the informant has any intention of attacking the listener." After hearing that, Kim Gi-do frowned and said, "Oh, it's more troublesome than I thought." After a long time, I also expressed my exclamation, "Well, it seems that the tower is not completely thoughtless and careless." After talking, he sat up and was about to leave. He said tiredly, "Okay, what time is it?" At this time, the message from SSS was sent, "If you're awake, please rest today, I'm going to a meeting." After reading it, he said seriously, "It seems that today's meeting has already started," and Ili next to him saw that he was about to leave and worriedly said, "Can you rest a little more?" "Although I have already treated it, It's better, above all, don't try to force yourself. Gi-do stood up, waved goodbye, and replied, "It's okay, I'm completely feeling better, and I still have things to do." I wondered for a long time, what was the thing that had to be done? Gi-do picked up his phone to search for something and continued, after all, he was now in America and met the Iron Shield. If he kept returning like that it would be pathetic. After a while, Gi-do looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, it's too far away. Oh my, there's a teleportation gate going into the tower. Is this country so big?" After a while, he said, "The owner means," Gi-do smiled softly and replied, "Yes." He continued, "Now we will meet Dia Tian." After finishing speaking, Kim Do immediately went to Nuoc Tian Kien Company headquarters. After absorbing the power and growing more, the young Shore gained new abilities. That is the ability to open many different gates and keep them open in that place, although at present the Rut can only open 2 gates. Simply put, if I open and keep open a portal in America, I can freely use that portal to travel between the underground room of my house and the portal in America, Long said. Then when the master said he had something to do at the Iron headquarters, he smiled softly and replied, "Yes." Long said, then when the master said he had something to do at the Iron headquarters, he smiled softly and replied, "Yes." He added, "I am about to create a gate below the Iron Shield headquarters." Hearing that, Ru immediately continued, "There was nothing bad about it." His voice continued to cry, "But you should have gone straight to the Iron Shield headquarters. Why are you in a public restroom now? You suddenly need to relieve your need." He unbuttoned his shirt and replied, "After all, they are one of the top guilds in the world, so it would be difficult to infiltrate from the main gate. I still don't have any stealth skills. In a place without computers, it's most convenient to record in the bathroom." Ru wondered and asked again, "What does that have to do with anything? Why are you taking off your clothes?" Seeing him staring intently at the necklace, she immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, don't say anything." Gi-do immediately nodded and said, "That's right." He remembered the story of working in print before and added, "It would be embarrassing to be a master and not be able to do things that even a subordinate could do." After finishing speaking, he immediately went into the compound and then said clearly, "The water element. The water element can turn the body into water. The spirit of fusion can use skills by merging souls of the same attribute. Once I have successfully transformed," he happily explained, "I will change my body into water and enter through the sewers." Seeing this, Ru proudly said, "I thought it would take a long time for Master to be able to do this, but I didn't expect that Master could become so proficient like this." Ely excitedly continued, "Master is genius." Ru continued, "How to describe it, as if he was becoming less and less human. Water, fire and darkness elements, skills can transform the body into specific elements. Water element can turn the body into water, fire element can turn the body into fire, darkness element can turn its body into darkness. Fusion spirits can use skills by merging souls of the same attribute." Kim Gi-do thought to herself, "Elemental skills are something that a long time ago was created for me to use, and the important thing is that now I have a connection with them, so that I can quickly master those skills, elemental skills." I transformed into a stream of water that was moving quickly to New York, thinking as I walked. I encountered a lot of trouble in the process of converting my body into another physical form, but I succeeded after many years. Practice times with your efforts. After a while, Lu arrived. Lu suddenly appeared and said, "I don't know why but you did it." Lu continued, "It felt like we were playing with water." Kim Gi-do was gradually reincarnating, looking at the space around him and said, "The guild headquarters is above us. I'm sure of that because I tried the energy detection wave." Long appeared and said, "Master, are you planning on opening an entrance here? If something goes wrong, it's easy to turn the whole situation around." After hearing that, he immediately stood up and opened the door. He raised his hand forward and spoke clearly. "The system informs you that you can deploy an additional space portal at another fixed coordinate. Do you want to set up a space portal here? When you put your hand on the system, smile softly and say, 'Set up the portal.' The system immediately notifies you, you have successfully set up the space portal." At this moment a man came out of the door. Huang Chi looked at Gi-do then glanced around and said, "This is the area below the festival." Gi-do scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Sorry for suddenly calling you here." The wild man covered his nose with his hand and continued to cry, "It's nothing, I like to visit America, but it's unfortunate that the first place I go to is a sewer area like this," he said with a forced smile. "Ha ha, it's embarrassing, too much." Huang Chi pointed at the gate and asked seriously, "So you just need to hide this gate?" Gi-do nodded and replied, Yes, I have somewhat controlled the amount of mana leaking out, but even though this is a sewer area, it's inevitable that someone will walk in. Can you help me?" The wild man stroked his beard thoughtfully for a while and then said, "Well, I've lost the legacy of Paimon, so now it's quite difficult to make an item with such a function." After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, happily continuing, "But leave it to me, if an error occurs during operation, I just need to call the mini number to come and help resolve it, just bow my head respectfully and answer, 'Thank you.'" Ru appeared and said, "If he said it was possible then it would probably be possible." Ru happily continued, "There is nothing that Dad can't do." From the gate suddenly came a voice, "Oh, I forgot, I will keep your secret hobby a secret so you don't have to worry." Lu said in panic. The owner's skill was no longer effective. Gidu was startled to look at his empty body. He quickly explained, "Wait, this is just a misunderstanding." Huang Chi replied amusedly, "Yes, just leave it alone." Gidu said with a tearful voice, "No, I'm talking, it's real." After completing his work, he transformed back into water and returned. After a long while inside, he pushed the door open and walked out. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked away in his elegant suit as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, "I'm almost done with what I needed to do." Lu happily continued his master's words, "It was truly a suitable thing to do," said while coming out of the bathroom. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind, "Where are you going?" Kim Gi-do is a lulling and long-lasting summoning reflex. He took a fighting stance and then turned back. Looking at the man in front of him, he frowned and said, "You are?" A man in a white suit of middle age was looking at him seriously. He coldly replied, complaining. His eyes suddenly showed surprise as he looked at the sword in his hand. Ely remained silent and did not speak. Kim Gi-do mumbled and thought, "I can't feel his energy even though he's so close. When did he start following me?" He was so worried that he was sweating. A series of thoughts appeared in his head, whether he could see what he had done. Gi-do held Lu tightly to reassure himself, no matter what he saw. Mi-chan's laughter immediately broke Gi-do's thoughts. He said triumphantly, "Your eyes look like you want to kill someone. Are you planning to silence me by killing me? The devil's agent dares to do it. Something like that happens." Mi-chan continued, "Calm down, I don't want to fight with you." Gi-do looked at him warily and said, "Have you been following me? Since when?" Mi-chan helplessly explained, "It seems you misunderstood. I really didn't follow you. I have something to resolve with Diet Hoi." He stopped and pointed at me, winked and continued, "Just like you. What do you say when you're speechless, boy?" He felt guilty and worriedly said, "You saw it, right?" The old man quickly reassured, "Master, you should calm down first." The angry man immediately said, "Calm down, just kill him." She looked at him with murderous intent and was a little scared, so she explained, "Wait, I told you I didn't come here to fight. I just felt your energy moving towards the meeting. I didn't know what you did." After finishing speaking, he rubbed his chin with his hand and continued happily, "But looking at his reaction, he must have done something dishonest. No wonder I felt the strange energy underground." Bunwo exclaimed in panic, "He already knew." Ru immediately continued, "But it seemed like he really didn't know what we did. Just listen to him first." Kim Gi-do stared at him without answering. Mi-chan pointed to the building behind him and said, "As I said, I have something to resolve with the association." The association and the Vati can have a close relationship with each other. Du doubtfully asked again, "Is this a close relationship? Is it because of the Holy Sword?" Mi-chan immediately replied, "Yes, you know a lot, don't you?" His hands suddenly clenched, trying to suppress his anger, but regardless of the truth. His face darkened as he continued, "Those people still brought a demon with them." Ru saw that and immediately exclaimed, "The murderous aura was really strong," looking at him and thinking, "Why did he react so violently? But I guess it's not a matter of Vatican hating the demon race, something strange." He remembered what Teksh said the other day, "Currently, there are also many demons on the human side." "What do you say? Do you not know anything about players at your level? There are still many useful demons." Lu smiled teasingly, "You just found out yesterday." My voice suddenly lowered and I replied, "Are you mocking me?" "What do you answer in bewilderment?" "Your whole body was burning with anger as you said, 'How dare you say those words in front of me?' You know very well that the body once fell into the hands of the demons." Lu quickly explained to the owner that I didn't know about that. After hearing that, I cried and thought to myself, I suddenly feel so guilty. Mi-chan continued indignantly, "I thought maybe you were different from other hunters with aristocratic auras, but I guess I really don't need to try to talk to people related to the demon race." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange light emitted around him. Even though he was blinded by it, he suddenly covered his eyes and backed away. A moment later, when the light gradually decreased, he was immediately frightened by the scene in front of him. People grow countless large wings. Lu exclaimed in panic, "An angel." Gi-do frowned and thought, this guy is really crazy, hiding his own strength. He looked at him thinking, maybe this person is stronger than Sudong. At this time, it was getting late at the American Association Hotel in Injulech. Tae-zish is unable to contact Kim Gi-do. The phone message repeats over and over again, "The number you just dialed is currently unreachable." Tae-zish rubbed his head angrily and said, "Damn, where did this guy go? We have to go back to Korea soon." I thought worriedly, I didn't think things would become this complicated. Mi-chan opened her eyes wide and looked at everything around her. After just a few seconds, he transformed into a pair of large, spread-out wings. Kim Gi-do was extremely surprised. He used his hand to block the incoming wind, and even he could feel it. "Angel, Master." The male lead gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this energy, let alone, he is stronger than Sugoat-man. The man slowly approached. When a feather slowly falls to the ground, the man named Mi-chan rushed to attack Kim Gi-do and used his black sword to block it. It seemed extremely difficult for him because that guy's strength really couldn't be underestimated. The male protagonist raised his sword to stop him. Mi-chan was repelled and had to retreat backwards. That scene was truly extremely chaotic, only seeing Mi-chan's huge wings flapping loudly, a circular wind pushing towards the gold Gi-do. He spoke up, "Didn't you say you had no intention of fighting, yet you did so in a place like this?" Mi-chan saw that the male lead didn't seem to agree with his actions. "What the hell were you thinking?" "Don't worry, around this area there is a magical barrier, thanks to the Holy Grail, a treasure trove, so that no one can interfere in our match." After saying that, Mi-chan waved his hand and prepared another powerful attack. Kim Gi-do gritted his teeth looking at the dangerous moves ahead. The sound of the loudspeaker rang out, and the attackers quickly countered the attack. His side lit up the entire area. Smoke and dust flew on the ground. Mi-chan smiled faintly, "Any lowly thing that wants to fly without wings will be crushed." At this time, the male protagonist transformed into a sword and armor costume and flew up to attack him. He raised his head and ordered, "Open, Han." Immediately above his head a blue and white barrier opened. "Yes sir," he said, then jumped onto that barrier. Then he jumped down again. Even though he said that, when I talked about the devils, he used his strength to jump down towards you with an extremely strong force, it was really a misunderstanding. You crouched down, ready to block the attacks this time. To be honest, I know you don't have any bad intentions. I just want to fight you once. I only see the light shining brightly and dimly over everything. After such a fierce battle, the surrounding landscape was dusty and hazy, and the trees were wilted and withered. Kim Gi-do was pushed back. He silently assessed, his attack was very simple but powerful. "But it's strange." Spoke up after a while, "That guy, it didn't look like he was fighting. It felt like he didn't want to fight to the end, but rather wanted to check something." Ely spoke up, "Master, can I talk to that person?" Kim Gi-do also agreed. He held out the sword and called out Ely. Ely is now in the form of an elementary school student. Mi-chan was surprised to see the figure in front of her, the saint. Mi-chan immediately knelt down on one knee. He also retracted his huge wings, respectfully said, "Hello holy lady, I was surprised when I felt your energy from that sword. Yes, it's really you." Kim Gi-do crossed his arms and exclaimed, quickly turning his face, "Unbelievable," long enough to add more words. Just now he was still full of murderous intent. "You look at the scene of people kneeling and standing in front of you, saints or something, do you think of anything, Lu? Let's see what happens first. Why do you ask me, do you know anything?" Ely asked Mi-chan, "Why do you call me saint, do you know me?" I felt a great amount of divine power from him. "If you're not a saint, then what are you?" Kim Gi-do also looked very confused, so it was a guess. Why did he say it with such certainty? Ely also asked, "That's all?" "No, it sounds strange, but when I just saw you, I had a strange feeling." Ely's face was a bit angry. He spoke absent-mindedly, meaning he loved at first sight or something. "This guy is too dangerous." Mi-chan raised her hand to her chest. "This probably isn't the best way to describe it. How should I say it? Like blood relationship." Ely called again. "Master, it's hard to explain, but I also feel this relationship with him, and there's something else." From the moment I heard about him, it's been a long time coming. If you can sense blood relationship, then he's not normal at all. Kim Gi-doo tilted her head to look at him. Hey Mi-chan, are you human, or an angel? Mi-chan is also calm. Angel, what are you talking about? I'm human. So what was that about just now? You didn't mean to say it was a skill or a talent or something. You better tell me the truth. I'm not stupid enough to not recognize a lie. Mi-chan weakly explained, I am, humans, I think. I've been wondering for a long time, doesn't he know his identity? Mi-chan is still kneeling on the ground, apologizing for misunderstanding and provoking you, but for some reason, I feel like the more I fight with you, the more my questions will become clear. Ely turned to look at her owner, the master, perhaps a bit hastily, but I also felt that the more I talked to this person, the more my memory would return. And so, I remembered something important, perhaps allowing me to break through without the ingredients. Kim Gi-doo silently calculated in her heart, even though I have an ego soul, I delayed breaking through because it was difficult to get a holy sword, but now she says that I can break through right away. Then just do that. The needle moves forward. Hey Mi-chan. Let's just pretend that nothing happened today. It seems like we both misunderstood the other person. I want the hotel, the gate, and then immediately, his face at this moment is extremely sinister. Long, reminder, master, control your expression, master, sometimes you look a bit scary. Mi-chan looked suspiciously without saying anything. You, what are you going to do? What do you mean? Union Hotel in La United States, Oh Tazish shouted angrily, where the hell have you been? Kim Travel hesitated, just go sightseeing for a bit. Did something happen? Why are you shouting so loudly, Haida? Everything is so troublesome. Oh Tazish held his head helplessly. Reconnaissance teams entered 20 gates around the world, we have lost all contact with them. Kim Gi-doo asked in panic, meaning, what about say Snail Goo? Oh Tazish looked at him thoughtfully without blinking. Kim Gi-doo explained, so we have to go back to Korea right away, the teleportation portal, can't we just use the teleportation portal? Oh Tazish scratched his head, we are not the only ones trying to return home, the licensing process to move between countries is more complicated than you think, it will take at least 2 hours. We lost our turn because you came back late, and because there are a lot of people leaving here because Korea has a lot of gates, it also takes a lot of time because of this, damn it. Kim Gi-doo suddenly realized something. I ran to hug Oh Tazish's shoulders. Hey, but the faster we get back, the better, right, huh? Of course, but we have no choice. There is a way. At Kim Gi-doo's house in Korea. They appeared through a blue portal, really. Oh Tech turned back to look at the gate. Now you can teleport to different locations using the gate, but right now I can only go to a few places. Oh Tazish asked again, and what was that thing in the gate just now? The falcons in the sky, the undead army on the ground, those were equal to the fighting power of a guild. Kim Gi-doo raised his hand and said leisurely, we use this method to return to Korea because it was an emergency, but is it really okay, because there are countless procedures for such things. Okay, I left Sung-hun behind to handle them, aha, imagining Sung-hun's face at that time is so funny, you want me to handle the processes, why, my ego is cold too. Luan commented, what an evil superior. Oh Tazish waved his hand, tomorrow you will join the attack, but I probably won't be able to go with you, I will have to go through another gate to balance the teams. Tomorrow you will go to Gangnam Station, so rest today, wait, tomorrow, but this is a very urgent situation. But if we go in without being prepared, it will only cause more damage, at times like this, we need to be even more cautious. He stroked the hair on his head with his hand, and, saying this before entering the gate was a bit rude. But today you should spend time with your family, no one knows what tomorrow will bring, and this time is really dangerous. Kim Gi-doo said reluctantly, okay. Oh Tazish turned around and left, see you later. He coughed a few times as he walked away, I should go see if Soo-din is okay before returning to the Union. Long cursed, this bastard, quickly advised to stop. Long, you must not speak nonsense. Kim Gi-doo smiled and reminded, so you have to try hard, I'm just asking about her, kid. In a crowded city, a bright circle appeared. Choi Chang-dong, the leader of the Tan Long Association appeared on the street, he spoke up, this is a summary of this time's strategy. The first group to enter will be us, the Dragon Guild, because we are one of the strong guilds, In case something unexpected happens when the main group enters, we will enter first to ensure safety. The Vulture Guild, Dew Flower Guild, and 2 people from the Alliance's support team, will be the next group to enter. Kim Gi-doo silently assessed that this strategy sounded reasonable, but if done that way, it would waste a lot of time. The fact that Say Snail Gu, who has the ability to create portals, is trapped inside means there is a danger keeping him inside. Even now, his life is in danger. A man walked up and asked, "What are you?" The male protagonist also realized that the person in front of him was the President Choi Chang-don. Kim Gi-doo was suspicious. Why was he suddenly talking to him? He wanted to see if he was really strong in the position of mission captain. Conquer stars. Choi Chang-don said solemnly. His face was unusually dark and dangerous. Then he turned around and left. "I hope you won't become a burden to us." Kim Gi-doo turned around full of doubt. What is that? His ego also angrily criticized, "It really upsets others, what a rude person." Pig Sung-hun smiled and explained, "Don't be offended, he's a bit grumpy, but not a bad person. His image in the eyes of the players recently isn't very good." Kim Gi-doo also turned around and laughed hysterically. "Yes, people who stand out in the crowd will create jealousy, I think I'm used to it." Although this was entirely Tech-Tich's fault, the association considered him a player who was close to becoming a top-tier player. Choi Chang-don waved to the people standing on this side, "The attack team will go in, the main team, get ready to go in 20 minutes after us." Kim Gi-doo thinks, this tactic is suitable for the most stable raid, but also means that a lot of time will be wasted before starting to search for snail shells. I guess there's no other way but to act alone. Maiko looked around. To do that I needed the main team's help, but I had already cut off the retreat of the Vulture Guild leader, Lee Bem-dun, in the Iron Guild. Because Dubin is the president of the Dewflower Association, we've seen each other. When Dubin saw him, his face was extremely happy, but he immediately turned away because of embarrassment. He asked, "Hey, don't you see?" Ilya also quickly replied, "I see, but you intend to hear the answer, how about me?" The guy with long blue hair shouted, 20 minutes have passed, let's go in." The sound of heels hitting the ground. Stepping through the barrier, they were surprised at the scene before their eyes. What the hell is going on? The scene in front of me is desolation. The slaughtered animals are lying on the red ground. It happened here. Long time to remind Kim Gi-doo, owner to be alert. This gate, we just entered, the domain of a third-level great demon. He thought to himself, I've heard that Baan is one of the 72 demon gods with great power, that is. Once again, the level of this gate is completely different from what we have faced before, but it may not be that bad, since it has not yet become a unified whole with the world. This, of course, is not easy to defeat. The blue-haired guy turned around and said to his teammates, "It's scary, even if they were attacked at the beginning, this number would still be there." I don't know if I should say this, but luckily the Blue Dragon Guild arrived first, at least the monsters around here won't be seen anymore. The singing pig also noticed the side, a certain guild's flag was fluttering in the chaotic sky, and at the foot of the flag was a human corpse lying miserably on the ground. He pointed at the flag, the Blue Dragon Guild's flag was right there, it looked like they had turned to the left. "We should go to the right, advance." They actually advanced together on the right flank. A question rang out, "Are you that young man that Dubin mentioned?" Kim Gi-doo turned around and saw a silver-haired old lady who looked extremely gentle and kind. He replied, "Yes, she means President Sin Dubin." "That's right, because Dubin talks about you a lot. I'm curious to know what kind of person you are when you don't like men." Dubin in the back heard that and shouted loudly, "Ma'am," Dubin went to explain to the male lead, "It was a mistake Kim Gi-doo appa, my grandmother was just joking." Kim Gi-doo 2 times, Long spoke up, "EO," Ely scolded, "Be quiet." Lulled, Long unjustly said, "I didn't say anything." Dubin raised his hand and made 2 audible sounds. Long spoke up, "EO," Ely scolded, "Be quiet." Lulled, Long unjustly said, "I didn't say anything." The girl introduced the old woman to the male lead. She was an advisor to the chocolate chip, who had helped me a lot over the years. The old woman also extended her hand to greet him. The male lead bowed politely, "I'm Kim Gi-doo. For a long time I just got bored with comments, but suddenly it became like that." Kim Gi-doo also noticed something unusual. "Maybe we should talk, when we have a little more free time." After a while they arrived. But the things in front of them made them startled and panicked. Giant monsters, beetles, bats, and chimpanzees came in droves. The guy in the blue shirt shouted, everyone got ready to fight, moving forward. The skittish guys holding shields ran forward. The shields immediately enlarged, blurring blue like electronic screens. Several wild boars came rushing in. A huge explosion in the sky caused the bats flying to attack to be repelled. The guild members holding staffs, first, engage in long-range aerial combat with those monsters in the sky. Team 3 will take care of the rest. Attack the hindrances in front of the fence at the same time, because you don't know how strong they are, so don't be subjective. Kim Gi-doo and his teammates are also ready to move forward. Let's go, up. He jumped up swinging his sword. One of the beast's horns pierced the shield. This made the sneaky guy wince. Damn, these guys are so strong, the front line is about to not be able to survive. Continue like this then. Suddenly, the front turned pitch black. What is this? All monsters are. Kim Gi-doo fixed the sword on the cliff. He stood high up and observed everything that happened. There are so many people, so many ideas come up, can we collect them all? It's a long reminder, you're just defending, I can't even reflect. The problem is not only that these monsters are strong, but even more terrible is that there are too many of them. If this continues, casualties are inevitable. Ely calls the male lead, Master. What metal is felt? This energy source is. Suddenly a strange object appeared in the sky. A huge meteorite fell from the sky to the ground. Kim Gi-doo stood there watching everything happen. This source of energy, Elijah also quickly realized, this is. Sir, yes, it is my power. The male lead stammered, yes. In the sky, a figure with huge wings appeared. Hey, I'm here to help, it's Mi-chan. Then his face looked unhappy. Kim Gi-doo at this moment had a murderous look on his face, something like that. I knew right away, you have a plan, right? A thought suddenly flashed in the male lead's heart. I can take advantage of him. The guy with long blue hair walked over and said, Kim Gi-doo player, who is that? Mi-chan was now attracting a bright yellow ball. The power of the ball was so strong that it caused the monsters attacking the players' guild to freeze and not move. Kim Gi-doo turned around and said to the guy with long blue hair, he is a kind-hearted person with a temper that is not easy to swallow but is extremely strong. The other guy also marveled, wondering if there was a player like this. The male lead made a decision that surprised the other guy, Vice President, I will separate the group from this point. When the others heard his decision, they were also startled and shocked. Pig Sung-hun and Dubin screamed, it's too dangerous, Kim Gi-doo player, that's right, you also saw those monsters from before, right? The male protagonist's voice was cold, that's exactly the reason. Do you guys intend to slowly crawl through each monster field you encounter? I can move much faster alone and find others easier. And right as we discuss, say Snail Guiz. Playbemworm interrupted him, the Kim Gi-doo player. I'm grateful for your loyalty to the Guildmaster, but it's really too dangerous for you to go alone. As you know, the Guildmaster disappeared after coming here on his own. I can't go alone, sorry. Kim Gi-doo swung his sword, don't worry, I'll take the other guy with me, he said and pointed to Mi-chan's side fighting the beasts. The people on this side who were fighting and throwing fire suddenly shuddered and stopped. His face turned pale, what's wrong? I have a bad feeling. Dubin spoke up now, I will also follow. I know both you and the other person are very strong, but I still feel that the two of you are not enough. Kim Gi-doo reminds me, I need to lead my guild, and I'm sorry to say this but... The needle flew up into the air. If you want to accompany me, you must be at least this level. I brandish two swords to fight the monsters. Fire element, can turn body into fire. Spirit fusion, can use skills by merging souls of the same attribute. God's power, can use God's power. Kim Gi-doo swung his sword vigorously, immediately a beam of bright fire came, causing the remaining people to admire and widen their eyes. On the ground immediately appeared two torn streaks of red-hot smoke. Your appetite has increased after devouring the blood of the Chimi, you have devoured the soul of the Chimi. The metal that left behind the doubt, devoured its soul, Long explained, a skill I got from development has taken effect, check the status window. On the display screen, Long, the title of Lord of Sword Demons and Demons, La Pounce 109, Tok 207, Tok 189, Eat Day 212, 258 marks, 13% poison resistance, 12% fire resistance, 8.3% physical resistance, 13% heat resistance, 17.8% nerve attack resistance, Attributes: magical power has increased the skills of equipment transformation, cannibalism, devouring, egoization, spirit fusion, amplification, summoning, strong will, death, demon sword. Demons have devoured. No, the player has devoured. The lemon fragment. The monster has devoured. The demon king's eye fragment. Devour. You can devour. You can devour the blood and soul you have wounded. Egoization, which has the potential to turn devoured souls into egos. Kim Gi-doo mouthed, now I can collect egos without having to use cannibalism, then there is no need to worry about finding enough egos to evolve. Ely spoke up, congratulating Master, long time ago, I'm the one who received the skill, why are you congratulating him? Mi Chen had now landed on the ground, he spoke coldly, damn it. Why do I have to go with you? I feel so disgusting, I feel like you're pulling my strings. Having said that, you still do it, to be honest, you also like to follow me to see the grave. You tried to brush it off, don't say such disgusting things, I followed you because I thought I could achieve my goal if I did so. The male protagonist was skeptical, the goal. Mi Chen raised a finger, yes, first kill the demons, the enemies of Vati Tens. And the rest is for that person to know me. Seeing Kim Gi-doo's stunned expression, Mi Chen sighed, he turned around and said, let's go, you still have to save your friend. The male lead called him back again, wait, are you planning on leaving all the spirit stones here? If you're rich in the afternoon, you'll be poor in the morning, if you're so wasteful, then you'll have to go under the bridge to live there. Mi Chen asked again, didn't you say I was in a hurry? I couldn't waste time picking it up, don't worry, it's just for a second. Kim Gi-doo exerted his power, opened, and immediately the spirit stones were collected. Mi Chen was surprised, the gate, what the hell? I reminded Kim Gi-doo for a long time, is it okay to reveal it like this? He explained, I will have to use it in the future, it will be exposed anyway, this way I won't have to worry about it later, I'll be excited, I'm about to have a chance, showed your bravery. Mi Chen was still surprised, not only did he possess the powers of demons and gods, he could also open gates, who the hell is he anyway? Then they came to a big hole, Kim Gi-doo asked, this is it, that's it. He slowly observed and assessed the surroundings, traces of a battle, the snail must be below. Mi interrupted and asked, what are you planning to do? Looking down at it, it looks like a bottomless pit, I can use my wings, but you can't. Kim Gi-doo calmly replied, I can fly if I want, but there's no need. Surely, it's okay to jump straight down, this hole is connected to another dimension, even if you're observant you'll notice it. Yes, there is a teleportation device underneath, a trick using demon magic, I didn't expect you to discover it. The guy put his hands up and asked, can you feel that too? Honestly, it's hard to believe, but I think things like this are common with you. Kim Gi-doo holding a sword, then, wait a minute master, what is he planning to do? Only to see Kim Gi-doo waving his hands wildly on the ground. If you don't realize it, neither will anyone else, I'll leave a reminder, I'll ask you why, you think of me as a pen. When he finished he said, okay, now then. Let's go, you two jump into that deep hole, what powerful evil is waiting for us? Suddenly there was a voice, you have entered the territory of the boss, you have been identified as a lord, you have the right to launch a war of aggression. The system prompts, you have trespassed into the boss's territory, you are recognized as a lord. You have the right to start a war of aggression, even if you don't quite understand what the system says, a war of aggression. He asked the person next to him, my company, did you hear the sound of the system? My company rubbed his shoulder, the sound of the system. You have entered the sphere of influence of evil energy, the Lord has noticed the intruder, like that, why are you suspicious? Something is different, Rua drawled, of course it is different. He's not on the same level as you, just realized, that's right. Because I can control gates in a sense, the Lord of a gate, is what the system calls the status of a lord. Rua asked, but in Bo-Tit's territory, do you know who this devil is? It's universal, although not a great devil, but on par with a great devil, he is a devil who doesn't really have any special abilities, but he climbed to his current position just by his fighting ability. He pondered, that means, he is very strong, Rua confirmed, yes, that's right. I saw that there was no movement for a long time, so I called tomorrow, hey, what are you doing, let's go. I calmed down, okay. The male lead said to the person next to him, please pay attention to the back, I will observe the front. His steps suddenly stopped. Gi-doo knelt down and trembled, tomorrow she was worried, what's wrong? I tried to use two swords to support my heavy body. I felt like my head was about to explode. I was worried. Master, are you okay? I'm not surprised. Maybe this is also normal. Demonic energy, in other words, is a type of energy that is close to death. For him, who can only maintain the balance between life and death, so to speak, if things tilt on one side, the balance will be broken, right? Rua replied, exactly. I'll ask tomorrow. Hey, are you okay? Why are you standing up straight? Ah, yeah, it's nothing. My company's eyes were attracted. His tone was suspicious. His eyes also detected something unusual. Master, your demon eyes, suddenly let out a startled cry. He tried to find the reason. This is, that, I mean. Then he told me the reason that maybe even he didn't believe. It was colored contact lenses. Maiko obviously didn't believe it. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Sparkling crystals are scattered on the ground. Someone said, I don't think someone as important as a beautiful beard will ever come. That person introduced, I am Choi Changdong from Lamlong Guild. I want to thank you for your help. The other person left and shouted. Senior General Tao Chen replied cheerfully, we in China have also received help from Korea before, we are just returning the favor. He looked around, however, this situation didn't seem too good. Choi Changdong replied, well, it's okay because the gate levels are different. Proa stroking his beard, I heard you divided the army into two teams, one team would be better. Choi Changdong exhaled, I have no intention of fighting when there's a burden on the team, I'm confused. Burden? Choi Changdong knows he shouldn't talk too much. It's okay, he shouted loudly, we will depart in 10 minutes, be prepared and fully resupplied. The others replied, yes, sir. Choi Changdong told Mi Chen, I don't trust those brats whose eyes are higher than their heads just because they have an association to back them up. Just us is enough for the raid team. Tao stroked his beard thoughtfully. The crystals in the cave walls serve as guiding lights. Mai tried to ask, hey, those eyes, why did she interrupt? The contact lenses were that color. Mai didn't believe it. I don't believe it. No, it's a devil, but I insist, colored contact lenses. My company crossed her arms and shook her head. Seriously, you're becoming more and more mysterious. Why don't you bother with him? Okay, you know it's okay. Now shut up. I'm wondering, putting that aside, we're on the right track, aren't we? You've been going without any hesitation since just now. Gidu explained to him, we are going in the direction of the strongest emitted demonic energy. Our target is the gatekeeper. Maiko expressed, I'm also considered a person who is quite sensitive to demons, but your spying ability is really amazing. I can't help but admit that it's amazing. Her footsteps stopped, catching Mai's attention. What do you say? Right in front of you, tomorrow you don't understand. What? Gidu affirmed, I can feel Seogu's energy from that side. My company is confused, I don't understand Korean. Shu Warmer is activated, what passes by like a bolt of lightning? Maiko was surprised, wait. He immediately chased after me, waiting for me. The crystals on the wall were left behind. Mai scolded, damn, this bastard. He shouted loudly, how could he be so fast? Suddenly she was startled. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, one lane is extended, luckily she stopped in time before hitting the woman standing in front. He was confused, hey, why did you stop? Immediately after that he fell silent, his eyes widened. The image in front made him scared. What kind of cocoon is this? Why are there so many that we can call them cocoon cities? Gidu spoke up, Seogu is in one of them. He gently closed his eyes. When his eyes opened, his murderous intent had risen. Rua, EO, now we will go in there. Rua immediately stopped. Wait. He quickly said, wait a minute master, the boss is currently in there. The devil's stronghold will have all kinds of traps and barriers, even you can't avoid them all. What should I do? If I stand and watch like this, will the problem be solved by itself? Tomorrow I'm bewildered. What is he mumbling to himself, cursing? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten what you heard from the system? Only then did I remember, the sound of the system. You have the right to launch a war of aggression, you say to yourself, a war of aggression. He shouted loudly, we launch a war of aggression. The system recorded, a war of aggression has been launched. The ghost is surprised because his body is changing. The system announces, you will be teleported to another location to start the invasion war. My company was startled because the two people's bodies appeared abnormal. What was going on? The system says, the winner will get everything. On the crater, two groups of people from Hoi Changdong and Sin Dubin met. Choi Changdong spoke up, "It seems like we met each other faster than expected." Choi Changdong's side replied, that's right. Play don't notice something, He asked, "Where is Kim Gi-do? Don't tell me he's dead, I'm confused." Kim Gi-do. The calf holding the worm hesitated, That's not it." Someone shouted loudly, "Over here. Near the deep hole, there is a note left by someone. Everyone can jump down, and join me in connecting to another dimension." Everyone looks intently at one place. The player couldn't help but look down at the bottom of the deep hole, so he jumped in first. He burst out laughing. Choi Chang used a disliking tone, "I can't believe he acted alone, I don't like him more and more." I interrupted, "I thought I heard wrong, but everyone is talking about the Morning Star." Choi Changdong come back, "Do you know him? He is the luggage I mentioned before. It seems like he always does things his own way." I mused, that young guy doesn't look like that kind of person. Choi Changdong expressed, "Hey, I really don't trust that Kim Gi-do guy, so those of you who trust that guy should jump down first. I can't afford to do that." Dubin is not happy. "Wait, he keeps mentioning it." The old lady advisor stops her, "Come on, Dubin, now is not the time for internal aggression. Dubin wants to figure this out, but ma'am." Notification system, "The territory battle has begun. The challenge, you will be teleported to the location of the territory battle." Everyone's body gradually changes. What? Everyone is confused. The battle for territory. The whole group disappeared. They are teleported to a certain area. Everyone's faces were still filled with shock. Sung Han looked around. "Here, where is it?" Choi Changdong also looked around. "I was sure I heard something related to a territorial battle." I interrupted. He said, "I have heard it before. The demons cooperated with us in China. This is the method used by the demons to decide the rank." I don't understand, in the middle of demons, so why are we going to war? I'm talking about a possibility. I don't know, but who knows, what if there's a demon in our group? Someone hummed softly, attracting everyone's attention. "What's so exciting?" "It turns out the territorial battle is taking place somewhere else," Rua told me. "It's because everything will be destroyed if everyone fights blindly, so it has to be done like this to reduce damage." Dubin was happy. "He Gi-do," Sung Han also happily called, "the Kim Gi-do player." Choi Changdong frowned. "Kim Do, who is that person next to him?" "I know both of them, the fighter sent by Vatican. He is a player sent to Korea like me." Choi Changdong rubbed his chin. "Sure enough, I felt an extremely strong source of energy. He was able to get here thanks to that person's help." He pointed the sword at her. "Hey, in a moment you will have to take responsibility for your own actions. Our Blue Dragon Guild will be in the vanguard, so the rest of you don't get in the way. Just gather in one place. Just tilt your head slightly." He said, "Just a few people is not enough." Choi Changdong frowned. "What?" A tremor occurred. Choi Changdong looked back. The tremors became stronger and stronger. It seemed to emanate from deep within the earth. Something is trying to get out. The ground was pushed up and cracks appeared. The monsters from below stabbed me to the surface. The flying dust made their silhouettes become vague. What is that?" Dare the players panic. "How many of them are there? Are you saying we have to fight all of them?" Choi Changdong's face was pale. "There must be at least a few hundred of them, with 3 commander-level monsters." His sword arm trembled. We can't win against all of this." The person behind him said, "Hey, wait, can you get out of the way? You're blocking the way." Choi Changdong turned his head to look back. "Huh?" Choi Changdong turned his head to look back. "Huh?" Gi-do didn't seem to want to say much but just let out a breath and opened the door. A portal appeared before everyone's eyes. Dubin was shocked. A gate. The calf hugged the worm excitedly, just as expected. Bone jars step out from the gate one by one. Dubin was surprised to see that their number had reached an army. The griffins spread their wings and flew in the sky. The Griffin King is majestic and brave with his head held high. Some people looked at the giant in horror as it covered them. Ha was filled with the aura of death riding on his war horse. The last person to come out of the gate was Hum. In its deep eye sockets, a strange red light shined. Choi couldn't help but look at the army of skeleton soldiers passing by and stood still. Impossible, me. Maybe it's not just me playing this game, but everyone here is thinking, what am I seeing? From the beginning, Choi Changdong did not like Kim Gi-do. In his mind, he is a Kim Gi-do, a person who relies on relationships to become a chancer through an unofficial ranking match. Furthermore, he was openly supported by the association, as if the association didn't even try to hide the favoritism it had towards him. Choi Chang-dong thought, well, I admit, his use of the mask before was a pretty smart move. At that time, I thought he was just a puppet of the association. But now the player has to widen his eyes and mouth open. What the hell is it? It's just skeleton soldiers that they have this much. What a strange number this is. Moreover, there was also a Death Knight with terrifying demonic energy, the summoned monster that caused the Star Territory War. The player was not sweating, this alone was shocking enough, but still. There is also an extremely powerful monkey. Countless griffins, and a griffin leading them. I've never heard of a summoner this powerful. I stared in horror. I didn't know what to say. This wasn't the work of a human anymore. Angel standing in front of me. He asked, "Are you guys ready?" He held two holy swords in his hand and replied, "Yes, master." The holy sword in his right hand is Camoeo. The left hand bar is a Na-eo. Maiko stared at him. He could even give orders to the gods. Who exactly was he? When he called, the holy sword in his hand glowed brightly. The sky emits electric currents. Waist in angel form appeared. Eo ordered, "Let's start." "Hami Eo," he replied, "Yes." Her eyes were filled with calm. I remembered something important. Two holy swords pierced her chest, a way to evolve without gathering materials. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the power pouring into my body. The battle between the skeleton soldiers and the monsters has begun. The commander wanted to deal with the griffins even more. Choi Chang-dong gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we can't lose to them." Lam Longhoi is the one who will direct this battle. The sword in his hand was raised high. He ordered, the Blue Dragon attacked, showing them the capabilities of a guild in the top 10 groups. The momentum of the Blue Dragon Guild has increased. Wow. They volunteered to move forward. Choi Chang-dong leads the group. "I admit that besides your face, you have many other things. However, your abilities are limited, because the amount of mana you have is not infinite." The veins on the side of his face stood out from clenching his teeth. "I won't let you take all the spotlight." Tao Chen looked back in shock, that is, Choi Chang-dong was doubted by his words. The worm-hugging calf suggested, "Let's hurry up," but his words were only half said. Du Bin and Sung Hun seemed to have been frightened by something. The calf holding the worm followed their gaze. White wings opened wide. Something that looked like a white oval shape shot forward. A pure white hair fell down. Choi Chang-dong's eyes opened wide. The white bird's wings are aligned in a straight line with the wide opening behind her, her beautiful statue-like face without any emotion, the mature shape of her waist. Eo spoke up, "You won't get in my way, will you?" Maiko standing behind her respectfully, "Yes, holy lady." Eo turned around and looked back, "Don't call me a saint, I already have the name given to me by my master, Eo. I am simply carrying out his orders." She rushed forward, "If you want to help, it's up to you." Eo's target is the commanding monster. The commanding monster also seemed to notice her presence and swung its claw to attack. Waist waved, the holy sword transformed into a sword by her waist. A sword cut through and decisively took away the commander's pincer. Thick liquid spewed out from the monster's severed area. With an expressionless face, he held up the holy sword. Electric currents appear in the sky. It hit the commander's head straight. Hastily ordered, "All troops, fall back, this power restrains us." The group of people playing Chang-dong stood dumbfounded. I kept interrupting before I could say, "One, an angel." He stroked his beard. He couldn't believe it, to think that there existed a person with the ability to control both angels and demons. Besides that power, while I was talking, I stopped because I discovered something strange. Choi Chang-dong moved his lips. "Female." He clutched his chest because he had fallen in love at first sight. "Goddess." Tao Chen expressed doubt and didn't know what to say. To the surprise of the crowd, the saint raised her sword towards the sky. Violent lightning began to come, darkening the sky. Just a second later, a beam of light fell from the sky and struck the unfortunate man until his ashes were gone. As a result, everyone had to open their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe what was happening. The long-haired man raised his eyes with male and female vibrations, his heart seemed to jump out of his chest, his sparkling eyes looked towards the saint and called her by the two words "goddess." It was just a gentle debut. Next, the saint and the blue-haired angel joined forces to terrorize the people below. Witnessing the scene before my eyes, the Skull Man could only curse under his breath. Even though he wanted to insult him, he didn't dare say it out loud. From the beginning, I didn't intend to cooperate with them, but now that things have turned out like this, I won't either. What can I do? And next to the saint, the sword began to turn red like hot coal. The next powerful blow was launched. The energy flow from the sword she possessed was unbelievable. It seemed to pierce space through the atmosphere. And especially can never miss the target. This time it's red-eyed stick insects. They were injured but still very stubborn, and they were also equipped with very cool steel shields and all that. Unexpectedly, a modified stick insect also made a fortune. It could dodge the saint's attack. Not only that, he also intended to fight back against the saint. Seeing that, the saint was a little surprised and angry. The stick insect that lost an arm earlier seemed to be due to carelessness, so now its method of attacking the opponent no longer worked. Right now in the distance there are giant stick insects that look like a very powerful army. They are looking at the direction of the two angels with deadly eyes. To get the shape they are now they force themselves to look at. The body must evolve. Its strength is gradually increasing. At this point the flow of thoughts stops. The scene changed to Tao Chen. He as well as the guild master couldn't take their eyes off the goddess. Couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The old man also muttered, "It's been a long time since I felt like I was getting in someone else's way if I jumped in to help them." While speaking, he suddenly noticed something unusual. I immediately called the leader of the Choi Chang Dun festival to look ahead. Tao Chen's shrill call made Chang Dun jump in surprise and turn around and say, "I was looking ahead." But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, the scene before him made Chang Dun stunned. Smoke spread out ahead, and footsteps shook the ground. Sure enough, those red-eyed stick insects pulled a large army toward them. They were as crowded as an anthill, crawling around in droves, looking terrifying. Not only that, they also possess wings that help their bodies easily fly in the air. When a leader flew, all the others followed, creating a scene that made Chang Dun and his army so frightened that their bodies trembled. Chang Dun slowly backed away and had to exclaim because there were too many of these weirdos. He regained his spirit and ordered everyone, to prepare for battle. They are coming. The Skull Army also took a combat stance. The hybrid oligarch muttered, thinking how incompetent they were to leave so many behind. Above, the blue-haired angel is also having a hard time due to the large number of larvae. The blue-haired angel's face suddenly changed color. He felt that he couldn't destroy them all in one blow. There were too many of them scattered. The saint's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and silently cursed, "You insects." Then the saint angrily threw a powerful blow at the stick insects to teach them a lesson for daring to get close to their master. The saint beat the larvae until they died. A series of people had their heads cut off and their bodies fell to the ground. The holy woman looked very scary from afar as if she were fighting alone. The blue-haired angel was a bit confusing. He thought, for some reason, she looked very scary, seems very angry. Suddenly a person below observed another giant-sized insect rushing towards the saint. It quickly launched a blow to take the saint's life, but fortunately her body quickly used her sword to block it, saving herself a visible loss. After a period of non-stop fighting, the saint's strength was gradually depleted. She became much weaker. President Chang Dun's army below is also using all its strength to defeat those worms. However, while below continuously attacked, the insects made no move to attack back. This made them feel unusual. Some people talked to each other and expressed that something was strange. They didn't pay any attention to us. I'm confused. Seconds later, he realized and immediately turned around and ordered everyone to cover him. They were targeting him. After I finished, I felt uncomfortable. Damn it, I thought this was just a normal monster conquest, but it turned out to be a territorial fight. A battle where the monsters are commanded by the leader. If faced with a large number of summoned monsters, the priority would naturally be to attack the summoner. Let's talk about the fire element. It can transform the body into a flame. The spirit can use skills by becoming one with the corresponding elemental soul. The summoning attack starts with a flame. Colorful fire burns fiercely. Then the flames gradually separated into arc-shaped strands of light that spread across the sky. Larvae monsters that cannot escape in time will be burned. Just a moment later the sky became clear. The insects gradually thinned out. Each one died, leaving behind a colorful quartz. Rua was a little confused and asked, "Why, Master, why haven't you used it yet? It makes me feel like I'm following in your footsteps." I immediately said, "For now this is enough, and using fire to burn bugs will be much easier. Besides, death is my trump card. so I think I should only use it in important matches. Rua continued, Ahem, well, although to me it's just a basic skill, but as you said it's quite powerful, so I just sighed and thought that it was really easy. After getting into a fighting position, he said now, his waist was starting to get tired. Before he could finish his sentence, a blue light appeared. It went straight through the crowd in my bewilderment. This is a summoning of the ability to fight on your own, not a cheat, the monsters angrily complained. Chang Dun looked at Gidu's power with admiration. He exclaimed, that's something I can't help but recognize. Another group of stick insect monsters were rushing towards the group of blue dragons, shouting angrily, if you don't want to be yelled at for just standing by and watching, then go out there and kill at least one monster. The blue hare turned around and told everyone, let's go too. Suddenly the sky turned red like blood, the roar of monsters echoed in the space. It was at this time that the territory awakened. The scene shifts to Gangnam Station, where reinforcements await orders to camp outdoors. It's been 10 hours since the conquest party entered the gate, the sound of the lunchbox being opened, the Moan and Guild group touching me and Try preparing to eat. The leader of the Kim Sun Pai Association said while separating his chopsticks, we can wait here, sitting right next to you is the leader of the Kim Dong-hee Association. Dong-hai told Sun Pai, well, being reinforcements often means we have to race against time, because you know when a portal will appear, that's the nature of a portal, that's unusual. Sun Pai sighed and replied, is that so? Seeing Sun Pai's attitude, Dong-hee suddenly realized, now that he thought about it, he remembered that Sun Pai had relatives inside the gate. He quickly said positively, I'll be honest, preparing everything like this, it's just a formality, I'm sure the raid team will be fine. Sun Pai's face was still a bit sad. He replied, Dong-hee, you're right, they also have you. Sun Hai hopes that everything will be okay. Dong-hee further affirmed, well, because Bai Kim Gi-do is an outstanding person. Sun Hai hopes that everything will be okay. Dong-hee further affirmed, well, because Bai Kim Gi-do is an outstanding person. Return to the battle now. Some Moan and foolish Rusei Chili have been sent into battle. Then it roared with an earth-shattering sound. The leader of the stick insect monster, named Baptism, was very aggressive face-to-face with the opponent. President Chang Dun's attention was attracted by the loud scream. When he turned around, he was startled to realize that there was another million souls in front of him. What the hell was that? Seeing that, I shouted loudly and told Chang Dun, this is not the time to be surprised, it would be better if you assumed he was the one who could do those things from the beginning. Chang Dun thought for a moment, then came to his senses and replied to Tao Chen, he was right, at this point, it's no longer strange. Another side seems to be facing a monster. He quickly used bindings to immobilize the monster. When the rope hung across its neck, Gigu jumped very high, held his sword and rushed straight towards the monster, knocking him out on the spot. To send this insect back to the King of Hell in just a moment, use the fire element to make the entire upper part of the monster engulfed in flames. The monster roared in pain. I thought it would be destroyed by fire, but it didn't. As expected, their spiritual evolution was very formidable. Its eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. It then took the opportunity to swing a direct attack towards Gidu. It seemed that even though he was just waiting for this moment, he had already anticipated the monster's strength. The attack just now was just a bait for it to fall into the trap he created here. He held the tassel with strong power in his hand and told the monster, this is what you are waiting for. Gidu used all his strength to swing a decisive blow towards the monster. As expected, the trapped monster was engulfed in a stream of power that was gradually devouring its body. The monster was surprised when its eyes opened wide, which was when it was painfully finished. The monster's corpse exploded, creating an earth-shattering noise. Chang Dun's army looked in horror at what was happening. It was unbelievable. Everyone stood still and looked forward. Even the saint and the blue-haired angel had to gasp in surprise. In front of their eyes, there was no longer the ground and the sky, but it was a deep hole with no bottom. The ground was cracked in half and the sky was covered in white. It is at this moment that the loudspeaker announces, you have destroyed Manta Chili, the commander of the Vohis Legion. You have successfully transformed Monotata into a ego. In the air, the monster's body was split in half and then slowly turned into ash. Gidu stood there stunned, even he couldn't believe that he was this strong. Suddenly Gidu felt something unusual, his body was not okay. Gidu hugged his chest and groaned, aching his body, worriedly calling out to his master, and Rua realizing the problem said, I know. It's possible that it's due to the demonic force in this place. The destructive power of the death blow just now must have been reinforced by the surrounding demonic force, but it is also disrupting the balance in his body, causing everything to tilt, definitely to one side. I advise you to be more careful when using it next time. Gidu was in pain and sweating, his body was shaking. Gidu told Rua, "Why didn't you warn me first?" Rua immediately replied, "I didn't expect it would be this bad." Rua has something to say, and Master, it's coming. I was startled and asked what. I thought that everything was gradually going to be okay, but the end had not yet appeared. How could it end so easily? The announcement rang out, the territory boss was waking up. The boss's appearance makes the territory shake. The ground is gradually cracking into many pieces. Everyone looked at each other in fear, asking what was going on. Chang Dun looked down at his feet and wondered what was coming. Blue hair and pale face staring at the ground, he panicked and said, "Wait, the ground. How much more is it going to crack?" When people fall into confusion and fear, the whole territory turns into a giant iceberg. Without another second, a terrifyingly strong source of energy shot up from the ground, throwing everything in all directions. Everyone is scared and screaming, "Save my life, save my life." Even the world couldn't have predicted this. He was also in a state of flying aimlessly, he didn't even know what the hell was going on. The Ely appeared and said the ground had just exploded. Gidu quickly used the dark element to create a pair of wings that could fly freely. The dark element could transform into darkness. When the space was filled with a suffocating black color, and he was alone floating, his attention quickly collided with a strange object rising from the ground. He kept staring at it, then he realized and expressed disbelief when in front of him was the cocoon of the boss of this territory. "I still have to say, it's too big." "Why did he ask Rua, is the hissing so loud?" Rua replied, "No, he is really big, but this is a bit too much. It's possible that it became like this because of the explosion. If I'm not mistaken, it is completely capable of exploding and destroying this entire space." After hearing what he said, he was extremely surprised. He exclaimed, "What? Then this is not the time to talk so freely." Rua was silent. A few seconds later, I called Gidu and said, "Owner, let's say and I'm just talking about the worst possible case. Suppose you feel that you don't have any chance of winning. You know that, right?" "Why did you glance at Rua with slightly confused eyes?" He didn't answer well but asked Rua again. "Huh, why, what are you talking about?" Rua stammered back. "So, what I mean is, okay, forget it." Gidu told Rua to speak again, but at this time a call came from behind Gidu. "Master. That's the Saint SEO, she came to inform me that I have used up all my strength, it will be very difficult to continue in this state of evolution." Gidu gave me a warm smile, he didn't forget to praise me, "Great job." Then he held out his sword to retreat with the other angels. Io felt guilty, she told Gidu, "Please forgive me for not being able to help much." Gidu denied it and gently told Io, no, she had already done a lot. The gate opened, and the other angels, "You should also go in and rest." They bowed their heads in unison to thank you. Rua suddenly called out loudly, "Master." When she turned around, the cocoon had grown many times larger and was still moving. "What do you think? There seems to be something." Rua and Io immediately warned, "Master, it is coming here." Sure enough, a beam of light like a sharp claw rushed towards the sky. Gidu picked up the sword to fight back, but he underestimated it. That beam of light was so hard that it stunned Gidu. It was unbelievable. How could it be so hard? The girl's hand began to tremble, signaling something bad. That giant cocoon gradually appeared swirls on the surface. From those spots, sharp spikes suddenly protrude. In just a moment the cocoon turns into a ball of thorns, and objects unlucky enough to be next to it will be pierced to death by the thorns. The shape of the cocoon becomes more and more terrifying, with thorns scattered on the rough skin. After witnessing this scene, he judged that it was just attacking randomly, regardless of whether the target was friend or enemy. The group of skulls still had the leader and a few other survivors. Luckily, the leader had an energy ball surrounding him so he was unharmed. He worriedly asked his accomplices, "Ho, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine sir, we are the living dead, so as long as I'm still around, the number of soldiers will never decrease." Rua refused to listen and said, "This guy likes to show off, it is only possible that demonic energy is still present here. But he is at the limit of his endurance, this situation is not optimistic for him, very much." "What do you mean?" "This means we don't have much time. The spikes shouldn't be able to reach too high, except for a few that are attacked at first, the ridges shouldn't have any problems. Suddenly I remembered the control team. He looked back and forth and did not expect that they were below. Each person is protected by an energy sphere, although it is uncertain whether it is a shield or not. I'm not sure if it's a shield or not, and the creator of the power to protect the control team is none other than the blue-haired Angel Ko. Rua saw that the power of this holy place was extremely formidable and told Gidu, "What the hell is that amount of mana? He can even be equal to you, master." While Gidu was not paying attention, a large thorn suddenly protruded straight towards him, but luckily Gidu dodged it in time. In this situation, it would be difficult to deal with it without using death, so Gidu decided to use the attack he had been hiding for a long time. Please choose a standing point for yourself on the cocoon's body. When he landed and used all his strength to pierce the cocoon shell but couldn't do it, it was too hard. It seemed like death could only create a small hole, it was too strong and too big. I was so disappointed that I turned to ask him but scolded him. He said something would happen if this thing exploded, right? Rua immediately replied, "First, the whole area will be completely destroyed, and then an even stronger beast will be awakened. This will happen when everyone in the gate dies. A dungeon explosion will occur and cause this thing to appear in the center of the city." After hearing what he said, he became even angrier. He clenched his teeth and looked extremely angry. But at this very moment, something unexpected happened to Gidu. Blood was flowing everywhere on his face, from his eyes, from his nose and even from his mouth. I was scared and shouted, "Master, it's blood." When I realized it, the blood flowed more and more. Gidu's condition is very dangerous. Rua appears extremely worried. The balance has shifted too much to one side. You will really die if you continue to use the death skill. The place where he stood shook violently and he was thrown into the air by the cocoon. Gidu's body just seemed to float aimlessly. Gidu's remaining consciousness felt like his vision was fading. Had he just been attacked? If I can't use the mechanism, then I'll have to find another way. But somehow, it was a cocoon that could withstand the enhanced death skill, so there was no way a normal skill could have any effect on it. Even your waste, the holy magic you possess, has exhausted all your energy. And I'm pretty sure my future self is at its limit. To make things worse, there were still 2 commanders left. Gidu's body just seemed to fall uncontrollably downwards with thousands of thoughts dancing in his head. Still trying to think, will this happen when everyone in the gate dies? A dungeon explosion will take place and cause this thing to appear in the center of the city. For a moment, the image of my mother and younger brother appeared clearly as if it were real. His eyes suddenly opened wide and he silently declared that I was only asking in a rare case. And so, with his strong faith and indomitable tenacity, Gidu was able to stand up for himself before the thorny trap that was almost about to swallow him up. In Gidu's thoughts were the words Rua once said that if there ever comes a moment where you believe there is no chance of victory, then use me and stab yourself deeply into your stomach. Sure enough, without hesitation, you grab the blade and stab it hard, into the stomach. Seeing that, both Rua and Io were stunned. Both tried their best to stop. "Wait, master, no way." It was too late. She had already pierced the sword through her body. Your connection with Ego Ru has been expanded, has been brought down to earth, the notification system. Everyone's protective shields were making a cracking sound. Everyone is fighting to protect their lives. Mi-chan growled angrily, "Shield, damn it, I used up all my mana so quickly. At this rate, he won't be able to stand anymore." At that moment, he was startled to realize that the insects were attacking him. I cursed silently in my heart, damn it, I realized it too late, I couldn't dodge or block the attack. Suddenly a dark power suddenly appeared. The sharp claws of the insects that were about to pierce the shield suddenly vibrated. My body felt like it wanted to blow away. They quickly turned around and did not attack you anymore. Faced with that action of the insects, Mi-chan appeared extremely surprised. He exclaimed, "What?" As if they were afraid of something. Haven't had time to fly away yet. The bodies of those insects were shaking violently. Then it gradually split into many pieces in mid-air. Everyone is there. Everyone, including everyone, gasped in surprise at this mysterious situation. Mi-chan bewilderedly wondered, "Huh, what just happened?" From the thorns, Didu emerged, his hand emitting a dark aura. Lu then incarnated with the male protagonist. He spoke up, "A lowly person who has not yet touched the power, dares to move in front of me without permission." The skeleton soldiers below were wary and consciously took a step back before the dark aura emanating from the traveler. From its head grew a pair of horns that radiated demonic energy. His mouth curled into a devious smile. Lu then took complete control of his body. It declared, now kneeling and bowing its head, "The Demon King has returned." The demonic energy on the body gradually spreads everywhere. My eyes opened wide and I exclaimed, "Kim Di-do. That shape and that power." Choi Chang-dong was scared and trembling and stammering, Is that Kim Di-do? What kind of power is this? I can't move." Suddenly Choi Chang-dong felt something unusual behind him. He was startled and turned his head and asked in bewilderment, "What was that?" "This is, all the energy here are focusing on one point." My whole body groaned and suddenly trembled. My energy was fading. I can't maintain the soldiers. Susanoo laughed out loud, as expected from the Golden Warrior. Dao rolled his eyes and looked at the male lead, faltering, "No, that's not it. This is not what bright stars do. It's because of that cocoon. It's storing all the energy in this place." The cocoon spikes radiate more and more dark aura. The magnitude displayed on the ground is also increasing. Those who come into contact with the cocoon at close range are seriously harmed. Their protective shields also disappeared into space. Lost protective shield. Under the pressure of the magic weapon, the players were immediately thrown away. Smashed straight into the cliff behind him, some people were even shot high into the sky. The whole space echoed with a scream of agony and extreme pain. Tao Chen was no exception. He squinted his eyes and observed the situation. Next, he asked his allies if everyone was okay. What happened again this time? Suddenly his eyes widened when he saw the scene before him, that is. What the hell is that? Standing on that cocoon was a sky-high giant. The body is muscular and radiates fire. Tao Chen felt helpless and thought to himself, "It's over, this is no longer a victory or defeat." The conquest team's mana had decreased a lot due to the boss's appearance. In 10 minutes, no, 5, everyone would be unconscious. If the star shines and that thing fights, most of the people here will definitely die. You must have suffered a lot of damage because your shield was broken, and your life is no longer guaranteed. Is this my grave? But we prevent that thing from escaping, so dying isn't so bad. The giant monster raised its red claw high, as if to gain momentum to attack the male lead. After that, it descends even further towards the place where Di-do is residing. Under the pressure of this move, everyone around them collapsed. Choi Chang-dong himself had to use his sword to use all his strength to keep from collapsing. He thought to himself, "Is this crushing power just from wind pressure? Is this the end?" Di-do calmly spoke, "You've gone too far." After finishing speaking, he lightly flicked his hand. Unexpectedly, with just a snap of his fingers, the giant monster lost its head. Everyone below who witnessed that scene widened their eyes as if not believing what was happening. I was filled with confusion, wondering what the hell just happened. What did the bright star just do? I'm sure the demon attacked him. And because of the pressure of the wind, I closed my eyes for a moment. But in just that moment, half of the demon's giant body disappeared. Di-do smiled faintly and shouted, "Looks like someone knows how to use that head to sniff." He flew high to gain momentum. Next, stab hard below where the monster was just now. In a flash, 2/3 of the monster's body was gone. Di-do grabbed the snuff's entire body inside the giant monster and pressed its head to the ground. "You think I can't find you? If you direct my attention to that big attack, then take the opportunity to escape." He squeezed his head hard and called loudly his name. He gasped and sweated. Cracks began to appear on his head due to the male lead's strong force. He explained, "I've never heard of this. I'm here too. I was fooled too. I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you everything." Di-do flatly refused. There was no need, because we had many ways to know about it ourselves. Vaught gasped with wide eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Di-do sneered, "Well, you're in such a small form that you probably won't be enough to fill me up, and that's not important." Hearing that, the thug quickly gasped and begged to surrender. Wait, don't kill me, don't kill me." But at that moment, my aunt pointedly walked up to him. "Because the current you are not yourself but Lu," Lu angrily shouted, "that is the name we have long forgotten." Before being swallowed, the snuff also tried to intimidate and cannibalize its own species, an act of devouring its own race. When you have successfully lowered the inhaler, that's when the system sounds, you have successfully transformed the snuff into an ego, you have won the territory battle with the snuff. Di-do wiped his mouth and mumbled, "Let's see, so what did I come here to look for?" The crowd below stood rooted to the spot, watching intently. not daring to rest their eyes for a moment. They were buzzing and asking each other, "What do you think is going on there?" Travel out of the mess, jumped down in front of everyone. He carried the tentacles in his hand and walked down. Next, gently release the unconscious person's tentacles. Dudukgu's teammates looked very surprised and exclaimed, Guild leader. The skeleton soldiers came one by one in front of the male lead. Next, he knelt down and respectfully chanted in front of the incarnations of Didu and Lu, "Greeting you, Deputy Lord." Incarnation glanced at him with a fierce look. Next, he slapped his hand hard, causing the bone on his head to groan and disappear. Deputy Leader, huh? You're too strong for a lich. You think the source of your life is inside the gate so I can't kill you. Groaning cautiously, he said, "It seems you have lost your reason, please return our master's body." Lu was angry inside Didu's body, leaning closer to his face and groaning sarcastically, "How shameless." Moaning quickly returned to the necklace, temporarily escaping. Eoli stood behind her holding a sword and got angry. She pointed her sword at the body, returned the body to the owner immediately. The angels following her followed in unison, "Devil, return our master's body," groaning as if to advise, "Wake up." The templates pleas were indeed effective. Lu regained composure, held his head and exclaimed, "Ah, what's wrong? That's how things are, how annoying." The combined body's power exploded in an uncontrollable way, sending everyone around flying away. Both the waste and the waste are no exceptions. Anna and Rhine are similar to other templates. Surrounding the compound at that time were all the close specimens of Miju lying flat on the ground. Lu questioned himself, "What the hell, why are we so gentle with them? Those who direct hostility towards me, it's true that they should all be in my stomach by now." Looking at the arm filled with murderous aura, the body wondered, who am I? The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared. The whole body emits electric current. Lu suddenly returned to his original form as a snake ring in the male lead's hand. The armor around his body also disappeared, he fell backwards to the ground, unconscious. Eoli worriedly called out, "Master." Choi Changdong took the opportunity to incite everyone, "We have to kill him." Everyone just saw it, "Right, that guy is not human, we have to kill him while we still can." Eoli was silent for a while, glaring at Choi Changdong in a scary way. Mi-chen then ran back. He looked bewildered at the scene around him and asked, "What's going on here?" Seeing that everyone was not reacting, Choi Changdong continuously added fuel to the fire and urged, while he was unconscious, "Quickly kill him, we need to kill him now to eliminate Hao disaster." Sung Hun and Du Bin together spoke up to defend Ji-du. "Wait, what the hell are you talking about? How can you say that?" The Susan slave carried the Duoxku silently observing the situation. Choi Changdong kept pointing at Ji-du and said, "Didn't you see that just now he even attacked his summoned object? It was too dangerous for him to live. It won't take long for someone to agree with me." I thought to myself, thanks to the bright star, we can save our lives. This is truly a sad truth, but letting the bright star move freely is too dangerous, I cannot deny that. Eoli let out a laugh that startled the others. She spoke up, "Haven't you forgotten who thanks to whom you are still alive until now? What a bunch of ungrateful fongs." Hearing that, Mi-chen frowned slightly because he understood Eoli's personality very well. Eoli thought to herself, "Master, I'm sorry I acted on my own. Right now I will say goodbye to all of these ungrateful people." Her slim body emitted a golden aura that struck in all directions. Choi Changdong wondered, what kind of energy is this? Moan's skeleton army was also affected by Eoli's anger, groaning and cursing silently, "That bastard is crazy." Tao gritted his teeth and contemplated, "This glowing energy is definitely mana, but this murderous aura." "You quickly stopped her, young lady." Suddenly Du Bin's grandmother appeared from nowhere. Du Bin looked surprised and widened his eyes. She called out, "Grandmother." The old woman said nothing, slowly walking in front of Eoli's sword. Eoli said angrily, "That person. I have no intention of attacking those who have no hostile intentions, but if you take one step closer to the master, I won't be so merciful anymore." The old woman glanced at her husband, then asked Eoli, "Are you sure it's okay like that, if you leave it like that? Your master will soon lose his life." Eoli stubbornly responded, "Unreasonable." The old woman continued to tell her, "Just leave him like that and you will know if what I said is true or not. By the time you realize it, it will be too late. Are you sure you are really okay with that?" Her eyes softened and she pondered carefully. Meanwhile, the soul of Didu awakened, but it is awakening in a dark space. He looked around in bewilderment, wondering where this place was. This place feels familiar. Lu's voice rang out, "World of the dead, that's a stupid thought in your head right now, right?" Didu continued, "Is that Lu? Is this voice human?" Lu said urgently, "Damn it, there's not much time left, let me get straight to the point, master. I will forget everything that happened today. I'm not confident that I can endure that feeling of extreme emptiness again." Didu asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Lu interrupted, "So now you listen carefully, you, me and..." Lu's voice kept fading, making Didu worried. He called out, "I can't hear you, say it again." Lu confided, I feel empty without you by my side." As soon as the words ended, Didu woke up, groaning, and hastily told him, "Our master was very worried about you." Dubin's grandmother approached him and asked him if he was awake. Didu sat up and rubbed her head and replied, "Yes, you are Dubin's advisor, right?" He looked at the bloodstains on his shirt and thought to himself, "My stomach and my whole body are completely healed." "She is the one who saved you, right?" The old woman shook her head. "I can't help much, if you really want to know who saved you. Then that is your subordinate. And Mi-chan is standing over there." Didu glanced at you and asked, "Are you sorry?" I felt that he had lost a large amount of mana even though the match had just ended. What happened when I passed out? The old woman continued, "Boy, it's not over yet. After you get out of here, come see me." After finishing speaking, she sighed softly and thought to herself, "That child is Kim Se-din's child. What's wrong with your son?" Didu turned to ask you, "A piece of the Holy Grail," Mi-chan told him. "Yes, part of the Holy Grail that I owned. I used that part for you." Didu thought, "The Holy Grail is like a trophy, a piece of the trophy goes into my body." Ru said, From what I heard, it doesn't seem like it's something worth worrying about, it's maybe some kind of power or something." Groaning along, "That's right, nothing appeared in his hand, so it was like transmitting energy." Didu asked more, "But the important thing is that it is a treasure of the Vatican, right?" As he spoke, he remembered what he had told him before, "Relax, this place is protected by a barrier created by the victory of Vatican's treasure." Mi-chan burst out laughing, "There's no need to show that expression, after all, it's only a portion taken out so it will be restored soon, and I won't be blamed." But he remembered what Mrs. Dubin said to Ioli, "If you want to save your master, hide your power. You used up a lot of life force in the battle just now, right? If you continue to consume it unnecessarily, you might not be able to save him anymore. Can you believe me this time?" Ioli looked into the old woman's eyes for a long time. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. "Gather your strength and tell the old woman, I understand. What do I need to do?" The old woman asked her, "You can turn into a sword, right? Turn into a sword first." After her waist turned into a sword, the old woman held the sword in her hand. She muttered, "I hope you don't misunderstand what I am about to say. I will use you to stab your master straight, but no need to worry, we don't need to crash anywhere else. Next is that guy. You're right, I don't know what your relationship is with Kim Di-do. But that thing is yours. Can it be used for him?" Thinking of this, Mi-chan said to her aunt, "I still don't understand, how did that old lady know about the Holy War, and also that I was keeping it, in the end, how divine is Mrs. Ta?" Didu continued, "I'm not sure about that, because this is the first time meeting her, I only know that she is an advisor to the Bone Flower Association." Mi-chan added, "I don't know if you're a god or a devil," pointing doubts at myself, me. Mi-chan nodded in confirmation, "Up until now I was the only one who could receive the Holy Grail, but you were able to adapt to the Holy Grail fragment without any harm, and your level of compatibility with it was even greater, even taller than me. Who exactly are you? Remember what Dudung said before, why did you awaken the demon eye? The demon eye is the symbol of the devil." His will to travel was a bit chaotic, he replied, "I'm also wondering, I don't know what I am anymore." Sung touched the thorny cocoon and asked everyone, "Do you want to teleport to the reward area?" "I think the cocoon is also considered a part of the pod, people will be able to teleport to the reward area." The crowd was noisy. "We finally made it, I miss my mom so much." Didu stood blankly next to the cocoon. Suddenly the system displayed a notification, "Do you want to absorb the gate?" He thought to himself, "I will have to be the last player to stay." Lu raised his voice, "I can't help it," groaned urgently and said, "I want to quickly absorb it." Didu curiously asked, "Lu, do you really not remember anything?" Lu denied, "I told you, I will forget everything. Well, actually I have prepared some countermeasures. Why discuss that later? Didu nodded. Okay, understood. But still tight, Lu reassured him. Don't worry, she just used too much power, she just needs time to recover. Didu felt sad when he saw the absence of Violi. Suddenly, Choi Changdong came closer and called his name, Kim Didu. Didu replied, the President Choi. Choi Changdong scratched his head confused, he doesn't know how to talk to you. After thinking for a while, they bowed their heads and together with their allies thanked the male protagonist. We are still able to keep our lives thanks to you. I would like to represent the Dragon Club to thank you, groaning and reminding, Master, don't let him fool you, that guy wants to kill you, Lu added in his voice. Now even if he dragged his family to scold him, nothing would be said. Didu shrugged and said to everyone, no need to be polite, it's just convenient. So today's matter, let's pretend it's nothing, understand, President Choi. Choi Changdong heard that and sweat suddenly flowed down his face. He quickly replied, I understand. Everyone then teleported to the reward area, only the last one stayed to wait for the opportunity to clear the gate. Moan wondered, Master, why did you spare him? Those scoundrels tried to kill you, Didu explained, but it's not like I can kill them. Moan, don't let Lu influence you, Lu Bubois, I didn't say anything. Didu thought, this is good because now they owe me the favor of saving their lives. In my current state, I can't fight against all of them, because I haven't fully recovered yet, and there are still 2 high-ranking guys. Again, Lu teased me, Master's karma isn't worth it. I couldn't argue with him so I reminded him, shut up, I'm determined to win or lose, curse them, don't curse me. At the reward receiving area, the scene was quite quiet. Everyone was sleeping soundly, waiting for the good news from the squad. Kim Seo-bai suddenly opened her eyes. Everyone around was also awakened by a strange sound coming from the gate. Seeing everyone step out, cheers rang out, they have succeeded, the fighting team has returned. There were many injured people who were transferred to the hospital after first aid. The animal was also treated with love and care, and Seo-bai took care of his cousin. Then he looked around in bewilderment and asked, where's the gold hunter? He pointed to the gate, there, far behind. Just like that, everything was resolved smoothly, travel back to your home. He bathed and cleaned his slimy body, stained with the monster's blood. My heart was full of thoughts. In the end, I still couldn't find out why the worm was captured but not killed, as well as what he was aiming for. Lu suggested, we could ask him directly, he's just an ego now. Didu was startled and exclaimed, huh, since when did I get distracted? Lu revealed, that's right, I ate him. Didu was bewildered for a moment before continuing, well, let me ask one more thing, when you say you ate him, you mean it figuratively, right? Lu denied, no, I literally ate him, moaning along, I could say I was enjoying it. The more I talked, the more my brain became confused, my head couldn't clear. He walked into the bathroom with a dazed look on his face. Then wave your finger to signal something, then he stared at the toilet again. The entire bathroom suddenly filled with smoke. At the same time in the living room, Dudung hugged and whined while thinking, Wine is not a normal dog, unless there is an eye problem, everyone can recognize it. Every time he travels to work, he brings it with him, there were even times when he took her out and then forgot to bring her home. Dudung groaned facing me and wondered, you must be the summoner of a certain player, I guess so. Dudung sadly hugged herself and sighed. She whispered into her ear, I honestly don't want him to keep bringing you into danger, but if doing so can ensure your safety, then that's fine. Dudung promised himself, I have to say it today, he should not have hidden from himself that moaning is not a normal dog. Thinking so, she rushed into her brother's room. Open the door and call out loud, sir. But her voice was stopped by the scene before her. Didu was curled up on the bed, fast asleep, he looks very tired. Seeing her brother like that, Dudung did not dare to wake him up. She took the blanket and covered him gently. Then gently go out and close the door. Didn't even notice her presence and slept soundly for a long time, until late in the evening when sunset falls. The call from Pig Sunghun startled her awake. He sat up and received the incoming call, hello. Oh okay, tonight, let's go with Duben. I know, I'll wash my face and leave. Having finished speaking, he turned off the phone. Rubbing my eyes in bewilderment, it's already 6 o'clock at night, I came back at 10 o'clock in the morning, so that means I've been sleeping for hours. Lu told me the truth, no, He had been sleeping for more than 30 hours, more than a day had passed. Hearing the news of his death was like being struck by lightning and exclaiming, "Oh well," even moaning also contributed his voice. "The owner is right, is deep sleep." Didu confusedly said to the group of specimens, "Oh, so you guys have to wake me up," Lu explained, "but rest is more important," groaning along, "Yes, you need to rest." Lu added, "Well, your sister came in here once to check if you were still breathing." Didu frowned when she heard that. "She should have woken me up a while ago." After that conversation, I immediately moved to the meeting place. When I got there, a table of delicious food was served. All three of them were attentively eating and drinking. After a while, Didu asked, "Where's the President Choi? If only he could be here with us too." Sung-hun continued, "Probably busy taking care of the unfortunate people in the guild. The Kai Guild suffered quite heavy casualties this time. It seems they plan to hold a funeral in conjunction with the Blue Dragon Guild." The male lead turned to ask Dubin, "How is your side?" Dubin replied, "It's fine, no one died." Didu nodded slightly, he understood. Fortunately, looking at Didu's gloomy face, Lu wondered, why did his face suddenly look so gloomy? Birth, old age, sickness and death is a normal thing. Groaning and reminding Lu, "Don't know how to read the atmosphere." Sung-hun chewed on his ribs and said, "Luckily we were able to quickly clear the gate, because it was impossible to predict when the gate would appear, so it was difficult to even estimate the number of casualties." Didu timidly raised her voice, "The other gates," Sung-hun interrupted, "Yes, the only gate that had been cleaned up was the gate at Gangnam Station." Speaking of this, Didu immediately thought of Director Taechug. Suddenly Dubin called his name, "Hey Didu. Are you thinking about entering another gate?" Sung-hun followed, "I thought even you had a hard time." Didu quickly waved his hand, "No, that's not what I meant." Lu told him, "Master, with your current body condition, fighting is impossible. Carrying your body there will only find a way to die." Groaning and advising, "Master, you really need to rest." At that point, she answered indifferently, and then, she listened to both of them. Didu asked Sung-hun, "Dac gu, how about touching do?" Lu teasing, "Look who is playing the drum." Sung-hun replied to the male lead, "He still hasn't woken up." Although there were no visible injuries, for some very incomprehensible reason he is still in a coma. We also don't know what the monsters did to him at that time inside the gate. To what he is now, is under special supervision at the association's treatment center. Hearing the news, Didu sat down with his eyes lowered as if contemplating something. Lu asked him, "Why are you so dumbfounded again? They didn't say they didn't know what the monster did to that boy." "Well, if you don't know, you'll be ignorant if you don't know. Only when I heard Lu say about traveling did I suddenly understand." "Ah. He went through the gate to find the wild man. Seeing you, he was very happy. Here it is, I've been waiting all this time." "You came here for this, right?" "At first it was a floating island, but now it's become a sinking island. I'm very curious to know how big its area can be." Groaning and commenting, "Maybe even bigger than the Earth." Didu laughed politely, "It's so embarrassing, I have to ask him to take care of all these troubles." Mr. Huang continued, "On the contrary, I really like it. The older I get, the more I like to try it out." Control. "Okay, then let's go first. After all, the manager can't be away from his work position for too long." Moaned and obediently greeted him, "See you soon, Papa." Bochu replied moaning, "When I see you later." I groan. Didu burst into laughter. This place was originally just a dirty pyramid trying to build. But now look what it has turned into. Moaning and groaning at the same time, "That crazy old man, so good." The sky gradually turned dark. Travel teleports to the space with the thorny cocoon. After observing for a long time, he marveled, "Oh, it's just like Lu said, it's still here." The corpse of the mastiff, Lu spoke up, clearly in a battle for territory. In the end the winning side will wipe out everything in the defeated side's territory. Move closer to the cocoon, that's all I need. Specify your ego here. The system displays a message, please select the assigned ego. Didu did not hesitate and chose to designate his ego. The body in front of the male lead gradually recovered. The spleen cocoon also recovered, covering and wrapping around the body of the mastoid. In just a few moments, the tick was completely inside the cocoon, emitting a strange noise. Standing in front of the cocoon, traveling with some anticipation. That cocoon suddenly exploded. Boteet showed his full body, knelt down in front of Didu and said loudly, "I Boteet, please see the king." Moan raised his voice. He looked more like a human. Lu retorted and asked Moan, seeing that his head was empty, he said that. Didu said to the new template, Bo headline, nice to meet you, I'm sorry that the person who just revived was wronged by me, but I really need your help. Bo Tit replied, you just give orders, O king. Didu told me, first, let me beat you up. Hearing his request, Bo Tit was stunned and faltered, Duk, king. Didu Dai cracked his knuckles with his fists, I'm sorry, but you owe a huge debt to a friend of mine. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Next was Bo Tit's heart-wrenching scream. He was in awe, he was on top of his head, he moaned along, Master, whatever you do is so cool. After the attack, Bo Tit lay flat in the hole, barely alive. Didu waved her hand and said, Lu, are you happy now? My strength is a bit difficult to control. Lu replied, it's a bit unfortunate, but we can't beat this guy to death. It's okay, there will still be many opportunities in the future. Hearing this sentence from Moan, my whole body trembled, my moans followed suit, that's right. Didu asked Bo Ti, what do you think, Bo Ti, are you willing to tell me everything? Bo Tit cried without tears, I intended to obey all orders from the beginning. Didu sat down and continued, Bo Tit. Let me tell you frankly, what is Henri's purpose, what do you plan to do after opening these gates? Bo Tit nodded and admitted, as I thought, my king already knew that Henri was the one who did this, he proposed to us something. Didu looked surprised and widened her eyes and asked, what was the suggestion? Bo Tittle nodded repeatedly, yes, that is. We will take over the player's body and invade the earth. Didu realized, that's why I knew Seo style. Lu interrupted his thoughts, no way, even if the sea dried up and the rocks swore away, Henri would never be able to do it. The headline reminded everyone that he didn't just talk about it, it was obvious that with only Henri's power, he couldn't do it. But if you think carefully, you will see that it is very unreasonable for him to be able to create so many large gates at the same time. Lu also admits that it is true. Bo Tit added, Henri can do all this because of Paimon's legacy. Didu immediately thought of Mr. Guang. Paimon's legacy was everything he had, including himself. Lu told him, Master, this is not something as simple as stealing your body, when a demon takes over a person's body. Meaning that those who cannot exert their full strength, will be able to exert 100% of their strength. Didu wondered, but even if that plan was feasible, there are still strong people like the Demon King and Lee Seo-ho on Earth. You have been defeated by me, the possibility of success will not be high. Bo Tit continued, you are right, my king, unfortunately, I met you, we all judged that it was a gamble worth taking, because it had the possibility of success. And Henri told us that they had captured a very powerful person on Earth. I'm sure the person he said was someone currently living in the United States. After hearing the information from the news, he traveled to meet the old man. The two of them looked at the building in front of them. The wild man asked the male lead, what do you think, isn't it great? He groaned along with Papa, yes, yes yes. Mr. Huang added, I'm planning to display the imported cars I gave you on the first floor and the second floor will be your office. Remember to tell me what kind of furniture you like. Du laughed, well, this matter is up to you to decide. But in terms of architecture, is this building feasible? I have worked part-time at construction sites but compared to conventional construction, this building makes me feel a bit different. Mr. Huang told him, you have me and Minsu, Paimon's successor, having the power of magic, having an unlimited workforce, then there's nothing to worry about. If we continue we might even be able to connect it to that island in the sky. Lu wondered, why does he say something like it's so easy, whining angrily, don't insult my father, Lu quipped, yes, your father is only 1 year old. Mr. Huang confided, we decided to name the tower Didu Tower. Mr. Du hesitated, could he think again? Mr. Huang asked suspiciously, so what do you want to say? Traveling is a bit difficult to talk about, that. Lu interrupted, there is a powerful person in the United States and demons are planning to take over the player's body and invade the Earth. The owner of that invasion is not the most worrying thing, in fact, they are planning to hide themselves in the human world. And the teams tasked with clearing the gate are all top players from each country. If they are possessed by demons, they will become an unimaginable threat. Didu scratched his head in confusion, that means now we need to start looking for the traitor and those evil demons. What's going on, like a treasure hunt? Lu advised him, now we need more information, we need to learn more about Henri's plot, so. The male protagonist continued, looks like it's time to wake it up. His sunseed went wild, Mr. Huang asked him back, "So what? You know I can't disobey your orders, just do it if you want." Hesitantly, I don't want to think of our relationship as a master-servant relationship. To me what's more important is, how do you feel?" Mr. Huang sighed softly and suggested, Can you give me more time?" Didu returned home. He sat next to the teleportation gate, cultivating calmly. Lu whispered in his ear, examining his meridians. His meridians were actually destroyed when I descended on his body. It seemed like the old woman had cured it with vitality, but that was only a temporary emergency measure. Furthermore, everything in his meridians is unique, so even I don't know how they affect him. Didu reassured himself, calm his mind and calm down. "I've done this once already, so it must be nothing special," feeling everything inside my body and meditating. Traveling at this time is like being awakened. He opened his eyes, the sound of pan-pan echoing in his ears. The male protagonist was sweating profusely and mumbled, "What? That's not it." Lu angrily shouted, "Damn it, it's already been merged." Didu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Lu continued, "My characteristics as I descended upon your body should have been completely erased, but a fragment of that memory merged with his meridians." Didu wondered what that meant. Lu replied, "To put it simply, it means that my personality that dominated your body at that time could reappear at any time, whether you like it or not. That barbaric personality that ate everything alive." Thinking about the scene of Lu eating everything alive, I couldn't help but shiver. Lu advised him, "You don't need to say that. Seeing you constantly showing signs of nausea, you couldn't help but curse, 'Damn, what the hell is going on? I think you need to go see that old woman.'" Lu reminded the male protagonist to remember what the old woman told him inside the gate, "He must definitely come see me after leaving this place." He mumbled in bewilderment, "Dubin's advisor." Lu suggested, "But you should do what you can first, wake up and find balance, even if it's only temporary, it's better than nothing." Didu agrees, "Okay. But how can I wake her up? I can't just hit her like I would hit you." Lu angrily asked, "Why does that work for me?" Lu asked Didu, "Where did you learn that word?" "Anyway, I told you, EO only sleeps because she's exhausted. All you need to do is give her some energy. Of course, you also have to take advantage of that time to evolve, increase vitality." Didu understood what Lu said. The system displays a notification, EO's first evolution, EO's memento 1 out of 1, Ego fragment 10 out of 10, Ego's soul fragment, 3 out of 3, Heavenly sword 0 out of 1. Name Kim Didu, level 1, Ego's partner job, innate ability to connect, assimilation skills, death, fusion, empowerment, birth. Ego already possesses the wildfire giant, Mani good, Mantit, Chimi Ra, PC Go 14. Didu contemplated, "Now with the absorption jar I have a lot of Ego pieces in stock, but I still use the good Mani, the general of the snuff, Ego, Chalamon and the piece of Evil Eye King for sure, is probably the best." Lu told him, "Because the stronger the ego will also be, just like when he absorbed the ego, but that doesn't mean she can't use the same absorption power as me." Didu was cleared to continue, "Oh, is that so? Maybe let her transform and then move on. But as for the magic sword, I can use the swords I broke before, right?" Lu suggested, "That problem has an easy solution, go find the old man." The male lead asked Lu, "Is that the old man? Maybe now is not the time to come back because he is worried about his son." Lu said helplessly, "So there must be no other way." Having no choice, she was forced to go find the old man. After hearing what the male lead said, he replied, "Yes." Didu happily exclaimed, "Really?" The wild man nodded, "Because I still have the rest of the dear god sword, and also the fragments of other magic swords. You can use them to resurrect me but just take enough, okay?" Didu doubted and wondered, "Is that possible?" Mr. Huang waved his index finger and said to the male lead, "Actually, I thought this would happen one day so I had a bar prepared." You were bewildered. "Why?" Mr. Huang explained, "It can also be said that we have already made a bar, but it's just a frame." "Hey, bring that thing here." Hawk quickly took something from the top of the building and flew towards the wild man. He knelt down in front of the wild man and respectfully said, "Why did you call me, manager?" Mr. Huang marveled at Hoi's speed. "Oh, so fast," Hao said with a triumphant smile. "I'm always ready." Didu thought, "He trained it well." Looking at the sword in his hand, he thought, "If I put my life force into it." He took the sword and immediately returned home. Looking at the sword in the owner's hand, he groaned in admiration. It was effective. Didu also looked surprised. Really okay? Lu raised his voice, because he had done that before. Wasn't he the one who restored a broken magic sword? Didu waved the sword in front of him. I won't become an angel like a cloud, right? Lu replied, if that could happen then that old man is crazy. This is the best already. Didu nodded, I understand. So now, moaning happily, it's time to revive her, Lu retorted, no, she's not dead. To command the system, merge the parent's ego to the ego piece. The system informs, the main ego, the parent's ego has been combined with the minor ego, the ego piece. Didu continued, merging, the evil eye king's ego, the ego piece. The familiar notification sound rang out, the main ego, the evil eye king's ego was combined with the secondary ego, the ego piece. Didu read the voice command, using the ego of Mantit, the ego of Father Lamon and the ego of Tad Nyan Vuong evolution. As he finished speaking, the ring in his hand immediately glowed. The whole room was also covered with bright light. Eo Li once again awakened and appeared in front of Didu. She knelt down respectfully and chanted, meeting her master. Didu was a little confused and confirmed, that's the waist, right? It feels like she has something different. I have many things to ask but first, why do you only have one pair of wings? Haven't you gotten stronger after evolving? Eo Li looked at her wings and explained, well, actually, the wings only fully appear when in combat mode, at times like these I have hidden them. Do you want to see? Didu quickly waved her hand, no, just do what you think is best. Drawing her with wings is very difficult. Lu curiously asked, what do you mean by that? Didu beat the drum. Oh no, nothing. He continued to ask me, what about my hair? Why is it a different color? Eo also looked surprised and replied, well, I'm not sure about this one. Moaned and praised her, it's really beautiful. Lu asked Didu, don't you see master, it's been colored. Didu asked confusedly, mixing colors. Lu explained, because he used the barbarian general's ego to evolve Eo, that ego was mixed with Eo, eventually making it. She became an angel with the power of a devil, she became an unprecedented existence. Didi exclaimed in surprise, what? Lu continued, saying that, but this is really crazy. Master, why don't you try sparring with me now? I expect something interesting will happen. Didu asked Lu suspiciously, you're not trying to do anything. Didu asked the male lead, when have I not helped you? Answer me, and it's not just your waist that needs to be examined, you too. You wonder, what's wrong with me? Lu reminded the male protagonist, have you forgotten your power? Linking your ability takes a part of the power of the ego you linked with, and think about who you've been associating with lately. Hearing what Lu said, I immediately thought of Snuff. Lu confirmed, yes. The special power that helped him gain a place in the ranks of the 7 or 2 demons, you can use it. On the Snuff side, its whiskers suddenly vibrated. Vought sniffed and mumbled, why is it so itchy? Someone remind me. Returning to the travel side, Hua plucked an angel feather from his wing. She held out the feather in front of the male protagonist, at the same time, she transformed into a white sword. Eo told Didu, here it is for you master, using this you can develop your abilities as usual while fighting swords. Didu was extremely surprised, her waist was also copied, she moaned in praise, her waist was stronger. Didu asked, if you can create a sword like this, can it be mass-produced? Hua shook his head, unfortunately no, this sword is just like my existence. There is only one sword can be created that contains all one's power. It may be a bit reluctant at times, but I'm sure it will perform as well as I did when I transformed into sword form. Thanks to evolution, it is much more optimal than before. Didu appears to be skeptical of life, so that's okay. Lu chimed in, the overall strength has doubled, it's truly unbelievable, maybe it's because of your connection. Eo slowly walked away, forward. Okay, then master. She spread her angel wings. His whole body radiated aura, urging the male lead to begin. Didu replied in a low voice, yes. At the same time, a blue light emitted in front of his chest. He held 2 familiar swords and said to her, let's begin. The whole room exuded a musty smell, both sides rushed to attack each other directly. The jingling sound of weapons colliding with each other continued continuously. Eo seemed very confident when playing against Didu, always highly focused. At Eo's expression, Didu smiled slightly, he praised her, not bad, waist, I didn't expect her to be so good at close combat. Eoli smiled back, I looked at you and learned from you, master, but there are still many shortcomings. I volunteered. Me too, I want to fight, Lu teased. You don't have a body, Mon argued back, so you're not like that. Mon slightly stepped back, keeping distance from her waist. He asked Lu, so what is that interesting thing you mentioned just now, Lu, and Botit's special ability? Lu replied, I guess it's not quite what I imagined, but look at her waist, it seems it's like she's become more proficient. Hearing that, Didu opened her eyes and exclaimed, huh? Eoli smiled cunningly, Master, I'm sorry. But from now on I will go all out. As soon as I looked at it, I immediately realized it was magic. Mon looked at her with an admiring expression. Suddenly she radiated something very similar to Lu. She was about to become a bad guy like Lu. Lu angrily shouted, you say it again and I'll listen. Didu thought to himself, it's true that I knew there was magic mixed in, but Eoli, an angel, used magic power. You asked him, why are you so surprised? This is not something interesting to me yet, mentioned earlier. I'm confused, why? Eoli's sword suddenly became filled with evil energy. Seeing the evil energy scattered everywhere, Didu gritted his teeth in fear. He was stunned and smiled awkwardly, wow. Do you want to send each other off to heaven? Isn't that a bit cruel to your master? You whine and blame Lu, she was infected by Lu. Eo spoke up, because he is the master, that's why I dare to use all my strength, there's no way you can't block it. As soon as the words ended, Eoli took the initiative to make the first move. She put all her strength into this one move, attacking the male protagonist. Didu burst into laughter and clicked her tongue, I appreciate the trust you have in me. Next, he also rushed forward to confront Eoli. Didu suddenly stopped, her face confused. Eoli's attack speed and her direction were all seen through by him. The closer he gets to the male lead, the more intense the demonic energy on Li's body becomes. Her eyes were sharp, her face was clearly filled with excitement. However, Didu just needs to gently raise his sword to easily block her attack. When the two swords touched each other, a burst of intense power erupted. Li's sword was thrown away, even Eoli herself seemed surprised at this quick defeat. Eoli's sword flew and hit the wall, slowly disappearing in mid-air. The atmosphere became terrifyingly quiet. After a while, she regained her composure and spoke again, yes. As expected, master, I knew you would be able to stop it, but I didn't expect it to be such a perfect blow, whining and flattering, master number one. Didu thought, no. Is it because my eyes capture the moment better, or is it because her movements are predictable? It's not what Eoli thinks. It was as if Lu interrupted his thoughts, as if he could predict the future, right? Congratulations, master, that is the special ability that Botit possesses. Predict the future? Didu asked doubtfully, did he predict the future? Lu affirms, yes, despite many limitations, he has the ability to see certain futures. The male lead wondered, how could Botit lose to you, when he has such amazing abilities? Lu replied, didn't I tell you, there are many limitations. You will not be able to see a complete picture of the future. This ability is useless against powerful forces, overwhelmed to the point of being completely helpless. Listening to Lu's laziness, you can't help but mumble, it's just showing off how strong you are. He turned to order Eoli, Eoli, please go back. Eoli listened to the male lead and returned to the ring. Didu looked at the clock and mumbled, although there are a few more things I want to try, it's time to go to bed. If I don't go to bed now, I will lose awareness of day and night. Lu continued, yes, anyway, he still hasn't fully recovered. Suddenly he was stunned. The clock is no longer running, Lu told him, of course it is, doesn't it have to keep running and running? Moaning reassuringly, it's okay, there is a saying that when a clock stops spinning, it's still right twice a time. That day, I wondered if it would ever run out of lubricant. Didu denied, no, it's not, it's a souvenir my father gave me and I've kept it with me since I was a child, it has never stopped running or broken. Lu asked curiously, so is it an item? I don't feel any special energy from it. Moaning and discussing, but it was strange not to feel anything from it at all. Lu agreed, yes, why did we not realize its existence until now? Didu stood dumbfounded looking at the watch in her hand for a long time. He thought to himself, the clock stopped running, no wonder. But it felt like something serious was going on, a player's sixth sense warned him. Thinking of this, he returned to the bedroom and took a long nap. Early the next morning, the phone rang loudly. Didu was woken up and picked up the phone to talk to the other end of the line. Did the numbness come back? The other party replied, yes, he is currently at the association. You two will meet, right? I will come to pick you up now. I will arrive in about 10 minutes. The male lead continued, of course he had to go meet, so he was ready to come out right away. Hanging up, he immediately ran to the association to find Teki. As soon as he opened the door, Didu quickly asked, what happened, my eyes? Tae-chan raised his voice, hey, Didu, you're here, waiting for you. I want to fall asleep. Lu Judge, he's already had an epiphany. Moaning also followed, now he's finished. I reminded him, moan geez, it's not nice to talk to others like that. The numb face said with a sad face to the male lead, it was just a little scratch, but the DUI asked in bewilderment, what, are you kidding? What happened? Didn't you take the medicine? Have you gone to the hospital for treatment? Tae-chan took off the blindfold and replied, I've done everything but it's useless, it's just a normal wound, but there's some mysterious energy that's preventing it from recovering. Even the hunter who played Myung-jin tried to help me. You know that person, right? The leader of the church, one of the 10 strongest guilds. Didu raised his guess, in Korea. No, that person is a famous healer all over the world. Tae-chan slightly tilted his head back, in fact he was lucky, the Phoenix Association along with him, they had suffered such great consequences that they were about to disband the association. Didu thought to himself, could one of the 10 strongest guilds suffer such heavy damage? Tae-chi recounted that as soon as he entered the gate, Gang Hyodin was surrounded by others and had to fight until his strength was exhausted. By the way, you know that person, right? The mercenary wearing the school uniform at the meeting. Didu recalls that day the mercenary also asked for his nickname. Tae-chi continued, we divided the raid into two, and one part of the team was responsible for escorting him, the remaining members continued the raid. That place is called the Territory of Poker. Didu asked Lu, is a demon you know right? Ru confirmed, yes. He is a warrior demon similar to Bodit, however, he only ranks 6 out of 7 and 2, he is among the lowest. Tae-chan interrupted, he had never seen such a gate. It was truly a battlefield. After we defeated the boss, I realized I was the only one left standing. Lu provides more information about the demon, although he is not as strong as Bodit in his berserk state, he is not an easy enemy to deal with. He is probably one of the lowest ranked, but anyway, he is still the holder of a position. He successfully survived and returned. Look at her expression. Didu thought to himself, even though he appeared carefree, losing an eye was a fatal point for the player. No way, it didn't affect him at all. Even the top treatment in the country can't do anything. The only way to cure it is to use the miracle drug Iliko, something that even Lee Seo-ngoi is hard to get. Can I find it? Get another bottle. When I got the other bottle purely by luck, Eoli suggested, Master, I will try to cure him. Didu expressed surprise and asked again, what? Eoli escaped from the ring, showing her full body in front of her, she bowed slightly as a greeting. Didu looked at her and called out loudly, her waist tight. Tae-chan looked surprised, oh my waist rejuvenated. Didu smiled slightly, ah, it's a long story. He turned to ask Eoli, is that true? Can she cure him? Eoli nodded in confirmation. She said to the monkey, please give me permission. The monkey asked in confusion, what to cure? My eyes. Not letting him ask any more questions, Lee Eo quickly moved closer to his eyes. She mumbled something. A moment later, her hand suddenly emitted a 5-colored halo, the wound on the numb eye gradually improved. He could even open his eyes, the scar had visibly faded. Just like that, in just a short period of time, the numbness in the eye was completely back to normal. The eye patch is now worthless. The numbness touched his eye and mumbled, it had recovered. The person next to him was equally surprised, the numbness was not just his wound. Even his appearance looked younger than before. I couldn't believe my ears and exclaimed, huh? Moaning along, his face has become smoother, going against the crowd, he's a man, what's the use of beautiful skin? Didu once again fell into contemplation. A wound that could not be healed is now healed, the physical body is rejuvenated, the numbness takes out the phone to look at the face and immediately admires, wow, this is really a wag, now even if I stood next to the suit-in, I wouldn't see it, I'm old too. Didu immediately thought of her mother, as if her mother had drunk the magic elixir. Eoli transmits to Didu, sir, I have something to tell you. It concerns this man you know intimately, when I treated him I observed his body. I discovered there was something residing in his body. Didu immediately remembered what the boss said before about the plan of his leaders. The plan was to steal the player's body and invade the Earth. Didu was extremely confused and looked numb. Don't tell me they had already touched him. At the same time in the chairman's office, Mr. Tae-guo asked Sung-hun, I want to talk about the raid on the gated Gangnam station last time. Strange rumors began to appear around it. People don't say they saw a monster as tall as a building, they also say they saw an angel. That's why I have to ask you this, are you still on duty to monitor the Gangnam station? Hyo Sung-hun admitted, yes, Mr. Tae-guo asked further, tell me, what did he do when Kim Di-do was inside the gate? Sung-hun pondered for a moment before responding, Golden Warrior. Returning to the place where he traveled, he was speculating, there is something residing in the body of the rhinoceros, is there ever a demon in his body? He denied it, there is no such thing. Eoli also confirmed that it's not true, Master. Lu spoke up, that's not true, Master. If he had been possessed by a demon, he would act more naturally now, he wouldn't have to pretend to have a missing eye. More importantly, the marrow wouldn't let Eoli get close to it easily, that's it. Eoli agreed, it's just like Lu said, I don't feel the demon's energy inside him. Even though they may not be acting like we thought now, we can't rule out the possibility that the demon is deceiving us. Lu continued her words, if we think like that then there are countless possibilities, the scene too much awareness will prevent us from doing other things, distracting our thoughts, an obstacle. The more you talk, the more thoughtful you become. Tae-chan spoke up, interrupting his thoughts, why didn't you say anything? But your face was so tense, why don't you deny it? No, I'm just thinking. Didu gathered her waist and said to Tae-chi, I'm coming back. Tae-chi expressed surprise and exclaimed, huh, so early? Didu turned around and said back, I just came here to ask about your health. He waved goodbye to the male lead and replied, is that so? I'll see you later, I'll tease you, if that's okay, take your mother along. Didu reminded him in a low voice, Lu, don't arbitrarily insert monologues into other people's hearts like this again. On the way back, I kept thinking, if it wasn't a ghost, then what could it be? Eoli asked him, before I continue, I would like to ask if you have ever felt anything unusual about him. His strength and experience are quite high even compared to the association. The strong players we've met so far all know a little about demons and the tower's secrets, but strangely he doesn't know anything, so I ask, what kind of person do you think he is, huh? Eoli continued, although one of the reasons I appeared was to treat your friend, it was also to get close to discover exactly what was unusual about him. What I found was unusual, whatever I implied before. Oh my god, he has a big secret. Listening to Lee's words, Didu became absent-minded, moaning without stopping, so she couldn't find out what exactly it was. Lu followed along, saying something so random, even if she said it like that, she wouldn't either. No, it's okay. Didu suddenly remembered, oh right. Eoli, when you treated him just now, its effect was equivalent to a dose of helium, so you have the same healing ability as a dose of elixir. Lu spoke up for Eoli, no master, that's not it. The reason the treatment was so effective was because the foreign energy that prevented him from recovering was demon energy. His eyes recovered, it could only be because Eoli can control the energy of demons. Eoli admitted, yes, the reason he became younger was because I helped make the source of life, his weakening force strengthens again. Didu nodded, so that's it. Lu added, I don't know exactly how strong I am, but after all, I'm still human. If I was weak at the peak of my strength, I wouldn't be worthy of being a footstool for you. She, after all, simply said that Eoli's healing ability is different from that of humans. She seemed surprised. It's rare to see you praising Eoli, Lu confessed. I like to put people down when talk to the owner. Ah, but treating her like a healer who can use it whenever he wants is not very good, because what happened this time is a special case. However, even so, the practice of curing that person. Didu asked Lu, did you notice anything strange? Lu sighed, nothing. Didu scolded, why don't you finish the sentence? You are truly evil as a devil, whining along, luring you as evil as a devil. Didu said, anyway, I understand, Eoli, you are truly extraordinary. Eoli was happy, I replied, the owner is so complimenting. The male protagonist wondered, wait, the energy comes from the life source of an individual. Sun-hun has a sick mother. Sun-hun's mother raised Sun-hun alone despite being poor, even though he got lucky after many hardships when he became a player, but now he still cannot cure his mother's illness, even if you have money. although I'm not sure yet, can we cure her? On the Sung-hun side, he was saying well to the president, having done an excellent job while inside the gate. If it weren't for the metal warrior there would have been a lot more casualties. Mr. Tae-guo continued to ask if there was anything that needed special attention. Sung-hun shook his head, saying no. Tae-guo's voice was low, the pig was full of energy. According to my assessment of the current situation, Kim Gi-do needs to be placed under house arrest, so I entrust you with this responsibility, in case anything unexpected happens. According to what I know after looking through this report myself, something must have happened at that time, but you stand here firmly affirming to me that nothing happened. Who should I trust? You dare stand in front of me and spew these lies? As he spoke, his body emitted an aura that suppressed the opponent. Faced with this strong pressure, Sung-hun still tried to grit his teeth and endure. The flower vase and the floor were also cracked. Sung-hun kneeled in front of the chairman. Alone suffered his anger, but still decided not to say a word. After a while, he also stopped. Sung-hun breathed a sigh of relief. Tae-guo changed his voice. Okay. Sung-hun squinted his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Mr. Tae-guo continued, I want you to become a source of motivation to support Kim Gi-do and stand side by side with him. So that he too will stand side by side with humanity. I just need you to do that. Sung-hun burst out laughing, this joke is dangerous, it almost happened. But you broke the floor and broke an expensive flower vase or something, you'll have to pay out of your own pocket to make up for it, right? Ngo Guo was startled and reluctantly said, yes. At the hospital, waist reaching out. Her finger touched the forehead of the emaciated woman lying on the hospital bed. Sung-hun stood aside and waited. The light emitted from the palm of her hand penetrated inside her body. The doctor stood stunned with an expression of disbelief. His patient somehow miraculously recovered. Not only that, but he looks 10 years younger. Sung-hun tried to hold back the tears that were welling up in the corners of his eyes, he bit his trembling lip. The guy hugged the bag tightly, Gi-do smiled and hugged back. It wasn't until later that he was able to calm down. Thank you, Ditko Kim Gi-do. I really don't know how to repay you, but I'm not doing this to repay you, besides, I also owe you a lot. Sung-hun patted his chest and assured, from now on, as long as you ask, I will do anything for you, life or death. Even if you are confused, I have no request for you to be like that. Ruida, please, turn him into a newbie, she sang excitedly. We're about to have new friends, why scold them? Shut up, these two. Sung-hun stood up, I think it's probably time, we should at least go change clothes. What's confusing, change clothes, where are we going? Sung-hun was a bit surprised. Oh, I didn't tell you yet, to that memorial. The memorial is the burial place for those who died while on duty inside the sewer last time. The vice president of the association, Ken Lee, hugged the worm and said hello. Ah, Ditko Kim Gi-do. You're here, Gi-do, and Sung-hun bowed his head. I would like to send my condolences to those who died in this accident, I really don't know what else to do. The calves holding worms bowed their heads in return. Don't be like that, this time, I'm really extremely grateful to you. He extended his hand towards the place of worship, inviting him to come this way. Smoke quickly rose up. Sung-hun and Jio sincerely stood before the pictures of those who unfortunately lost their lives. Someone is calling you, Kim Gi-do. That person is the president of the Lamland Choi Chang-dong Guild. What was a bit surprising, Chairman Choi Chang-dong. The two were a bit silent, looking at each other. The male lead's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He walked towards Choi Chang-dong. Choi Chang-dong's expression was a bit worried. He pursed his lips slightly. I bow my head and send my condolences to those who died in this accident. Choi Chang-dong was a bit surprised, he trembled a bit and pressed his lips tightly. Choi Chang-dong then bowed his head in response. A voice with a volume that only the two of them could hear rang out in their ears. This accident happened, it was truly unfortunate. So, your face is gloomy, there really shouldn't be any more casualties, right? I trust your judgment. Choi Chang-dong obviously understood that this was a very clear threat. When he left, he still maintained a slightly bent position. The lullaby sings in a low voice, Master, why ask it? What's wrong? The shore is filled with lullabies, then. Instead, Master, I know this isn't something I should look into, but can I say this? Whatever you say to him, there's no need to say that, just say it. Oh. EO said, when I was unconscious, I heard you gave them a little warning. You are also very smart, Master. Fear will gradually disappear with time, so these idiots of course need to be reminded of that fear again. I'm a little embarrassed, yes, that's partly because of that, but hearing you analyze my actions like that is also embarrassing. EO politely reminded me, but Master, let me boldly advise. And give you a little reminder that this time and place is not very suitable. I was stunned. Time, place. The muffled cries of the deceased's relatives. The innocent voice of a child. Mom, why isn't Dad coming? Now I think, it's really a bit noisy. Suddenly his eyes stiffened and his whole body turned cold. Huh? The surrounding space seemed to be separate from him. I just thought, what the heck? His face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his body. Rua spoke indifferently, what's wrong? You just realized it now, you hypocrite. Rua didn't hide his mocking tone at all. What were you thinking? Are you just now preparing to mourn them? Condolences for the deceased. Do you really feel that way? Do you really understand their sadness? The blue veins on his face appeared. Shut up, say goodbye. Rua exposed. Stop pretending. There's no one else to pretend to be. There's blood in his eyes. He almost shouts. I tell him to shut up. I'm so confused. Why are you trying to bother me even more? What's wrong? He realized, it wasn't Rua. The voice rang out happily. Yes, the final seal had been released. Her left hand clasped the shirt tightly in front of her stomach. His watch was exposed. The clock ticks every second. Suddenly, at breakneck speed, the clock's hands turned upside down. His hands were clutching his stomach. He was in pain to the point of bending his waist. That voice kept ringing in his ears. The seal had been released. Why do you clench your teeth so tightly that the expression on your face is distorted? What does sealing mean? The space around him suddenly changed. Bright lines like threads appear. One end of it connects to each person here, the other end is facing Gidu's body. Fresh blood spurted out from her mouth. Sung-hun looked back in surprise. The guy saw Gidu kneeling on the ground and got worried. Sung-hun ran quickly. Are you okay? This movement also attracted the attention of people around. Waste and Shore Lullaby didn't understand what had happened, so they were worried. Master, what's wrong? Rua seems to know something. Master, just now. Why do you bite your lip? Connect. It was linked together in a split second, to everyone here. Someone is calling. What do you say? The other is Miss Dubin. Dubin came quickly. What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Why try to stabilize? Ah, that. He supported his forehead and stood up. Phew, it's okay. My condition is just a little not good. He rubbed his forehead. What about the counselor? She's fine. Dubin's face was still a little worried. What? Ah, what? Actually, she said, she needed to see him quickly. I'm surprised, brother, Dubin replied. Yes, I don't know the exact reason. But she said the seal was dangerous. At the Dubin Guild headquarters. What do you do? Bewildered. Don't tell me. The egos were extremely skeptical. Rule let out a pondering sound. No matter how difficult it is to say, the people here are. Dubin smiled bitterly. That's right, this is Advisor Lim. Advisor Lim in the appearance of a woman in her 30s frowned. Why are you so late? I told you to come see me. Gidu still couldn't believe it. Her current appearance. The advisor slightly raised his eyebrows. Ah. She explained, today my makeup is quite good. No matter how much I shout, everyone can see that's not the case. Counselor Lim replied, I'm just kidding, it's my skill, don't ask for details. The corners of his lips trembled. Yes. Dubin, excuse me, then I'll go get some tea, Advisor Lim called. Dubin. She told me I wanted the tea to brew for a long time, about an hour. Dubin responded, yes, she thought. It seemed like she was about to talk something important. The door to the room was carefully closed. Counselor Lim leaned against the chair and stood up. Now. She walked up to Gidu. Let's start. Gidu was a bit confused. What to start? Advisor Lim reached out. I'll check your condition first. Her finger pressed on his forehead. Don't be afraid, I won't bite. The room fell silent. Advisor Lim feels, it's so dark, I felt it before. But I really can't see the end. Is this inside him? Let's go deeper. Advisor Lim kept going deeper inside. Her eyes opened in panic. Her finger pointed straight. Who the hell are you? I was confused. What? I didn't understand anything. I couldn't understand what was going on. I was angry. How dare she point at the owner? Advisor Lim is afraid. Sealed. Her whole body trembled. The seal had been broken, there were only a few cracks on the gate, but now there was no other way. The advisor's eyes darkened. "No, there is a way." She grabbed his wrist. "You, hurry over here, you're in a hurry. If you have any doubts about being pulled away." Yes, wait. "I'm confused, please tell me what's going on," Rua commented. "What a stubborn old woman, please give me instructions, should I deal with her?" "Master," the lullaby sings, "shrink, waste, hearing your voice is so scary." Advisor Lim replied, "There is no time to explain, we need to do something now." She looked away, to solve his chaos. The color of the sky gradually changes, her eyes were closed tightly. Suddenly he was startled and opened his eyes. The shore sang a happy lullaby. He was awake, his voice was soft, he was awake. "Master, pay attention," he was awake. "When I stood up from the chair, did I just lose consciousness?" Counselor Lim asked. "Are you awake?" Gidu's eyes widened slightly, clearly showing surprise. Counselor Lim has returned to the appearance of an old woman. "I have done everything I can, but this is only temporary." What do hesitated? Her appearance, Advisor Lim replied, "Don't worry, I'm just exhausted. What do you want to say?" "Please sit back, please explain to me what you mean by sealing, and what the chaos you mentioned earlier is." Advisor Lim is serious. "Sorry, but I can't tell you that right now, the tower forbids this." "Why do you roll your eyes?" "Forbid it." Counselor Lim tapped his head. "I'm talking about that punishment. I only discovered when I looked at his body, but he hasn't reached the 50th floor yet, right?" "You haven't reached the 50th floor yet and you're already so strong, it's impressive." She suggested, "Well, it would be a shame to let you go like that, we could talk for a while, for example." "About your father," suddenly feel stressed. He frowned tightly. "Father? I have almost no memories of my father, the only thing about him that I can remember is that I was carried by him when I was very young. Dad's hand is very big, and his hug is very warm. But he stared at me as if he wanted to kill me." Advisor Lim began to talk. Codename Waiting for Rono, was a first-class mercenary and also the father of the mercenary system. "He is your father, Kim Se-jin." He was confused. Wait. The advisor looked at him suspiciously. "What do you ask? That is, was Advisor Lim Hikadal ever close to my father?" The advisor raised an eyebrow. "You're asking a meaningless question," she guessed, it seemed. "He is very shy when talking about his father. When you purse your lips, you can feel the complicated mood of your master." He remembered his father's hateful eyes full of hostility. Advisor Lim shrugged his shoulders. "Let it go, it's not that I don't understand." She put her arm on the back of the chair. "But even if I explained right away, I wouldn't be able to tell you much because the tower wouldn't allow it, and I wouldn't be able to answer your question. Come see me after you pass the 50th floor. She goes out, then we will talk again. By the way." Counselor Lim turned around. "Let me send my regards to your mother. Last time I went to the hospital, your mother didn't look very well so I still couldn't greet her properly." "What's wrong with the hospital?" He was startled. The old woman at the hospital held his hand. "I kept wondering why this wandering child understood things like that. It was because he missed him." The old woman told him, "There is a lot of energy in your body that is fighting with each other, be careful not to lose yourself." The old woman's image coincided with that of Advisor Lim. "I'm happy to bring you anything back." I looked out the window. I didn't expect that the old woman I met that day was actually a deadbeat advisor. Rua said, "Right from the beginning when we met, I realized that it wasn't strange, because her appearance and appearance were completely different. Also, you can't detect other people's energy fields, and I'm still weak, so if it makes sense, that's fine." "I'm concerned, Master, how are you feeling?" "I'll ask you, are you feeling better?" "What, I don't know, I feel more secure." "But," Rua said, "it seems like another seal replaced the first broken seal, but I don't know how she did it. The important thing is not what that old woman did, but what was actually sealed inside his body." Gidu thought of a possibility. If I guessed correctly, Rua seemed to know what he was thinking, that possibility was the most feasible. "But I just deduced from that old woman's words, I think the first layer of seal is something that has always been inside your body. When we are inside the gate it is broken, e.g., speculating, I believe that your discovery of Rua was just an opportunity to open the seal, and the seal was already there from the beginning." What Du told them, "But I still felt Rua's energy, at the same time as Eo's energy, two unexpected egos." "I'm sure the counselor mentioned chaos," she said, "we have to talk right away, About the chaos inside you. Sure Lu hat loi choi, what about me, can you feel my energy? Gi-do laughed, ah yes. EO told him, because his ambition had only just been born, it was difficult to say whether you had anything to do with the seal or not. He scolded him, don't meddle in adult matters, and he sang angrily, yes, Mr. Rua, Mrs. Wow, wow. I was stunned, Mrs. Sao. The car stopped. We're here, what's going on? The guy said, you go in first, I'll park the car and go in later. I agreed, okay, I still haven't recovered from the shock just now, Mrs. Rua scorned, why do you look surprised? Intensive care room. The machines in the hospital room are running smoothly, Seo-gu is still unconscious. Gi-do stood looking at him through the glass. He asked, after leaving the gate, did anything change? Sung-hun replied, no, his condition did not get worse but there was no improvement at all, even the doctor did not know there was a problem. What? Why do you purse your lips? I know the reason, but, the boss once said, it was a plan, to steal the player's body and invade the Earth. Rua suggested, it seems like we should check his pulse. I don't know if you can cure that person or not, but if anyone can do this, it's you. Just close your eyes, okay, but first. He asked, he was happy, he said that the music here had turned off, right? Sung-hun replied, yes, but not for long, the president has helped us, but if the mother Ra is turned off for too long then there will be trouble, just move your finger slightly, that's it, side panel gloves are activated. I waved my hand decisively. Something caught him. That thing was hit hard by him on the floor, causing a piece of the floor to crack. Sung-hun rolled his eyes, it's cold and emotionless. He kept a tight position and pressed his hands down, the human body was pressed against the floor, long time no see. Just ask, why are you here? The person pinned on the floor is the player's information hunter, Go Yun Cheo. Irung, Go Han Cheo, a player photographer who was deeply involved in the guild incident, was a former high-ranking player. I didn't know clearly before, because these things were still so new to me, but now I'm sure, this guy, possesses demon eyes. Why do you ask, Go Yun Cheo, what is your purpose in invading this place? Why do you have demon eyes, are you a demon? Go brother crossed his arms and grabbed the hand that was strangling him, wanting to remove it. Why do you continue to question, what do you have to do with security, why are you looking for Seo-gu? Go Yun's face turned pale, huh? Gi-do was angry, Go Yun Cheo, answered me, his eyes widened as if they were about to bulge, and drool flowed out. After a few seconds, Go Yun Cheo lost consciousness, why are you so confused? Oh. I'm sorry, master, if you're strangled like that, even if you're a player, you won't be able to stand it, if you ask, you should let people answer, right, why don't you think about it, taking this into account, but I didn't think that a former high-level player could faint so simply, clutching his face, his house was destroyed again. Rua reminded, I think you need to realize how strong you have become, Ban Lusing fan, master, you are too strong. Gi-do was confused, so what should I do, should I give him some medicine to wake him up? Sung-hun asked, is he not dead yet? Rua suggested, let's just throw him into the gate first, even if we need to interrogate him, we must first check on Seo-gu's situation, why don't you ask, it won't be too dangerous why, he'll definitely go crazy once he wakes up. Rua said in an unbelievable tone, what are you so worried about, you still have a bunch of subordinates, even though he's weakened, you still have one of the great demons, Batu. And if that old man is determined to imprison someone, there aren't many things that can move at will, he rubs his chin, is that so, he sings arrogantly, he's really cool. If you decide, then just do it, open up. After finishing dealing with Go Yun Cheo, he went inside Seo-gu's room. Gi-do put his hand on his friend's head, he closed his eyes and began to feel. Du once asked the boss about Seo-gu's condition and was told that even though his body had not been taken away, they had almost succeeded, if he still could not wake up, it seemed to be because of the accident, tried last time. My demonic power is still within his body, along with a portion of the power of the Baemon legacy. Let's go inside a space full of snow. His hair was blown away by the wind, this place was inside Seo-gu's magic circuit, it was completely different from mine, the shore was singing excitedly, snow was falling. Rua spoke up, differences are natural, EO said, after all you are a special person, master. As he moves forward, According to the boss, there must still be demonic power inside his magic veins. He closed his eyes and tried to take a look. Rue advised, be careful, observing other people's magic circuits is not simple, if a mistake occurs, your consciousness may be mixed with Seogu. Why focus your mind? I understand, perceptual space is expanded. 10 meters, 50 meters, the whole space is covered. What do you open your eyes for? It's a ball. My magic circuits are invisible and formless, but with Seogu's circuits, these things have such a specific shape. Rue explained, simply put, here he is the strange one, and Seogu is the normal one. But more importantly, have you found it yet? Gidu replied, yes. The demonic power that the Bastide has planted, and Baimon's heritage. He was curious, was this fire a legacy of Baimon Sao? Rue replied, more accurately, it was just a part. Gidu rubbed his chin, what should we do now? Rue replied, it's obvious what we should do. Remove the magic power, and regain the legacy of Baimon, Eo continued, and use the power of life to restore the damaged magic. Gidu pondered, I can control demonic power because I've formed bonds with countless demons and dead spirits, but I've never tried controlling it before. I also don't know how to control the legacy of Baimon, and at the same time use the power of life to restore damaged circuits. And also, Rue had reminded him earlier, observing someone else's magic circuit is not simple. If a mistake occurs, then his consciousness may be mixed with Seogu. Just looking at Seogu's magic circuit makes me nervous, so how can I do so many things in this situation? I seem to see through your worries, Master, I will help you. Something unexpected, what, how? Rue realized, I get it, it will work. It explained, Master, please divide the tasks that need to be done. I am also in existence, able to control both demonic power and life force like you. You just need to focus on yourself. As for the rest, I'll take care of the rest, which will ease some of your worries. I understand. You go to the demonic force, okay, so. I will count on you. Waste, just close your eyes. The waist ring glowed slightly. Two people simultaneously start the process, inside the gate. The wild man frowned and stroked his beard, Surely without Baimon's legacy, I wouldn't be able to create Rua's physical body. Return to Seogu's hospital room, the purification process is still going on. Gidu's tightly closed eyes opened, a feather fell down. Just reach out your hand, here it is. Waste feather, I can feel the same energy with Baimon's heritage from it. He wondered, did it succeed? I replied, yes, Master, I have finished purifying the demonic power, restoring the magic circuit and reclaiming the legacy. The shore sings praises. I know you can do it. What do you call? He poked his head out from the gate. You call me, my lord. Give him the feather, give this to the old man, he will know what to do with this. He respectfully accepted it and obeyed. The gate slowly closed, the finger placed on the hospital bed curled slightly. Seogu weakly called, Gidu, what to do with joy, Seogu? The guy propped himself up and sat up. What was going on? What was going on? Wait, sit up, you just woke up. Sung-hun stood outside in surprise. He's awake, why did you turn your head to look at him? He nodded to signal something. Sung-hun nodded in response. Hello, I'm Seo Sung-hun from the Gate Management Department. Please send a fake treatment to the special care room immediately. At the medical examination and treatment area, with an expressionless face, she held a bag of fried chicken in her hand. Seogu looked at him with assessing eyes. What is that? I can't eat anything because I have to have a health check. Gidu cruelly replied, I know, I brought this to eat alone. The pile of fried chicken was quickly resolved. Seogu's face was black. Was it delicious? Gidu wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Yes, it was delicious. Rua condemned, devil. Lu was happy, so glad to see him eating well. The lullaby sang and looked forward to it. I too want to try it too. What do you ask? So, what happened? Is there something happening inside the gate? I know the bat is very strong, but couldn't you easily escape by opening a passage? Seogu's eyes darkened when I saw the baby. My natural powers don't work anymore. I was stunned. It couldn't be. Natural ability is not something similar to skills or magic, but it is like the characteristics of each player. If your throat is dry, it means it doesn't work anymore. That person has lost his or her ability to be a player. I'm concerned. Are you okay now? Seogu replied, okay. He created a block of ice. See. I have never felt like this before. Some kind of energy has invaded my body, making me unable to use any kind of power at all. The game was silent, causing a player to temporarily lose all of their abilities, something that had never happened before. In Rook's case, his abilities were simply reset when his magic circuit was destroyed, so he could no longer level up after the deer absorbed his power. Whether Baymon's legacy also possesses this kind of power, nothing is certain, but I know what to do now. Gidu is steadfast. Beat the potty once. I know this won't help much, but for now let's just beat him once. Rua supports. Good idea, master. Say goodbye. See you later. Seogu waved his hand. Yeah, goodbye. Gidu walked slowly down the hallway. More and more things appeared that were beyond his understanding. I was sad. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help to you. I looked down on you. It was from the beginning. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Maybe I can learn something more from the wild old man. But there is still a serious problem, about which I want more information. He thought of a problem: punishment. I put that aside because there were so many things going on, but it seems like I need to deal with this first. I will climb the tower, right now, on the 49th floor of the tower. Players talk to each other. Hey, have you heard the news? What news? About the recently announced bad guy. The person next to him replied, ah, that's it. Why is it tomorrow? Right, the name sounds really bananas. Talking with short hair, it seems like he's still only on the 40th floor, surprisingly long hair, huh? But he's a dick, it's not just a rumor. Short hair confirmed, it's true, I heard the news from a friend who is currently working as a crack manager. Long hair was confused. If so, is he a scammer or is he really talented? This is natural. Short hair choice, probably the latter. I heard that yesterday he climbed all the way from the 41st floor to the 48th floor. His hair was surprisingly long. Really. I heard that he can summon monsters, with death spirits, griffins, and angels as well. Where that army passed through, there wasn't even a single intermediate monster left. Longhair doesn't believe it. Okay, that's nonsense. In short, he's a summoner, and can summon powerful monsters, right? He simply met just lucky. The guy boasted that I could definitely deal with him if I faced him one-on-one. Before I could say the last word, I was interrupted by a vibration. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Was it an earthquake? How could there be an earthquake inside the tower? Vibrations tend to become stronger and stronger. A huge monster came out from the forest. That's the Guardian, the dead spirit. Shorthair's whole body was cold. Didn't the greedy Goa Guild have a plan to deal with the guard? Longhair was also scared. Did they let him escape? He said. Wherever the Guardian went, the trees were crushed. Longhair turned his head and urged, "What are you doing, pig? Quickly shoot the flares." The pig guy panicked and searched for flares. Signal cannons exploded in the sky. Shorthair was afraid. Damn, we have gone too far. Will the support team be able to arrive in time? They will probably take 20 to 30 minutes, during which time the whole of us will. He decided decisively, if I become the bait instead. Something like a ray of light passed through them towards the Guardian. 2 lines of sword energy slashed out. The Guardian cried out in pain. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Someone's silhouette appeared in their sight. The Guardian is lying down behind Kim Gi-do. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. The Guardian's wounded mouth moved slightly. Its flesh layer is gradually closing. The Guardian stood up after the shock just now. Its eyes were filled with cruelty. The old eyes looked back. It was alive again. The lullaby was not happy. It was really annoying. I've heard that it's a Guardian with strong healing abilities, but its necklace lights up, absorbs damage, reduces its healing ability, and makes the wounds worse. Then, according to the assessment, Ryan's damage removal skill has affected the Rotette's ability to recover, so this Guardian is probably no different from the basic targets. Like a 4th floor guard, cold, it was an extremely unusual phenomenon at the time, but recently similar phenomena have been reported more frequently. Sung-hun had told him that unusual Guardians were being reported recently. They either showed different transformation characteristics than normal ones, or their fighting ability was greatly enhanced. Surely, with the demons now being very active, this is definitely not a coincidence. I'm sure those demons have something planned. The Guardian was drooling profusely. It roared loudly in anger. Rua suggested, "Master, just kill it with demonic power," but refuse. "No, this is actually a perfect opportunity. There are some things I want to test with it." On Rua's head appears raised a huge question mark. Black energy poured out from the demon sword. Demonic power, the light from the holy sword shines brightly, the power of life. If you combine two swords, they will be suspicious, master, master. The Guardian opened its mouth wide and charged towards the male protagonist. Notification system, you have learned chaos, now you can use chaos. A crazy smile appeared on the male lead's face. The Guardian opened its wide mouth, and a harsh sound emitted from its throat. Just a few seconds later the forest was quiet again. The surrounding players froze. What the hell did you see, inside the gate of Gidu? The wild man held the feather in his hand, surprised that he was able to find Baymon's heritage so quickly. He placed his hand on the statue. With this, we are one step closer to perfecting Rua's body. Rua protested, hey, it's not like I look more handsome than that. The lullaby sang, I also want a body. He looks left and right. It's interesting, I've only briefly described his features, but you can make a version exactly like this. He still screams, no, I'm beautiful, more handsome. The wild man patted the statue's shoulder. It was all thanks to the connection and feeling. I just let my hands do the work and the result was like this. Anyway, it seems like it can't be completed right away even with Baymon's legacy. I can somehow shape the material you brought, but this is just the surface. Besides that, we still need a central piece to accommodate Rua's ego. What do you ask? A central piece? The wild man suggested, the body of a high-class demon, a body at least level 72 or a part of one higher than that. I'm confused, where can I get that? Trust me, I'm sure you can get it somehow, after all you'll have to fight demons constantly from now on. EO said, I'm sure you'll find something suitable soon, just keep your eyes open, I guess. He asked, how are you doing? The wild man replied, that guy, I left him with Botet. He still hasn't said a word, but I'm sure we'll get the answer we want from him soon. He smiled cruelly, no matter what I had to trade. Rule lowered his voice, I felt so worried, I was curious, I wonder what he was planning to do with that guy. The lullaby sang worshipfully, his smile, Dad looks so cool. If you bow, then, things here are settled, I'm going. Oh, MANHUA cares, will you finally continue? He reminded, be careful, the test of the 50th floor is a giant gate, it is a completely different test from what you have faced in the past. The stronger the player, the harder the test, so it won't be easy, especially for you. The wild man chuckled, well, I don't want to worry you, the 50th floor is also the place to distinguish the player's level, I'm sure you'll learn a lot there. Gidu stood in front of the door of the 50th floor. I'm looking forward to it, so, we've arrived, I'm nervous, we're about to start, I can't sit still, I'm so excited, take a deep breath. Now. His hand is on the door, we will look back at ourselves through the image that everyone often talks about. Let's go to the 50th floor, the system announced, you have entered this floor's test, the 50th floor's test will begin now. The system stops for a moment, player information cannot be analyzed. On the player forum, have you guys seen the morning star? He just entered the gate of the 50th floor, I tried to follow him, but I didn't see him in the base area of the floor 50, which means he is still in the 40th floor. I heard that talented players become very strong after entering the 50th floor, so is Korea about to have a is there another high-level player? Below the feedback, you, maybe he has a hidden skill, I'm so jealous, you, yeah, he's a lucky summoner, Z replied CA, I went through the gate with him once, and he was actually stronger than the beasts he summoned. I'm not allowed to go into any more details. Vei replied, well, if he doesn't understand it then what will it turn out to be? No comment, damn it. Some people marveled, the advanced technological capabilities here are amazing, who would have thought that a civilization in a pristine world like this could develop to this level without magic? It's easy to scroll through the phone, thanks to it, we can collect information without having to track the target ourselves. Who is unhappy? You say we are an uncivilized race, that's not good. Burning. He shook his phone, sorry, I just wanted to give a compliment. Someone snorted and put the cigarette butt in the ashtray. Anyway, what do you mean about the information you're tracking? Does it play any role in our plan? Niet replied, I'm talking about Kim Do, he turns out to be the biggest variable in our plans. We need to do it soon, before he leaves the 50th floor. Who is doubtful? Kim Gi-do, are you talking about that Korean guy Kim Gi-do? He raised his eyebrows in amusement, now that I think about it, you two are from the same country, right? Ha Song-soo curled his mouth, that's right. At that time, his strength only showed a little future, but now he is so strong that he is considered a variable. I think this reunion will be fun. Going back to the past a bit, Gi-do remembers the time when we sat and talked together, talking with the old lady and the king. They all told Gi-do that he hadn't heard anything yet. After you pass the 50-level test and I'll tell you. But you haven't passed the 50th floor yet. Sorry, can't say right now. Even the king told me in advance that the test on the 50th floor is a big gate that will be completely different from anything you've ever experienced. It will definitely open your eyes. Finally, I was able to stand in front of that gate. Once inside, it is a white space with blue rectangular streaks of light. A notification appears, evaluating the player's tendencies and potential, reviewing the player's history. Predict the player's future, determine the player's achievements. After completing the necessary procedures, a screen appears in front of the user. There are 3 cards with 3 different colors. The system disseminates the rules of the game, has chosen the appropriate test. The test consists of 3 stages, the player can decide the 4th. After listening, he thought for a moment, he rubbed his hand and looked at the 3 cards in front of him, 1 black, 1 yellow and 1 gray. I think I can guess their meaning. Black is probably related to longevity, yellow is the waste of the cup. Gray card left. Before I could think, he appeared and said, "It's you." I was startled and asked again, "What about me?" It's been very certain for a long time, yes, the changes and mysteries surrounding you, whatever it is, the test card is definitely related to you. After hearing something like that for a long time, why should I think more about it? But then he reached out and picked a card and said, "I have no clue, thinking too much is useless." And she decided to choose the card on the left first, which is the black card. Eo immediately cheered Gi-do's spirit. "Master, you will pass the test no matter what." Lee also agreed with Eo. When you hold the card, it suddenly glows. It is at this moment that the test is announced. Players, please get ready. The goal of the test is to experience death. As soon as the announcement ended, the space also changed. As expected of death, the space turned into a no man's land with only a weak light shining in the distance. Gi-do also took on the role of the player. As soon as he entered the game, he continuously coughed and coughed up blood. The cough lasted for a long time and could not be stopped. I held my chest and felt my body felt strange. Very weak. "It seems like it doesn't belong to me." He said, "Was that the day? Why are you confused, huh?" Long story short, the day I was betrayed. Hearing that made me freeze. He bent down to look at himself in the puddle and was stunned when he realized he was in the dragon's body. Long said yes, it was me, so I didn't say anything more. I think like that, next time we will be in the shape of a glass waste. Sounds a bit wrong. The announcement is broadcast again. This is one of the wild lands of hell, created by memories stored in the tower and in the player's own body. The player only needs to complete the goal of hell, this point. After listening to it, I feel nervous. The goal is to experience death, right? It's just a test. I'm sure I won't really die, right? Even if I die here, it probably won't matter. If my body dies, it has nothing to do with me. I can read my thoughts and say, "Hey!" Gi-do put his hands on his thighs, leaned down, took a deep breath and said, "Really, isn't that a bit too much, to die without an explanation?" While I was still worrying about whether I would die for real or fake death, a noise rang out that shook the ground. Gi-do looked up worriedly and said, "This tremor." Long interrupted his words, "Say later, now is not the time to be dumbfounded, they are coming. There's something very unusual on the horizon, even rumbling sounds like an earthquake. Dear mother, a bunch of mutant monsters with eyes brighter than headlights are rushing like crazy towards Gi-do." In the distance, still unaware of the situation, he stood there dumbfounded, trembling a bit, wondering what the heck was coming up. It seemed like he still couldn't believe he was in the 50th hurdle. He innocently exclaimed, "Suddenly a war has started, aren't there any equipment?" What's even more bitter is that Gi-do can't even contact the waste of Lee and Trembling Shore, can only hear long sounds, and can't summon his weapon incarnation. What to do now? Everything is as tangled as a thread. Seeing that for a long time, I immediately revived my spirit. "Why are you standing there so indifferently? This is my body, have you forgotten my strength?" Luckily after so long, he spoke up and made me realize something. When he closed his eyes, a phrase appeared in his thoughts at that moment, "the master of all swords." I told myself that now I'm not a daimon, I'm old. Somehow I will know how to use this ability. Gi-do held the 2 swords firmly in his hands and prepared to fight. He even curled his lips and said, "This ability is interesting, but I don't like the idea of turning into Long at all." Suddenly being asked why, "Do you have any problem with me?" There was no time for them to talk anymore, the monsters had already arrived in droves. There were more of them than ants, each of them looked terrifying, their eyes were bloodshot and their hands were holding weapons and rushing forward. Gidu began to see something bad, his eyes opened wide. And mumbled, "Wow, what the hell is it this time? That monster, oh my god!" In the mist, the silhouette of a monster slowly appeared. Followed by a disgusting face with eyes as bright as headlights and sharp teeth grinning. Probably smiling at all of us. "It's so terrible, how can it be this big?" As soon as it appeared, it smiled sinisterly. Looking closer at the monster's face, there was a pair of mutilated faces and a large scar cutting across the right eye. It opened its mouth wide and announced that the Demon King was about to exhaust all his energy. It was our time. It then called on the entire army of monsters to rush forward. As soon as I looked at it, I immediately recognized that monster. It even cursed. That bastard was obviously noisy, even though it was the first time I heard this name. Gidu immediately explained, "It was the 7th king of hell, no, one of the 6 kings, one of the high ranks of the 72 kings. Even though his appearance is smaller than Botit when angry, he is much stronger than Botit. Perhaps right now the Botit in the distance is very tickled because he has been reminded of his name for so long." After learning more about him, his eyes shone with determination and said, "No matter what, he is the leader here. We have to open the way first." At this time, the monster army was approaching the destination. He began to rush into battle. Traveling alone in front of thousands of monsters, the scene was very majestic. Suddenly, the monsters seemed to blend into a bright red color of blood, then it bounced over Gidu's head. Gidu gritted his teeth and gums, looking extremely confused. What is this? Perhaps this was a preemptive move by the monsters. They disturbed the space and reduced visibility to oppress the enemy. Each man's face showed great interest. Surprisingly, it had been a while since they did that, but Gidu was still able to stand. The leopard man's face changed and he thought to himself, "It's impossible, how come he still has so much energy? He should have been after the 6 kings, attack him and he must be dying." A moment later, the space was strangely quiet. The monsters had disappeared, leaving only Gidu and Leopard standing there. Even Gidu hadn't recovered, so he blankly asked what was going on, appeared and said, "Remember this feeling. This is the true meaning of controlling death." One day a stranger appeared in the land of hell. "There are already countless demons here, an unknown person coming here, chaos in hell is normal." Until he started eating his own people, and rose to the top of hell. His name is Lucifu. His smile was truly terrifying, he roared like thunder. Then rushed wildly, suddenly he gained momentum and jumped up high. Gidu looked panicked. He was so surprised that he was stunned, muttering, "He jumped down, with that body." Unexpectedly, with a body like a dreaming buffalo, the monster clenched its fists and aggressively rushed downwards with the goal of Gidu. The Gidu is still standing there. It seemed as if he would receive a powerful punch from the monster, however, his agile body helped him gently lift his body to avoid a powerful damaging attack. Just in the form of Lao still floating in the air, he suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Lao, is your name Lucifo?" Long hummed and said, "I have forgotten that name for a long time, I am now a long time ago." Gidu smirked, continued saying yes. Then his face suddenly changed 180 degrees, he held the sword in his hand and continued, "Long you are just you." The monster smelled the scent from behind, with a deadly look it turned back and glanced. But it could not have imagined that it had been ambushed. Without waiting for the monster to react, hundreds of slashes were continuously applied to its body, blood poured out in streams. At this moment, the leopard feels pain, it clenches its teeth in both pain and anger when it cannot understand. Strangely, it did not expect our shield to be broken. "What did you say from above, hey leopard? Please let me convey this message to you." When the leopard heard the name for a long time, his face immediately changed color. "Long story short, the day I return to hell, everything related to you will be destroyed. I will devour your family." Leopard's eyes flashed with fear. In his eyes was the image of Lao with 2 evil horns and a scary face. Lao smiled and ordered the leopard to go and pay respects to the king. Heaven and earth shook once again. The ground below was cracked open. The leopard of course could not be threatened by those words, which even made it more angry. After staying in the body for a long time, I felt full of vitality and seemed extremely excited. The 2 sides started to fight, no one was willing to lose, the battle was fierce. A moment later, both sides stopped panting. Leopard looked at his opponent and muttered, "What's going on?" His body was completely exhausted. Yet time passes more and more, he became even stronger. Just like the newspaper said, the current world looks so different. Long proudly said, "It's good, you're getting used to it, don't forget this feeling." Gitu also smiled and understood everything. The test required me to experience death, the meaning was not as written. In the end, the test required is just to fight death with one's body for a long time. Seeing the owner understand for a long time, he was extremely excited and even complimented him in a way that made him feel proud of himself. "You are unexpectedly intelligent. Is it because of my body?" Gitu didn't say anything, just smiled. Moments later, a tornado appeared in the sky. When the tornado disappears, the giant sword appears. Leopard stood still, because the phenomenon before his eyes was something he never dreamed of. With stunned eyes mixed with a bit of fear, he looked up and said, "Unbelievable, even for Lucy. He is in a completely different realm." Without letting the monster admire it for another moment, the sword began to plummet straight down on the leopard's head. And then the earthquake happened, a shocking explosion larger than an atomic bomb occurred. However, after the smoke spread out in all directions, from the explosion it seemed like the leopard had died, but it didn't, it still stood there, still alive and grinning. He himself couldn't believe that he still existed. Until he opened his eyes wide and saw that the tip of the sword was blocked by the shield. What was even more surprising was that before the sword could kill the enemy, it gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, the leopard was extremely happy. He grinned and gloated, "Ha ha ha." Removing all the shields on its body, it stood proudly in the middle of nowhere. Sarcasm, "That's all you can do, Lucy EU, you can't even hurt me, what a waste of your reputation as the king of hell, ha ha ha. What's going on right now is truly incomprehensible." After attacking so much, the leopard monster remained unharmed. "Are all 6 kings that strong?" Rua said, "He is the ruler, master, do you remember, what do you think, the ruler?" He remembered, "Oh that, the association president once said, the people who built and ruled the tower, they were also the rulers in another world." Rua continued, "Now they are borrowing the power of Leopard Fogo, even though he is very strong, he originally did not possess a shield with that ability." If you hear this far, say, "I understand," then. I just need to destroy it, right? My eyes glowed like a determination to do it right. Without further hesitation, Gitu officially launched the next attack. The sky is filled with red energies. They quickly transformed into hundreds of swords and rushed straight towards the leopard. Just now, the monster was still arrogantly mocking, but now he was alone and could only stand still and watch as hundreds of swords were about to pierce his body. Long said, "Master, you don't need tricks, death is such a power. Death is such a power." And then, boom boom, earthquake, isn't that the sign of the leopard's death? After suffering such a shock that even the ground sank so deeply that it took me forever to see the bottom. In the dim smoke, his figure appeared like a witch. He smiled faintly and said, "I know he is a ruler but also formidable. 1 ton a week can break his shield." Just like what the teacher said, the leopard's entire face was almost as big as the crater. It is not dead yet, but his eyes were filled with even more trembling fear and he opened his mouth to beg, to spare my life. Long said, "By the way, among the 6 remaining demon kings, Leopard is the weakest." Gitu asked with some surprise, "What, really?" Long replied, "Yes, the copy cannot be equal to the original." Even though his strength was overwhelming, the leopard refused to accept the battle. He escaped death many times, even with that body, he still dodged attacks very quickly. There were also close calls when he suddenly counterattacked. Even though he was not given special powers by the ruler, when he heard this, he worriedly thought that he had no chance of defeating him. After a while, he read Gitu's thoughts and corrected him, "Stop imagining things, quickly finish the matter." Gitu nodded and continued to deal with the monster. He said down to the phoenix leopard, "This phoenix leopard, Lu told me to talk to you." The leopard appeared to not know how to ask, "What is Lu?" Gitu slowly conveys, "Seeing you again makes me feel disgusted, I hope we will never see each other again." Hearing this sentence, the leopard felt suspicious as if something was not quite right. It suddenly shouted loudly, "You are not Lucy Euphoria, who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the leopard took a slash across the face, ending the ugly monster's life. The giant body was divided into 2 pieces in an impossible way. A notification appears, "You have passed the test, our moving locations, the hidden mission, defeating the leopard has been completed, Not only could Gidu's success also earn him a reward. The reward that Gidu received was a leopard mace, just standing in front of the giant mace in bewilderment. Mace, so the leopard's mutant hand is not a skill, but a weapon. Io suddenly appeared and said worriedly, "Master, we lost connection, so I was very worried," but gave a gentle smile and said, "Ah, I'm shaking so much that you're worried." Io said, "I'm so happy that my trip has returned safely." Gi put his hands on his hips to study the mace and said, "What is this thing? It also looks smaller than before." Long said, "There was nothing strange, the body size of the king of G was not important," but suddenly realized, "Well, this must be an object capable of self-adjusting size." Seeing what you said, I said, "Well, I haven't explained yet, this weapon is not an ordinary thing, calling it an item is a bit strange. I trained it from my sen's body." I asked Gidu, "Have you ever heard of the 7 deadly sins, Master?" Gidu replied, "The Catholicism that I often talk about, well, I know it. Having seen this for a long time, it is easy to say so, seeing that the great sins are the 7 origins of human sin. The sins of envy, pride, greed, gluttony, wrath, lust and laziness. There is a demon king who represents those sins, and the leopard is that sin of laziness." Wow intervened and said it was so complicated. "I think there's something wrong. I thought you said there were 6 demon kings. Let's continue, I'm about to say something, don't interrupt me." Before ascending the throne, my life rose quickly by eating countless types of demons. I have long surpassed the realm of the 7 demon kings, but I would be crazy to fight all of them, so I challenged them. Strongest demon king, Santa, angry sinner. After hearing this for a long time, I said this was a shocking rumor, perhaps spreading to the heavens, but I didn't say anything. After a while, of course I won. From then on I became the strongest person in hell. And I cut my body into 6 parts, used them to refine weapons and give them to the 6 demon kings. The purpose is to make them loyal to me. But then it turned out like this, you see, after looking for a long time I wondered, you ate other people's flesh and refined other people's corpses into weapons. Isn't that too barbaric? While speaking, Gidu's eyes collided with the mace. I just asked a long time ago, is that thing also Santa's body? That means we have the card to perfect your body. I just asked a long time ago, is that thing also Santa's body? That means we have the card to perfect your body. Back to the present, Long said, the tower can't copy that, it's probably a fake. Gidu walked step by step closer to the mace. He said as he walked, "Oh really, I thought I could easily get it but it turned out I was wrong." So I sat down and looked at the mace and wondered what I should use it for, thinking that just holding it would be difficult. Suddenly I fell into thought for a few seconds. After that, he grew up and didn't understand why he didn't understand what was going on. Lao said, "This is my body, the thing I gave to the leopard." What a surprise, huh? You said you couldn't copy it. Long explained further, that is, there are 2 possibilities. Either the leopard died, or he found a stronger weapon, powerful enough to leave this behind. Gidu was startled and suspicious. Wait, so the leopard is still alive, didn't you kill him yourself? Gidu rubbed his chin in deep thought. He muttered, "Wait a minute, that's not right, you said you were sealed because of betrayal, that is, at that time." Long interrupted, "What are you thinking? I can't lose people like leopards can get away. It took you a week, and I defeated him in less than a week." "What are you talking about?" "Ah, is that so? Why don't you kill him then?" Long explained that it was because I intended to kill him. Then a ruler appeared. While speaking, another stream of thought stopped him. Then he felt like something was wrong. It couldn't be. How could that be? So he worriedly asked, "Is there a problem?" The old man told me that I just remembered, the memory when I was sealed. He, the ruler, sealed me. One of the archangels in the world, he has the face of a scoundrel. The conversation stopped there, because I couldn't carry this giant axe myself because the trial had not yet ended, so 2 skull-headed men came to carry the axe for me. The mace was brought to the Mace King's residence. The Mace King laughed happily and said, "I didn't expect to receive this so quickly. Before you return, I will prepare as carefully as possible. See you again after the trial." He walked away, but he stood there absent-mindedly thinking. He remembered that old man who said a long time ago, the ruler who sealed him was an archangel of heaven. He had a face of person named Maiko. I wonder if tomorrow is the ruler, the archangel of heaven. Appeared and said, "I haven't jumped to conclusions yet because I don't know if he's just a human-like person, but we can't deny that there must be some connection between these 2 people, because he seems to really possess the power of a human angel." Gi-do immediately went to Lee's waist to ask if she knew anything. The last time she saw my company, she fainted. Lee said sorry, back then there were a lot of lost memories, but strangely, now I can't remember whether it was him or my own name. It seems like there's a hole in my memory, so even if I see something like that, I don't say anything. After a long time, thinking about it, it's really strange. Hell and heaven have always been opposing each other. It's impossible that we don't have any clue about the ruler of heaven. There must be a gap in my memory. Gi-do is standing in front of the remaining 2 cards, one yellow and one gray. He decided on yellow and he added, maybe we can decipher that piece in the next experiment. Whenever you hold the card, it lights up again. The announcement continues, the trial begins. Players please get ready, the trial location will be set based on Lee data. A new scene appeared before my eyes. It was a very large hall. Lee was kneeling and mumbling something very respectful. When I got closer, I saw her waist and hands clasped and her mouth saying, "Oh my God. Why did you give me this challenge? I don't know what to do." As I spoke, 2 tears continuously flowed out. Gi-do gently walked closer, he called Lee's name. Feeling so empty, I looked back and forth looking for my waist. For a long time, my shore was trembling. He called out and asked if you could hear me. What do you think? All connections have been severed. This trial is different from the old one. If I recall, it also happened on the 30th and 40th floors. During the trial on the 30th floor, there was a separate body. But on the 40th floor, Lee waist becomes her in the past. Meaning that girl, just think about the girl in front of you. He slowly walked forward, calling out to me as he walked, "Can you hear me?" Wendu reached out to touch Lee's shoulder. He wanted to know what was going on. But surprisingly, when the hand touched Lee's shoulder, her body seemed unreal. The glass's waist could penetrate through his body, making him extremely surprised. Gi-do immediately pulled his hand away. He thought bewilderedly, I can't touch her, maybe I just need to observe for now without interfering in anything. Right at this moment, a notification appeared reminding me that the goal of the test was to experience life and death, and this test had no instructions like the old one. Suddenly the door behind the Gi-do slowly opened. The silhouette of a girl with a floor-length dress appeared. She was wearing a suit that looked like a waist, but had eyes filled with anger mixed with fear. Gi-do stood there blankly, not knowing who she was. Suddenly appeared and spoke, hanging out his waist, one of the 7 archangels of heaven. He was considered one of the most powerful and famous archangels. When he heard the long sound, he was extremely surprised. He turned to look but couldn't find it. Gi-do asked if we were able to connect again, but maybe I mistakenly thought it wouldn't be long. It seems that the dragon's memories still remained after the time he entered its body. It's completely different from the time I entered Gi-do's body. I call that time harmonizing and becoming one, only this time, I felt the memories blend together. At this moment, Lee Waist suddenly stood up. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" He came out haphazardly and said, "I was looking for you because I was worried. Weren't you satisfied with the results of the meeting?" Lee said, "If I have to lie, I'm satisfied, after all that's what everyone wants." She hung up and interrupted, speaking with seriousness, but she didn't need to bear all that responsibility. Lee firmly said, "I must take responsibility, I am the one leading the angels. If I only write 5 fingers on my hand then I don't deserve this position, I have a responsibility to protect everyone." Standing between the 2 girls without understanding what the hell was going on, he even doubted that Lee was an archangel. Turning back to the cup, she smiled gently and told him to relax, "Don't worry, this is his will." Suddenly there was a very harsh voice from outside the door, taking away those nonsense words. Another person appeared, and she seemed extremely surprised. That person is none other than the person who has been mentioned for a long time. His name is MANHUA. My company walked in and said, What about his will? That's ridiculous, he's not here anymore." In fact, everyone knows, right, when the tower was completed, the Lord died. These words made me feel surprised and lethargic. As for what it is, it's full of question marks. Isn't that a tomorrow? He even called Lee my company Sao. Everything he said about God, what are these things? Interrupting Gi-do's train of thought, Lee suddenly said a name, quickly saying yes. Gi-do seems to have understood the problem. It turns out, the name of the person who thought he was my company was actually Bob Io, and the waist is the new one. I thought about it over and over and felt like I still didn't understand anything. The sad guy over there suddenly spoke seriously and sounded a bit scary. Enough nonsense, let's get to the point. Either way, I have to sacrifice my life and destroy this tower. Hearing this shocked me to the core. The scheduled time will begin soon. Immediately after that, the Baptist summoned everyone and ordered them to respectfully kneel. Gi-do looked up at the baby with eyes full of confusion. Angels stand in a row that includes both men and women. They were high up and Gi-do was standing dozens of stairs away from them. The change in space made me a little confused. He wondered, the location has changed, whereas this, when I turned around, the scene before my eyes shocked me even more. When I turned around, the scene before my eyes shocked me even more. Gi-do, surprised, was truly overwhelmed. Alas, dozens of rows of people knelt and respectfully chanted in unison, "Reverend to the Archangel." Gi-do, surprised, was truly overwhelmed. I couldn't believe they were all angels, there were so many of them. At this moment a foot slowly stepped out. None other than Eoli. "In the name of my company," she said, "Angels, today there will be a big change. God has encountered something unfortunate, we have to make a decision." With a sad face, she continued, "Soon, this place will collapse." Upon hearing those words, all the angels shed tears and cried sadly. My company continued, "We must resolve this chaos, otherwise, the world we created will lose its order and balance and perish." So, saying this, she slowly walked forward. A terrifying scene appeared before my eyes. Eoli, or in other words my company, is standing in the middle of a circle of angels with a lightsaber in hand. At this moment, the ceremony will officially begin. As for him, he stood there not understanding what was going on. He looked bewildered at Lee's waist, wondering what fating was, what ritual, what she was saying. The answer to your questions is also decoded by the announcement that I will sacrifice my shell to destroy the tower. Hearing this, I couldn't help but scream loudly Eoli's name. Eoli was now standing in front of the swords of 6 people just waiting to perform the ceremony. When he couldn't hold his eyes up anymore, he got into a prepared position and thought to himself, "I don't know what's going on, but my gut feeling tells me to stop it. Have to do something, anything." However, when he wanted to move forward, he realized his body could not move. His legs seemed to have turned to stone, unable to move. If this continues, the waist will be broken. I even had to tell myself that this was just a test. I didn't want to see her die again. I don't want to see my waist die again. With all his strength while trying to move his body, he used all the strength of his hands and feet to mumble, "Move, move, please." Suddenly appeared and asked, "Why is your attitude different from my trial?" "Well, a miracle happened," the system announced, reacting to the player's will. "The connection has been restored, now the sound of the buttercup can be heard, it is cheering the owner's spirit and waiting for the owner to succeed in the trial." At this time, a stream of blue light mixed with red flew from the head to the angels performing the ceremony. Then a loud noise made everyone confused. Everyone panicked and asked each other what happened. Hundreds of angels below looked up, even her waist was so shocked that her eyes were half open. Sure enough, the hero saved the beauty. Gi-do appeared like a god before all the angels there. The announcement sounded, the player had interfered with history, the hidden mission had begun, scene moved to Nuruk, Guild Iraq. In the meeting room there was a voice speaking, "One last issue. I will expand the branch to Korea again, and the leader of the branch will be Rem Lohan, Vice President." The spokesperson was the speaker. He asked, "Lohan, do you have any comments?" Lohan didn't say anything, just shook his head. "If you see this, declare it, otherwise I would like to end the meeting here." I sat there feeling angry. What the hell, I don't understand why they are so passionate about Korea, but this is a good thing. As long as we have something in common, we can still take advantage of each other. This time we will definitely put down roots in the cold. Thinking of this sly guy gave a cunning smile. Moreover, he also thought in his mind, "I will torture the Demon King to death." The meeting ended and everyone started walking out. A silver-haired guy called me by his name. He said, "You just became vice president, it's been a month, has your boss stopped favoring you?" Not stopping there, he laughed and patted the shoulder of another person walking next to him and whispered behind his back. He couldn't believe it, he had to manage that small country, that was no different from demoting him. "This guy is trying to tease and taunt me." He laughs and makes unsightly gestures, continues, "You say, it's been a while since I've had a drink, let's have a drink tonight, I invite you to consider this a farewell, older brother." Ram turned his head and said in a serious voice, "I'm fine, I still have business to do." So he put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. not forgetting to make an appointment with the guys behind him to drink another time. Seeing that attitude of the silver-haired man, he raised his mouth and asked, "What's wrong with him?" He never refused these cases. He should have been both thirsty for alcohol and thirsty for blood. But those guys didn't know that behind that back was a cunning face. He laughed and thought to himself that this time he reappeared, he would have two tasks to do. The first is to create a position in Korea, the second is Morning Star, kidnapped Kim Gi-doo's relatives. Return to the experiment with Gi-doo, the stairway to heaven is filled with white smoke. Everyone below was bewildered, they asked each other, what is going on? They also observed something, but they didn't know where the man came from. I only saw a giant girl standing there, shielding my waist. Seeing what he was doing that was hindering important work, the young man got angry and shouted loudly, Who dares to interrupt the sacred ritual? As he finished speaking, wings began to grow on the angel's back. 7 people including Bappo hovered in the sky. Only Ellie remained standing there in the name of my company and Gi-doo. I'll take this opportunity to ask, who are you? Gi-doo smiled and replied, I am your master. If you turn around and continue talking, you probably don't recognize me, sorry. Gi-doo had just finished speaking when he appeared and said, Master, with the words you just said, Ru wanted to warn Gi-doo. I suddenly realized it. Suddenly he saw Eoli's body emitting an aura. Eoli was asking again, did you say you were my master? Waist Lee's face changed color and looked very fierce. She even considered herself superior and said to Gi-doo, you dare to stand in front of me pretending to be God, are you the leader of all the angels? I saw her clenching her fists and doing something. Immediately the other angels also became fierce, different from the beginning. They all radiate red energy. And flying around Gi-doo made him shiver. Gi-doo silently swallowed his saliva and muttered, the killing intent was terrible. Ru angrily shouted at Gi-doo, oh my god, you idiot, in front of me, you are still an angel right now, standing back and saying that you are her master is like claiming yourself, you are not equal to me, you are truly brave to dare to blaspheme God in front of all these angels, don't worry, I will protect you, master. I feel uncomfortable after hearing this, what the hell do you think? I remembered just now, I said God was dead, but that also means something. God really exists, right? At the same time, Lee Eo stood next to Gi-doo and thought, why do I have this feeling? This man is calling me by a strange name, I should purge him immediately for daring to impersonate my father. But I feel like I don't want to fight him. As for the priest above, he said in a slanderous voice, a sinner who interrupted the ceremony and impersonated God like you will not be forgiven and will be punished. As he finished speaking, his image gradually blurred. Then he suddenly appeared right before her eyes, making her a bit startled. His eyes lit up with anger, he held his light sword and prepared to give him a fatal blow. Gi-doo stood motionless, unable to react. It seemed like Gi-doo was going to take the brunt of that slash, but Eoli had time to speak up to stop him, oh, wait a minute. However, I don't know what happened, but the ground shook with a huge explosion. The smoke was so thick that the sky could not be seen, the baby slowly flew out of the smoke. He raised his eyes and looked down. After the attack just now, he left a huge hole, I thought, let him run away, he is definitely not of normal physical strength. Ba-bai gnashed his teeth and was extremely angry, how dare he interrupt and say something, where did he run off to? He looked at Lee's waist with the name My Company and wondered why her My Company didn't take action. Just when all the questions were clouding the baby's mind, from behind him he felt an extremely formidable flow of energy. The little man turned his head, and in front of him and all the angels there, he boldly appeared in a completely different appearance. On his head were the same pair of horns as in the previous trial, and black wings sprouted, on his back helps him fly like an angel. An angel stood stunned. He muttered, that energy, this terrible power. What is the Lord of Hell doing in a place like this? Gi-doo's eyes lit up, he then seemed to regain his own consciousness. Gi-doo opened his eyes wide. He himself was confused as he looked back at his body, what is this, when did he get his power? He suddenly saw this and exclaimed, the evil dragon has appeared again. He heard it, immediately reprimanded him, seriously, this brat. After a while, don't worry, the bad personality hasn't resurfaced yet. Looks like some of the effects of the first test still remain, at least in the current test, I can use the power to a certain extent, I just realized it now. That attack just now, it wasn't an attack that I could dodge or block. Of course, He was the one who had been defeated for a long time even though he was tired at that time. He continued talking for a long time, but there was more than just sadness. The angels here are all leaders of the heavenly world. All of them are at least as good or even better than the leopard. If you also help them, you will have no chance of winning, even if I give you all my power. If you had just stayed still, you would have passed the test, but you made it difficult for yourself. Gi-do lowered his head. He also felt really regretful. Gi-do said, "Yes, I'm thinking about it. It's true that I acted too hastily and thoughtlessly." Bo-san-hu expressed sympathy, "But I don't want Lily to die." Long told Bo-san-ho-ho, "I didn't say she would die." Suddenly the old man shouted loudly, reprimanding Eoli, "My company, what are you doing? The Lord of Hell is here. Why are you, our leader, not doing anything?" Lee's face darkened. She did not react at all. Then she raised her head and looked at him. She felt like she had forgotten something important. Holding her head around her waist seemed extremely awkward. She couldn't understand what this half-hearted feeling was all about. The baby observed that there was no movement at Lee's waist. He was really angry and upset. He looked at her with bullet-like eyes and muttered, "What was she thinking while the oil was boiling over, like this, huh?" He made the decision himself and announced, "I, the Archangel, now give the order, all angels leave here. Lord of Hell will be destroyed by our Archangel." After saying that, each member of his general commanded a weapon and rushed to surround him. Without any hesitation, he stood proudly facing this group of people. The Lord's command sent all the angels out of there. Now in this space, there is only time, separation and the Lord's leader. But just 1 second before the disaster when everything was still peaceful, what happened? Boom boom, the whole thing was engulfed in an earth-shattering explosion. The aftershock of the explosion was so terrible that it destroyed the entire space, leaving only ruins everywhere. The smoke was so thick that one could not see the way. It seemed that the battle had not yet come to an end. Explosions continued to ring out. Not only that, but he also has to face another person. This person is not ordinary. He is the Archangel Sari. Sari possesses a very special type of super energy. He can stand still and control hundreds of swords to attack opponents. Standing in front of the siege of hundreds of swords, he did not falter at all. Gi-do's eyes sparkled with determination and glared in the direction of her Sari. Then he used his sword and was able to easily stop the rain of weapons from his opponent. It can be seen that even though the sword was blocked by force, every sword that fell would cause rocks and soil to splash, to see that the Archangel was not ordinary. It can be seen that even though the sword was blocked by force, every sword that fell would cause rocks and soil to splash, to see that the Archangel was not ordinary. This guy attacked Gi-do from behind, but luckily Gi-do was quickly discovered. To increase his ability to deal with opponents, Gi-do used the water element that can turn his body into water. Thanks to this factor, we were able to avoid a visible defeat. But the element can only be used for a short time. As soon as it helps you overcome that attack, it immediately disappears. Everything happened so quickly, it seemed like everything was going well, but it wasn't. From behind, another Archangel's figure appeared, his name hanging out at his waist. This time, Gi-do was suddenly attacked so he didn't have time to defend. Luckily, his sharp body was able to pick up the sword and defend. Both sides are very fierce. The game is as hot as fire and the opponent is as fast as lightning. The situation was fiercely contested, with both sides looking at each other. However, unfortunately for Gi-do, his opponent is not only one. From behind him is another source of energy. She is the Archangel of Gu Waste. Her energy is also fire. She took the opportunity while still having to fight back and immediately launched a move towards him. Gi-do quickly uses the fire element to turn his body into fire. As expected, it was effective. A huge fire radiated into the sky, knocking the opponent far away. He travels like a god, his eyes sparkled with confidence. However, without giving her any time to rest, from afar a jade-green light rushed towards her. It began to entangle his body, fixing every part of his body, making it impossible for him to move. The person who did this is none other than the Archangel Gabriel. This guy uses energy skillfully. A long rope with no end in sight was created and pulled from the ground up into the air. While Gi-do was floating in the air with a blade held out before his eyes. It is of the Archangel Uriel. This guy's face was as cold as ice and he looked into Gi-do's eyes. After that, without a single move, a powerful blow made it disappear from the sky. Gi-do was knocked to the ground. The short trembled and the Rua was extremely worried. trying to call his owner's name. Rua couldn't see anyone but tried to ask what Gidu's current mood was like. From the ground a hand still holding the sword slowly rose up. The tip of the sword rested firmly on the ground, and Gidu was still unharmed. He even grinned and said, "The cloud attack feels weaker than I thought." Hearing these ironic words, the archangels could only grit their teeth. Everyone was extremely angry and indignant. He had endured all those attacks, and he was still unharmed. That is the Lord of Hell. But it only comes to this. From above, I observed that the waste was being controlled. Something bad was about to happen. The man named Ryo was declaring that the ritual had already begun. Eoli's whole body lit up and she was completely unable to move. I felt like my body was also being burned. He did not give up and called Eoli's name loudly. Then she used the force of her feet to accelerate and rush to the waist of the cup. Gidu's angry anticipation helped him quickly reach the ladder of heaven. The guy grabbed his waist to avoid the Gidu's attack and was forced to let go of his waist. He stood from afar looking at the place and thinking, from the beginning, defeating the Lord of Hell was never our goal, because you were the only one who could defeat him. My company's behavior is a bit strange, but the situation here seems to have been resolved. Once the ritual is successful, even the Lord of Hell cannot do anything. While he was deep in thought, he was suddenly stunned when he saw Gidu's actions. He wondered why the Lord of Hell held the power of life because he was witnessing a scene where he tried to save Eoli's life. He believes that only one existence is allowed to control both life and death. That's Dad. Gaprio's expression clearly showed doubt and confusion. He kept staring at it and thinking, I don't understand what's going on, but the situation is becoming more and more dangerous. The ritual has reached this stage, it cannot be stopped. Thinking about it, he got mad and yelled at the other guys, "What are you doing? You all know what happened to Dad. Don't be fooled by the plots of the Lord of Hell, we will purge him and continue the ritual." When the Archangel Guguo heard that, he immediately protested, but quickly felt sorry for him. Only God has the power to control life and death, and you don't know that. One thing I can assure you is that he has something to do with his father. His face was extremely upset and angry. He thought in his head, but finally came out like this, "Never mind, anyway, I don't understand the current situation. But, the ritual must be completed, this guy is really stubborn." He ignores the other guys and the command and makes his own decisions. His hand was already holding a sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed like an arrow towards the waist of the glass. At that moment, I was startled. Because he was trying to recover his waist after being pierced by a sword. While Eoli was silent, she wondered why he could control both life and death. Besides, why do I miss him? In her mind, images of Gidu appeared in series. From when his strength was still weak to when he became as strong as it is now. She remembered the warm smile that used to do to her. I feel like I'm enlightened right now. She opened her eyes about halfway, then a strange energy enveloped his eyes. And in front of Gidu and Eoli is a man named Io rushing forward as if he wants to devour Eoli. Surprisingly, when he was about to approach the waist, a terrible stream of energy radiated out, causing him to stumble. Gidu was equally surprised. He turned to call Eoli's name but Eoli did not answer. The group of archangels also looked suspiciously at the waist of the glass. It turns out Eoli's memories have been regained. The beautiful angel turned around and said, "I'm back, Master." Just when he thought he was dreaming, he turned his eyes to stare at her waist. A smile appeared on Gidu's lips. He felt very happy. This image was exactly like what Eoli had just recalled in his memory. Gidu raised his hand towards Gidu and said, "Please come back to me." And so the waist was returned to the place where it belonged. Gidu held the sword in her hand in the joy of both the banks and the banks. The banks happily welcomed the separation, and the banks were still as cold as usual. "How tiring you were." Perhaps the most surprised person at this moment was none other than Hap-Io. He bit his lip and thought, "Sword Star, but the Sword Saint ceremony has not been completed yet." Without exception, the other archangels also marveled in surprise mixed with confusion. Now that you have recovered your waist, everything becomes simpler than ever. Before leaving the battlefield, don't forget to apologize. "I'm sorry, I just came back and you're already making me work. But let's strike a strong blow against them." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of the crystal to release a terrifyingly strong source of energy. The sad guy standing in the distance still didn't understand the situation. His eyes were wide open as he looked and speculated. Something is about to release. What is this terrible pressure? Next, He showed a face full of confusion and fear, and he himself felt something was wrong. If he can't dodge, then death is certain. In the end, whatever happens must come to a kind of power called chaos that is carried out. It was like a tornado that swallowed everything around. The remaining 6 generals were bewildered and could only stand rooted to the spot. A moment later, the storm passed and the sky returned to a clear blue color. Who knows what a terrible thing just happened? From somewhere, blood flowed down into pools. Behind that cloud of smoke is the silhouette of the loser. He sat there stunned, one hand holding the wound on his bicep that was bleeding. His curiosity continued to rise. He thought, what was that attack just now? That power was stronger than the power of an archangel. He remembered a few seconds ago and felt very lucky. If he had been slow for even a second, he would have lost his life now. This guy even thought about Ely, or that in this trial he was carrying my company's identity. He really didn't understand why my company followed what he was doing. Right now there are so many things he still doesn't understand, but at this moment, we can control the situation again. Actually, this guy is really stubborn. Even though he just survived the boundary between life and death, he still wants to complete his plot to the end. The dictator once again shouted loudly, "Archangels, can you feel it, the evil power residing inside that guy? It is definitely a tiger, something we hate with all our hearts. After witnessing that, how long are you all going to blaspheme our father by mistaking him for him? Take up your swords, cut off that heretic's head and offer it to father." After letting out a fierce scream filled with anger from the miserable archangel, he was startled to receive the terrifying silence of the other archangels. What met his eyes now was a scene that he had never dared to imagine in his entire life. The archangels stood in a serious line in front of the stairs to heaven. They closed their eyes, then kneel on the ground, and chanted in unison, "We salute you, Father." The sound of that group of people shook the entire space to a terrifying silence. I can only stand there and exclaim, "Oh my God!" He was even more shocked when he saw a supreme source of energy appear on that stairway to heaven. So that's what it was. He stood there with his whole body illuminated and couldn't see his face. Rua suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, we're in trouble." Then you asked, "What exactly is going on with me?" "There's something strange behind me," the shore suddenly alerted you. "Master, you were glowing," and Ely suddenly noticed something. Rua interjected and continued, "Wow, everyone is becoming really interesting now. I wonder if it's because of the test or not. To put it simply, what happens when my powers, which have been made almost perfect by the test, encounter the power of Ioli that is developing to near perfection? Yes, the halo, a symbol of God, will appear. Master, you have become a reality very close to God." Rua's words really made Gidu freeze. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Lu exclaimed in admiration, "Halo, symbol of God. Master, you have become an entity close to God." Didu frowned in doubt. The entity was close to the Lord. Moaning also wondered, meaning the owner was now the Lord. Moving the main body of the sword Ioli in front of her, "Ioli, you said angels serve the Lord, right? Then you will probably know this better than Lu. What's going on?" Ioli replied, "I don't know. No matter how special you are, only God can possess the halo." Lu chimed in, "First of all, the entity called God has a lot of secrets. We have very little information about God." Didu nodded, "Understood. So what is the use of this aura?" Lu answered nothing, glowed, and said sadly, "Everyone knows that." Lu added, "And it also purified the demonic power." Moving to confirm, "Ghost." The samples faltered, like. Didu lost his body and looked towards the guy named Reo. "Impossible, Lord. God is dead." Hearing this sentence and the unusual expression of the angels were all surprised. Didu held the waistband firmly in her hand and hesitated. Lu quickly said, "Here it is, look closely, Master, silver wings." Lu quickly said, "Here it is, look closely, Master, it is the symbol of the fallen angel." Looking at his teammates going astray, he suddenly shouted loudly. You. As he spoke his body trembled. Raphael calmed down and continued, "He betrayed the angels, betrayed you and betrayed his father." He quickly wiped away the blood from his mouth and screamed. He burst out laughing like a crazy person, "You stupid brothers, how much longer are you going to worship someone who does nothing but observe? You will never understand why God had to die, and why did I help build the tower?" The angels helplessly shouted at you. "Are you an accomplice involved in your father's death?" The tough guy smirked. He raised his hands high, radiating evil power. "The era of God has ended. The god who has eaten can only sit and watch no more. Isn't it the god's responsibility to hold that much power to rule and care for all of us, our brothers and sisters? The time has come. From now on we will be the ones who write the calendar." Before long, he had to stand still and shut his mouth. This guy's evil light was blown away in an instant. The body had deep cuts, and blood from the wound erupted uncontrollably. Blood also spurted out from his mouth. The angels could only stand and watch in horror as they were tortured. Didu approached him. "So hurry up. Is he the culprit behind Eoli's death?" Mon firmly affirmed that he is a demon, Lu continued, even though in fact she was not dead. Eoli was silent for a long time. She nodded slightly as if tacitly confirming and thanking the owner. At that moment, the system sent a notification: "You have passed Eoli's test. You have completed the hidden mission to prevent Gap-Re-Eo's betrayal. You have received Eoli's data. You have received Eoli's physical body. There is a bit of data left on Eoli's physical body, sending reward. You have received the Holy Grail of Gap-Re-Eo." Looking at the golden object in front of her, she wondered, is this the Holy Grail? He picked up the Holy Grail. I looked at it for a while, mumbling to myself, "It's really bright, but why do I feel so familiar?" Lu replied, "That's normal, because a vein of the Holy Grail is inside you," Didu innocently said. "Is that so?" He remembered what Mi-chan said before, "The Holy Grail fragment I received has been given to you." The male lead's mouth suddenly called his name, frowning. The man has a face that lives like a Lee waste, but uses Eoli's old name. It can't be a coincidence. Once the test is over, I have to go meet that person. Lu agreed, "Yes, I also think he is hiding something. It must have something to do with us." "And Master, it's time to talk. Both Eoli and I have recovered a lot of memories. We can answer most of your questions. Information about the tower in hell. And about chaos. One day the tower appeared from nowhere, and the Lord died." Eoli continues, "After Trey disappeared, the world has changed a lot. Although Father is not someone who likes to interfere in the workings of the world, many things in the world have changed, just by his presence and because he was absent. The seal of the monster from the end of the world has been dismantled." Didu frowned slightly. "Monster from the end of the world." Eoli added, "Existence comes from deeper than hell, God's abandoned brother." Interrupted Lu, "The original master of hell. The reason they are known as the monsters from the end of the world is because hell is built on top of their seals. Wonder, hell is built on top. Wait, come to think of it, I didn't receive any punishment despite receiving so much information. It's because I'm on the 50-star floor." Lu denied, "It's not like that, it's because you already know about this." The male lead confusedly scratched his head. "What?" Lu added, "You digested and absorbed my body, you simply don't remember." Didu kept thinking about it. Now thinking about it makes him shudder. Eoli told him, while not yet digested by him, "Thanks to our strong bond, my memories were also gradually transmitted to him." "So what we are talking about is not new information?" the male lead asked Lu and Loli. "You guys are just saying information I already know, right?" Lu complimented, "You have become smart, not like usual at all." "I guess that's the effect of digesting a smart person like me." Showing frustration on my face, "Don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Didu responded, moaning and confessing, I remembered the memories I had forgotten." "I used to be a princess in the past," Lu interrupted. "Don't talk nonsense, Mon. Try to say more." "That's why." "Don't let Mon finish," Lu scolded. "It's rude to interrupt an adult talking story." Mon was shouted at to make her speechless, not daring to speak anymore. After a while, she shouted angrily, "I hate you." Eoli continues the story. "First, I will talk about the rituals, not what he broke, but their origin. It was the ritual of the Sword Saint, including myself. Countless angels became Sword Saints, to be able to continue sealing monsters from the end of the world. And it is my destiny, the angel leader, to defeat the strongest existence among them." Didu frowned. Chaos is a monster from the end of the world." "Wait a minute, if that's the case." "But the system said it was evil." Eoli admitted, "The system is right, it is truly evil." Lu explained, "I don't understand one thing, the power of chaos is what God needs, it's impossible even if you, the cold angel, can seal it." Eoli agreed, "He was right, that was true if only for me." Eoli admitted, "Yes, I am not the only angel who became a holy sword, countless other angels did the same, they focused all their power on me. That is the plan to defeat chaos, Didu was a bit hesitant, focusing all his strength on herself, like that was a bit overwhelming. Haven't I told you, you are not the only one with the ability to connect. But it's also not something everyone can use, there are many limitations, so very few people can use it, but that doesn't mean no one else can use it. However, his connection is especially one-spirited, body. The bond consists only of power that cannot be transmitted easily and is limited by power. Something that can control power without any restrictions. I have never seen anyone like that. Enough talking, just listen to Ioli's words. As if you're being interrupted, Ioli argued back, Lu, you're also interrupting. When we started the ceremony. But then I realized something wasn't right. The power that should have been focused on me, went to someone else for some reason. Gabriel betrayed us. Thus, a holy sword stronger than me, the angel leader, appeared. Lu confirmed, yes, they are all holy swords, but they are stronger than me. After that, heaven changed rapidly, Rio quickly gained power and began to dominate heaven, and the remaining angels had no choice but to obey him. All but one archangel came out. He took me, who became a holy sword, out of hell, so he was able to seal chaos again, groaned and smiled faintly, ho, what a hero. Lu explained, that's how. Didu interrupted, wait a minute, Ioli. Ioli's eyes widened curiously. What is your relationship with Raphael? Faced with the male lead's awkward question, Ioli remained silent and did not respond. Lu stood up and said, are you an idiot? After a while, Ioli spoke up, reaching out Fayoa, what do you mean? Didu was confused, and was quite agitated during the examination. So I'm wondering if you two are lovers. Hearing that, Li's waist froze for 5 seconds, her cheeks were red, showing obvious embarrassment. She explained, we are not like that. All the archangels, including Raphael, are just my teammates. I have never felt love until now. Didu burst into laughter, really, sorry for asking you such a strange question. Moaning interrupted her words, Lu, I think something good is about to happen. Lu agreed, yeah, I don't hate things like this either. Ioli beat the drum in frustration, even though I lost most of my strength because of Gabriel's betrayal, I still have the right to decide my life. Raphael probably added to his power to prevent chaos, the success rate was almost zero. I don't know if heaven helped me or not. The seal of chaos has not been destroyed yet. Raphael inserted me, who had turned into a holy sword, into the center of the seal. The internal sealing seemed almost successful. The male lead looked surprised, almost succeeded. Ioli affirmed, yes master, in the end it still failed. He gave a very suspicious smile. At that time he carried a black sword, which was Lu. Lu was furious, that damn bastard. I also thought about someone taking advantage of me after I was sealed, but after learning that it actually happened, I felt more uncomfortable than I thought. Lu asked Ioli, so what happened next? Ioli continued, rushing to intervene in the sealing process. And the worst scenario happened, the sealing was tampered with, which ended up inciting chaos. The awakening of chaos makes the guy even more enlightened. He shouted at the other guy indignantly, are you crazy? You don't want that either, right? What I don't want, don't misunderstand, I really want to release chaos. The world has more secrets than you think, you and me. Not knowing anything, he spoke as he turned the jar in his hand, full of wisdom. Having finished speaking, he threw his sword towards the waist without hesitation. He happily smiled, ruler of hell, consider this a farewell gift from me to you. Goodbye, goodbye. The body slowly fell from the waist down. He flew towards the traitor and grabbed his waist. Faced with the opponent's awakening, he was a little scared. Came out and grabbed his neck. He growled angrily, no matter where we went. Gabriel asked, where did you get this strength from? Don't say you gave me the right to decide your life. Raphael responded, how stupid, even though this is only a part, it is not a power you can control. Things won't go according to your plan. Raphael gained the upper hand and successfully blocked the plans of the guy named Gabriel. No matter what, that's all I remember. So then came the chaos, and the demon she sealed away. Ioli replied, I don't know the details, but I can guess for sure. That is, before Ioli could finish speaking, the old man transmitted his voice again, Didu, do you hear? Didu replied, Sir Huang. The wild man informed him, there was trouble, The gate was not there, your side was in big trouble. If this continues, you will never be able to escape from that place. The wild man continued, he had been in that place for a week, and outside, 2 weeks had passed. The flow of time inside is different from outside, and that gap is getting wider and wider. Quickly complete your test, I think something bad is about to happen. Listening to Mr. Huang's words, Didu also felt uneasy and replied, okay. Mr. Huang, I have an interesting item, can you help me take a look at it? Mr. Huang looked surprised but quickly agreed, of course, anytime. Travel summons the opening of the space gate. The gate is unstable. Lu replied, as the old man said, this is due to a distortion of the time axis, it's best to hurry up. Didu passed the holy cup through the gate to the deserted man. Holding the holy grail, the old man marveled, oh, so this is a holy grail fragment. I never thought that one day I would hold this thing in my hands and study it. Oh right. They intend to establish a branch in Korea. I think they will approach us first, but just in case, you should know this, Vice President of the Guild. After the conversation with the wild man, you draw the card and begin the final test, the system notifies you and you are teleported to the test location. Didu closed his eyes and began the teleportation process. After a few minutes, he also reached the inspection location, he was curious. A reminder from the system, from now on, what you see will be what you're doing. Didu looked surprised, the system had just talked to her. This place is not affected by the tower, I can only talk to you here. The male lead asked suspiciously, you, what are you? The system was silent for a while before responding, you will soon know everything about this place. Having said that, the system gradually disappeared. He was confused and called out, wait a minute. A guy with an angry look on his face shouted, how dare a creature like you go against the Father, you want me to believe that it is the will of the gods. All we can do is listen to his wishes. Looking at that angry screaming person, Didu was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Around him at that time, many people were looking at him with hate and anger. Didu thought to herself, all of them are not human, who are they? The system answers your questions, the rulers of the world. Hell was the first place God created, then that day created heaven, the place where angels live, then that day created countless realms. They are the first creations of God in each world, so they are called rulers. Even though they only received a small portion of God's power, they ruled their world like gods. Initially these worlds were completely separate and had no ability to interact with each other, but a lot of things happened after that day, one wonders, was that day? The system continued, the day chaos appeared, the day the seal of hell weakened, all planes discovered the power of chaos. Although chaos was once again contained and sealed in hell, that brief appearance still had serious consequences, the harmonious balance between the entire world was broken, and passages appeared, connect different locations. The thing itself is not the problem. The real issue is how people will feel when chaos awakens. Even though they all hold the role of gods, the truth is they are still just creatures, all entities will disappear on the day chaos fully awakens. They felt worried so they held this meeting. The white-haired guy just continued to shout, the end of the world is part of God's will, so we should just obey, it's not our duty as his creation. Scarface retorted, nonsense, you want us to stand still and watch the world we built be destroyed, that is the duty you mentioned. Blue hair chimed in, so what should we do, do you have any plans? The whole hall suddenly fell silent. A deep voice rang out, come on, everyone calm down, shouldn't we gather together to come up with a plan, I see everyone is too excited. I have this idea myself. Hearing that familiar voice, she was startled and turned around to look. That man had the same face as his father, his mouth suddenly called him father. Every time I think about my father, I only remember his hug. Along with his cold eyes as if he wanted to kill his brother. Wait for Rono to say, I have an idea that will help prevent the end of the world. Scarface crossed his arms, the words of a degenerate are worthless. I've heard it before, the god of humanity has been usurped by an ungrateful man, waiting for him to be quiet. The red hair reminded me, be careful with your words, this is an important meeting to discuss the direction of the world, not a place where you are allowed to bring your personal emotions into. An annoyed woman tsk, hypocrite. Wait for Rono to calm down, it seems like the order is a bit wrong. He is arrogant, let me introduce myself first, I am waiting for Rono, the god of the human world. I don't dare to believe that my father is a ruler and a god of humanity. Or maybe it's just that he looks like his father, whatever that is, my memories of that time. The woman still didn't drop her disdainful expression. So what kind of unbelievable plan is this degenerate human, who killed his own father, hatching? The white-haired ruler slammed the table and shouted, "Anew." He is not satisfied, waiting for Rono to be behaving in a formal manner, "Please act the same way." I objected, "Am I wrong? We all know, the truth is that he is not qualified to participate in this meeting. And there is someone else who is more worthy of becoming a god of the human world than him, right?" The look on his face was dark. He coldly replied, "You're right, that person should have become a human god, but that person wanted me to become a god of the human world." And, the aura of oppression emanating from the person waiting for Rono, the representative position of the world, is not a place that can be sat in just by meeting a single criterion or age, right? This energy makes the other gods wins, Anu frowned tightly and pressed the road, the sky. He regained his energy. "Now, let's continue." None of the other gods continued to object. Waiting for Rono to say, "The plan I'm thinking of, the way to prevent the end of the world, would be create a tower." Didu was also surprised by this news. Wait for Rono to continue, instead of explaining it in words, it will be much faster to show it to you with your own eyes. He clapped his hands once, a simulated image of the tower he spoke about appeared. The other gods were skeptical, they observed and asked, "This is... It doesn't look like a tower, it's a spear." Waiting for Rono to confirm, "Yes, this is a giant spear, a tool to pierce chaos." The woman frowned thoughtfully. He disagreed, "You think we can deal with chaos with this spear just because of its huge size? How childish." Waiting for Rono to be confident, "Of course, this spear is not just big." Anu stared at him. Wait for Rono to explain, "The tower will connect all the worlds, and the Lord's power is divided across the worlds. We will merge all those sources of power, and the tower will become into a body containing all its power. And by using that source of power." Now turn your head to look at the simulated image of the tower. We called it a tower, but didn't know exactly what it was. Before the eyes of the entire world, no physical influence can be used on it. The reason we call it a tower, is simply because the system voice called it that when we enter the tower, you have entered the tower. Now he knew that the tower's true identity was a spear used to pierce chaos. "I clearly don't believe it, ridiculous. Do you think something like that can handle chaos? The only person who can defeat chaos is your father." "Gods of confusion, power, of God, what the hell are you talking about?" Waiting for the Ru to point his finger down, "First we will crash the tower through chaos." He raised his finger, "Then we will use the tower containing the power of chaos to stab the Lord. We will use the power of God to destroy chaos, and then kill God with the power of chaos. We will create a world with our own hands." System prompt, viewing first record. The surrounding conference scene disappeared, he stood silently in place. Waiting for Rono to say, "We will kill chaos with the power of God, and then kill God with the power of chaos. To divide the entire world, gather power, pierce chaos, and use all that power to kill the Lord as well." That was what had to be done to create the Star Tower. The system told him that Roro's plan was to create a tower and kill the Chaos Lord, ignoring the fact that everyone agreed. The problem was that there were too many plans. Besides, those plans are too risky. It is also very difficult to avoid the eyes of angels, messengers of God. But waiting for Rono to find a way, Gidu mumbled, I think of someone, Gabieo." The system confirmed that yes, he had seduced Gabieo, who was always dissatisfied with the Lord's ways. The scene gradually changes, see second recording, the galaxies are approaching each other. A construction project is underway. "Over there, bring more ingredients here, come and help. It's busy here, no wonder, that is. You realize what's slowly taking shape, the tower, right?" The system replied, "Yes, this is where the tower was built." Wait for him to ask, "Is the plan going well?" He said a name, Gabieo. He replied, "Yes, no one has noticed yet." His eyes were a bit worried, however, "We have to watch out for her. If she finds out, we will fail." Waiting for Rono to ask, "We have to be careful, including her." "The person we are talking about is the Archangel Michael." Gabieo replied, "She also completely stands out, compared to other archangels, you can say she is the reincarnation of God." He smirked, "But don't worry, Our measures against her are already underway. He looked back. What is your plan, when gathering the power of chaos? Waiting for Roro to smile mysteriously, he clapped his hands. The floor splits into a gap, see for yourself. Gabai-io approached the basement. He exclaimed, wonderful. Wait for the robot to approach the bundle. He placed his hand on the egg membrane. He also told me his plan, I will become a god. The power of both God and chaos, I will rule the world after receiving it all, that's why. The more quiet you become. I really don't know what's going on. The system explains that Gaia is the one who will become the leader of humanity, not waiting for a hero. However, she had entrusted him with this position, Gidu mumbled, Gaia. That woman was the leader of the human race. The ruler Anu once mentioned, and who is more worthy to become the leader of humanity. The system continued, in lieu of giving up her position to wait for Rono, Gaia took on the task of gathering the power of chaos and moving into the tower. She, who worshipped the goddess of Mother Earth, was the second person closest to God after you. And as such, she can also control the power of chaos, even if only partially. The tower radiates powerful energy. The gods are channeling their power, more power. Anu shouted loudly, we've done our best, don't make any more noise. The blue hair seemed to be thinking about something. The ruler is channeling his power into Gaia, the woman takes on their energy, then transferred the power into the tower. My body can't control this jerk. What kind of energy is this? The system said, it was a tower with all the mana around the world. Thanks to its connection to all the worlds, the tower's owner had the ability to control all that mana energy. Using Gaia as a medium, they poured all the mana into the tower, Gidu said with difficulty, in disbelief. What would happen after that? The system responded, the world and the tower began to merge with each other. The person who can control the entire world, that person also has the power of God. A light appeared at the top of the tower. Waiting for Rono to get excited, he shouted, here it is. We only have one chance, we will finish in one shot. Huge power overflowed at the top of the tower, the Lord himself appeared. At the top of the tower is the power of God, we will finish it in one go. Below the foot of the tower is the appearance of chaos. Waiting for Roar to smile excitedly, we have successfully gathered the power of chaos. Now, God must appear. The giant power of the Lord struck down the tower, making it glow yellow. His whole body stiffened and he opened his eyes wide to witness. The feeling of joy and excitement because the plan is about to succeed is all over the place, waiting for you. The white brain looked up in fear, ah! Someone shouted in panic, no, we can't win. Wait for the root to scream, hold on. He reminded the others, if they miss this opportunity, if we miss it, we will all die. The rulers gritted their teeth as if they were struggling with their thoughts, they put all their effort into it, I know. Mana continues to be transmitted into Gaia, Gaia performs its role as an intermediary. She channeled the power of chaos into the tower. Above the tower is blinding golden energy, below it is overwhelming darkness. The power of chaos and the power of God clash. The Lord's power gradually weakens, the light at the top of the tower dissipated. The space became silent, even I couldn't say a word. White hair dense, okay. Everyone is looking forward to it, a new tremble, we have succeeded. God is dead, not a single person spoke up. The tired ruler slumped down, their spirit became relaxed, we really succeeded, God is dead. The face waiting for Rono was dark. Gaia's egg sac is slowly descending. Waiting for him to step closer to her, the hand waits for the rover to touch the egg membrane, he said softly, you did well, Guy. His triumphant smile appeared, I'm God now. Suddenly there was a tremor under his feet. The ruler stood up, what was that? Long hair panicked, isn't it done yet? The legs shaking became more and more intense, as if hundreds of eyes appeared. It seemed to come from underneath the tower. The ruler realized in panic that this sound was chaos. Waiting for Roro to turn around, how could chaos appear here? He looked at the girl, Gaia, defeat chaos. But the girl didn't respond, waiting for you, Gaia. He frowned, is there a problem? He exclaimed in surprise, gabbing his waist. Gabai-io asked, how is the plan going, is it going smoothly? Wait for Rono to reply, we will deal with the chaos, proceed as planned. Gabai-io was silent for a moment then said, okay. Anu questioned, wait Rono, what's going on, This is different from the plan. What is chaos doing here? The streak of light cuts through his neck. It wasn't until fresh blood spewed out that he was shocked. A nun is dead. Other rulers stiffened, anew. They looked at the person who just killed her, that guy. Gabai Waste coldly looked back. What do? Exclaimed, Gabai-eo. The system answers, wait. Rono and Gabai-eo both wanted to monopolize the Lord's power. They didn't want to share the power with other rulers, so they killed them all so they wouldn't have to share the power. The other rulers channeled all their power into the tower, all of whom were killed by the Gabai-eo himself. All but one person. That person was not surprised. I knew this would happen. He angrily shouted, wait for me, you will pay the price. Waiting for Rono to be surprised, usefulness becomes dull. Why do you still have the strength? Gabai-eo looked over. What is this? Is there someone still alive? He was startled. Why are you here? Black aura radiated from the living ruler, causing confusion. But, I heard you were dead, Satan. He couldn't believe it. Why, it was obvious that you were dead. Kantan appeared behind Ictus Sin. Something unexpected, satanic, the system told him. Satan, the king of wrath. Everyone thought he died at the hands of Lucifer. In fact, his soul still survived. Duang De Sin predicted that Rono would betray him, so he preserved his power by making a contract with Satan. And that's when the final battle begins. The tip of the vine emerged from the ground. I have summoned them, waiting for you. It's an honor to fight a battle with you. He ordered the vines to attack and wait for him. Waiting for Rono to frown. Humph. In his hand appeared a scythe. Why say such clichés? Waiting for Rono to swing his scythe and cut down the vines. As the vines continued to grow, he cut them off. Gabai-eo worried, waiting for Ru. Someone is calling him. Where are you looking? Satan rushes to attack. Your opponent is me, the fallen angel. Her face was cold as she swung her sword. Tan also viciously waved his fist. The attacks of the two opponents collided with each other. Satan talked excitedly. It seems like you did something interesting in hell, in that you intended to turn the new king into a foolish tool to control. Then I see you as more like a devil than the devils in hell. Gabai-eo gritted his teeth. Don't compare me to those disgusting bastards. Gabai Waste's divine wings are deformed. How can you understand my noble goal? The veins on his face stood out. A ruler like you is nothing but dust in my eyes. The black energy that overflows from his body will eventually become a sacrifice for my plan. Satan is terrified by the power of Gabai-eo. It's impossible. He roared, you hid your power until now. Her eyes were fierce and tragic. The ground under his feet crumbled and cracked. What a terrifying thing, where the cracked land was broken off the floating island. A terrible aura exploded, causing me to cover my face. The sand and dust covered my vision. What is going on? The dust layer has dissipated a bit. The silhouette of the waistband is revealed. He was stunned for a second. That is, although he lost a lot of power after being defeated by Lucy Phoenix, he is still one of the rulers of hell. There was a strange laugh coming from behind the station. He immediately panicked, waiting for a check. The vines moved in place. Fresh blood flowed down the demon's claws. Waiting for him to fall at the feet of Satan. The vines wrapped around the scythe in his hand. They bring it back to their owners. He'll let out a soft hum, he muttered. So this is it, the scythe of the void. Gabai Waste gritted his teeth. Stupid guy. His eyes were extremely confused. What the hell did you do? Satan's face was filled with joy because of the victory. As you said, right now I may be weak enough to be considered dust, but I am still strong enough to easily create balance between the two rulers, you and I. Gabai Waste almost dumbfounded. No. I never said that. The smile on Satan's face disappeared. Gabai-eo asked him, do you really think I cooperated with him for no reason? What good is a half-hearted ruler like him? He told the truth. It's a joke. The reason I cooperated with Rono was only because he was the only one who could control her. The whole tower shook. I was confused and confused. Why was it shaking like that? Satan seems to have understood something. Gaia's egg capsule lights up, begins to fuse, is confirming the material. The material is enough. That light is getting stronger and stronger. The power of creation is being activated. I recognize this voice. The woman's eyelashes moved slightly. My eyes opened wide. The system was complete. The corpses were raised, absorbing the material. Even Satan and selfish sin are also raised. What is happening, my body? Gabai Wow also cannot escape the fate. Absorbing the fear of time and space, the only thing left was to wait for Rono, who was still lying motionless on the ground. Just witness this whole scene, what the hell? Finally, Runo's body was lifted up. Gaia softly called, waiting for him, she's crying, I'm sorry. Explosive energy shot out all around. The surrounding images disappeared, he was confused, it was so difficult to understand just now. The creation of the tower, the death of the gods, the betrayal of Runo, the counterattack and fight back of Sin and Satan, and... What do you call, girl? Your system is a thorn, right? The system was silent for a moment then spoke up, that's right. Gidu query, what the hell happened? Didn't you say that I would find the answers to all the questions through the final test? Not only do I not get an answer to that, but now I have more questions, Gaia, because the test hasn't ended yet, why bother? The space gradually changes, the image of the universe appears, an island floating in the universe. This is the final test. This space is not a virtual space constructed by data. When you die here, you really die. You won't be able to use the power of your egos. Please defeat yourself, Gidu disorder. What? He looked at his identical copy, you want me, defeat yourself. The system replied, it was a real guy that he was always hiding, when he lost a match to him, the seal on him would begin to be lifted. After the system finished speaking, the test also began, the evil clone rushed to attack Gidu. He lowered his body to avoid his punch. But I realized, he was very fast, and I could tell from that attack. He's also quite strong. Bend your knees and push hard, why do you lean back and avoid it, followed immediately by a kick from the side, which could only be blocked with his hands. The two people's fists pounded each other. I clenched my teeth, the clone smiled cruelly, the two simultaneously launched countless attacks. The two jumped back to widen the distance, I'm confused, what's going on, has the connection with my ego been severed? Why can I reflect his attacks? The ground has long dragging marks. He frowned tightly, maybe, this is different from the times when I had to rely on my ego when fighting before. After separating from my ego, I realized that I had become much stronger all the time before. The clone spoke up, does this feel strange to you? He despised, what a joke, why do you feel sad and happy over such trivial things? You still don't know what kind of power you possess, right? Black energy swirled under his hand, a pair of demonic wings grew from the clone's back, and in his right hand he held a demonic sword. What's surprising, that is, the clone didn't give him a chance to recover. He slashed countless lines of demonic energy. The ground was destroyed in the path of the demon weapon. The clone laughed happily, oh ho, he could feel something jumping out from behind him, could he dodge it? I swallowed my saliva and said, it was myself. Black energy appeared in his hand, so what could he do? He jumped down to attack the clone, I can do it too. A strong shock occurred, smoke and dust rise high. Two vague figures appeared. The clone coldly lowered his eyes, pathetic, the holy sword is pointed at your neck, you don't even know how to control your own power properly. Half of the clone is demonic energy, the other half is angelic power. His eyes were arrogant like a god looking down on a loser, as I thought, it would be better for me to take control of your body. I clenched my teeth, demonic energy surged from his hand, why attack clones? Huge source of energy erupted. After a while it disappeared, the sound of the clone rang in his ears, I told you so. I don't know when he got behind me, you don't know how to control your power. Gidu immediately attacks later. Unfortunately the copy cannot be touched, Gidu also had to admit, just like he said, I couldn't control the death sword according to my will, I was used to using its power throughout the first trial. He looked at his empty hand, because of the lack of hair, the difference between my strength and his was so great. The clone shot down from the top of his head. Gidu can only use demonic weapons to cover his fist, he stopped the clone's sword slash, he smiled triumphantly. Immediately after that the clone appeared at another location and cut several sharp sword slashes. The journey is extremely difficult, the power of the death sword becomes stronger, the disadvantages for me become greater, it becomes more and more difficult to control than before. Su Chung once told him that his abilities needed balance, he couldn't throw any part away. The energy of life appears on Gidu's left hand. He used it to throw a punch to stop the clone. The clone was not surprised, I know, you thought you only needed to use your inherent life force to harmonize everything, But did you think you could simply control that power? The clone crouched. His strength shot towards Gi-do. That was not enough. Arrogant clone, I've had enough now. He thrusts his two swords forward. I will devour you, and exist in your place. Chaos energy was created when the two swords touched each other. Just increase the power of the two ores in your hand. If you can do that, then you combine death energy and life energy, I will also be able to use it. Two sources of chaotic energy collided. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Gi-do is having to exert all his strength. His toes were firmly pressed against the ground. I was pushed back. Both my strength and my proficiency in controlling my strength, I was inferior to him. There was a voice in his head, this situation was not considered dangerous yet. I wonder, has Rua's connection been restored? No, this is more like Io's experiment. Rua's memories are talking to me. Lu Shifio sat with his chin resting on the throne. I told you, with the overwhelming power you have, these trivial things are nothing. But that doesn't mean that mastery of everything you have is useless. Have you forgotten, our lives are also the difficult path that a strong person must walk. For the first time since confronting the clone, Gi-do's eyes were filled with determination. If my strength is not equal to his, I will try everything to overcome it. Even if you fail, you will die. There was a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the gloves. The shoes are slowly falling apart. The copy is suspicious. What is this? Chaos is gathering and bringing with it strength. Wait, that means... The chaos bounced back towards the clone. A blinding light burst out on the floating island, pieces of it exploded and shot out all around. The thick smoke and dust have not dissipated for a long time. Gi-do's hair was blown away by the wind, the replica's mouth dripped a dazzling red streak. I understand. His neck was tightened by a hand. This is your achievement after understanding the nature of your power. His eyes looked down. Chaos Sword, what a fitting name. The floating island at the feet of the sea of people has been shattered. This time, I give up. The system announced, you passed the test, the seal was unlocked, you got the Chaos Sword. Both of them returned to their original space, the test was finally over. The winner can ask the loser any question. The loser was forced to answer all of the above questions. The copy clicked his tongue upon hearing that. Please start the Q&A. Gi-do's eyes moved slightly. He looked down at the broken gloves and shoes that were almost completely destroyed. Strangled clone, you ask? I can't challenge the woman controlling the system. Why do you look at him? He asked. Who are you? Long version, what a bland question. I thought you just heard it. I am you. He rubbed his chin and thought for a bit. Maybe he still needs to say it a little more clearly. The copy spoke a name, Lullaby Shore, which was the most accurate name for this ego. He laughed, ha ha. Just call me Lullaby Shore. Why hesitate, you? He suddenly stopped and closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No, let me ask another question. He pointed at himself. Who am I really?